on Marco's side of the field that just sealed things up. The Dragonite looked so difficult for Eduardo to be able to take care of in that end game. How do you think he's going to go about it, Ben?
I mean, this is so difficult. You see a completely different game plan for Eduardo, and it's definitely better against the Dragonite, but the problem is that the Incineroar on Marco's side of the field knows that pesky move Protect. And this is where this end game in Game 2 came down to, because Incineroar was able to protect itself on the right turns, as was the Dragonite. Eduardo just couldn't weave in an attack through the defensive play that Marco was running. But of course, Marco had to get all of those turns right every single time in order to come back in that match. Not just that, but then to be able to get at least one critical hit on the scale shots through those Intimidate drops. So, Eduardo having a fantastic plan. Marco also still having a fantastic plan, and it's coming down to those such small margins between these trainers. My question is whether Marco this time goes a little bit more on the offensive turn one and just goes straight for the Moonblast and the Make It Rain on the Smeargle. Let's see, Game 3 here at the Lille Regional Championship Finals.
It all comes down to this, trainers, and yet again our leads are going to be Golden Go apiece, and then Rabombi versus Smeargle.
So, if the Rabombi just goes straight on the defensive, on the offensive, with Golden Go and Rabombi being naturally faster than a Smeargle, then maybe there could be an opportunity to get a quick KO. The question is do both of these trainers commit their Terastallization turn one yet again?
Terra Steel, here we go on the Golden Go for Marco, and it's going to be boosting the power of its Make It Rain. There's no Terra to speak of over on Eduardo's side of the field as Rabombi goes for that Protect. It's not going to be taking any damage. There's no Tailwind this time around. That's Shadow Ball into Marco's Golden Go. A great amount of damage there as well. Seems like there's no special attack drop to speak of onto the opposing Golden Go on Marco's side. An attempted Spore this time around, so both trainers taking a leaf out of each other's books, deciding not to set up that speed control. There's Make It Rain. There is the Golden Go brought down low, and Smeargle once more down to its focus Sash.
Yeah, now Tailwind can go up this turn because both trainers did not commit to going for a Tailwind this time. It changes the dynamic between these two players. Now, Rabombi is the fastest Pokemon on the field, and it can go for a Tailwind before the Smeargle can do so. Now, Golden Go on Marco's side, maybe it has enough gas in the tank with the Terra Steel Make It Rain to be able to knock out the Golden Go, but with the special attack drop, that is looking a little bit dicey.
Smeargle going to be retreating this time around. Eduardo decided that maybe that is the key piece I need in the very end of this game. Incineroar now hitting the field instead, dropping the Intimidate. That's not going to matter in the face of these special attackers, but what could on the next turn is that fake out into the Golden Go for Marco. Now, Rabombi gets that Tailwind set up this turn around. Going to be acting faster. This Terra Steel boosted Make It Rain. Eduardo's Golden Go in the face of it
10 HP
is going to be able to hang on with 10 HP. The Incineroar down, lost about a fifth of its HP there as well.
But after this Golden Go goes for the Make It Rain, the Life Orb Recoil.
There it is, the Life Orb Recoil, and Marco's Golden Go is down. Of course, Rabombi's once more brought down to that Focus Sash. And as you say, Ben, the Life Orb Recoil damage there could just be enough to secure the KO onto Eduardo's Golden Go. And that is a key offensive piece down and out for Eduardo. Here it is, that Life Orb Recoil. And yes, Golden Go for Eduardo is down. We have lost the Golden Goes here, trainers. We're no longer taking a trip to the bank.
But we have not lost the Smeargle this time round. This changes the dynamic of the end games that both of these trainers are going to be working towards. Now, that Rabombi does have access to Protect. So even though it's immune to the flinching effect of Fake Out because of its Shield Dust ability, it's still going to take the damage. The damage is what's key here. This Dragonite coming in, there's no risk of a Tailwind, but there is risk of a Calm Mind being set up by Eduardo on this Ursaluna. And maybe that's something that Marco could be thinking about, whether or not, maybe not this turn, but maybe next turn, launching out a Fake Tears to just diminish the special defense that Ursaluna is racking up.
Smeargle is going to join the fray once more. It's only on 1 HP. Is it going to be able to...
Oh, the call!
Turn?
The call!
But no, the Blast, going to be enough to secure the KO onto the Smeagol there. Eduardo already brought down to their final 2 Pokemon, and now the attention goes to the Dragonite. Scale Shot here, that's going to be the first hit. Are we going to have another 5? Are we going to have a critical hit somewhere along the way? The resources are being dwindled over on Eduardo's side of the field. It's just going to be the 4 hits, no critical hits to speak of, as Dragonite once more softens itself up in its defense, and it gets that speed boost now to boot. Earth Power just securing the KO onto Marco's Rabombi. 2 Pokemon versus 2 Pokemon.
In the face of Fake Out, not going for the Protect that turn. Eduardo trying to switch in the second Fake Out Pokemon on a double Protect, so the Fake Out is much more valuable, but Marco seeing right through that. Is this going to be Marco paving their way to be the winner of the League Regional Championships after taking that first game loss? We've seen it multiple times this weekend where Marco takes the first game loss and then comes back and wins the second 2 games.
Marco's Incineroar looking like the faster there, the Intimidate dropping over on Eduardo's side of the field rather than the other way around. Now, 2 full HP bars over on Marco's side and no Calm Mind set up on this Ursaluna. You need to get some damage off. You need to break that multi-scale on the Dragonite first and foremost.
Yeah, it's like, and now the terrestrialization option for Eduardo is at their disposal as well. That changes, again, the dynamic of this end game interaction, where Marco, again, committed to the Golden Go, going for the Terrasteel turn 1, game after game after game.
The terrestrialization now onto Incineroar here. It's become its Terra Ghost. It's channeling the spooky season spirit trainers and no longer taking any damage or effects from those normal type moves. Eduardo's Incineroar is Ghost. Dragonite goes for a Protect. No damage coming into that slot. The Incineroar faking out Eduardo's Blood Moon Ursaluna. Whatever happens is not going to be able to move this turn. Knockoff attempted to break the multi-scale, get rid of the loaded dice onto Marco's Dragonite, which is certainly something you want to prioritize.
Marco making the right call there and making sure that the Ursaluna is not attacking, but what he hasn't done yet is knocked off that leftovers that Eduardo's been using to make sure that Ursaluna is able to survive double ups that we would never expect it to be able to take with all that HP recovery and bring it on back. Now Incineroar has gone for the Terra Ghost. That does make it susceptible to a combination of Scale Shot and Knockoff. Maybe that's what Marco's going for here.
Scale Shot, that's going to be the second hit. Here comes 3. We've seen this damage rack up time and time again. The Incineroar is being brought down oh so low, but it's still around crucially on the field, even with that 5 hits. Another defense drop on the Dragonite, and indeed another speed boost here. The knockoff this time, super effective into Eduardo's Incineroar, and all of a sudden, it is just this Blood Moon Ursaluna, seeing that moon potentially be eclipsed, covered by the clouds once again. Now, going to be the safety goggles, of course, knocked off, and Ursaluna responds with the Blood Moon into Marco's Dragonite. So much damage, it will be that critical hit, but does Ursaluna have what it needs to be able to tie this up for Eduardo?
Well, now the Ursaluna gets to recover that little bit of HP. You can see how well Marco has used that Tailwind that he got up in turn 1 to its fullest advantage, but Eduardo is not out of this yet. He's able to just protect every other turn and just make sure that that Ursaluna is keeping its HP ticking up. Now, the Scale Shot does have the downside of lowering the defense, but Marco has done so well in being able to knock out every single physical attacker on Eduardo's team. So you can Scale Shot for free without worrying defensively. A Blood Moon is going to take out the Dragonite, absolutely no problem. But the Earth Power does need a Calm Mind boost to be able to knock out the Incineroar.
Wow, this is the endgame, trainers. Whatever else you're doing, make sure you get your eyes on this stream, because it's going to come down to such fine margins. Another Scale Shot coming out from Marco's Dragonite here. Eduardo head in hands. Are we going to have any cheeky critical hits, any cheeky 5th hits? Marco praying. That's the 3rd. Here comes number 4. The Dragonite going to hit again. It's going to be at number 5. Now, how is the response going to come out? The Dragonite suffers yet another defense drop, not mattering here, as you say, Ben, and another speed boost. The knockoff into the Ursaluna. It's brought down to the red, but it's not enough for the KO. Leftovers gone, no more passive recovery. Going to be the Earth Power into the Incineroar. That's also not enough to secure the KO. And with that, it seems like Eduardo just doesn't have the resources necessary. Extreme speed. Ursaluna down to 7 HP. And with that, another Flare Blitz. The trainers have stood. We have another invitation to San Francisco. Your little regional champion, Marco Silva.
then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the high speed! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. In the European region, we're bringing you back-to-back regional championships, and we are here in the beautiful city of Gdansk to kick things off on day one of the competition to crown our next regional champion. The trainers are out there, the anticipation, the adrenaline is already getting stormed up here in the venue, and it's time to introduce our incredible commentary team for this weekend. I am Lou Adrosh-Chromi, and I have the esteemed pleasure to be joined by Ben Kiriakou, Jamie Boyd, and Barish Akjosh. How are we feeling today, guys?
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm a little bit hurt, Lou, this morning that you've stolen my blanket.
I know, I have
week.
Ben's blanket here.
It was very comfortable, but you know what? We're here for a new tournament, a new day, and it's going to be a great one.
You know what, Ben? You were here in Lille the previous weekend as well, and now you're here again. So there's plenty of tournaments kicking off throughout the season. Do you want to talk us through what other events our viewers have to be able to look forward to?
This is what I love about the start of the format is we've got so many events to still look forward to. We're in Gdansk. We're looking forward to our Latin America International Championship in Sao Paulo. Then to round out the year in Europe, we've got Stuttgart in the end of November, and then moving on into 2026 for Birmingham, EUIC, and across to NAIC, and of course, the pinnacle of our tournament series, Pokemon XP and Pokemon World Championships.
The World Championships really is the tournament that all of our trainers desperately want to be able to get to claim that they are indeed the very best of the competition. Now, Jamie, in order to get there, you've got to get some championship points, right?
You do, and coming to these regional championships is one of the best ways to be able to get those points. You need a decent chunk to be able to qualify for the World Championships. You need to finish in the top 80 over here in the European region to be able to get that qualification. Of course, if you win the regional championship, you get that automatic qualification along with a good chunk of points, the 350 CP for first place. And you can see as we go down to the standings, still a very, very good amount. So the better your placement, the better the chance of getting all that all-important qualification to the World Championships.
And it's not only championship points at stake for our trainers as well. There's plenty of other prizes that they can get at these championships too.
I mean, it's incredible to see, especially for someone who has been with this game for so long. It's really nice to see that players these days will be supported with up to $6,000 for coming in first place. Dials down to $4,000 for second. And even in the juniors and seniors division, there's $1,000 up for grabs. On top of all these amazing cash prizes, we have also booster packs for players to win. It's a great memory from the event, whether you gift them. I actually give them to my niece and nephews, and they can open them, and it's really nice for them as well.
Yeah, the joy of Pokemon is all around, to be honest. And I like your acknowledgement as well about years in the game. I believe we have 45 years combined of Pokemon experience on the couch here. But there are plenty of trainers out there as well who have years of experience behind them. Jamie, do you want to talk us through the leaderboards at some of these titans?
Yeah, we've only had 2 regional championships over here in the European region so far, and still so many championship points have been awarded. We can see there at the very top, Victor Medina, so consistent across all of the seasons. No surprise to see him in first place there with his finalist position in the very first region we had in Frankfurt. Of course, losing to Emanuele Bragance, who is in second place but has that automatic invite. And of course, you can see there with Marco Silva, that automatic invite as he won the Lille Regional Championship just last week.
And Ben, you were talking a little bit as well about the European schedule. And we have our international championships on the horizon. But some of these trainers out there on the roster, some out there ready to compete, want to be able to try and maybe get some travel qualification there as well.
Yeah, this is a really nice thing. And it's been the case for many seasons where on the way up to the next international championship, you can, if you get enough championship points, if you get in the top 4, you can get a travel award to the next international championship. Whether you're in region or out of region, there's a little bit of a difference in terms of overall amount there. But also, if you're under 18, if you're playing in the juniors or seniors, or maybe you've just graduated into the Masters division, you also get a little bit extra so that your parent or guardian can go along with you. Not just that, but if you get 9th to 16th, you guarantee your registration slot to that international championship with priority registration.
I love that. It gives so many trainers the opportunity to be able to go to these prestigious international level events. And we do have LEIC coming up later this month to look forward to. But in case you weren't around last weekend and missed some of the epic Lille championship action that we had going on here, we've got a recap video so you can catch up with what went down last weekend.
Second stop in the European regional calendar brought us to Lille, where all eyes were on a single question. Could the same 6 Pokemon that dominated recent Frankfurt and Milwaukee regionals do it once again? Hot Trick Room led the early charge, but as the rounds rolled on, innovation started to steal the spotlight. Weezing and Toadscruel shocked the field in round 7 with disruptive spores and strong attacks. Round 8 delivered even more excitement with a Dancer Oricorio, Simple Bean Golduck, and Quiver Dancing Volcarona. But as phase 2 of the tournament began, it was Giuseppe Musico who was setting the pace, using a refined version of a meta-defining core with Dragonite over Ninetales that helped carry them into top 4. Jay Ballester captured hearts with Weavile and Dondozo Tatsugiri falling just shy of her dream run before conceding defeat to 3-time international champion Marco Silva, this time armed with Rabombi. On the opposite side of the bracket, 2022 world champion Eduardo Cunha stayed cool and calculated with Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and Smeagol leading a masterclass in positioning that carried him straight into the finals. And so the stage was set. 3-time international champion versus 2022 world champion. Rabombi versus Smeagol, Marco Silva versus Eduardo Cunha. Game 1 came down to a tense Dragonite versus Rillaboom endgame with a defiant Woodhammer critical hit. Eduardo took a close Game 1. But Marco, true to form, fired back in Game 2 after a relentless Dragonite offense. They finally brought down Eduardo's Carmine-boosted Blood Moon Ursaluna and a razor-thin finish to force a Game 3. With it all on the line, they traded early blows until a 2-on-1 finale ensued with Marco's Dragonite and Incineroar facing down Eduardo's full-health Ursaluna. Despite being outnumbered, the Ursaluna still had the edge as a scale shot from Dragonite and a knockoff from Incineroar just fell short of the final KO. It all came down to this Blood Moon attack, but the well-preserved multi-scale meant Dragonite survived. And that was enough to see Marco become the 2026 Lille Regional Champion. Follow along with all the action at Pokemon.com.
I told you the video would be coming soon. That was the wonderful voice of Lee Provost building some anticipation for us. Now, Ben, you were there behind the commentary desk casting over that amazing final. Talk us through what it was like to see Marco win.
Pretty crazy, to be honest. I mean, you've got a 3-time international champion playing up against a world champion who has also conquered the same OCIC that Marco has also won. They've both got regional championships to their names. And you couldn't, on paper, separate them at all in terms of their accolades, really, over their amazing, amazing careers. But Marco, I think, is one of those players as an example of why he's so consistent and always in the game. He had a little bit of a troubling top 8 run, but then he managed to convert that into a win against the amazing competition that was in front of him.
Yeah, and a very, very nice spin on a core that we're very used to. Golden Go, Ursaluna, and Dragonite is very established, but then Rabombi coming out of essentially nowhere and being able to take the entire regional championship. I think that's a really, really nice showing of how Marco can just read what's very good in the meta at the moment. Yeah. Usually going with, I would say, more consistent options. Of course, did pilot that Charizard's to the international championship win that we probably didn't expect at that time. But yeah, Rabombi coming out of nowhere to take the championship.
to be honest, I absolutely love seeing the teams across the whole weekend, particularly our top 8, because there are a lot of familiar faces, but a few interesting choices in there as well, weren't there?
Absolutely. Looking at the top 8 results, I want to give a few special shout-outs. Starting with Rayon from France. I think I always love myself a local hero story. And I'm sure that a lot of French people also watched the stream, the live action, and seeing one of their very own take it all the way to top 8 is really inspiring and might bring some of these players also to a future tournament.
Plus, if you can knock out your own Pokemon and still win a game, you've got something going for you.
Absolutely, absolutely. A paid switch, as we would call it. Rayon is rocking that Kilowatt Trill, but also Ivar, both with the Galarian Weezing and Toadscrew, but also with the Kilowatt Trill. 2 really interesting picks for that 7th and 8th spot.
Absolutely love seeing all of these varieties of Pokemon out there. I'm still keeping my eye out for a Gastrodon, not gonna lie, guys. Keeping my eye out for one of those trainers. There was one in day 2 in Lille, I will have you know, and I'm hoping there might be a few more at this tournament. But Gastrodon unfortunately didn't become a champion, but so far throughout this season, we have crowned 2 here in the European side of things, Emanuele and Marco as well. You can see them up here on the graphic, but we have still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 events on our roster to be able to crown some champions.
Yeah, it's not really too far into this season so far, but we've already had so many amazing games to be able to feature. The Marco versus Eduardo was such a close game, and it was really, really neck and neck. And I think that, for Emanuele, it seemed like a much more dominant performance, I would say, coming out. And we've seen the consistency coming out from both these trainers already. I'm very curious to see who's going to be able to take it here in Gdansk.
I mean, we're going to crown so many more champions, but being one of the very first of the season, putting your name and your picture up on that graphic for the rest of the season, you will remind everyone. But not only that, Emanuele also established a completely new core, and which we now call the Lele core, which is really interesting to see.
And I wonder if we'll maybe see some varieties of these Pokemon coming up this weekend. And of course, you guys at home, you're tuning in. We want to make sure that you do not miss a single second, a single moment of the action. So do catch all of the action on Pokemon.com/broadcast to be able to make sure that you see every single battle, every single move, every single Pokemon that is going to be making waves here at Gdansk. Now, of course, you need to follow the channels to make sure that you don't miss any of those notifications. YouTube and Twitch is where all the action will be broadcast. And if you do miss it live, maybe you're tuning in from somewhere around the world, you can always catch up a little bit later on. Finally, and probably most importantly, to be honest, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon on our social medias to engage with us on the broadcast. We love to be able to try and interact with you guys at home, enjoying the matches. We sometimes have our community choices out there as well, and we love to be able to see Pokemon pets, Pokemon art. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know how you are enjoying the tournament and who you are rooting for. I'd say, guys, that's just about covered it. I think it's time to maybe get into the matches, and I'm going to say to you guys at home, make sure you're tuning in not only for the Pokemon action, but at some time later on today, we're going to have a little announcement about a regulation. Secret super surprise. So make sure that you're tuning in and not missing any of that. But right now, I think Ben and Jamie have got a job to do. Let's get you guys to the caster desk and let's get this tournament rolling on.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Well, if you thought there wasn't going to be any more action just a week after the Lille Regional Championships, well, think again, trainers, because it is us back here for the Gdansk Regional Championships. It's Ben Kiriakou, joined by Senor Jamie Boyt. Jamie,
hello.
How are we feeling?
That's great. I got to compete in the Lille Regional Championship last weekend, and then I'm straight here behind the desk immediately for the back-to-back. So yeah, feeling really, really good. I got to see what the metagame was like, how it was developing.
Oh, okay.
And I got to face it, and now I get to see how it's developed even further.
Or if it's even developed at all.
True. We've only had a week.
It's only been a week. I mean, there is some decisions. I mean, a lot of trainers come in. They've got one team, maybe 2 teams that they're maybe deciding between, and looking back at the Lille Regional Championships, if the team that they picked, if they played there, didn't maybe go as well, it's a chance to change things up for Gdansk.
Yeah, we'll have to see what trainers have brought to this championship, and some trainers that we will hopefully be able to see going into this tournament. Obviously, we've had Federico Camporesi, who was able to win the Gdansk Regional Championship last season, and he's back here again. We're expecting some great things, because on the back of that Gdansk Regional win, at the end of the season, he was able to win the North American International Championship.
And he played last weekend. I got to speak to him a little bit, and Federico was saying that the rain team that he used last season already felt out of date when we returned to regulation set H, but he's still on that rain thing. Maybe he is again this weekend. Mihao in the middle there is one of our seniors that aged up last season into the Masters division and got top 8 at last year's Gdansk Regional Championships, and is playing again this weekend. Is always a treat to have on stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very impressive showing to be able to age up and immediately have great success in the Masters division. Of course, Alexandra has been around for a little bit longer and has been very, very consistent. We were able to feature her on stream last year as well in the Gdansk Regional Championship. I think it's just really nice to be able to see the representation of your home region. Like we saw some really good French representation over in the Lille Regional Championships last week, and that's why we are hoping to look at some of the Polish representation here in Michał and Alexandra.
And Alexandra's got to give a shout out as well. Always so consistent on stream and so consistent as a player. Maybe hasn't yet reached those lofty heights.
I love that word, yet.
Yeah, I know you do. I know that's one of your favorite, but hasn't reached those lofty heights just yet. But I feel like that's only a matter of time.
Yeah, it absolutely can be. And what isn't a matter of time is the matches that we will be able to see, which will be very, very notable for us. And we were just saying about Michał, and he's going up against Xuan Shi, who was able to get top 4 in the Gdansk Regional Championship last year. So top 8 versus top 4 from last season already in this round 2.
So we're starting off round 2 with an absolute banger, but let's come back to that, Jamie, because we're going to get a bit of a deeper dive into that in just a moment. John Garcia versus Lorenzo Silvestrini. That is a regional champion in Lorenzo versus a player, Joanne, that's been so consistent across regulation set H, using largely the same team across most of his career, but he's changed things up for Lille. He's continuing that change up for Gdansk.
I think that was a Baxcalibur in the Ninetale slot, if I recall, from his previous versions of the team. But yeah, moving down, we've got Juan Salerno coming over from Argentina, of all places. So, wow, really, really making the trip here against Fischoff. Going to be running a very consistent team that I think we've seen that core pop up a decent amount in this regulation so far.
And last on the list, but certainly not the least, Thomas versus Marco. And Thomas is a player that's been taking a little bit of a break, but played in Lille last weekend. Clearly got a little bit of the bug to come back and compete a little bit more.
I remember he announced his retirement a little while ago, and you can't really retire Pokemon that long.
It's going well.
You're always coming back.
I think, but that's the lovely thing about the community, is that it's such a welcoming place to be a part of.
Yep.
And yes, okay, you can retire, maybe you've got other things going on. That's totally fine. No problem with that at all. But if you want to come back, the world is open to you, and there are our players on stream. They are on stage, getting set up, ready to go. Mihał and Xuan Shi.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Already As we mentioned on stream last season in Gdansk, so they're going to be absolutely used to this already. Going to be a great showing. We've already said top 8 and top 4. Are they able to take it all the way this time?
They could be. They could be. I mean, it is sometimes unfortunate that two of these great players are playing against each other so early. That means that one of them will be riding the bubble. Not the bubble, but like, you know, closer to the bubble up for the rest of their tournament journey. But both of these players are so capable of taking it all the way that even though one of them will be taking a loss in this round, that's not by any stretch of the imagination the end of their tournament journey.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be using some very fun teams here. I know that Swansea, I faced him in the Utrecht Special Championships back in last season, and he was running that Ho-Oh that was a little bit of a rogue pick and really, really cool, and actually managed to defeat me very, very comfortably. I could not deal with a Ho-Oh very well at all.
I think that's a lot of players' experience, but let's get back into regulation set H. No Ho-Oh in sight here. Oh, the thing I love about watching Michał play is that none of the teams I've ever seen Michał play have been particularly groundbreaking in their composition, but the way that Michał plays them, the way that he's able to make the calls at the right time, you know, do you go for the swords dance on your King Gambit or do you not? Those sort of moments, I think Michał has got a really good understanding of what game states to push and which ones to play consistently.
And that's why we saw him get that top 8 at the Gdansk last season, with some other very consistent results as well. Was able to get top 16 at our Frankfurt Regional Championship this season, so it wasn't just back in the previous season he was able to find success, already finding it here in this season as well.
And Swansea is going to be a little bit of a lower overall standing for some of those records, but one of them, top 64, is at the World Championships, and top 64 at Worlds is no mean feat, certainly not with the standard of play that we saw in Anaheim this year, but also top 4, Gdansk Regional Championship, trying to one-up Michał, but here we are, the first look at the open team sheet that Michał is going to be running this weekend.
I was half expecting a Weavile to appear on the screen there because of the plush that he did have, but no, he's going to be going with that Sneasler as the fake-out Pokemon instead. I think these are 6 Pokemon you wouldn't be surprised to see together. There's a couple of twists. There's the Terrablast Fighting available on that Adaptability Basculegion with the Choice Scarf. You've got the Burning Jealousy as well on the Magmar. Usually you see something like a Flamethrower or Overheat for big damage, but Burning Jealousy is really nice. There's some nice applications. For example, a Dragonite goes for Scale Shot, it gets a speed boost, and then it would get burned from Burning Jealousy, because of course if you get that stat raise and then get hit by Burning Jealousy, that's a guaranteed burn.
That is, if the Dragonite is going to be lasting to the end of the turn, because that's a Life Orb Blizzard Ninetales.
That's going to be very, very strong indeed, yeah. The Ninetale's not the strongest of attackers, but that Life Orb is going to be hopefully pushing it over the edge. You can see there's no Aurora Veil. It's going to be Encore instead, just as the supported move, so definitely more of an offensive take on this Ninetales.
Like a more offensive take on the team composition in general. Everything is... aside from the Magmar, everything is trained to hit that little bit harder by the looks of things here, certainly in terms of the team compositions. Let's have a look at Swansea's team here. Incineroar, Dragonite, Golden Go, Annihilate, Ninetales, Ursaluna.
Yeah, a little bit more of a classic team, I think, that we can see here. The only real twist that I can spot immediately is going to be that Icicle Spear on the Ninetales. So definitely much more of a supportive one. You've got the Icy Wind for speed control, Aurora Veil for damage reduction, and Icicle Spear would be able to hit your own Annihilate and proc that Rage Fist boost, so no need for a Malsod to go for the beat-up.
It's just like, and if the Dragonite wasn't holding the loaded dice, you'd kind of maybe want it to be on the Ninetales just so you can make sure you boost up that Rage Fist as much as possible. But actually, do you know what? Even taking Rage Fist from its original base power and tripling it, which is what you do if you only hit twice on the Icicle Spear, yeah, that's still kind of enough. And I think that's one of the real key innovations that we've had with Ninetales is like, well, its physical attack is really pretty poor. Why don't we use that to our advantage in the same way that we use Beat Up? And actually, the other part of that is that you can use it in an endgame. Beat Up gets worse the more Pokemon on your side of the team have been knocked out. But Icicle Spear can still pull it through right at the end.
Yeah, it can. And if you actually get 5 hits, I think you can knock out a Dragonite through its multi-scale as well, which Blizzard and Icy Wind definitely won't be able to do. So another nice little application potentially for the Ninetales coming out. Of course, not facing the Dragonite. He's got the Dragonites himself for his Swansea side of the field. But yeah, much more offensive Ninetales here, going up as the supported one. We're seeing one of the Ninetales straight away.
And let's get game one here at the Gdansk Regional Championship kicked off. Sneasler and King Gambit, Ursaluna and Ninetales. Jamie, what are you thinking about this early board?
Well, Sneasler King Gambit is one of the most classic early regulation H leads that we did see. You can go for the fake out and sword stance. You can potentially just go on the offensive, cover the fairy types by going for the Diaclaw. And we're seeing two Pokemon that are weak to both close combat and Diaclaw respectively in that Ursaluna and the Ninetales. Ninetales with the boost to its defense thanks to the snow is able to actually survive a Diaclaw, and it's even got the Focus Sash, so it'd be for sure able to survive. But whether it's going to go for Fake Out or not, it doesn't have Protect, so a Fake Out into that slot could basically be guaranteed unless you commit for that Terra Ghost.
But that's the thing, and if you commit for the Terra Ghost so early on Shunshi's side, that means you don't have it for later. No commit whatsoever of the Terra. I think that's wise. Aurora Veil does go up, so this Ursaluna is going to be so difficult for Mihao to be able to take down. Maybe Mihao's got a plan for that, setting up the sword stance with King Gambit and making sure that it's ready to go. Overall, now this King Gambit is still doing more damage than it would have done, even with the Aurora Veil intact.
Yeah, the Swords Dance outpaces the Aurora Veil very nicely. And we'll be able to see who's going to be able to move first between the Ursaluna and the King Gambit. I think I saw the Ursaluna flinch before the King Gambit Swords Dance.
I think so too.
So you still have to be wary of the Earth Power. Of course, there's no damage reduction available on Mihao's side of the field, and the King Gambit is going to be weak to that Earth Power, so you do need to keep that one in mind. Close combat won't be able to knock out this Ursaluna for sure now with the Aurora Veil available, but 2 at close combat should be able to pick up that KO. So you could potentially maybe protect the King Gambit and go for a close combat, as then you follow up the close combat, keeping that King Gambit safe from the Earth Power in the future.
But then that Sneasler could get double targeted, and then that leaves the King Gambit a little bit vulnerable. Not this turn, though. The Ursaluna is going to retreat back into its den. Dragonite, with its multi-scale, is going to come out and try to tank a little bit of damage from Mihao's powerful 2 Pokemon. Here's the close combat, going to be resisted with the multi-scale, and the Aurora Veil does absolutely nothing. Dragonite going to be completely shrugging it off, but the multi-scale has been broken. Swansea is going to have to look out for that later in the match, as Blizzard comes out, nearly knocked out the Sneasler after that defense drop.
Yeah, there's some really nice damage into that Sneasler, of course, able to survive. The Dragonite has Terra Steel available on itself. It's usually Terra Fairy is the most consistent option. That would obviously be able to resist the Dark types, but with Terra Steel available on this Dragonite, there's no resistance that could come out. And I reckon that now that the multi-scale is broken, that Swords Dance King Gambit, even through the Aurora Veil, has a chance to be able to pick up that knockout on that Dragonite, so it does need to be wary of that now.
Definitely, and this is the difficult thing. Usually Dragonite wants to go on the offensive, use those scale shots, but if it does that, it also lowers its defense, and certainly after that defense drop, the King Gambit's going to move after. If it goes for a Kowtow Cleave, then that Dragonite is definitely not long for this battle.
Yeah, well, the Sneasler is not long for this turn as it switched out into the Ninetales of Mihao's own. The Blizzard coming out from the Ninetales on Swansea's side of the field. Just a little bit of chip. You can't freeze a Ninetales.
Okay, but Hayes, that makes sense.
Yes.
That makes sense. Yeah, clear away the Sword Stance from King Gambit. That's the way that you have this Dragonite survive the turn. And Kowtow Cleave, it doesn't look like it actually would have even necessarily got the KO that turn anyway.
Yes,
it's like really close.
Yeah, that's like on the borderline of, are we going to be able to get this 2-shot now? But with the Ninetales switching in, they'll be able to pick up the knockout.
I think probably, especially with the Life Orb. I think that's the key to this one. And also the Encore pressure on this Dragonite. Mihao has put themselves into a great position where they have to force Swansea to make a read. Do you go for on the offensive with the Dragonite, or potentially do you have to switch the Dragonite in because it used Haze and doesn't want to use it again after an Encore? Do you switch in either your Ursaluna or another Pokemon in the back to take the Encore?
Ursaluna as a switch into a Life Orb Blizzard, though, could be very
it's dicey.
strong. Yeah.
It's dicey. Okay, so the switch is happening. The Dragonite, Swansea is not falling for any. Incineroar is definitely a good switch in here, but the Defiant will proc on the King Gambit after this Intimidate, taking it to 1 stage of increased attack, effectively cancelling out the Aurora Veil boost that Swansea has been able to set up. There's the Moonblast, and it's going to be shrugged off by the Incineroar, while King Gambit Freeze! Freeze coming out on here. It's not going to be moving this turn. No 4-ing. All 4!
Yep, there we
Okay,
go.
this is a roller coaster ride.
Yep, absolutely. That's always the dicey thing that can come out with the blizzards, and you get the freeze and then the immediate thaw.
Yeah,
So it's just
cancel it out.
Just a slight mini heart attack that you see when it comes out.
And it's always that text that you're looking for, isn't it? It's like it froze, it can't move. Oh wait, no, it did thaw out, and King Gambit got a little bit more damage on the Incineroar. Now, the damage that it did, not really that impactful now, but could come back to bite Swansea later.
It's definitely adding up. You did half damage to the Incineroar on the switch, and I think going for Moonblast into the Dragonite over the Blizzard to get a little bit of chip on the Ninetales and break its Focus Sash was very smart, because otherwise the Incineroar would have taken basically no damage on that turn. And yeah, doing over half, that's very, very impressive damage already, and it's really going to add up.
Okay, so Ninetales coming back for Swansea and not wanting to stay in now that the Blizzards are not really going to be too effective. You can't even go for an Icy Wind in this spot lest you activate the Defiant on King Gambit. But here's going to be our first terrestrialization on Mihao's side. It's the Terra Fire from King Gambit. So it's going to retain its ground weakness, but it is going to resist Incineroar's Flare Blitz.
Yeah, and that's what's on the field at the moment, but very, very nicely done there from Mihao, going for the Moonblast into what was the Ninetales slot, but catching the Dragonite on the switch in, and that is able to pick up the very easy KO, as Dragonite had its multi-scale already broken. There's the Flare Blitz, not into the King Gambit. It is going to pick up the KO on the opposing Ninetales, so the Terra not needed on this turn, but it will be very useful into the Incineroar in the future. Of course, Incineroar is going to take a little bit of recoil. Every little bit is adding up, and the boosted counter. Look at that, the Incineroar's down to just basically no HP now.
And in Sucker Punch range for sure,
definitely.
Especially with the Aurora Veil wearing off this turn. I feel like Mihao and Swansea are absolutely neck and neck within this battle, but Swansea probably has a little bit of an advantage here with not actually committing the Terra yet in this battle, because now it's a Terra Fire on the King Gambit. It's still weak to the Ursaluna, but more importantly, Swansea can plan around the Terra option because it's already been spent. Now Mihao has to think, like, in the end game, we know that there is a Bastia Legion in the back. What move does it lock into? Can it even lock into Last Respects? Or does it have to go for a Wave Crash? And then is there a Terra Water on the Ursaluna or not?
I don't think you can go for Last Respect while that Ursaluna still hasn't gone for a Terra yet.
Right.
Obviously, you wouldn't be able to hit that in the endgame at all. And it was Ninetales that came in on Swansea's side of the field. You've got the Sneasler with Fake Out Pressure once again. The Incineroar's in range of Sucker Punch, but it could just very easily switch out here or go for the Parting Shot to avoid it. And
this is a read. No Sucker Punch. Yeah, Sucker Punch, but it failed. That's an Aurora Veil coming out from this Ninetales, most likely. The Diaclaw, you called it out earlier, Jamie, does not pick up the KO here. Aurora Veil goes back up. Mihao making another one of those classic calls that he really loves to make. Flare Blitz into the Sneasler, picking up the KO, but it's going to be a double KO because that recoil looks like it's going to take that Incineroar down.
Yeah, Incineroar's on basically no HP, so yeah, that is a knockout onto the Incineroar. So we're down to 2 Pokemon each for both trainers here. And we've seen that the Bastia Legion is the Pokemon waiting in the back. So now we are in the awkward position of what do you lock into with the Bastia Legion? Because Terra has been saved, yeah. If you go for Last Respects as the Ursaluna goes for its Terra, then fantastic. You'll be able to easily take the game. But if you go for Wave Crash and the Ursaluna does Terra, then that is not going to be ideal at all. So I think, and you have to commit right now. Neither Pokemon can protect. Yep. You've got Choice Scarf and Assault Vest, so you have to commit this turn.
What would you do in this spot?
I do like a good read.
You like a good read?
I like a good read.
Okay, well, this is it. Round 2 here at Gdansk Regional Championships. The first game of our stream. Let's see which of these trainers can lock in the right option in this spot, because I don't think it's quite a 50-50, but it feels like a 50-50, and there is no wrong answers here.
Yeah, we've seen the Ursaluna that was moving first before the King Gambit, so yeah, it could get a Sucker Punch off, but then it would be KO to the Earth Power. It's definitely going to be in range after it's taken a bit of chip damage, so yeah, it was Last Respect.
Okay, no Terra! No Terra. Okay, so Last Respects, the Ninetales goes down, but Mihao making the call. Swansea also making the call here. Earth Power going into King Gambit is going to be able to pick up the knockout. It's a 1v1. But Mihao can do no damage.
Yep, that is just definitely sealed now for Swansea, so long as he doesn't commit that Terra option. Very bravely done there. It could have been a Wave Crash, and I'm curious if the Ursaluna would have actually been able to survive the Wave Crash because the Aurora Veil had been set up on the previous turn. That may have tipped what could have been considered a 50-50 in Swansea's favor, because he could have gone, well, even if I don't get the call right and he does Wave Crash, maybe I'll be able to live.
Maybe. Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And that's the difficult thing in those end games, because you do have to call it. But I think, especially when you're playing up a player of both of these trainers' caliber, actually those calls are so difficult, because you know that they know that you know that they know that you know that they know that this is a possibility. And so how do you deal with that in that situation, especially under those lights on stage? You just got to respect the composure of both of them to go for those reads, and it worked in Swanshi's favor. I think both of them played a great game.
Yeah, definitely. It came down to just that call at the end, I think. So there were some really nice calls on both players' sides. The sucker punch that failed onto the Aurora Veil, very nicely done from Swanshi's side of the field.
Right.
Just the awkward position of you have to commit Terra or not Terra on this turn, and there's no protect to scout or anything like that.
The great question of our age, Jamie, to Terra or not to Terra?
That is the question, yes.
That is the question.
And the answer was no.
The answer was no. Well, exactly, because Swansea did not Terra in that game. Okay, very quickly, Jamie, because these trainers are locking in their options for Game 2. What do you think about adjustment?
I think the Pokemon that were brought are probably the correct ones. Like I don't think the Pokemon that weren't brought, so like the Magmar and the Rillaboom on Mihaw's side of the field, probably won't be the most effective here, but actually
we have got an adjustment.
There is an adjustment, yeah.
Okay, Sneasler and King Gambit coming out, the same lead for Mihao, Ninetales and Annihilate. So immediately there is that pressure. Is the Icicle Spear going to come out from this Ninetales and boost up the damage of the Annihilate with its Icicle Spear?
Yeah, it definitely can, and that will be able to bring the Sneasler down to its focus ash very, very comfortably. But then you're thrusting the fighting damage into the King Gambit as well. And then if that goes for the Terra, and you do call that with the Icicle Spear into yourself and Arachis, that might be able to pick up the knockout as well. Of course, the Annihilate is unfake-outable, and I've already got that in on the first round.
Okay,
perfect.
Nice.
But the Ninetales, of course, is, so you can easily put a stop to the Aurora Veil or the Icicle Spear if you do want to. I don't think the Icy Wind would come out to put the Annihilate faster than the Sneasler. Obviously, the King Gambit with the Defiance would probably put a stop to that, but actually, Icy Wind would have probably been a good option right now.
Especially with that switch from King Gambit, Defiant no longer on the field. Ninetales, we're shivering along with you. It's pretty chilly over here in Gdansk. Fake out into Ninetales, and it's going to be flinching. No Icicle Spears, no nothing, but a bulk up coming out from Swansea. So setting up this Annihilate for an early game position where it can go on the offensive. But it does have to worry. Ninetales that's just come in for Mihao has the Life Orb.
It has the Life Orb, but even has the Encore as well, and you can just lock that Annihilate into the bulk up if you do want to as well. I wouldn't be surprised if both Ninetales are as fast as possible, so it could very easily be a speed tie, and you could go for an Icy Wind to stop the Encore going into the Annihilate.
Right.
But then if you lose the speed tie and the Annihilate gets Encored, the Icy Wind will do not very much chip damage at all, and then your Annihilate will be locked in for a few turns. Of course, you could even just go for that Life Orb Moonblast into the Annihilate, and that would do some massive damage. I'm not sure it would pick up the knockout. Annihilate is pretty bulky, and even with the Life Orb, Ninetales isn't the strongest attacker. You could even go for the Terror on the Annihilate if you're that scared of the Moonblast, but I don't think I particularly would be here. But you know, it's just a switch out, so there's no potential speed tie.
No Icy Winds going on. Incineroar coming in. Is this potentially a protect from the Annihilate to get around this turn of Encore? Then the Fake Out comes into the Ninetales afterwards to protect it. Maybe not, because we're seeing a Terra coming out here from Annihilate. Terra Fire heating things up here, and Annihilate will be able to easily take a Moonblast, absolutely shrug it off at this point, but there is a Dire Claw coming up from Sneasler. Is there a Moonblast? Oh. Here it is. No targeting into that Annihilate whatsoever, so it's going to be free to go on the offensive.
Oh, it's not going on the offensive, though. It's just going for a second bulk up. But that's incredibly brave, not going for the attack there. Like the Protect and Switch to get Fake Out pressure into the Ninetales would have been absolutely viable to be able to stop the threat of the Encore or the Moonblast. But yeah, just setting up another bulk up, and now this Annihilate's in a fantastic position. You still have the option of going for Fake Out into the Ninetales, but of course, it does have that Terra Ghost option. I think that Mihao might be forced into that.
Okay, I think Swansea has got nerves of steel, and certainly after about 6 more bulk ups, maybe the Annihilate will have nerves as steely as Swansea in this spot. Now there's a Terra. It's going to be the Ghost. So this is what you were just saying, Jamie, the ability for Ninetales to be unfake-outable. so that the Encore pressure can go into the Annihilate.
Yep, there it is. The fake out into it, the now Ghost-type Ninetales. So it is free to go for whatever move it does want to. Of course, that Incineroar took a lot of chip damage on the way in, so that close combat from the Sneasler is easily enough to pick up the KO there. And Blizzard and Moonblast would do basically no damage into this Annihilate now that it is the Fire type resisting both of those attacks. But yes, it did go for the bulk up instead of the offensive on that second turn. So now that Encore comes out and it's locked into another bulk up. So this is going to be a +3, but it's going to be stuck doing that for another couple of turns.
And I think this is one of those questions in, like, the Encore is great because it says to the Annihilate, no, for a few more turns, you're not going to be doing anything that threatens me in any way, shape, or form. But those bulk ups, as you said, are going to stack up. And I think the big question that Mihao has to answer now with a Terrafire Annihilate and predominantly physical attackers, how do you actually knock that Annihilate out?
Yeah, the Ninetales would be the special attacker, so that would not do much damage at all because of the fire typing now. But we might be in a position where Mihao might just be able to KO every Pokemon around the Annihilate. Yeah, the Dragonite came in and it's going to be KO'd to Diaclaw and Blizzard here, so that's probably why it's going for the Protect on this turn. Stall out another turn of that Encore.
And this is the next thing. It's like this Annihilate is going to absolutely be taking very little damage from that Blizzard. Here it comes out. Maybe there's a freeze on Mihao's mind to just give him a little bit more time. But of course, you are still trying to do some damage to the Dragonite at the same time. Here's another bulk up. So there's 2 more bulk ups left to go before the Encore wears off. If Xuanqi is able to knock out that Ninetales before the Encore ends, then Annihilate will be able to go for whatever it wants. But if not, then Mihao is going to be able to lock it into bulk up until it gets knocked out.
Yeah, we've only got one more turn of Encore, so if there is a Diaclaw and a Blizzard to KO this Dragonite, we could come down to that speed tie once again, because you could get that Icy Wind before the Encore, and then I reckon this Annihilate would just sweep through the game. I don't think you want to knock out the Dragonite this turn. I think you want to keep it on the field so that there isn't that switch into the Ninetales, because that would allow you to just go for the Encore once again. And it was just a double Protect attempt that did fail on the Dragonite.
Okay, so Diaclaw into the Dragonite. That's going to break the multi-scale. And a little bit of sleep, but, you know, normally we have a thing to say for Diaclaw, but not this time. It's going to be an Encore. Yeah, I like the call out there, Jamie, because now this Dragonite is not going to be doing anything whatsoever. The bulk up's going to go into the Annihilate, so again, it's just carrying on what it's been told to do. Annihilate, I'm right here with you. Just do what you're told all game long. Now Ninetales can reset the Encore, but Annihilate does get the opportunity to switch out or change its moves. I think that's something that Xuanqi is going to have to think about.
Yeah, you do have to think about that, and I think you probably need to, because this is, unless the Annihilate does switch out, this is basically a perfect pin. If the Ninetales had switched in for the Dragonite on that turn, you'd have been able to two-shot it. So yeah, going for the Encore on the previous turn, very, very smart here. A Diaclaw going into the Dragonite, just chipping away at that, but there is that Encore. The Annihilate didn't switch out. Here's some more bulk ups. It's going to be able to get to +6 by the end of this game.
In not many turns at all. I think that's
+5 now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Now, that was a little bit of a dangerous turn for Mihao, right? Because the Dragonite did take its guaranteed turn of sleep on the turn that it got slept. And so that Dragonite could have woken up this turn. And I think this is the thing that may have worked in Xuanqi's favor and made him think like, hey, maybe not actually switching out the Annihilate just in case they get the one turn wake up on the Dragonite. A scale shot into the Ninetales would put it faster than both Ninetales and Sneasler, and even if it didn't pick up the KO, it would put the Annihilate in a position where it could change its moves.
Yeah, and I don't think it will be able to now. The Dragonite stayed in and did stay asleep as well. The Diaclaw is not enough to pick up the KO, but this Life Orb Moonblast easily will be able to. Okay. Now that Annihilate has no option to switch out, as Xuanqi is down to his final 2 Pokemon, so it is basically Encore lock for the rest of this game. Yes, we do have the Ninetales switching in, so it probably does come down to just, do you win the speed tie and get the Icy Wind to give this Annihilate the potential of sweeping? Because I reckon at +6 it could.
Yeah, no, it definitely could, 100%. Because the Ninetales here, okay, right. So the Ninetales has taken a little bit of chip on Xuanqi's side.
Snowboo's going to save it.
That's the question.
Is really close to KOing a Ninetales.
Because it did about that much damage the last time round. And if Diaclaw does not pick up the KO here and does not get any secondary effects, the Ninetales gets an Icy Wind off. If it wins the speed tie, there's a lot of ifs going on right now, but there is a way out for Swansea.
Yeah, there potentially is. First off, you need to endure this Diaclaw that is going into that Ninetales. And yeah, it's not going to be able to pick up the knockout at all. No secondary effects. There was the Icy Wind. So the Ninetales on Mihal's side of the field did go for that Protect, so it's not going to take that speed drop. But it didn't hit the Sneasler, so that's just it. That's just game over now. You can't get the Icy Wind anymore because you're definitely in range of Diaclaw.
Yeah, that really does change the game. Sorry to tell you this, Annihilate, but you cannot go plus 6. I know we'd like you to boost up to plus 12 or something else, but hey, that's not going to happen this turn. Swansea, that was the last vestige of hope that they had. Now it's going to be going to a Game 3 round 2 here at the Gdansk Regional Championships.
Yeah, I think the odds were in Mihal's side of the field because you had Diaclaw that could have procced a secondary effect like Paralysis or Sleep to be able to put a stop to the Ninetales.
Anything.
You had the speed type potential on the other turn, and of course there was that slight chance that the Icy Winds did end up missing the Sneezer and immediately end the game, and that is the game that we did end up getting.
Here's the thing, but Swansea stayed in with the Annihilate and made that call. And I think that was something that you've got to pay some respect to, because the Annihilate did get to a position where it could have swept the rest of the game.
Yeah.
But Swansea was just not quite able to break that encore lock that Mihal set up. And I think especially the turn where the Dragonite was locked, Mihal decided to lock the Dragonite into Protect rather than knock it out.
That was very smart.
Key moment in that battle that just swayed everything in Mihal's favor. Now, going into game 3, Jamie, what are you thinking for both of these trainers?
I think the Annihilate was a good adjustment from Swansea, and it almost paid off. It could have easily 1v4'd in that game after getting all the bulk ups, and we saw the Basket Legion was waiting in the back. Yes, it was a fire type. Wave Crash would still do super effective damage, but I reckon that the Annihilate would have been able to power through with its +6. So if you just get maybe a little bit of fortune on your side of the field for Swansea, maybe you get the Icy Wind into the Ninetales, you don't get Encored. If you get the Tailwind set up with the Dragonite, that could be a potential as well, because then you definitely outspeed. So focusing on the speed control, I think, would be useful if Swansea does go for the Annihilate again, but didn't win game 1 with the Annihilate, so might be switching from. No, there is that Ninetales coming out in this game 3.
All right, we're kicking off game 3 here. Basque Legion, the adaptation, so no King Gambit in sight that was weak to the Annihilate on turn 1. Swansea mixed it up for game 2. Mihal said, hey, I can mix things up too.
Yeah, I think this is a very smart adaptation from Mihal, because you've got 2 Pokemon that outspeed the Ninetales, and with a combination of attacks can knock it out in one shot, I reckon, because we've seen the Diaclaw damage. You can easily go for the Wave Crash or the Flip Turn from the Basque Legion, and that should be enough to be able to pick up the KO. And then, of course, even if it doesn't, you've got the chance of the secondary effects. The Annihilate is free to set up a bulk up this turn, so hopefully if you are on Mihal's side of the field, you did bring a special attacker to be able to deal with it, because it seems like, yes, you can deal with the Ninetales and stop the Icy Winds and the Aurora Veils, but you are allowing that first turn of setup for the Annihilate.
Okay, so Ninetales is not going to want to get knocked out turn 1. I think that's a wise decision there for Swansea, leaving that for a little bit later on in the game. It did get faked out in the last game. Turn 1 is the Intimidate coming in from Incineroar and making sure that the Flip Turn is at least survive.
No, that's not survivable. That is a critical hit through the Intimidate, and Basque Legion is already out of there.
Wow.
It's a huge swing of momentum for Mihal. That's just something that can happen. The Intimidate is usually very, very nice, but that critical hit ignores that drop completely and increases the damage output. The super effective hit on the Incineroar, it would have been able to survive, for sure. A Flip Turn is not that strong. It's half as strong as a Wave Crash would have been. The King Gambit comes in, and yes, you Diaclaw the Annihilate and give it a Rage Fist stack, but there is that secondary effect of the poison. That's really going to add up.
It really is, because this Annihilate for Swansea, especially after bulk up, is going to want to sit on the field for as long as possible. And it does have Drain Punch to help it recover some of that HP away. But when you have a situation where you're forced to go for a Drain Punch, rather than maybe a Rage Fist that would help you get a key knockout because your Annihilate is about to get KO'd, it can really swing the game against you.
And I reckon you can pretty safely go for the Terra Fire with the King Gambit. because then you'd be not taking super effective damage from the Drain Punch. And yes, it is +1 from the Annihilate, but you'll be able to shrug off the attack pretty comfortably and respond with a really powerful Kowtow Cleave. I don't think the Dragonite would be in range of a Diaclaw and Kowtow Cleave, because the Diaclaw would hit the multi-scale and won't do as much damage. And you don't have the Terra Dark available on this Kingambit. It's the more defensive Terra Fire. So the Dragonite might be able to survive here and get that Tailwind set up. And that is what we were looking for. We were saying the Annihilate, if it just had that little bit of speed control, it could have the potential to sweep. So the Dragonite should be able to get that Tailwind if it does so choose.
Let's see, as the Kingambit is going for its Terra Fire and going to be making sure that it's not taking super effective damage from a close combat now. Diaclaw, it is going into Dragonite. It got the poison again. So 2 stacks of poison that, again, is going to really rack up. And especially when you know that there's no Ursaluna in the back, this Terra Fire looks great on the Kingambit for the rest of this game.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And no, it's not going to be the Tailwind. It's a miss from the Scale Shots. That's one of the downsides from running Dragonite. We see it so often come into play. Yeah, the Dragonite was able to very comfortably survive that Kowtow Cleave. I reckon what Shanti was going for there is the speed boost on the Dragonite. Well, you can just Tailwind on the next turn, because now you'll be faster than Sneasler. So I think looking at that turn, obviously the Scale Shot missed, but I think that probably was actually the correct play, because you'd have got an extra turn of Tailwind if the Scale Shot landed, and also probably knocked out the Sneasler in the process.
And especially since the Annihilate got that Rage Fist proc already and has increased its attack and defense, the Kingambit, after this Drain Punch, probably would have gone down to a Rage Fist as well. So there's a lot of things that could have gone in Swanshi's favor, but that is the game we play, and Mihao playing to every single condition that they have in this spot, especially using those poisons coming out from the Diaclaw as well. That's going to be key in how this battle shapes up.
Yeah, well, the Dragonite wants to preserve itself here. You did want that Tailwind, which you can't go for now. Sucker Punch does fail, so it might have been going into that protects the Dragonites, and the Diaclaw was following up into that Dragonite as well. So this Annihilate is free to go for it, what it wants on this turn, and it is just the Rage Fist, so it is going to be able to break that Focus Sash very comfortably on the Sneasler. In fact, I was going to say bring it down to the Focus Sash. Not quite. 2 HP is not quite a Focus Sash.
It's not quite a Focus Sash, but I'm just going to double check this. Yeah, it's the Poison Touch on this Sneasler, not in fact the Unburdened. So that 2 HP doesn't make any difference here. The item was not used, or it's used. It doesn't really make any difference. Now, this is the effect of the poison coming into play. The Dragonite getting knocked out does pave the way for Ninetales to come in, and it's in a nice spot to be able to maybe stack up the Rage Fist on Annihilate. I think Swansea at this point has to pin all of their hopes on this Annihilate after one bulk up.
Yeah, I think so. But I think with the Bastia Legion waiting in the back, you can go for Diaclaw into the Ninetales, break the Focus Sash, and then just follow up with your Last Respects into the Ninetales, because assumedly your Sneasler would be KO'd at that point, and Last Respects would be online and doing some significant damage, and would of course threaten super effective damage into the opposing Annihilate, which probably needs to be going for Drain Punches to be able to recover its HP, but then you won't be picking up the knockout on the Kingambit. So that's just the awkward position that the Annihilate is in.
Diaclaw going into the Ninetales, doing just above 50%. Aurora Veil going up, so, okay, that is an egg that Swansea has in their basket right now to be able to utilize. The Rage Fist going into the Kingambit. Now, let's not forget that there is a Citrus Berry on this Kingambit as well, but no, not enough to pick up the KO. Ninetales takes that Kowtow Cleave very, very nicely, and, I think the Annihilate would have preferred to munch on its berry that time.
Yeah, I think so as well. The Ninetales is definitely in range of Diaclaw, and you can't really do too much about it now, because the Sneasler is still going to be outspeeding. And yeah, you've got the Basket Legion waiting in the back. We've still got an unrevealed Pokemon that is probably going to be the Ninetales if it is the same as the previous 2 games. And then that's just probably too awkward for Swansea at this point. You won't be able to get that speed control into the Basket Legion at all, because even if the Ninetales is able to KO the Sneasler even before it gets a Diaclaw off, which it probably won't be able to do, then the Basket Legion will just finish up, and then you'll just be able to go for Last Respects into that Annihilate afterwards.
Okay, Protect on the Sneasler, making sure that it's not getting knocked out this turn, and the Protect as well. So Mihao trying to scout out any defensive play, any Protects, but also getting the Poison stacking up on the Annihilate at the same time.
And a turn of Aurora Veil as well as it gets stalled. So there's multiple reasons why you can go for this. Unless this is punished with a bulk up from the Annihilate, which is incredibly unlikely. You need to go on the offensive. There we go. Here's the Drain Punch. So that would have been the only punish, potentially, but that would have been a very crazy play to go for. I think the double protect makes a lot of sense, and even the snow disappearing as well can come into play.
One of the things I really like about how Mihao has been playing so far is that he's really taken advantage of the non-protect on Ninetales or Xuanqi, because when you have those Pokemon out on the field, you know this very well, Jamie, that can't protect itself, your position just has to be that much better to be able to still maintain your overall board. Now, Xuanqi has had a little bit of a bad game here in terms of the scale shot missing and some other effects. But actually, I think the story across the game is how well Mihao has been able to take advantage of the board position he's created.
Yeah, well, speaking of the no protect, the Sucker Punch is able to go into the Ninetales for the KO. This allows the Diaclaw now to hit the Annihilate. Not too much damage yet. No damage at all. That was a little tickle into the Annihilate, but every little bit of damage does add up, especially because you're going to be able to... I think you recover more HP from that Drain Punch into the red HP King Gambit than you took from the Diaclaw.
I like this as well because I think Xuanqi has recognized that the Sneasler is doing basically nothing to this Annihilate. Now that you've been poisoned, that means you can't get any other statuses on your Annihilate. And so because of that, Xuanqi has the opportunity with that Bulk Up to play with the Drain Punch, not take really any damage from the Sneasler, and then try to just keep that health ticking upwards rather than downwards.
Yeah, and so we got the surprise of the Rillaboom waiting in the back, not the Ninetales for Mihao. So it was actually 4 physical attackers into this Annihilate that could have been going for all of those setup options. So
we know there's no Ninetales now.
Yeah, there's no Ninetales at all. So... And the Annihilate, obviously, it's a ghost type. It can't be faked out. So you're going for the close combat. Actually, really smart. That's not getting an extra Rage Fist prop because the Diaclaw would have done basically no damage. And there is that Rage Fist into the opposing Rillaboom. And yeah, if you went for Diaclaw, that Rillaboom would have been KO'd. So it actually gets this chip damage with the Woodhammer first.
That's more than chip damage.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
That is more than chip damage. Rillaboom knocking itself out, but I think the damage has been done. This Annihilate is on such low HP. If that was a Drain Punch into a Drain Punch and it was in... I don't think it's enough.
Nah, but Basket Legion waiting in the back's got to be able to seal this.
Certainly. I mean, it's going to have the speed advantage, 2 attacks into this Annihilate, and even if 2 attacks aren't enough, the poison is going to stack up over the next 2 turns. Here's the last respects into the Annihilate, and it is Michał Kwiatkowski that is winning round 2 here at the Gdansk Regional Championships.
Showing his consistency in the last season and also already in this season, being able to go 2-0 already in the Gdansk Regional Championship. Very, very nicely done there from Michał. Some nice adjustments coming out from both of the players. I think that the scale shot miss was quite unfortunate on Swansea's side of the field, and that allowed just so much momentum for Michał. But as soon as that happened, Michał was able to recognize, well, here's basically the path to victory.
I think so, and that's something that we really do have to call out. Sometimes these things happen in the video game championships, and yeah, okay, they're a bit unfortunate when they do happen, but that does not mean that the game is over all the time. You still have sometimes a path to victory. I think Xuanqi did a really good job of finding some way that maybe they could get out of that game. But Michał was there ready to take the advantage that had been afforded him and did it with such caliber. That close combat in the end game was so clever. Just working out, knowing your damage calculations, knowing what you're used to seeing, and knowing that actually it was probably not enough to pick up the KO on the Rillaboom with the Rage Fist. You get the extra Woodhammer, and that really sealed the deal. Yeah, it did for sure. It may seem silly going for a close combat into a ghost type intentionally, but yeah, that was by far the correct play. Obviously, that critical hit into the Incineroar with the flip turn was very, very big to start off the game. But yeah, and also the scale shot miss coming out from the Dragonite, because you got the extra poison on the Dragonite, and it was going for that scale shot to probably KO the Sneasler and also get a speed boost so that you could get the Tailwind going, and that might have been able to allow the Annihilate to sweep in that endgame. Could have been. I mean, that's the thing that we will never know, especially with the Tailwind speed control there. But there's the last respect. The last respects. The last respects into the Annihilate to seal the deal. And it will be Michał that is 2-0 here in Gdansk. And congratulations. Like, especially across that set, I think it was really pivotal the way that Michał was able to target, especially coming back into game 2 and targeting down the slot next to Annihilate, creating that encore pin, knowing that, especially after game 1, where Xuanqi used the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and it's tempting to think, well, okay, Blood Moon did me pretty good in that game. Yes, I had to make a call as to whether to go for a Terra or not, But then Swansea dropping that for the Annihilate in game 2 is a big adjustment for Michał to be able to deal with, and he did it so well.
Yeah, he did, absolutely. And the Annihilate, he could have had the potential to sweep, even after being locked into the Volt Cup for 6 turns, 7 turns? Did it get to... It was
many turns.
It was fully boosted.
Many turns.
And yeah, it could have been able to won before. If there was been any speed control available on Swansea's side of the field, if it was just been Icy Winds, the Ninetales, you'd have broken the Encore Lock. If it was Tailwinds, you'd be able to break the Encore Lock. And so just not being able to get that was a bit unfortunate.
I don't know, and you got to think, it's like, these are the decisions that you make in your team building, right? If the Ninetales on Swansea's side had Protect, and if it could have stalled out the Protect on Michał's side, then maybe there was an opportunity to play for that speed tie if it was even there. Probably was, with a Focus Sash and a Life Orb being the 2 items of choice.
Yeah.
But you actually get to play for it in that spot. But you have to weigh up the balance of, well, do I want to protect my Ninetales, or do I want to drop its main damage in Blizzard? Do I want to protect on Ninetales, or do I want to drop speed control? Do I want to protect on Ninetales?
Ninetales is probably the Pokemon the most in Regulation H that has 20 moveslot syndrome. So being able to choose what you want on your Ninetales or any Pokemon is very crucial. And we'll be able to hear from the man himself, Michał, how he went into this game and what decisions he was making.
And I'm joined by one of Poland's own winner of round 2, Michał Kowalkowski. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing really well. I didn't expect to be put on stream like this early. It's also pretty insane that like the set that was played in top 8 of this regional last year is round 2.
Oh, that's a great rematch. How does it feel to win on your home turf specifically?
I mean, every time I play here, my play just becomes a lot better, a lot cleaner. So yeah, I mean, it feels amazing. And seeing all my friends in the crowd as well was...
I want to talk about your team, because you have some really interesting choices that we haven't seen for a while right now. How do you feel about that Magmar and also the King Gambit specifically?
Okay, so like originally, this is like pretty much the exact same team I used a year ago. And a lot of people used Magmar back then. It felt like, well, the obvious choice then. But, well, this felt like the only like Magmar balance team that could survive. I think like the most important tech that makes this team function is Burning Jealousy on Magmar. I didn't have it when I played the team in Frankfurt, but it's just so amazing into all of the Sneasslers boosting themselves running around.
Especially with those grassy seed boosts, absolutely. I want to talk about the free game set we had on stream here. I felt like round 1 was all about damage mitigation with that Aura Away, with the haste. How did you feel about overcoming all that damage mitigation?
So like, okay, game 1, my point... well, usually my game plan into this would be to try to KO Ursaluna Blood Moon as early as possible. Because, well, yeah, I didn't have Rillaboom in the back. So it was kind of annoying. My opponent played really well in having it defensively, and then I felt like I was in a pretty okay position. But yeah, my opponent got 2 very important reads right in a row. Like, first of all, the Aurora Veil, instead of attacking with Ninetales, was like, yeah, was an amazing call. And then also not terraing the Ursaluna by them, because I had to either lock into Wave Crash to KO the non-terrad Ursaluna, or Last Respects to cover for the terrad Ursaluna. And then game 3, when I ended up bringing Rillaboom, because I felt like, okay, there is no way they bring Ape again. They bring Ape again. I'm completely terrified. Like, I felt like there is no way I ever win this. But, well, Sneasler did help a bit. Sneasler always does some silly stuff. The Scaleshot miss was nice as well, but yeah. Rillaboom ended up doing something, so that's...
Yeah, it's really nice. I want to talk about your ability to adapt, your adaptability Basculegion in game 3. How did you feel about that very early lead into the game with the critical hit into the Incineroar and the poison through the Diaclaw? How did you feel about like converting that into an actual match set win there?
Okay, so... Well, for the entirety of the regulation age, I've been, well, this regulation age and like half of the previous one, I've been playing Basque Legion on this team. And at some point, you just like get the Basque Legion endgames in your veins. Like, yeah, I just have the feeling of how I need to position my mons to make Basque Legion win the endgame. So, well, I was pretty stressed out because I knew I had Relabo in the back. So if this was Ninetales, this would have been much easier. But yeah, with me being like aware of how to position Basque Legion, I felt really confident with closing it out.
Really great to hear about that free game thriller here, absolutely. How about you tell the viewers at home, how about your experience in competing, how long you have been competing for, and what your previous accolades have been?
Okay, so like I've been competing for, I think it's around 2 years. So I think exactly 2 years because I started at this exact regional 2 years ago in seniors. Which, fun fact, this is the reason I started playing because this regional happened in my hometown. Yeah, so that's awesome. Well, I started with a lot of success in seniors, and then I felt I had a really nice run in Masters in Gdansk. I got to top 8. Then I felt like I had like pretty mediocre results. But like in VGC, it's not always about winning. Like you don't have to be a great player to have a lot of fun. Like for example, Ryan wasn't a great player. He's one of my best friends, but he loved VGC, and like so do I. And the ability for us to connect through the game is just amazing.
Really inspiring words to hear from someone who graduated from the seniors division all the way to the masters division, still seeing great success here. Thank you so much. Any last words, any last shout outs before we let you go and prepare for your next round?
Okay, so I wanna shout out 3 people, or maybe 4. So I should definitely, I should definitely shout out Kun, because he helped me so much. He told me to say Q Quaza on stream, so like that's for him, I guess. There it is. Then I want to shout out Yoshi, because without him I just would never be in the position where I am in terms of skill. And then I want to shout out Carson, because last year my play was still a bit sloppy, but he helped me to improve like so much. I'm a completely different player than I was a year ago. Yeah. So that's, I think, about it.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. I will let you leave and prepare for the next round, and we'll be ready, swapping out some casters, and then present the next round to you very soon.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win Game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, +3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and then crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back to round 3 of the Gdansk Regional Championships. My name is Jamie Boyt, and nearly a decade in the making, I am finally joined behind the desk officially by Lou Akchos Chromie. How are you doing, Lou?
I am beyond excited. I mean, we were literally having a little dance to the music there as the first part of Pokemon were having a little moment as well, so always great to be able to get into the Pokemon vibe and get ready for some incredible action that we're going to have this weekend.
Yeah, it's already been some incredible action between Mihout and Swansea. A very, very solid game to be able to start us off. Swansea making some really good calls in that game 1, and then the adaptation to the Annihilate Pit was going to pay off, and there was a +6 Annihilate ready to go with its Rage Fist to knock out everything, and then just that last little bit of speed control did not come through, and Mihout was able to take that game. And then adjusting to the Rillaboom instead, he was saying in the interview, like he didn't account for the Annihilate coming in the game 3, thought it wouldn't come, brought the Rillaboom over Ninetales, but then, yeah, was able to still take that game. Very, very impressive from our hometown hero, it seems.
I love that, though, those storylines that really come through, particularly as we go season on season. It was really great to hear him talk about how, you know, the seniors division and this championship a couple couple of years ago was when he first got into Pokemon competitively, and now to see the success a couple of years later does just show that consistency and the high caliber of Pokemon play.
Yeah, top 8 last season, able to do really well in the senior division as well, and already at 2-0. We're going to be able to see some other players that are currently 2-0 that we might be able to feature on this stream. It is down to you guys for our community choice. So going to be seeing 4 different choices that we can have, and already see the first name come up immediately with Oliver Eskelin. Very, very solid player. Regional champion already in his own right in Gdansk, and 2 years ago was able to take the Gdansk Regional Championship.
Oh my goodness, a lot of history then up on your screen, but the decision is in your hands, viewers. You are going to be determining the entertainment for our Swiss round 3. I mean, again, so many great teams jumping out here. My eyes are immediately drawn to Adrian's team here. Not only is there that Ninetales that I love to see with his drought ability, setting the sun up in the sky, which we need in this chilly November, but you've got the Executor next to it. I love to see that, Jamie.
Yeah, you pair that up with the Indeedee and you get some really fast, really strong expanding forces that we were able to see Parker Simmons be able to do very, very well. Top 4 last season back in our first round of Regulation H. So yeah, very, very impressive showing already from Adrian coming out. We've seen the Hisuian Zoroark pop up a little bit on the Pixpert stream back in the first tournament for there over in the American region, and Toma is able to be 2-0 currently with that Zoroark as well up against Agnello.
And there's a few more Sunsetters out there as well. Federico and Oliver both rocking that Torkoal to be able to bring the sun into the sky and boost up those fire-type moves. That'll be particularly helpful for Federico's Charizard that is there, and the Incineroar as well. If it's running something like a Flare Blitz, is going to be able to get the boost to benefit those fire-type attacks. But I want to talk a little bit about Forhad's team as well here. We have got a Dondozo, but no Tatsugiri in sight.
No, we sometimes say Solo Dozo when we're referring to that, and that usually indicates it's the Yawn variant of the Dondozo. Going to be able to just be very bulky in its own right and just spam those yawns, putting everything to sleep or forcing those switches. Of course, going down to the last game as well, Louis, we were able to see at the very start, he was 3rd in the championship points leaderboard at the moment in the European region. So obviously a very strong player. Going up against Stefano, who was able to make top 16 at the Lille Regional Championship just last week.
That's amazing, being able to see so many different trainers have consistency so early on in this 2026 competitive season, as well as these Pokemon that are by their side. Again, we're seeing a lot of familiar faces. I can spot a few Golden Goes out there, as well as Dragonite. Obviously, Rillaboom and Incineroar are going to be in bountiful supply, but also I really like to see the Hisuian Zoroark come through on Tomagro and Vui's team. That's a really interesting Pokemon choice for the mind games. You know, we play an open team sheet, but being able to detect which Pokemon is in the lead with that ability can be a real difficult game to play.
Yeah, I'm like, you can't really disguise it as an Indeedee because it gives itself away immediately by not activating Psychic Terrain.
That's true.
But the other Pokemon should be able to be, I'm going to say Zoroarkable.
Oh, I like it.
I'm making up all these
Add that
words.
to the dictionary,
Zoroarkable, unfake-outable. Zoroarkable is now the new word of this weekend.
I love that. We'll get a little Pokemon dictionary down, and it's the Jamie Boyd edition of competitive phrases. So, you guys have that power. Vote for the game that you want to see most, and I promise you we will be showcasing it and we'll be able to get those players set up and ready as soon as possible. I mean, do you have a favorite out of those matches, Jamie? Is there one that you really wanted to see?
I was testing Executor a little bit when we first came back into this regulation. I was a bit inspired by Parker with his very, very cool team. The first player that I know in this regulation, at least, to be using Executor success, and I did try it, and it was a lot of fun. So in terms of just the Pokemon, like players-wise, I'm just focusing on the Pokemon I'd like to see. I think the Executor takes my pick.
I really like to see that as well. And I like the fact it's the Kanto Ninetales as well, because Alola Ninetales is doing so well in this regulation at the moment. It's providing a lot of support to its partner Pokemon out there, as well as being able to set that Aurora Veil can give you so much defensive flexibility out there on the field. So it's nice to see its counterpart getting a little show in as well.
Yeah, we never really see it. It's always Torkoal when it's the drought setter, isn't it? So yeah, like Ninetales has a very good speed tier. It's not quite as fast as its Alolan counterpart, but it's still able to get that weather control going. Some overheats in the sun actually does some significant damage. Even though the Ninetales Cantonian doesn't have the greatest special attack, the fire boost the sun boost that it gets to its fire type attacks is actually really, really significant.
And I like seeing that Charizard as well on Federico's team. I believe it was actually Marco Silva gained a lot of traction with a Charizard team previously as well.
It did look like the same 6 that Marco was able to win the Latin American International Championships last season with, and I believe we are able to see who we are going to be able to feature now.
Let's have a look.
All great matches in their own right, but yep, there we go. We are getting that Executor. We're going to be having Federico, our previous Gdansk Regional Champion, up against that Executor piloted by Adrian.
Yes, the sun is definitely not going to set today. Federico versus Adrian with sun aplenty on both sides of the field. Really great to be able to see this match. Congratulations, viewers, for picking an absolute stormer for us. I'm so looking forward to being able to see how this one is going to play out.
I reckon Executor's pretty good against the team that Federico's running. That you won't be able to outpace the jump off at least, but then you can't be sleep powdered, because you're a Rust type in the Executor, and you've only got the Incineroar as the resist to those expanding forces that could be coming out. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Executor come to this game. It looks like it would be quite effective in the sun here.
I would love to be able to see it in play. I think if you're Federico, though, you've got to watch out as well for Pokemon like that Blood Moon Ursaluna. We know how devastating a Blood Moon can be, and if you've got your Pokemon in a position where they're going to be unable to avoid that attack, it could give Adrian a little bit of an edge up in this match.
Yeah, it definitely can. But we just know, firstly, how strong of a player Federico is in our previous Gdansk Regional Champion and North American International Champion as well, and using a team that has won an International Championship in the regulation. So I would be quite scared on Adrian's side of the field, even though I think the matchup might, just on initial impressions, might be in Adrian's favor. Of course, matchups kind of go out the window when you're up against such a strong player in Federico.
I mean, when you lay it all like that, it sounds like Federico's got a lot of benefits to the team and also to the prestige of, as you say, being an international champion and the reigning champion for Gdansk. And that's got to be a really interesting, I suppose, mind game coming into this tournament, because you want to be able to redeem that crown. You want to show that you have that consistency, and that's not something that every trainer is able to do.
Yeah, well, he was able to put on a really good showing back in Lille just last week. We were saying he brought the rain in Lille and then immediately switched up to the sun here. So yeah, top 16 he was able to reach, and then was knocked out by Jay, who was running that Dondozo Weavile team, which rain doesn't do so well against. Sun might have done a little bit better. That might be why he switched up to that team.
Well, we've spoken a lot about the Pokemon that we got to have a little sneak preview at for our community choice, but let's take a look at the usage stats for day one in the tournament. These are our top 12 Pokemon, and I don't see too many surprises out there in the top, but Ninetales has dropped down to the lower row, let's say.
Yeah, I think Ninetales was a little bit more common going back into this regulation, especially when Emanuele was able to win with it back in the Frankfurt Regional Championships. Like you said, nothing really surprising here. I find it quite amusing that Basculegion and Pelipper are completely tied in usage, even though we've seen Swansea was using Basculegion without the Pelipper. The fact that they're still tied, because you can use Pelipper without Basculegion. A lot of teams just run the Archaludon as their rain setter, and then you see a lot of choice card Basculegions. I find it quite amusing that they're tied, even like they're classically paired, but they're not always paired, and the fact that they're still tied, that's quite funny.
And that's a great observation, actually. When you look at phase 2 from Lille, we had Basculegion on the graphic there in 8th spot, but there was no Pelipper in the top 12 usage stats for that phase 2. So now coming into phase 1 of the next European tournament, it's good to see them side by side once again. Taking a look at the top as well, one thing I want to talk about is Incineroar, because Incineroar, yes, it is the #1 Pokemon. A lot of trainers are depending on it, and it is incredibly reliable. But when you actually look at the statistic, it's only at just 50%, which means that half the competition out there deemed Incineroar unworthy of being on their team.
Yeah, and like maybe our representation. Would you say that Incineroar is worthy on your team? Because I think people know my feelings on it at this point.
Well, I remember back in the day we used to have this debate quite a lot as well. I'm a big Incineroar fan. I love the flexibility it brings to the field, as well as being able to put physical attackers in check.
As well as being a cat.
It's also a cat, okay? Like, I'm not, I love it. But you have a few different opinions on it.
I just always gravitated to other fake-out Pokemon. I just found that, me being an anti-meta kind of trainer, well, Incineroar is the main meta, so going with a different fake-out Pokemon gives me that anti-meta edge that I am usually looking for in teams. I think across the entire time that Incineroar has been available to use, I've used it 3 times ever, and one of those times it didn't even have Intimidate yet.
Oh, okay. So a little bit of a blast from the past for Incineroar there in your roster. But then you've got Pokemon like Sneasler as well. Sneasler has a lot of flexibility in a regulation like this. And we are seeing a lot of trainers drop that elusive Diaclaw on the Sneasler, maybe opening up a move slot for another option.
Yeah, like Grassy Seed Acrobatics with Terra Flying is, I would say, the most common Sneasler going into this second round of Regulation H. It used to be that Diaclaw was just the main talking point of Regulation H because of those statuses that it can inflict so often. But the fact that now Diaclaw is being dropped consistently on Sneasler is, I wouldn't have predicted that back in that first round of Regulation H.
I like seeing the Volcarona as well. It's on one of my caster predictions. If we're able to maybe run through those later on in the show, you'll be able to see the full list. But Volcarona definitely has a prime spot on there. I like the way that it is able to offer, again, support with things like the redirection, but Quiver Dance as well can make it a really offensive threat if you can set that up nice and safely.
Yeah, the main reason to run for Volcarona would be a counter to Golden Go, because you're able to resist the Make It Rains that are so powerful even after being set up by the nasty plot, and you'll be able to match that with your Quiver Dance special defense boost and also start to outspeed the Golden Goes. You can naturally outspeed the Golden Go if you want to do that straight away, but if you want to invest in more bulk, then you just need one Quiver Dance and you'll be able to outspeed, and getting that boosted special attack means that your fire moves will be able to knock out the Golden Go for sure.
And when you look at that roster as well, Golden Go was in the number 2 spot, so it's great to be able to have a counter to a Pokemon that is going to be out there a lot in the field, as well as the Rillaboom next to it. You know, Rillaboom doesn't want to take a fire-type move either, and that's, I think, a really nice position that Volcarona can find itself in.
Yeah, and it doesn't want to go for a Wood Hammer into the Volcarona that is quad resisted and also could activate that Flame Body as well. So, yeah, I think the Volcarona is nicely positioned in this meta, and I'm not surprised to see it in that top 12. And like you said, you predicted it in your caster predictions.
Yeah, and we do have a little bit of time, actually, while our trainers are still getting ready on the stage. So let's take a look at those caster predictions. Alongside that amazing Volcarona, I do have Dragonite. Dragonite has a very soft place in my heart. I really like to see it thriving out there on the field as well. Again, providing Tailwind support. Smiggle, I like the tricks that it can get up to, and I do really like the way that it's such a versatile Pokemon, and we are seeing trainers like Edward Cunha, Lil bring a slightly different variant with Tailwind, and then, of course, the greatest Pokemon of all time, the legend that is, the champion that
Superior.
is always to be. It is Gastrodon.
Oh, okay.
Not Superior, I'm afraid. That's you know, a different time, a different era.
I mean, I didn't even predict Superior on my one. I've had a little bit of falling out with Superior because I've been trying to make it work again in Regulation H, and I think that Assault Vest is the correct item in this regulation, and I've missed way too many Leaf Storms. Just like the Scale Shots that can be so critical. We saw in that last game, Swansea losing immediately as soon as the Scale Shot missed. That's been the same with me for Superior. So I've been trying out some more fun Pokemon. Like, for me, it was most likely to succeed at having fun in Regulation H.
I like that.
Is what I went for
Talk
here.
us through why they are fun, these four choices.
So Hydreigon, we've seen a little bit with Safety Goggles and Tailwind and Snarl to counter the team that Federico is actually going to be running this weekend. It was really, really strong into that. But I really like the fact that it's the Dragon type that I want on my team that can outspeed and one-shot a Golden Go. Whereas I've been using Salamence a lot, and that doesn't really do that because Draco Meteor and Air Slash, what I was running in Frankfurt, that's walled completely by Golden Go. But Hydreigon's been really nice. Metagross is, I think, the best possible answer to Sneasler Indeedee, because it's able to survive the Terra Dark Throat Chop and Expanding Force and one-shot either Pokemon back with just a Heavy Slam. Not even Psychic Fangs to risk the Terra Dark on the Sneasler. So I just think it's a really nice counter. Taurus Blaze Breed has been very successful for me in one of the Grand Challenges I was actually able to do well in. Not so successful in those, but Blaze Breed was able to do that very nicely. And we've seen Oricorio on stream once in the European region and in the American region as well. And they were using the Sensu Oricorio, the Ghost type one.
Yes.
And then if you're using Volcarona as your Quiver Dancer, and then Oricorio Sensu as your Dancer as well, well, then you're walled by Incineroar, the most common Pokemon. Whereas the Electric type, I think, is slightly better placed.
Honestly, I really like the design of that Pokemon as well. It's bringing that positive energy, that cheering to the battlefield as well. But I really like that observation that it gives you that flexibility. And considering that Water Terrestrialization is also a very popular defensive choice, having that Electric type really helps out.
Yeah, well, and unfortunately, we're not going to be able to feature it in this game, though. We've got some other cool picks. We've got the very classic team that Federico is running, as we can see the players on the screen now. It's going to be doing that run back of Marco Silva's international winning team with that Charizard. But of course, as already mentioned, we've got that Executor available with the Cantonian Ninetales available on Adrian's side of the field.
Yeah, I'm so looking forward to diving into what these teams are really going to be showcasing, but I really like the fact that Federico is bringing back this Marco Silva team, a team that has been so notorious, has been able to win international championships, and now in this regulation is trying to deal with the new titans of the meta, the new current Pokemon that are dominating the tournaments at the moment, and I think it's got a really good matchup into those very popular cores.
Yeah, like it seemed like it dropped off a bit because, we had the Latin American International, and then Marco was still able to reach the final in the Toronto Regional, but of course, we had that Perish win instead. So then because, I guess the Perish team didn't even catch on either, so that's dropped off as well.
Very hard to pilot.
So they're still both consistent teams, especially the team won an international, so it's very consistent. We've seen that. And in the last two tournaments, I haven't seen it at all. So I think it's quite a nice call to bring it back at this point because maybe people aren't considering it in the slightest. So now, because this isn't on people's radar, it definitely was. Back when it was in the Utrecht Special Championship, I went back to my Assault Vest on Dozo purely because it takes like 20% from a Charizard's overheat. So that was really funny. But then, yeah, now it dropped off. but it seems to be back and working so far for Federico.
Exactly, and we can zoom into the players on the stage now. Federico Camporesi on your screen right now on that left-hand side. A trainer who, as we've already mentioned, has won this tournament before. In the previous season was the Gdansk Regional Champion and has an NAIC title to his name. Adrian on the other side as well. A lot of top placement finishes, top 64, top 128 at different events over recent series, but is waiting to be able to take his competition run even further.
Yeah, and he's got a Titan to take down to start off this run here in the third round, going up against a previous regional champion and international champion, as well as a top 4 placement back in 2023 for Federico. Some great accomplishments coming out for him. Like, the top 16 from nil was very impressive, and that's the least impressive of Federico's accomplishments.
That's honestly an epic statement to be able to make. The top 16 is your least desirable finish out of the accolades that you see on your screen. On Adrian's side as well, I really want to note the fact that a lot of those are from 2025 and the 2026 season. So maybe someone who's a little bit more of a newcomer to the success in contrast to Federico. We can dive a little bit deeper into the teams. We've already talked a little bit about this Suncore between Torkoal and Charizard, but I think we should focus down on maybe the other speed mode of the team, that Porygon 2 and the Ursaluna.
Yeah, that's a classic combination that we've seen multiple internationals at this point. The Porygon able to get that Trick Room to allow the Ursaluna to be able to sweep in Trick Room, because of course we know how much damage Ursaluna can do. It's basically the hardest hitter we have on the physical side, paired up with the hardest special attacker that we have if the Charizard is in that sun. So if you go super fast and with the Charizard, you can easily sweep through with its strong fire type attacks. But if you go for that slower mode, the Torkoal and the Ursaluna can easily sweep as well. But usually you see the Ursaluna not trained at minimum speed on these kind of teams, because you do have that Tailwind option available on the Jumpluff as well. And something to note as well, there is a slight adaptation. That's an Encore on the Jumpluff, and it was Rage Powder back when Marco was using it. So no redirection available for this Jumpluff.
I mean, Encore is such a great move to be able to shut down opponents when they go for a Protect in front of an Encore user, or even something like a Fake Out or a setup move. You can just lock them into that and stop them from dealing damage out on the board. On
Speaking of...
Oh yeah, I mean, on Adrian's side of the field, you've got a bunch of moves here that can also be affected by this, but Ninetales also saying, I hear Encore's pretty good, I'm going to run that too.
Well, we see Encore very classically on Alolan Ninetales, like very commonly. We saw it on Mihaus' team back in the second round here. So no surprise to see it on Ninetales. It's still very fast. It's not quite as fast as its Alolan counterpart, but like we said, Terra Fire is its option as well. It's just really going to be able to do some significant damage, especially with that Charcoal boosting it up as well. And there's that Executor that we were mentioning as well. No Trick Room on the Executor. That is a common move that's overprotect if you do see Executor. Obviously, Sleep Powder is very, very effective. If you're going super fast, you can put a stop to the opposing Pokemon moving some of the time. But Expanding Force is the main name of the game for the Executor. That's why you see the Terra Psychic as well. Not even Terra Stella to get a boost on the energy balls that could be coming out. We see Terra Stella a lot on Focus Sash Pokemon that have more than one coverage move, but no, going all in on the damage here. Terra Fire on that Ninetales, Terra Psychic on that Executor. We could be seeing a lot of damage coming out from Adrian's side of the field.
And if you need some more, there's a helping hand on that Indeedee to boot as well, particularly if it's paired up with that Executor. Like you said, it brings the terrain to enable the Executor to seal up some success, but that helping hand can even intensify the damage dealt out. So let's jump into the match. This is your community choice. It is Indeedee and Executor out on the field for Adrian, and on the opposing side for Federico, Charizard and Porygon 2.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of an awkward position for that Executor, because it's not in the sun, so it won't outspeed the Charizard. But it's got the Focus Sash, so it'll be able to survive at least one of the Fire-type attacks that could be launched into it. And I reckon that just going for a Helping Hand Expanding Force would be able to knock out that Charizard, maybe even without the Helping Hands. Charizard doesn't have the greatest of natural bulk. It really focuses on its damage output, just go hard and fast to be able to do that massive damage. So yeah, the Executor is in a reasonable position. The Indeedee going for a Follow Me probably won't come into play here unless there is that double up immediately of something like a Heat Wave and then an Ice Beam into the Executor. But otherwise, the Indeedee probably wants to be going for a Helping Hand here. The Porygon 2 will take a lot of damage from an Expanding Force and even more from a Helping Hand. I don't think a Terra Psychic Expanding Force will quite pick up the KO on the Porygon 2 though.
Well, Charizard leaves the field, doesn't want to have to take any Expanding Forces today, as the Incineroar with its Dark typing is not going to have to worry about that in the slightest, as it will be immune. So a great switch in here from Federico. But it looks like the Indeedee is going to be leaving as well, so no Helping Hand coming through. Executor is going to be all on its lonesome.
Yeah, and so I was expecting the Torkoal to come in there to get that Chlorophyll activated on the Executor, but no, it's the Annihilate switching in instead. But there is that Expanding Force already launched out.
Yeah, this is going to connect only on that Porygon 2 on Federico's side and do a huge amount of damage with a critical hit, but it does enable Porygon 2 to still get that Trick Room up on the field.
Yeah, and now the Incineroar and the Porygon are going to be threatening very, very nicely in this Trick Room. Annihilate got switched in after the Incineroar had already hit the field, so there's no Defiant activated on that Annihilate. It's going to be stuck at neutral just for now. But that critical hit has surely put that Porygon 2 in range of a Drain Punch, even without a Bulk Up boost or a Defiant boost on that Annihilate. So even though we're in the Trick Room here, there's not much damage potential into that Annihilate. The Flips would do reasonable damage, but not enough, I don't think, to justify activating those Rage Fists even further on that Annihilate. So maybe you do double into this Executor, and if it had the Trick Room available, that would be very, very comfortable because it's guaranteed. But the fact that there is Protect on this Executor means that that double up isn't entirely safe.
Well, Recover's going to come through. The fastest thing on the field is indeed this Porygon 2, so it's going to be able to get a lot of HP back that it took from that critical hit previously. The Incineroar is going to be avoiding, I think that was the Sleep Powder that was coming through from the Executor. And then instead is going to be able to throw that parting shot through. So I think in a way for Executor, it's benefiting from the fact the sun is not in the sky right now. It's not having its speed doubled by Chlorophyll, so it could try and get that edge, but it was not to be. It missed the attack, and now Federico has the opportunity to pivot in a Torkoal and make that Executor speedy.
Yeah, you don't want to switch in the Charizard here while you're in the Trick Room because it would be outspeeding both of these Pokemon. But yeah, Torkoal joining the field, that's going to be able to threaten some massive eruptions. And the Bulk Up from the Annihilate coming through, so that's going to be able to easily threaten a knockout onto this Porygon 2 now with the Drain. Well, actually, no, went for the Recover, so it'll probably be able to survive that. But then Expanding Force is still looking very, very nice for this Executor. But the fact that it didn't go for Protect on this last turn means it has it available now. So do you go for that double up into the Executor? Because you need the Eruption and the Ice Beam or Terra Blast to be able to KO that Executor. But if you ignore it, then suddenly Expanding Force, that's probably going to be able to pick up the knockout on Torkoal because it doesn't have the greatest of special bulk.
We might even see some Terrestrialization start coming through. The Annihilate rocking that Fire Terror as well. That could put it in good stead against something like the Torkoal and being able to go around some attacks on the Porygon side, but Porygon is that fighting Terra type. It cannot risk going for that with Expanding Force on the field.
Yeah, you definitely can't be going for that. So after the Recover, it should be able to take an Expanding Force, and yeah, going for Terra fighting would not be the smartest of choices here if you want to be taking down that Executor, but I guess you can go for it if you are doubling into that Executor, but no, it's the Terra Fire going for all-out damage on this Torkoal instead.
Love to see this on the Torkoal. The sun is in the sky. That's already boosting up the fire type attacks. The Terrestrialization, the Chandelier on its head, ready to be able to unleash its devastating attacks. Annihilate deciding to play defensively this turn, going for a Wise Protect as Torkoal at full HP is able to unleash this Eruption. Now this will be going down into that opposing Executor that I believe still has its Focus Sash intact. So it will be down on 1 HP, but that will be easy pickings for the Porygon 2 to be able to KO.
Yeah, and so you just need to double up into this Executor. It wasn't safe because there is Protect available on that Executor, but very bravely done.
Ooh.
A Terra Blast even, just a normal Terra Blast into the Annihilate, calling the Terra Fire, but no, that didn't come through. This is an Expanding Force launching out into this Torkoal. It's going to be absolutely massive damage.
Yeah, that's going to make the Eruptions dealing less in the next couple of turns. The Torkoal, it has the flexibility to change into something like an Overheat into the next turn. But you're going to want to really try and pilot that into the Annihilate, surely.
Yeah, I think so. That was a really, really nice turn from Adrian there. The Terra Blast makes perfect sense because you go for the Terra Fire as a defensive option in the face of the Eruption, and then suddenly you can hit it for the most amount of damage with the Porygon. So even though going for Terra Blast into a Ghost type seems a little bit strange, it made perfect sense, but a really, really nice call from Adrian there, keeping the Executor as safe to be able to go for the Expanding Force and keeping it even safer now by switching into that Indeedee.
I think Executor wanting to try and stall out these remaining Trick Room turns and come back in to capitalize on the speed boost it gets from the sun, as the Annihilate now utilizes the opportunity to go for that Terra Fire. It knows the game that Federico is trying to play. It's been able to neutralize some of the threat that the Torkoal has gone for here, and Annihilate is going to be trying desperately to get a KO and utilize that bulk up boost. Overheat, however, is going to come through from the Torkoal. This is going to be able to connect into that Annihilate. The defensive play putting it in a good range, not even doing 50% to hang on here, but it does have to contend with a potential follow-up from this Porygon 2.
Yeah, and Torkoal is going to be activating its Eject Pack thanks to that special attack drop from the Overheat, getting that switch in into the Charizard. As we are going to be sorting out these last turns of Trick Room, Charizard will be able to outspeed all these Pokemon. But yeah, once again, Terra Blast into the Ghost type does come through and is able to pick up that KO on the Annihilate.
Porygon 2, not just a pretty face out there on the field, is able to deal a huge amount of damage as well, felling that Annihilate before it was even able to get some damage off. Solar Power chipping away at the Charizard, but really the trade-off for that additional bit of damage is incredible when you can see what Charizard can do.
Yeah, and here's the Ninetales. We get to see both Ninetales and the Executor coming into this game. Some niche picks coming out for Adrian. And Ninetales and Charizard actually share the same speed, so who's going to be moving first here? Well, I would be surprised if the Ninetales and the Charizard weren't trained to be as fast as possible. Maybe Charizard would be using the Modest Nature instead to be able to do as much damage as possible. But yeah, neither Pokemon can hit... Well, I'll take that back. I was about to say neither Pokemon can hit each other very well, but Charizard's in the sun. It can always hit hard, and I think that the Type Chart just goes out the window.
Not only that, but it's in the sun, it's got solar power, and it's got the choice spec, so it's going to be able to deal devastating damage for sure. Of course, it'll be locked into whatever move it chooses. Indeedee, however, first off the mark with that Psychic, using the terrain to be able to deal even more damage to that Charizard. And Porygon 2 saying, hey, I did some work in the last turn, I got a KO, let me now focus on myself and recover up a lot of HP as Charizard connects its Heat Wave.
That's a knockout!
That is a double knockout with a critical hit onto the Alolan Ninetales. We were just saying, Charizard can deal damage, well, case and point.
Yeah, I don't think resistance really matters when Charizard's in the sun.
It's so far out the window, it's gone.
Like, Ninetales probably survives that without the critical hits, so... Yeah, a bit of misfortune coming here for Adrian's side of the field. Like, the Psychic terrain's gone as well, so Expanding Force is not going to be hitting both Pokemon. So I think that Federico is pretty comfortable in this endgame now. Well, the Exeggutor's on 1 HP, and Federico has all 4 of his Pokemon. There's an Incineroar waiting in the back, even if the Exeggutor was able to make it through all these Pokemon, and Incineroar will always beat this Exeggutor.
It certainly will, and particularly as the Psychic terrain has gone, Incineroar could always go for something like a Fake Out and get that last a little bit of damage, maybe even forcing the Protect to come through on the Exeggutor. So if you're Adrian now, you can go for these Sleep Powders, you can try and put a Pokemon to sleep, but you can only really target 1 per turn, and now that the clock is already on this Porygon 2, it has the potential to wake up in the next turns.
It does, but the Incineroar just wins here. Like, you can go for a Sleep Powder and get a 3-turn sleep, and then just you won't be able to KO with it with 3 energy balls. And even if you could, well, then the Porygon 2 will wake up eventually. And we even saw in the beginning of the game, the Incineroar actually just outspeeds the Exeggutor. There's no more sun, and that's just an easy KO.
Well, a very dominating game 1 here for Federico, particularly once that Charizard was on the field. But we play a best of 3 so that we have the chance for redemption for our trainers. And Jamie, I have to ask you, if you're Adrian now, things didn't go quite to plan. The leads came out, there wasn't sun on the field. Would you still trust in the Exeggutor for game 2?
I think if the Sleep Powder had hit the Incineroar, then there wouldn't have been a parting shot into the Exeggutor, and there wouldn't have been a switch into the Torkoal, so then the offensive pressure on Federico's side of the field wouldn't have been actually that great, and you'd have been able to start launching off more Expanding Forces with the Exeggutor. So I think that was a crucial turn. And the fact that the Exeggutor actually undersped the Incineroar means that the Incineroar must be very, very speedy to be able to outspeed the Exeggutor, and that was crucial information going into the second game, because if you get into that Trick Room once again, which seems likely, that was very effective coming out from Federico, then knowing that your Exeggutor does actually for sure underspeed the Incineroar, that's really crucial information.
It's good information for Federico to be aware of as well, almost thinking, hey, if I do go that Trick Room route again, I have to actually watch out for this Exeggutor. It has the potential to get the edge over my Incineroar, and that's possibly where maybe you want to bring that sun a little bit earlier so that you can put the Exeggutor on the back foot, and it can't benefit from being in Trick Room.
Yeah, I think like switching in the Ninetales, because it was in the back, we saw the switch into the Annihilate, which was able to get that bulk up, but then just knew no damage afterwards because it was KO'd. So that really smart double up. Like going for Terra Blast as a normal Terra Blast into a Ghost type twice seems very strange, but paid off very well because it was actually able to KO. And the fact that the Annihilate actually survived on 51% from the overheat means it didn't get a Citrus Berry, and that would have probably allowed it to survive.
Ooh, so a few little dynamic changes could have made a different game 1. So let's see the story of game 2. We're going to see a change in the leads from our trainers here. Annihilate and Exeggutor out front and center for Adrian, but Federico is shaking it up. We've got Incineroar with a Jumpluff.
Yeah, I got the Jumpluff here. So Sleep Powder is being threatened all around, and there's no safety goggles to speak of, but there's a kind of a common item on both Annihilate and Incineroar, but both opting for that recovery in the Citrus Berry means they are vulnerable to that. But the Incineroar, as we've already seen, outspeeds the opposing Exeggutor, so you would need to switch into the Ninetales to allow the Sleep Powder to outspeed, but then you probably wouldn't because the Chlorophyll will activate on both of the grass types, and Jumpluff would then be able to get a Tailwind going as well and allow that Incineroar to still outspeed the Exeggutor. And if you do switch into the Ninetales, then that's even powering up the Flare Blitz that can come out from the Incineroar, and you've sacrificed your Defiant boost in the Annihilate. So it's a little bit of an awkward position because you want your Exeggutor to move first to get the Sleep Powder so it's not threatened by the Incineroar, but in order to do that, you have to sacrifice a lot on this turn.
Well, the clock is ticking down. Last couple of seconds for our trainers to lock in their opening turn. Annihilate going to get off the field here, wants to be able to come back in where it's not going to maybe fall victim to getting a Sleep Powder. And Indeedee is going to join the fray. So Indeedee setting up that Psychic terrain. This could be a great support for that Exeggutor if it does indeed want to go for a Nuller. Expanding Force. Sleep Powder is not going to connect down into it because of those safety goggles. You said they weren't around. Indeed, he heard you and brought it to the field as the knockoff brings Executor right down to its focus sash, but it's still in play.
It is. Is it going to be a Sleep Powder or Expanding Force? No, it's not Sleep Powder. It is that Expanding Force, and that is going to be doing really good damage into this Jump Off. Of course, not affecting the Incineroar, but yeah, that's a lot of damage into that Jump Off.
Yeah, puts the Jumpluff into a little bit of a dicey spot in that next turn. I mean, Jumpluff wasn't able to get anything down in this particular opening.
Yeah, the safety goal is a really smart item choice on this Indeedee, not just for this turn, but for the next turn as well. The Jump Off, the only real thing it can do is either go for that Sunny Day, which would be not advised activating the Chlorophyll on the Executor. So it's probably just going to be able to go for a Tailwind here so that it can get the speed control for sure in the future, even if the Sun was then on the field, allowing that Executor to get its Chlorophyll. But you get the knockoff into the Indeedee, and if you go for the knockoff, then suddenly the safety goals won't be there anymore. If it's able to survive, it might not even be able to survive that attack, but if it does, then you can Sleep Powder that Indeedee in the future.
And the knockoff will deal a sizable amount of damage into that Indeedee outside of terrestrialization. So I think it's wise that it's getting off the field, and Adrian is going to replace it with the Dragonite, the Grumpy. Hopefully he won't be too grumpy by the end of this game if he's able to get some good plays in for his trainer. Encore will come through on Jumpluff's side, so this is going to be locking down this Executor into the Expanding Force. So no Sleep Powder to contend with for that Incineroar. Dragonite has his multi-scale broken and loses the loaded dice for its troubles in joining this match.
Yeah, but we get that Expanding Force into the Jump Off for the knockout, as we've already seen it easily two-shots that. But now we know that the Ninetales is not in the back. If Federico just doesn't bring in a Torkoal that could be waiting in the back, the Incineroar's still going to be able to outspeed that opposing Executor. And it's going to be Ursaluna joining the film. We saw Charizard as the Pokemon in the back, so neither player brought Sun to this match, which means that the Executor is going to be stuck at the speed it is already at. It probably does still outspeed the opposing Ursaluna, and we do actually have Tailwind available on this Dragonite, so you can put the Executor faster. You can easily just go for a Tailwind and a Sleep Powder if you do want to. If you're feeling brave and you think the Ursaluna is not going to protect to get its Flame Orb activated, you could launch a Scale Shot and an Energy Ball into that slot for the probable KO. But I think it's probably safer to go for that Tailwind instead. And well, I say safe. It's never safe if you're clicking Sleep Powder, but that's probably the correct play here, because Ursaluna, it feels very often that it likes to go for a protect just to get that Flame Orb activated.
I think it's very interesting that there will be no Sun at all throughout this game. You know, the Jumpluff that was also rocking Sunny Day has also already gone down. Ursaluna deciding to play it safe here, going for the Protect in this turn, as Dragonite does indeed utilize that Tailwind. As you said, Jamie, it's the best opportunity to gain some speed control and allow the Executor an opportunity to shine, but it will not be in this turn. The Protect is on the field, and the other Pokemon is a Dark type, so null and void here for the Executor. I'm sure it cannot wait for this Encore to be over.
Ah, yeah, that was why it couldn't switch up into the Energy Ball or the Sleep Powder, of course. So very, very safe there, going for that Protect, because the Incineroar was immune to that Expanding Force and able to easily pick up the knockout. And like we said, the Ursalunas do love to go for that Protect on that first turn just to get that Flame Orb activated, getting that Guts online and the Facades to do absolutely massive damage.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for Ursaluna there to be able to set itself up for success. Speaking of another Pokemon that likes to set up with those cheeky bulk ups, the Annihilate has joined the fray.
And yeah, it's going to be immune to the Facades as a Ghost type as well. Headlong Rush still does very good damage, though. It's not quite as strong as Facade, but it will still do a very, very significant amount of damage. You can actually just double up into the... I reckon the Annihilate would go down to a Flare Blitz and a Headlong Rush, even if it was able to get a bulk up first. It's going to be pretty close. The Incineroar should outspeed the Ursaluna, as we've already seen it be very speedy, so you wouldn't get Headlong Rush, activate the Citrus Berry, and then survive with the Flare Blitz. So that's probably why we're just seeing the immediate go on the offensive with the Drain Punch instead of the bulk up.
Well, the Berry is going to activate on that Incineroar, going to tuck into its Citrus Berry and gain a little bit of HP recovery, because that Drain Pouch was definitely a huge amount to contend with, as Scale Shot will be unleashed. There's two coming through. Remember, it lost its loaded dice, so it's not going to be guaranteed to get the minimum 4 rolls here. Dragonite only able to hit 3 times.
Yeah, not quite enough. 5 would have done it, it looks like, based on the damage. But yeah, of course, with the loaded dice knocked off, that's a very, very low chance for it to be able to hit all 5. And there's the knockoff. The Citrus Berry is gone from the Annihilate, followed up with a Headlong Rush. This is easily a knockout into that opposing Annihilate. And with Indeedee as the last Pokemon, all the offensive pressure is really on this Dragonite now.
That's very true. Indeedee isn't going to be able to contend very well against a knockoff, or even the Headlong Rush is going to be able to deal significant damage. But correct me if I'm wrong, Adrian hasn't utilized any Terrestrialization yet.
I don't think so, but Terra Fairy is probably not going to be that useful for this Dragonite. It's going to be weak to, I say weak to Facade, everything's weak to Facade. So it's not going to be able to make itself, like a Terra Steel would have probably helped, but then it would have made yourself weak to Headlong Rush. And the Indeedee here is probably not going to be able to help as well. They're both Terra Fairy, so Facade is just going to be probably able to sweep through this game. The Dragonite's had its multi-scale broken, and a Psychic and a Scale Shot probably is not going to KO this Ursaluna. I say probably because the loaded dice is gone. Maybe 5 hits and a Psychic would KO this Ursaluna, but I don't even think so. Ursaluna is incredibly bulky, and it's taken only a tiny bit of burn chip as well. And that means that the Facade will probably be able to KO whenever it wants, but apparently not on this turn, as it is instead going to be switching out into that Charizard.
Well, considering it is Adrian's last 2 remaining Pokemon, that indeed he wants to try and use Psychic maybe while Terrain is still in play. Dragonite is able to go for the Scale Shot connected down onto the Incineroar, so it will be felled in this turn. But Federico has been able to bring this Charizard in place of that Ursaluna. Wants to make sure that it's on the match and able to start unleashing those heat waves in the following turns. Dragonite is going to be getting speedier and speedier as the Indeedee can finally connect this Psychic. It actually does a significant amount in the terrain to that Charizard, but now that the terrain has gone, it's not as reliable.
Yeah, that's probably not a KO. Based on that damage, that was with the Psychic Terrain boost. So I think you need to Scale Shot that Charizard for the KO, but if you go for that Charizard, you're ignoring this Ursaluna. You can't one-shot it with either Indeedee or the Dragonite, and I don't think you can even two-shot it with the Psychic Terrain disappearing as well. So the Ursaluna probably doesn't need to protect on this turn and can go on the offensive. So I think you need to double up into this Ursaluna and hope you get either the 5 hits or maybe a critical hit from either the Psychic or at least one of the Scale Shot hits, because the Charizard won't be able to pick up a knockout on this turn. Maybe Air Slash will pick up the Dragonite, but an Overheat outside of the Sun maybe KO the Indeedee, but I don't think so. I think it usually needs the Sun boost to be able to get that absolutely massive damage thanks to that solar power as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that double up. Yep, here we go, into the Ursaluna. Scale Shot is really not doing the damage.
I guess the only edge Dragonite has is its speed right now.
And,
there's only 2. That's heartbreak for the Dragonite that really wants to get as much damage on the board as possible, particularly in the face of such ferocious special and physical attackers. Air Slash connects down on the Dragonite, puts it down into that orange zone as the Indeedee tries to get that knockout on the Charizard, but it is not able to because the terrain is no longer in play. Ursaluna's like, let me show you how it's done. That's a one-hit KO, Indeedee. That's how you get a knockout.
Yeah, as we said, Ursaluna, one of the strongest, if not the strongest physical attacker that we have in the game. Facade is able to one-shot a lot of Pokemon, and Indeedee's got respectable poke, but not enough to be able to survive. And now you can just double target this Dragonite. Scale Shot won't be able to, it won't even be able to connect with the Charizard to make it a 1-0. Instead, Air Slash is going to be able to finish off this Dragonite and take Federico Camporesi once again to 3-0 in the Gdansk Regional Championship.
I can see why it's called Dragonite the Grumpy after that match. I'm not going to lie. Unfortunately for the Dragonite, when it lost that loaded dice, the connections of that Scale Shot were just not meant to be, and Federico was able to pilot and pivot the Pokemon into supreme positioning.
Yeah, neither trainer brought their son to that second game, and they did in the first game, so adaptations all around, and it seems like Federico was just that one step ahead going with the adaptations. I think Incineroar was actually quite impactful, given that Executor was one of the main strategies that Adrian was going for, and of course Incineroar is very, very effective into that Executor.
I think that was actually a great observation, is the Incineroar, even though it wasn't dealing a huge amount of damage all the time, just having that dark typing on the field just meant there wasn't really much that Executor could do. The Psychic Terrain, yes, it shuts down Fake Out, but then you still can't deal the damage. So Incineroar was in a great position here.
Yeah, it was, and we see there the very, very nicely done Terra Blast into the Ghost Annihilate that did turn into a Fire type. And speaking of Fire types, it doesn't resist. Like, there's no resistance. I guess it was a critical hit, but there's no resistance to a Heat Wave in the Sun from a Charizard.
Yeah, with Solar Power and Choice Specs, it just really was an unstoppable force. Executor, it was great to see it, but unfortunately it just wasn't able to get rolling in this particular match, particularly with Sleep Powder misses. It made it very difficult for that Executor to be able to get into the play it wanted to.
Yeah, I think Ursaluna was very effective here without any speed control at all. Like, the jump off was available and you could have gone for the Tailwind, but instead that Encore Lock was really, really smart to stop any of the Sleep Powders that could be coming out into the Incineroar, any Energy Balls into the Ursaluna. Because yeah, Expanding Force would do a decent chunk, but it allowed Federico to make that incredibly safe, protect, get the Flame Orb, while also KOing because this Incineroar is immune.
And I can understand going for that Tailwind on the Dragonite, for example. You wanted to try and get the momentum up where possible, but kind of in hindsight, the fact that you were going for these Scale Shots and able to boost up your own speed manually as the Dragonite, and your partner Pokemon was never really able to capitalize fully on the Tailwind, almost in a way, it would have been nicer to get some damage on the board in that turn.
Yeah, I think so. I think that, well, looking back in the game one, if Annihilate didn't go for the Terror, it would have survived the Eruption. It wouldn't have been comfortable. It would have survived though based on the damage, as it took just under half as a Fire type, and then the Terror Blast would have again whiffed into nothing. So then that would have probably been the way back, I think, in that game one, to stand brave in the face of the Eruption, because you don't have the Charcoal on the Torkoal. It's the Jetpack instead. So you're able to survive that attack, get the Drain Punch off, get that recovery after going down solo, and actually the Citrus Berry would have activated as well. So Annihilate would have actually been quite comfortable at the end of that game. But being able to make that call and recognize, hey, I'm not going to get that resistance to the Eruption, that I can see why Adrian did go for that Terra, but just very smartly covered by Federico.
Honestly, I love the eject pack. I think it's a really nice tech on that team because it is a little bit of a hybrid variant. You've got your faster mode and you've got your slower mode. And Torkoal, it wants to be on the field in Trick Room, but as soon as Trick Room is over or expiring, you do not want it on the field. And so being able to have the utility to pivot out a Pokemon, bring that Charizard in like we saw in Game 1, that could then start capitalizing as soon as Trick Room was over, was a really nice synergy piece amongst the team building on Federico's side.
Yeah, it was. And we can see why this team was able to take an international championship. It's got a lot of flexibility behind it, even not getting the speed control necessary that you would think looking at the team. Like Ursaluna, it wants to be in Trick Room or in Tailwind so it can actually be able to do all the damage, but it was just such a naturally bulky Pokemon as well. The Indeedee and the Dragonite, the Scale Shots and Psychics weren't going to be able to do it.
Why do you think Blood Moon Ursaluna didn't come to the match?
It was the Life Orb variant.
Yeah,
so,
I feel like the offensive pressure would have maybe been a little bit more monumental on Adrian's side if the Blood Moon Ursaluna was there.
Yeah, well, the Pokemon you'd probably need to drop would have been the Executor. And I don't know.
We all want to see the Executor.
We all wanted to see the Executor. But something else we want to see is Federico talk about his win here in round 3 of the Gdansk Regional Championship.
And welcome back from me as well. We have the round 3 winner, Federico Cambresi. Tell me how you feel facing Executor in the current metagame.
It feels good to win against this. I was really scared when I saw the team sheet and the matchup. And I was really scared, especially because Executor could have one-hit KO'd my Charizard with Terra Psychic Expanding Force. Pretty much my whole team besides Incineroar, which was the key to just not get swept by Expanding Force spam. And also the fact that with the Sun that I also brought in Game 1, but I brought it mainly because I knew that my opponent would have brought Ninetales as well. So I was not trying to avoid bringing the Sun, and with the Sun, Executor could have outspeed my whole team. So I was really scared going into the matchup, and I was not experienced in this matchup, of course. Was my first time playing against Executor with this team, so I'm happy managed to win.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw Incineroar as one possible counter, but also your Porygon. It like stayed on the field for the whole duration of the game, recover. Talking about the endurance and how you position Porygon into this matchup.
Yeah, I really like the bulk of Porygon 2. It's like the other key of the team to beat Psy Spam because Incineroar and Porygon 2 are the best 2 defensive options this team has. So when you are facing some teams with extremely high damage output, you have to try to contain it, and that's the only way you can do it. So Incineroar, of course, resists Expanding Force because of its typing. Porygon 2 just has insane defensive stats with a Heavy Light. So I felt like this was the key to play the matchup with them. And I really like how Porygon 2 carried in the Game 1, surviving the whole game, despite getting a critical hit in turn 1. Then overall, I cannot complain. I've been pretty lucky in the overall set. I will not say too much, but I cannot complain about that grade because overall, I think I was luckier. So.
One of the key turns in that first game was that double up of the Overheat and Terra Blast. How confident were you that you would take out the opposing Annihilate?
And I was not really confident because I was confident that I would have KO'd in case I would not have activated the Citrus Berry with the Overheat. That was the thing I was not sure about because Terra Fire Overheat is still a really strong move, but without the Terra I could never have even brought in the range of the Terra Blast. So I just have to hope that the Overheat would have get really close to activating the Citrus Berry, but not activating it. And in case this happened, I was confident this would have KO'd, but I was not really sure about the Calc also because Annihilate is a mon that has really big variations in its spreads. It's usually really fast and not too bulky, but with the team my opponent was playing with both Tailwind and Trick Room, maybe it could have been slow with a mid speed and a lot of bulk. So it was also based on the opponent's spread, and that I didn't never do any other attack before the turn on the Annihilate. So I was not 100% confident about the Calc, but I felt like that was just the best play to go for and probably would have lost in case this KO would not have happened. So I just decided to try it.
Absolutely. I want to talk about your last season. You're coming off one of the strongest seasons I've seen in a while. 2 medals at regionals, your golden ticket to Worlds. You won an IC as well. Last year, when it came to Regulation 8, you trusted Pelipper and the Rain Core. What made you switch to the Sun Core for this event specifically?
So I also played Rain last week in Lille and got top 16, but I'm not really confident about how good is about how bad Rain is positioned in the current metagame, in my opinion. And I struggle a lot in Lille to get that top 16. And I felt like if I need to win one more event in this regulation, I would have needed to drop Rain. So usually I always play any event with the goal of winning. And if I feel like a team has not has not any chance to get the first place, I'm just dropping it. So I'm probably a better Rain player than how good I am with Sun, because I picked up this team in the very last days, since I just played a different team in the regional 1 week ago. But I felt like this was the right choice. However, this tournament ends because I need to also for LAC in 2 weeks, which is the tournament I want the most to win. I need to play something different than Rain, in my opinion. So I'm just trying to play something different so that I can get better also with other strategies.
Getting more experience with different strategies, different archetypes, very important going into the big tournament of the first part of the season with LAC. I have one more question. After your last strong season, what is the mindset you go in with? What are your goals for this season specifically?
So my goals will be, of course, to defend my title here in Gdansk and defend my title in New Orleans. So defend the 2 titles I got last year will be the biggest dream of the season. But I want to stay humble. So I know that it's really, really hard to repeat what I did last year. So I'm just going to keep working to try improve myself, try to not think about the results or what I want to reach, but just about playing at my best level, because I know that if I play at my best, the results will come by them. So I don't need to follow the results. I need to follow getting 100% of what I can do. So if I play at the absolute best, I'm gonna get the results that I want. So I'm just working to improve myself, stay humble, not think about all the results from last year. Every tournament has no future and no past. Every tournament only has present. So I don't care about that I won this tournament last year or I won an international a few months ago. I just think about winning the current match I'm playing.
That is such an inspiring mindset. I really admire that. On your way to become a better player, are there any friends you want to give shout-outs to before we really...
Yeah, sure. I want to definitely give a shout-out to my friend and teammate Marco Silva, who also gave me the team I'm playing. Everyone knows he's like the best player with this team, so he helped me understanding the team in a really few time. And of course, a shout-out to my team, Novo Esports, for always supporting me, and to all my friends from Il Server and the Sax in Italy. And of course my family, and also for what it did in this best of 3 to El Porygon 2 más bulky della historia contemporanea for surviving all the attacks in game 1.
Thank you so much. We'll have you prepare for the next round, and we'll see you very soon with myself behind the desk.
So I think what makes the difference between a great trainer and other trainers is consistency and persistence. I think the amount of time you put into the game makes a lot of difference. And actually today that's reflecting on my score. So I didn't put as much time as needed. So now I'm out of the day 2. So persistence throughout the years, and sometimes there's some setbacks that will happen, and we will feel pretty down. But to keep at it and to not give up, I think that's the way, and that's what makes a difference.
I would say that making a great Pokemon trainer would be someone who practice with friends, help build and everything. Just practice, practice, practice.
I think the good Pokemon trainer is someone who really knows their Pokemon, really gets around with them. He's also in VGC. Just by practicing a lot with my Pokemon, I know them through and through, and that's how I win the games.
Para ser un buen entrenador tienes que estudiar mucho, mantenerte constante en el meta y divertirte con tus amigos, que es lo principal.
I think the most important thing is practice, because without practice you cannot go anywhere. And of course, I think second comes passion, because even though you're the best player, if you don't have passion for the game, if you don't train every day, you will not win. So that's what it takes for winning.
Yo pienso que para ser un buen entrenador, la habilidad de adaptarse a cualquier situación es muy importante.
Para ser un buen entrenador Pokémon, considero que es importante la resiliencia y ser constante. Aunque hayan días malos, días buenos, seguir intentándolo, nunca rendirse. Solamente así se consigue el éxito.
I think if you just like play with the things that you like, play with the friends that you like, use like strategies that work for you and you think is the best, no matter what anyone tells you, I think that's what makes you a good Pokemon trainer.
Para ser bom treinador, precisa treinar seu Pokémon e pegar muitos Pokémons muito raros, até os míticos, e cuidar de Pokémon muito bem.
You know those days when it's all a bit much? When you could really do with a break? You know, just a little one. Oh, and are you a Pokemon? Then you need Protect. It's arguably the most important move in the competitive game. I'm Charlie Merriman, and I'm here to take you through it. Protect does what it says on the tin. It protects the user from damage for a turn. And now I know what you're thinking. Charlie, mate, Pokemon's about claiming knockouts. How can Protect be so important if you're not dealing any damage? Well, picture the scene, my friend. A key Pokemon to your game plan is threatened with a knockout. You need to remove that threat, and then you're home and dry. Well, you can click Protect while your ally Pokemon targets the threat, hopefully knocks it out, and Bob's your uncle. I don't know if your uncle actually is called Bob, it's just a saying anyway. That's Protect in its most basic form, but of course it gets much more complicated than that. Since competitive Pokemon is played with open team sheets, your opponent knows you have Protect on that key Pokemon. Your Protect play is obvious, and they Protect at the same time. Now they're safe from damage too, and you're back to square one next turn. Your key Pokemon's still threatened. Well then, Charlie, I'll just Protect again. No, you won't. Probably. Protect gets more likely to fail the more times it's used in succession. And then your Pokemon's vulnerable like a sitting Psyduck for a turn. Oh dearie me. However, sometimes it's the only thing you can do. What if in the endgame your opponent's only outspeeding you because they have Tailwind set up and it lasts for 2 more turns? Stall it out and you can KO them first. Protect 1, guaranteed. Protect 2, you gotta roll that dice and hope, buddy. No move creates mind games like Protect does. Let's say you're stared down by one Pokemon with Fake Out and another with a stat boosting move like Nasty Plot. Don't Protect and you risk getting flinched and taking damage. Click Protect and you're kindly buying your opponent time to get set up. And you're now unlikely to be able to Protect from the augmented onslaught next turn. You gotta make that read. I believe in you. But use Protect wisely and your Pokemon might be able to take a hit that would have knocked it out before. Let's say it's holding Leftovers, which recovers a bit of HP at the end of every turn. And let's say your Rillaboom, thanks to its Grassy Surge ability, has set up grassy terrain, restoring even more HP. Protect for a turn and soak up that sweet, sweet compound healing. Careful though, Protect doesn't save you from residual damage. Your Sandstorms, your Poison, and so on. Now what about moves that damage every other Pokemon on the field? Oh yes, you're onto a winner with Protect here. Want to get a big Earthquake off with your Ursaluna, but you don't want the damage and you're in DD? You know what you gotta do, say it with me, Protect. While both of the opposing Pokemon take a big hit, Indeedee takes no damage. Lovely jubbly. Speaking of Indeedee, call me a psychic type here, but I know what you're thinking again. Charlie, can I negate Protect? Was I close? Well, there's one pretty weak move that lifts the effect of Protect for the turn, called Feint, that we see sometimes. There are also a very few individual moves you simply cannot Protect against, such as Phantom Force. But what if? Now, bear with me here with the emphasis on bear, this is gonna sound crazy. What if there were a Pokemon that could hit through Protect? I mean, that'd be pretty powerful, right? Well, there is, and it is. Meet Urshifu. Its Unseen Fist ability lets it ignore Protect. Unwanted damage on deck, Urshifu rejects your Protect. Stalling out Fake Out, Urshifu's like, get out. Awaiting that tail end of Tailwind, Urshifu will make you turn tail faster than you can say, why do I always forget I can't Protect in front of Urshifu? Which admittedly isn't the fastest thing to say, but you get the idea. You can't catch that break you want so dearly when Urshifu's across the field. And that's why Urshifu's so strong in any format it's allowed. Well, there you have it, my friend. I told you Protect is one of the best moves competitive Pokemon has to offer. I know it's more fun to just go for all-out offense, but trust your old chum Charlie. Sprinkle a few Protects on your team, you can thank me later. Unless Urshifu's around, in which case you're on your own, mate. Good luck to you. Bye-bye.
Will Fennel take this whole thing home? There is so much on the line.
チーム名はフェンネルです。日本から来ました。
The favorites here, a team that a lot of viewers would have said is their number one to win the whole thing.
僕たちのチームを、ポケモンのタイプに、例えるならば、水タイプと、ドラゴンタイプだと思います。理由は、水タイプは、柔軟に、どんな形にも適用できると、いうことで水タイプを選ばせていただきました。
Fennel is just trying to assert their dominance here. They're trying to leave with the trophy here today.
でドラゴンタイプに関しては、竜王戦を優勝したので、ドラゴンタイプを追加しました。
自分たちのチームは3月の WCS 予選から始まりました。
この大会を通してチームワークを深く学べたと思います。
Who's gonna get it? It's gonna be taken by Fennel!
And how does it feel to win?
最高です。僕たちのリスペクトしているチームはルミノシティで大会を2連覇してあり、なんかオーバーロード選手が最強なので非常にリスペクトしてます。
Everyone expected that Fennel could be here, but I don't know if anyone expected it would go quite like that.
この大会を通して、特別思い出に残っているのは、やはりトロフィーをみんなで掲げる瞬間です。
It's no question, it's not close. They are your champions.
Prepare for trouble, trainers, because you're seeing double. It's double Akjosh on the decks. I am Lou Akjosh, currently joined by Barish Akjosh here at the Gdansk Regional Championships. How are you feeling, Barish, to be here on the VG side of things?
I've had a little excursion to the TCG side last season, but it feels good to be back casting VGC.
I can say it's already been an incredible tournament so far today, and I'm sure our next round is going to be no different. We have seen not only the standard Pokemon of the meta at the moment, Golden Go, Rillaboom, these types of Pokemon, but we're also seeing Pokemon like the Executor. We saw a Kanto Ninetales as well.
Absolutely. I had the honor to interview the winners of round 2 and round 3 to get into this tournament here at the moment, and I'm really excited to see our next matchup and other teams that we will see. But that Executor, like with the Chlorophyll potentially outspeeding and also the Terrap Psychic expanding force.
So good.
Federico told us how he was worried that it might knock out his Charizard, or he was actually confident that he would, so he played around that. So getting a feel of like what else there is in this meta game is really interesting.
For sure, and there's plenty of other matches out there that are worthy of note. So let's take a look at those notable matchups and see what could be going down in Swiss round 4. You can see already the match we're going to feature, and I am so excited. It's going to be Juan Salerno versus Takahi Ando, and those teams are so interesting. We will be diving into those a little bit later, though, so let's have a look at the other notable matches that you guys can see here in the venue.
Yeah, I mean, we featured Dust Clubs last week on stream as well, and it was already featured in the notable matchups for last round, seeing Nikolai Rocket here. I don't know if you talked about that. There's actually, wait, against Oliver, that's a Dust Clubs mirror actually on that table.
A mirror Dust Clubs. Wow, the ghost types are all around. Halloween was yesterday.
Absolutely, and I mean, one really interesting fact about Dust Clubs, it might run the ability Frisk, which reveals the items, and you might be thinking, hold on a second, we're playing with open team sheets. Why would you need to know the items? Could you think of any Pokemon that likes to hide and like pretend to be someone else?
I'm thinking it's a bit of an illusion. Is it the Zoroark?
Yes.
Oh, I got it. Go me.
Yes, it is the Zoroark, and revealing the item of the opposing Pokemon and the potential Hisuian Zoroark that was rocked in the last 2 events, and we also saw it in notable matchups in last round, would be really like a key to figure out, hey, what am I actually facing here? Beyond that, we just featured Federico on stream. We have Juan Garcia, who has been, I think he has been running Baxcalibur for a long time, so seeing that he has went with a different team is interesting. And then Fi is rocking that Kilowattrel, Mungus, and the Ursaluna that I was actually having in my cast predictions.
Okay, you've stolen the words right out of my mouth, because I was going to say, looking at Vice's team, there's a few Pokemon on here that were on our cast predictions. That Kilowattrel as well had some good finishes in the top 8 of the Lille Regional Championships. Barish, why is Kilowattrel out there at the moment?
I mean, if you look at the top usage Pokemon, number 1 once again is Incineroar, and it rocks that Intimidate ability. And what is sweeter than getting a +2 boost to your special attack with the competitive ability of Kilowattrel? I think it's well placed. It does well into Incineroar and also into Rillaboom, 2 of the fake-out Pokemon that are prevalent in the metagame right now. So it performs really well against those. Also, like Lightning or Electric is a really favorable typing into the current metagame. My other caster pick was actually Farigiraf, but it was meant to be Farigiraf and Friends, because I believe that Hard Trick Room that is rocked by the opponent here has also a place in the metagame.
Well, Hard Trick Room definitely has been a core in this regulation that has seen a lot of success. I know Costa Dynamus has had a lot of utility with it as well, and he's someone out there in the venue probably running Hard Trick Room again today. Taking a look at our two trainers on the screen, however, Juan Salerno is a trainer that we've been able to feature previously on an international level as well. If you've been able to tune into international level events, he's a trainer who is well versed with being on that stage.
Yeah, and I mean, coming all the way from South America, I think it's interesting that we have this back-to-back weekend with regionals events, and it does make a lot of sense to travel over, not only compete in one, but in two regionals in a very short time span, and get those sweet championship points that then for your leaderboard, for the travel award race, if you manage to play 2 out of regionals, that gives you a big head start.
It certainly does, and there's a lot of experience across different divisions, but Juan is a trainer that you need to be able to keep your eye on. And I love, ahead of the Latin America International Championships, he's here testing out the European meta, maybe trying to get a feel for what the competition is going to be like at the first international of the 2026 season. Let's have a little recap of their accomplishments. Juan, as we've already talked about, has so many, but these are the 4 that we can showcase. In 2020, LAIC top 4, Buenos Aires Special Championship champion in 2024, as well as Rio de Janeiro in 2025. And then more recently in this season, Belo Horizonte regional in top 16 finish.
Yeah, on the other side we have Takaaki Ando, a player we haven't featured too much yet in the past, but he also has a top 128 at the EUIC last year. It was a tournament with over 1,400 players, I believe, so finishing in the top 10% is a really good start to your season there as well. Looking at it right now, I'm really interested to see what teams they're rocking. We've like touched it briefly in the notable matchups here, and I would love to see a few more details about their teams.
I love as well for Takaki's side here, yes, there's only the one accomplishment on there, but that's where the history books get to be written. And this weekend here at Gdansk could be another accolade to throw onto that roster. But you wanted to see the teams, Barish, and here they are indeed. Juan Salerno running a lot of our tried and tested favorites that we see out there, the Golden Go, Sneasler, Dragonite. But which Pokemon is jumping out to you the most?
I mean, I'm looking at that Terra Electric Blood Moon Ursaluna with the Yawn. We have seen in finals how Calm Mind played a big role. Seeing that Yawn is rocked here is also really interesting. And then, of course, we have the Dragonite that actually went for Haze instead of Extreme Speed. That, I think, one slot or move slot is like up for debate depending on your team. So seeing Haze as a potential answer to Dondozo, for example, or just resetting any potential boost from your opposing Goldengos, for example, can also be helpful.
I think as well, you mentioned these move slots up for grabs. Taking a look at Ursaluna's, I'm not seeing a Hyper Voice on here as well. Instead, I'm seeing the utility of Yawn. That's not something I'm well versed with seeing on an Ursaluna. Why is that there?
I mean, it gives you a lot of like early disruption to your opponent if they have any setup Pokemon, but you just yawn them and they have the choice. Are they taking the sleep turns or are they switching out? Forcing those switches then gives you the option to potentially double into that slot and take a knockout. And also, once the opponent is down to 2 Pokemon, they can no longer swap and will have to take that sleep.
Very true, and sometimes slow and steady can indeed win the race. And taking a look at this Hard Trick Room, slow, turning it into a fast environment by twisting the dimensions is what Takaki is going to be trying to do. I mean, we've got a lot of core Trick Room Pokemon on here. We've got Torkoal, we've got our setters in the form of Hatterene, Gallade, Indeedee, but we've got a Flamigo here as well. Talk us through that Pokemon.
I mean, Flamigo gives you a little bit of fast coverage when you can set up that Trick Room, and it also has White Guard, which protects you against opposing Make It Rain, for example. Some trainers just go for all-out spread damage against that Hatterene, and regardless of that Terra, they can take a knockout if they double into that with spread moves. So White Guard is really helpful. One specific Pokemon, or more so move that I want to talk about, is the substitute on that Ursaluna.
Oh, that's going to give you a lot of defensive coverage. If you can get behind that with the Guts boost as well, it's going to be formidable to get through.
Yeah, especially in those Trick Room turns where your opponent wants to stall out Trick Room and goes for potential double protects. If you get a substitute up in one of those turns, then even outside of Trick Room, it will have protection, will be able to take more hits and then potentially take knockouts in return. Facade and Headlong Rush, especially with the Flame Orb activated Guts boost, they're enough to take out knockouts.
Well, it's certainly going to be an interesting clash of these Pokemon on the field. A lot of the tried and tested favorites from the metagame dominating those usage stats versus maybe some more interesting Pokemon choices that we haven't been able to show and shine a light on so far in this tournament. So if you're Juan, surely you've got to be thinking, how do I stop Trick Room? Because if you stop Trick Room, you stop the momentum on Takaki's side.
Yeah, I mean, one possible way is that Yawn disruption you have yes, they might set up Trick Room, but then one Pokemon is yawned and might have to take a sleep turn. So forcing those switches, protecting, playing defensively with your Terras can help you withstand those offensive pressures from the opponent. But like, I really don't want to face a Spextorkle in Trick Room.
Oh, certainly do not. So let's see if that is indeed going to be Juan's fate in this match. The leads are coming out. We've got Dragonite and Golden Go versus the Flamigo and the Gallade.
Yeah, so looking at this board state, like, how do you want to help set up that Trick Room? It's really difficult because you can just double into that Gallade slot here. And even with like a Shadow Ball and Scale Shot combination, depending on the Terra, I don't think it has a high chance of living that.
Yeah, it can make things very difficult, particularly with the offensive pressure that you can get on both the physical and special attacking side on Juan's side of the field.
On the same side, Flamigo actually rocks the Scrappy ability, which allows you to hit Ghost types as well. So close combat is actually a threat into that Goldengo. Despite the Ghost type, you can hit it for super effective damage.
That's another reason why Flamigo maybe has made itself onto this team to be able to counter a lot of the Ghost types that we see out there at the moment. Looks like the Trick Room user, however, is leaving the field for now. Flamigo out there on its lonesome, but is now kindly joined by this Indeedee. So that's going to be able to block any potential priority moves coming through. None, I think, were at risk in this particular turn, as the Terrestrialization, the Sparkles come straight onto the stage to light things up and get ready for this Flamigo on Takaki's side.
I mean, it's a Terra Stella. Both your stab moves will be, any of your moves will be increased in damage here. And it's going to be interesting to see if there's a defensive Terra as well from the Goldengo to potentially withstand that pressure of a close combat, a Terra Stella close combat. Also, the Indeedee, a really great switch in, because if there was a Shadow Ball going into that slot, it's going to be immune to it thanks to its normal type.
Oh, fantastic adjustment there on the sides of the field. We're going to see Terrestrialization come through. Flamigo is going to be the fastest, utilizing one of those Terra slots. It is indeed that close combat, but thanks to the defensive Terrestrialization, it is going to be able to hang on, but it certainly takes a lot of damage for its troubles in play.
And there's the Shadow Ball. It is immune into the Indeedee. And here is the Scale Shot, which is really interesting because it increases the speed stat. So in a second turn, you could potentially threaten a KO on that Flamigo. But yeah, there's Follow Me, of course, as well. So a potential Follow Me and then an attack into the Goldengo could pick up a KO, but Juan won't allow that so easily. I think the Dragonite's in a prime position. As you said, now it's got that speed boost, so it kind of has its choice of opponents. It'll be able to get a knockout onto that opposing Indeedee if it wants to choose it, but you also want to kind of deal with the Flamigo. Yeah, you want to deal with both Pokemon. It's really difficult. Scale Shot also can miss, which can prevent taking any knockouts, and then a potential Shadow Ball would go into that Indeedee. So you need to, like, choose wisely which target you want to choose, where you want to attack. A potential Protect Flamigo and breaking the multi-scale on the Dragonite could also be an option to then have an easier KO in following turns. Yeah, we've seen that time and time again, the multi-scale really paying off into that Dragonite. And speaking of defensive plays, we're going to see the Wide Guard come through onto that Flamigo, blocking a potential Make It Rain. So Flamigo might be able to stay in contention, but it's not the same story for that Indeedee. It is going to be felled by a follow-up of the Scale Shot here. So once again, Dragonite in a prime position to be able to boost its speed up, make itself nice and offensive on the field, but it is going to be reducing its defenses. That's something you have to contend with if a physical attacker does want to come back into that slot. However, Golden Go does not fall for the trap. Instead, it goes straight for the Shadow Ball and takes Flamigo right down to its last slither of HP thanks to that Focus Sash. I mean, Takaki was in a really difficult position, and I think the only option he saw was use Wide Guard, protect your Indeedee from Make It Rain. It is immune to the Shadow Ball, and the only thing that can KO it is Scale Shot. So if you were lucky, the 10% chance there to avoid the Scale Shot, then you were immune to any other moves and you could set up that Trick Room. But there's no Trick Room going into the next turn. Yeah, Gallade's on the field though. It does have the utility to maybe set that Trick Room up, and depending on what the last Pokemon is in the back for Takaki, that could swing the momentum back in your favor, particularly as Dragonite is getting itself nice and speedy on the field. Yeah, I mean, there's another turn where it's really crucial that this Scale Shot is actually hitting the target, and that's what we're seeing here. Flamigo goes down, and now Golden Go is free to attack once again. I mean, the Flamigo definitely put in some work with that close combat, but it wasn't enough to be able to remove the Golden Go from the field. So once again, Golden Go in a formidable position to unleash something like that Shadow Ball into the Gallade. The Terrestrialization has been utilized on Takaki's side, so is not able to defensively try and switch out of this. And a lot of damage, but it is able to hang on, meaning that if Trick Room wants to go up on Takaki's side, it is able to. The dimensions are twisted. If that last Pokemon in the back for Takaki is a Trick Room Pokemon, we could be seeing a change in the match. Yeah, and we've already seen the Terra, so it's really difficult difficult to play around this offensive pressure from that Hatterene right now. One big advantage you have playing those Trick Room teams is you don't need to invest any training into speed, so you can go full out bulk, and this is why Gallade was able to survive even a life orb boosted Shadow Ball to set up the Trick Room. But yeah, I mean, you've seen he traded Trick Room against Gholdengo, I want to say, but like all the other Pokemon are still on full HP, so it's going to be, well, challenging to now turn this around in 4 turns that you have essentially.
Yes, particularly considering that Dragonite is looking primed in its place. You want to try and remove it from the field, but instead it's going to protect and burn through one of these Trick Room turns. Looks like the Dazzling Gleam is going to come through from the Hatterene here. That's going to be able to deal with the Gholdengo and force Juan to reveal one of the Pokemon tucked away nicely in the back. But Trick Room is on the board. There's now a timer in play for Takaki to be able to swing the momentum through. Is Hatterene and Gallade capable of doing this?
I mean, what we haven't seen yet so far is what Juan Salerno's Pokemon in the back are. He has a lot of options that would disrupt this Trick Room. There's the potential of Rillaboom, and we actually see the confirmation Rillaboom and Incineroar. Both the Dark type of Incineroar and also Grassy Surge of the Rillaboom to override the Psychic Terrain, to weaken Expanding Forces or Psycho Cuts. I think it's a great position to be in, and you also have those priority Grassy Glides to take out knockouts on the Gallade, for example.
I mean, Rillaboom's definitely putting in a lot of work in this turn, but let's not forget about the Dragonite as well. It's got that multi-scale that's unbroken at the moment, so Juan has that now in the back again to be able to bring through maybe when Trick Room is over and start sweeping through. But the Dragonite doesn't have a way to touch that opposing Hatterene. It is a fairy type, so if you're now the Incineroar on the Rillaboom, you've got to find a way to deal with it. Easy, let's clean up one Pokemon first of all. The Gallade goes back into the Pokeball. Now all targets can be set down onto that Hatterene.
That is such a nice observation that essentially Dragonite, yes, is at full HP, but it is not really useful into the rest of this meta or into this rest of this game 1 because of the Scatia being immune into the Hatterene. So if Takaki finds any way to deal with both the Incineroar and the Rillaboom here, then it's a free game against that opposing Dragonite. But it's a huge, steep hill to overcome to get through this endgame here.
At least there are spread attacks on the Hatterene side. You've got the Dazzling Gleam that's going to be able to hit both these Pokemon and start chipping away at them. But I think you're going to be trying to push, digging deep for some potential critical hits to be able to get the momentum rolling. Otherwise, 2 attacks coming down on one Pokemon. Yes, you can invest in bulk as you are in the Trick Room. You don't have to invest in speed. It can make it so difficult, particularly if you're utilizing a precious Trick Room turn for a Protect.
Yeah, it's tricky with that Sorpresa, with the fake out from the Incineroar, buying 1 extra turn in Trick Room here. So it's all going to come down to the next turn. Interestingly enough, though, one strategy to overcome the Trick Room is typically protecting through those turns. Neither Incineroar nor Rillaboom will be able to protect in the next turn. So you mentioned potential crits, but on the same side, that Grassy Terrain comes into effect for both players, but specifically helping Rillaboom and Incineroar healing back those crucial HPs to then survive anything that Celebrimbor, that Hatterene throws at them.
Yeah, that's very true, and it does enable Rillaboom to deal a little bit more damage. However, the Hatterene is going to be trying to fell it, unable to do so with that Expanding Force, of course, single target, and wouldn't be able to hit the Incineroar anyway, as the Woodhammer shows how damage is done using that Grassy Terrain and the menstrual power that you get from Woodhammer anyway to clean up this game 1 for Juan Salerno.
Excellently maneuvered against that opposing Trick Room, withstanding that Terra Stella close combat with the Terra Water Gholdengo, just knowing when to switch out, bringing your Rillaboom in, taking advantage with your defensive playstyle while putting on all this offensive pressure with the Life Orb Gholdengo.
I think as well the Rillaboom in the back was a really nice positioning play from Juan. Didn't want to reveal it too early and brought it out at the right moment to override that terrain. And then Takaki, even though you'd got the Trick Room up and you had your Hatterene in play, you couldn't utilize that Expanding Force with the additional damage output that enables those knockouts.
One thing I would like to see is why Takaki didn't choose to go for the Follow Me Trick Room setup in the very first turn. Yes, you give the opponent the option to switch in their Rillaboom and override the terrain immediately, but at least you have that setup in turn 1. You have the Trick Room and you keep most of your momentum. But I can see how potentially with that Life Orb Make It Rain, that's a big threat. So you potentially need that White Guard from the Flamigo. But yeah, that could be a potential adaptation for game 2, going for a Follow Me Trick Room setup.
I think I agree. I would like to see the Trick Room come out a little bit more early doors and just enable Takaki to be in control of the match and force Juan to be adapting to the Trick Room. I really like the close combat coming through from the Flamigo. It's not every day you see a close combat going down into a Gholdengo, but the terrestrialization was a really nice adjustment on Juan's side, showing the flexibility both offensively and defensively of his team. So trainers, let's jump into game 2 and see how they're going to contend. The classic classic Trick Room duo of Hatterene and Indeedee is out on the field, we could indeed potentially be seeing like something along the lines of a Follow Me Trick Room, but the offensive powerhouses are also in play with Dragonite and Golden Go.
Yeah, I mean, some trainers opt for the Psychic Seed Indeedee to increase the special defense and then take hits more easily, but otherwise one option would be take out your Hatterene and set up Trick Room. But we have to see how they're planning to maneuver around the threat of the Life Orb Make It Rain.
Yes, that's something you really have to contend with, particularly if you are that Hatterene as well. It does not want to take any of these Steel-type attacks. Rillaboom getting straight to action, overriding that terrain and stopping Psychic terrain from being in play. Terrestrialization coming straight out for this Hatterene. It is going to be dropping its Fairy typing, becoming an all-out Psychic type here. That is going to give it a little bit more flexibility against the Make It Rain, but if it really wants to utilize Expanding Force, it needs that terrain in play. Indeedee just going straight for the Follow Me, helping out this Hatterene in case it does want to set up that Trick Room as Golden Go takes to the skies, the Make It Rain connects, but thanks to the Terrestrialization, Hatterene is still in play. Are we going to see the Trick Room?
I think, yes, we will see the Trick Room indeed. But was it enough, or did you have to pay such a huge price? And A, you lost the Terrain War for now. You will have to switch out. B, you invested your Terra in turn 1 to get the Trick Room up. So can you reposition? Can you bring in your sweepers in the right spot? Because as of right now, that Rillaboom has offensive pressure with Fake Out, with Grassy Glides, and it's really difficult for Hatterene to also deal with Rillaboom and Golden Go outside of Psychic terrain specifically.
I'd almost quite like to see a Protect come through from the Hatterene, maybe switch out the Indeedee to reset that terrain. Yes, you go through some of your Trick Room, but it could be the high-risk, high-reward strategy needed to lock in that endgame.
Yeah, but if you dedicate too much into that late-game Psychic sweep with the Psychic Surge back up, there's actually the Protect you mentioned.
Yeah, we are seeing the Protect, but I'm not seeing the Indeedee get off the field in this particular turn. Instead, it's the one going on the offensive, goes for a cheeky little Psychic down into the opposing Rillaboom, not doing too much damage, and Rillaboom returning the favor with a pretty formidable Wood Hammer there. So removing the Indeedee from play, Psychic Terrain will now no longer be here in this game too, but it does give Takaki the opportunity to bring in a Pokemon from the back and utilize these Trick Room teams a little bit better.
I mean, I heard you and Jamie Boyd earlier talk about VGC relevant terms here, and one that Jamie specifically, I want to say coined, is the paid switch.
Yes.
Some people say free switch, but you actually had to sacrifice your Indeedee to now get one of those Trick Room sweepers up. And I could see the Kurtle, the Torkoal joining the field here. It can't Terra anymore, but Choice Specs, Eruptions here still deal a lot of damage.
I mean, this is the iconic Trick Room Pokemon. Torkoal on the field, as you've mentioned, Choice Spec, Sun in the Sky. This is going to boost up those Fire-type attacks so formidably. You could go for something like an Eruption that would deal huge damage into both the Pokemon on one side of the field.
Interestingly enough, both of them have a defensive Terra with Water and Fire that could help withstand any fire pressure from the Torkoal. And the Incineroar, the ever so great Incineroar, is just such a great switch into both Psychic, Fire, and at least neutral damage from that Dazzling Gleam. So I think there's a potential for a switch over Incineroar, and both of the Terras here in Fire and Water are very great positioned.
Yeah, Rillaboom has some utility to go for a high horsepower as well, potentially, with a Fire Terrestrialization. But the adaptations on Takaki's side are coming left, right, and center. We saw Torkoal during last turn. We're now going to see that Ursaluna come in. It's hopefully for Takaki going to get him for free to be able to get that Guts boost from the Flame Orb activation. A switch coming through on Han's side. You said the Incineroar was waiting in the back, ready to join the action, and it's here, right next to its good buddy Rillaboom.
Yeah, I mean, seeing a double switch or both opponents like switching one Pokemon out, it's really unfortunate that in this specific speed interaction, Ursaluna hit the field first, Incineroar came in and was immediately able to intimidate it. So despite the upcoming Guts boost, really interesting, Grassy Glide into that slot, immediately taking it down to the yellow.
I mean, you said you've got to find a way through that Ursaluna, the Intimidate, the damage that already puts it into a precarious spot. And look at Torkoal. It wasn't able to get the job done thanks to the fantastic switch and Terrestrialization on one side of the field, really making some fantastic reads here.
And considering that the Psychic Terrain is no longer an option, you also now have the option, the capability of like just using Fake Out to get through that Trick Room, and then you have both your Golden Go and your Dragonite in the back, ready to just sweep through whatever's left over after this Trick Room expires.
I also worry for that Ursaluna. As you said, it has the potential to be hit by a Fake Out and then followed up with a Grassy Glide, and that would deal a significant amount of damage. So no wonder it's going for the Protect, but Juan is not falling for it. Goes for the Fake Out into that Torkoal to stop any damage from coming down from his opponents in this turn.
I mean, Juan Salerno really is in the driving seat right now, has all the pressure, had the Fake Out ready, the Grassy Glide to take out the Ursaluna. We saw how the first one dealt more than 50%, so it was just prone to go down to another Grassy Glide. And it's really difficult, really threatening position here. We saw the Hatterene being low, we see the Ursaluna being low, and there's the Choice Specs Torkoal, which now is free to attack. Also resists the Grassy Glide, so won't take too much damage from there. But Incineroar just so well positioned, such a great typing. Whatever you throw at it, even... oh, there's a double protect actually, buying an extra turn, but I'm not sure if that's enough for Takaki to come back into this game.
Well, you can see Juan checking the Trick Room turns as well, constantly keeping an eye on that in this match. But the double protect does indeed come through on that Ursaluna. Isn't going to take any damage this turn, and Torkoal really trying his best with that Eruption. Is able to get the knockout onto that Rillaboom, but still a tall order to get through that Incineroar.
Yeah, I mean, one more Trick Room turn gone. Ursaluna got successfully the double protect. There's a parting shot to just reposition. You can now, especially if you lose one of your Pokemon, parting shotting out then allows you to bring in either Dragonite or Golden Go and then back into Incineroar for another Fake Out pressure and another Intimidate into that Ursaluna.
Yeah, Incineroar just playing a little game of peekaboo here. It kind of goes behind, pops out again, and it's like, hi, I'm back. Did you miss me? I can go for another Fake Out and critically throw that Intimidate down onto the Ursaluna once again. Dragonite is now in play, and it looks like the dimensions have returned to normal, so there is no longer Trick Room for the slower Pokemon on Takaki's side to be able to utilize.
Yeah, we see how this DUG, the Dragonite, the Ursaluna, the Goldengo core, especially with Incineroar and Rillaboom, have so many tools to just beat those Trick Room compositions, and that's maybe why for a long time we haven't seen them shine as much recently. There was one top 4 finish over in NA, and I think some players are also doing well in Europe, but not as big at the moment.
Yes, in this game as well, Juan has been able to pivot through Trick Room so expertly, but let's remember Takaki does still have a Trick Room setter in the back in the form of that Hatterene that we are going to see rejoin. I think it's a little bit of a tall order for it to try and set that up, but looks like Takaki wants to keep that Torkoal in the back for later, maybe ensure the Sun is set up to get damage out on the field as the Make It Rain comes through, and it is going to get the double knockout. There's not a lot that can withstand that damage.
Yeah, it's a clean sweep from the Golden Go here, taking 2 knockouts. Choice Specs, Torkoal in the back, but without any speed control, without any Trick Room, it has no option to overcome the pressure of the upcoming Scale Shot and Shadow Ball. So this game is pretty much sealed, and Juan Salerno, traveling all over the world to Europe to compete here, finds himself at 3-0, joins us on stream, shows us accidentally perfect pivoting against Trick Room team, and is very likely taking this KO here.
Yeah, Golden Go is going to go for that Shadow Ball, throw it across the battlefield. Obviously, we know it's a nice and bulky Torkoal, so it's going to need a little bit of help from that Dragonite to try and get the final knockout. Again, Torkoal, like we mentioned, it has a lot of defensive capability. The Scale Shots may not even be enough in here, but there is another turn to be able to deal with. And yeah, Torkoal still hanging on, still in play, even despite taking those 5 hits. But taking a look at his move pool, it can go here for the Heat Wave. Sure, you can deal with the Golden Go, but the multi-scale is still intact on that Dragonite, and it's not going to be taking super effective damage anyway, so it's a little bit hard for little Torkoal, but really great to see it just hang on there and get a last hurrah for its trainer.
I was just going to say one last hurrah for Torkoal as well, before it eventually faints to that Fake Out pressure coming up in the next turn. And that's it. That's pretty much our round 4 here, with the Fake Out pressure, with the KO, taking the knockout, and crowning himself as the winner for our next stream match.
Yeah, Juan Salerno, just a masterclass in how to pivot around Trick Room, using 6 Pokemon we're so well versed with and showing why they are indeed top of the usage stats, but also why I feel like he's a hot contender going into LAIC.
Absolutely. I mean, these are out-of-region events for him, but playing in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, in his own region, especially after coming like great runs here in Lille and Gdansk, or at least so far, will give him the confidence, the momentum he will need to play on that big stage on LAC.
Yes, and commiserations, of course, to Takaki there. I really enjoyed seeing the hard Trick Room team, and particularly the adaptations from Game 1 into Game 2, going for the more traditional kind of follow-me Trick Room setup as well, and was able to get that up early doors, but it was just so hard to get through all the powerhouse powerhouses on Juan's side.
Yeah, let's actually look for those games. In game 1 here, he had one possible option, and that would be a scale shot miss into the Indeedee to set up Trick Room. Not happening though, and with the extra speed control of that scale shot boost, that Dragonite now was able to take out the Flamigo, and one KO after the other. We see how much pressure the leads alone Dragonite and Golden Go put into the opposing team, and then it was easy to clean up from there.
Yeah, this dynamic duo of Incineroar and Rillaboom, we see it time and time again for a reason. They're just able to provide so much support, and particularly with the terrain battles that we see going on, particularly in these Trick Room teams, it is critical for that Rillaboom to be in play. We did get to see in the second game the Torkoal get some damage out on the board. It was able to fire off some powerful eruptions, but once again, Juan with those defensive terrestrializations really coming through clutch.
I mean, I was asking for a potential follow me a Trick Room lead here to show us what that could bring to the table, but I mean, Juan has just shown why that is not enough. And the price you pay to get up your Trick Room won't be enough to go through the game.
I think that's one of the difficult things, and we see it sometimes on the speedier teams as well when they're trying to set up a Tailwind. You have to utilize a turn where you're not doing any damage or any offensive pressure to be able to get that set up. And if you're against Pokemon that can just unleash damage left, right, and center, it can be very, very costly. But sometimes that trade-off, what was Jamie's turn again? Sometimes a paid switch. Sometimes that can be worth the reward. But just unfortunately for Takami, it just wasn't here.
Yeah, we talked about how Trick Room, we saw how it wasn't able to succeed in this specific round, but maybe joined with a Farigiraf in the future, preventing the fake-out spam we saw from both Rillaboom and Incineroar. If you can overcome that with a Farigiraf, then maybe you have a few more options to withstand the pressure and keep your momentum going in those important 4 Trick Room turns.
I see what you did there, Farigiraf, on your caster predictions, am I right?
I mean, there's hope, there's hope.
There is method in the madness there, I guess, as to why it did make it onto your roster. I, however, had the Dragonite, and I think that previous match as well did showcase how incredibly offensive that Dragonite can be. It can deal so much damage with the scale shots, but also just the mere presence of it on the field with that multi-scale makes it so formidable to get through, because you can deal a super effective hit, but if multi-scale is intact, it's going to be able to take withdrawn damage from that and just hang around and be difficult to get through.
I like how one single new move and a new item with the loaded dice and the scale shot can just change the way you play certain Pokemon. And I think at the beginning of the format, or at least the beginning of the generation, when people saw the loaded dice, they weren't quite sure about how to feel about it. But in this particular use, because it gives you the speed boost and it hits 4 to 5 times, actually increasing, like it's stronger than a Dragon Claw, right? Or on average stronger than a Dragon Claw. So yeah, it's actually quite impressive how Dragonite shapes the meta.
I mean, I love Dragonite, but it does need friends by its side as well. And you mentioned earlier in the match this kind of DUG core that's coming through. Can you talk us through why Ursaluna and Golden Go were also a good synergy with my boy Dragonite?
I mean, yeah, sure. We didn't really see it come into action here, so the Ursaluna couldn't shine here. We talked about potential pressure with the Yawn into opposing Trick Room teams, for example, to disrupt them, or any setup teams. It wasn't even necessary here because Dragonite and Golden Go were just so oppressive and so strong into that Trick Room team, so that we didn't see it. But just the defensive capabilities, Blood Moon as a move is also just very powerful. Normally normal types are nerfed or at least kept in check by ghost types because you can't hit them.
Yeah.
But if you just outplay or change the rules and suddenly you can hit them with Hyper Voice, with Blood Moons as well, and there's only really Steel and Rock as resistances, then it makes it really difficult to withstand the pressure of Blood Moon Ursaluna.
And that Mind's Eye ability does really pay off for Ursaluna, and you can see how offensive it is on the stats as well in that special attacking form. Its counterpart as well, normal Ursaluna without the Blood Moon in the sky, is able to hit really hard on the physical offensive side of things as well. So depending on what you need in your team, you can switch up that particular core. But the DUG core is complete with that Golden Go, a Pokemon that's number 2 in our usage stats, and it is so formidable.
Yeah, and we have yet to see it really depends on the team composition, but which set you want to go for. We talked about how an offensive Terra Steel, gives you defensive capabilities because you now are no longer susceptible to a Shadow Ball KO from opposing Golden Goes, but also make it rain that's so much stronger. In this case, it was really good that it was Terra Water because that close combat from the scrappy Flamigo was no longer super effective and allowed to withstand the close combat pressure. So figuring out how to play it, but One of my favorite Pokemon is Aegislash, and it shares the same typing with like Steel and Ghost.
Okay.
And seeing like another really strong ability with like Good as Gold formed with that great typing.
True.
Setup options in Nasty Plot. I mean, Golden Go has a lot going for it.
I mean, you can see the synergy amongst it as well, and that typing is incredibly strong. I also really like the way that Golden Go has kind of gone through a metamorphoses. I totally said that right. Across how trainers are utilizing it, because you've had Steel Terrestrialization on there with something like a Choice Specs and Make It Rain to be just all-out offensive. Then we've seen these more defensive ones. Then we saw Nasty Plot coming forward. So our trainers really have so many options to be able to use Golden Go really well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to do throughout the rest of the competition. We're not going to be having a winner's interview right now because our trainers need to get ready for the next round. So we're going to kick it to a very quick video, but don't go anywhere, trainers. You do not want to miss another moment of action.
Also mein Name ist Florian Temme, In-Game-Tag ist Turbos.
Earth Power into that Gouge 5. That's going to be enough for the KO. Florian Temme wins the Dortmund Regional Championships.
Meine Rolle in der Community ist eher so Practice-Partner, Teambuilding-Partner und generell auch ein Turnierspieler. Auch generell auch für da, die gerade Hilfe brauchen. Insgesamt lief das Event besser, als ich es vorher dachte. Ich bin reingegangen und habe mir erstmal gedacht, okay, erstmal ein bisschen Practice holen, ein paar Sets spielen und soweit es geht, entweder als Top Card, Day 2, soweit es geht, reinzukommen. Dann Day 2 mit 8-1 geendet und danach Day 2 mit Cut in 11-3 bekommen, bis halt jetzt endlich auch zum G-Regional Sieg. Ich war recht entspannt, weil ich sehe das so, als wäre es so meine Abschlussprüfung zum Beispiel bei der Informatik gewesen und dadurch habe ich meine Ruhe bekommen und dadurch konntest du auch dich konzentrieren und auch besser performen. Was mich da besser gemacht habe, ist meine Erfahrung overall im Game, da ich jetzt schon VGC schon seit um die 10 Jahre schon spiele und dass ich unter anderem gerade für meine Matchups bestimmte Moves habe und auch EVs, um diese auch dann auch zu fixen. Plus natürlich auch die Erfahrung gerade mit dem Team. Am Anfang der Season war erstmal ein Ziel, in irgendeinem Regional, egal welches, Day 2 zu erreichen. Wenn man Day 2 hat, dann natürlich weiter hochkämpfen zu Top 8 und dann Semifinals und letztendlich einen zu gewinnen. Weiteres Ziel ist jetzt natürlich zum Beispiel in den Worlds Day 2 zu kommen oder positiv bei den Worlds rauszugehen.
To be a no-holds-barred match between Shiliang Tang and Justin Tang, two friends meeting each other in the finals of the San Antonio Regional Championships.
My name is Justin Tang, and I'm born in Maryland. If I was a Pokemon, I would probably be a Dark type. Wait, no. Wait, I messed it up. Wait, can we restart that? Restart that?
A rising star who cannot be stopped, the 3-time regional champion, Justin Tang.
If I was a Pokemon, I would probably be a fighting type, just because of Pancham, my favorite Pokemon, so.
I mean, you must be on top of the world right now.
I don't know, it feels better than the first time and the second time, I guess. I don't know, man, it's still gonna be real.
My first partner Pokemon was Mudkip, had a copy of Emerald. Like, I didn't really know how the game worked at the time, so I just gave it all the HM moves, and I was kind of circling around the sea for like hours and hours, and I don't think I ever beat the game, so yeah, I guess that's my favorite.
I mean, like, I've only been playing for like a year and a half in VGC, and I'm playing against guys who've been going for 10 plus years, and it's really insane. It's really cool to not just be winning, but to meet all these people, and it's just been great.
That's awesome.
I got to competitive Pokemon through a lot of YouTube creators. You know, I mean, Wolf is like, you know, everyone's example, right? Cybertron, like watching them ladder and like trying to make my own teams and then trying to play the game, even though I wasn't very good back then.
This should be enough to clean it up. Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion.
The first team I used at Knoxville was a variant of the, you know, Wolfie Orlando team. And I think it shows that, you know, you gotta start somewhere.
To watch out for
Justin Tang
winning his second regional championship here in Fort Wayne.
So impressive.
It's in the red, and with a third surging strikes, Ice Spider Calyrex goes down, and Justin Tang, 3-time regional champion, winning the San Antonio Regional Championships.
Winning an event again, it just feels unreal. This is something I've been chasing for a long, long time. Winning 2 your first season is really a hard goal to achieve, and to try to come back at that peak It's tough to kind of like falling short when you're so close, because I topped 8 countless tournaments last year. I topped 16 almost every tournament this year.
A long time coming after Justin had such an explosive start to his competitive career.
And I'm finally back. Compared from this finals to my other 2 I've had so far, honestly, it's been so long. I feel like it feels similar. It's just that adrenaline that hits. Just because I've been shooting for this. Like before, it was unexpected. I kind of went in blind. I didn't have those standards at the time. And having another win after chasing it for another year now, it feels really good.
Is there a player or just a mentor in the scene that you have?
It's gotta be Xiling Tang. You know, he's one of the most calculated players in the world. Like, whenever I watch a stream game of him, it's some of the most impressive work. Like, he sees things that most people don't see. Like, we're both grinders. Like, we both put in the work because, you know, we love this game and we want to do well.
Xiling Tang one Pokemon knockout away from moving on to the top 4 and closer to another regional championship title.
We'll forfeit the match, and Xiling Tang is our first Tang in the finals.
And I feel that I'm learning something new from him every day. It's just been great working with him just because I, you know, find someone that just fits me best. So, yeah.
And Justin one Pokemon away from moving on to the finals where he has to face his team building partner.
Some parts of my gameplay I want to try to get better in is kind of just thinking more in turns. I feel that I can be calculated when I'm thinking right, but sometimes I just overthink. I try to cover things that I can't always cover, and I end up losing for it or trying to make overreads. During my top 8 set, I almost lost because I spored to a sleeping Calyrex already because I misclicked. If I just gave more thought, I can just sport out a slot. I've also had experience like with that at Toronto, like trying to cover Wolf's every move.
But our Chaladon not going for the protect.
Which wasn't possible. Like thinking things that he wouldn't do, realistically, and he didn't, of course.
Who do you predict to win the San Antonio Regional Championship?
In my heart, he's been feeling the energy, he's been getting really into it, so I'm gonna have to lock in Justin here.
I knew I was gonna win finals after I saw the last turn trick room. His only way of winning was if he high horsepower crit me, and he didn't. It was Cali Ice versus Land of Ursh. Like, the moment I saw the bar go down to like 20, I knew I had the game won, and it felt really good. I can't lie. Like, finally able to beat Xiling too. He always beats me in mirrors or in practice, so you know, it feels good being one of the best players in the world. My #1 goal for this season is to do well at Worlds. Xiling actually last year, he knocked me out of Worlds in the exact 6-1 mirror. So it feels really good to have my revenge on that. This year, I hope that things can be different and I can finally have that Worlds dub or cut, something that's just better than what I've had before. After 2 Worlds of maybe not the best results I wanted, I just want more.
For the first stop of the 2025 ICs, we went to Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Latin America International Championships. Over 550 trainers competed in the video game across the juniors, seniors, and masters division. This was the big international showcase for the Regulation H rule set. No Paradox Pokemon, no legendaries, no restricteds. Just back to the basics of the Scarlet and Violet Pokédexes. With so many possibilities, trainers needed to be prepared for all sorts of team archetypes and unique Pokemon choices, and it was going to be the most experienced trainers finding the wins. The Masters Division Top Cut was one of the most stacked fields we've ever seen. 5 international champions, 2 of which were the only 2 players to ever have 2 IC wins, 1 Players' Cup champion, and a ton of regional champions. It was almost fate for the 2 double IC champs to face each other in the finals, or for LAIC to finally be won by a Latin American player. But in the end, it was Marco Hamantha Caladura Silva versus Victor Medina in the grand finals. A classic sun versus rain, with either Marco making history as the first 3 times IC champ in Masters, or Victor finally getting a win after coming so close so many times before. Championship Sunday was Marco's day. In a decisive 2-0, Marco Silva made history as not just the first 3 times IC champ, but becoming the first to defend an IC title. Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division. In the Seniors Division, Marco's little brother Pietro Silva also won LAIC, adding another IC champion trophy to his cabinet.
Pietro Nihal Caladura Silva will be your international champion.
In In the juniors division, Ismail Hogi finally won his first IC.
We've got Ursaluna in Trick Room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it, Ismail Hogi!
Now we look forward to the Europe International Championships in February, so make sure to follow along and catch all the action at Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
Hey trainers, welcome back to the Gdansk Regional Championships. The action has been so incredible this morning, so we're all taking a little bit of a lunch break and getting ourselves energized and ready for the rest of the tournament. I'm Lou Actress Crowley, and I'm joined for the first time this weekend behind the desk by Ben Kiriakou. How are you feeling, Ben?
I'm feeling good, and it's been a weekend of first, hasn't it, Lou? Your first time at the desk just now with Barish. How was that?
It was a great experience. I honestly think the games that we've all had so far this tournament have really got us all excited, and I'm just energized to see the rest of it.
There's definitely a lot of energy going on, isn't there? The games have been really, really strong, and that game, seeing Juan Salerno being able to pilot against Takaki's Trick Room was so cool because you have this situation where you've got this tried and tested team. It's doing something standard. It's not doing anything that we haven't seen before. Takaki taking it a little bit of a different go at it, using that sort of Trick Room strategy, but not necessarily committing all the way to Trick Room like we've seen with that Hisui and Lilligant Farigarath-based Trick Room team. But then he was still able to pilot through it. It was really cool to see.
I also love seeing the Flamigo, because I haven't seen that on a Trick Room team in a while. Maybe ever, let's be honest. But you could see the utility in it. I think, Barish and I were talking about how there's so many ghost types out there at the moment in the meta. Having a Pokemon with the scrappy ability does give you a little bit more flexibility, particularly into that pesky Golden Go.
Yeah, especially like Golden Go just has to terrestrialize, where normally it's not going to like taking a close combat when it can actually get hit for super effective. Usually I don't like getting hit for super effective either. And so it just has to force that position. But even taking the Terra Stella close combat was so cool. Like, yeah, Golden Go may not usually be able to withstand that, but actually this time it can.
And this is all the action going down at the 2026 championship of the Gdansk Regionals. But in 2025, there was a tournament story here as well. And we want to kind of take a little trip down memory lane, let's say, and have a little look back at the Gdansk Championships from last season that was won by Federico, who we were able to showcase earlier on this broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, looking down the list, you've got Federico and Marco. Now, Marco just won Lille last week. I actually saw him in the crowd. I walked past him. I was on the way backstage. I was just like, Marco, you've already got a direct invite. What are you doing here as well? Okay, give everybody else some championship points. But Federico is such a competitive, a great competitive player. He's such a one to watch. This time, using the wrong weather.
I was going to say
because he's so well known for rain. But looking down the list, we've had Swanchi Ko on stream already today, piloting a somewhat similar composition. But looking further down the line, Victor Medina, who is our current EU Championship point leader, down there in number 6. And a couple of Polish representation with Bartosz and Michał, who we saw again in round 2 already today.
And last season as well, Michael Kelch was running that Dragapult, a Pokemon that he used to great success to get 2nd place at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships, no less. So that definitely is a good partnership duo there. I want to focus again, though, on the Italians at the top, because as we've mentioned, Marco Silva just fresh off a win in Lille. Federico was able to win this tournament last year, but the team he's running this year to try and get back-to-back titles in this region is the team that Marco was running last year. Well, so it's a lot of moves and counter moves, but I mean, it's a good team, right? It works.
Yeah, I mean, it won LAIC last season, and so it's definitely something that we've all got our eyes on, thinking about LAIC on the horizon here. And Federico and Marco, they get on well. They play within the same sort of preparation circles, and so it's not surprising to see those trainers kind of swap around teams and try something, especially when both of the trainers, well, Marco has already got their direct invitation, but Federico is well on their way to earning a World Championship invitation, regardless of whether or not he wins another IC or a regional championship to boot.
And I think as well, when you compare to the metagame of today, take a look at Federico's team. Yes, he's not running this Rain core anymore, but Rain is everywhere. We're seeing a lot of Basque Legion, we're seeing a lot of Pelipper, Archaladon as well, and obviously Rillaboom's everywhere too. But the Electabuzz was a Pokemon that really peppered this top 8, and I'm not seeing it so much in this current meta.
Kind of fallen out of favor. It's like, especially with the Michelle Kelch composition there, with the infamous choice whether you play Magmar or Electabuzz in that 6 composition is what we had last time round in Regulation Set H. That team has sort of fallen out of favor when new threats like Scale Shot Dragonite have come into play and other different compositions. The Rain build has developed as well from the Incineroar, Amoonguss, Golden Go composition to actually using Dragonite itself, and Dragonite is pretty much the key to a lot of Regulation at Set H at the moment, but also using Pokemon like Sinistcha that we don't see too often in other compositions coming in, terrafighting our Chaladon to be able to deal with Pokemon like King Gambit, and the development of the format the second time around looks very different to those early Regulation Set H teams.
And I'm glad you mentioned ghost types as well, because there's a ghost type that's out there a lot at the moment, and there was even a mirror on the notable matches before. It's Dusclops.
Yes.
Little Dusclops.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is a Pokemon in previous formats we've seen do really well, and it can have a lot of bulk out there on the field, utilized very well in a Trick Room team. But why is Dusclops making a comeback here, today, this weekend?
Okay, so something I didn't actually think about until today.
So you saw it?
No.
Oh,
until
okay.
Barish saw it, and he pointed it out. It's like, well, Frisk as an ability on Dusclops, it doesn't seem like it's particularly useful. We have open team lists. We know exactly what items that our opponents are running. But you know what it is good for?
I do. I answered this correctly earlier.
You did? Oh, well
Can
done.
you ask me again?
Okay, gold star. Okay, no, come on, Lou. Give us the answer.
So the reason why Frisk is really good right now is because Hisuian Zoroark is out there with the illusion ability, making it really hard to spot which Pokemon is out front and center. So if you can spot the item, then you'll be able to spot the Pokemon.
Yeah, see?
Go me. I'm proud.
Perfect. And this is the thing. Like, Barish asked me the question. I was like, oh, okay, that's really cool.
Big brain plays.
Hisuian Zoroark has been something that's picked up in popularity, and I think the illusion has always put it on the back foot in terms of player choices.
Yeah.
But I think the important thing to recognize with Hisuian Zoroark more than anything else, yes, you can catch your opponent off guard.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. We like doing that. But actually, it's just a fast, strong, offensive Pokemon with a lot of great supportive options as well. It's a ghost type and a normal type, which means it's completely immune to Annihilate. And Annihilate has been one of those Pokemon
It's so dominant.
It's been so dominant. It's one of those Pokemon that's actually, we saw it so much with Mousehold in the first time round in Regulation Set H. It's developed a little bit. There are new partners. We saw his Alolan Ninetales earlier. But it's one of those Pokemon that's sort of stood the test of time a lot more than many of the other, like Dragapult, for example, those ghost types that are JD Boyd Dictionary time.
Oh, yeah.
And fake outable.
Well, we'll add that to the list. I think we're actually writing a book this weekend.
I think we will be. Assumedly, we will be.
Yeah.
And yeah, the Pokemon like that you really actually want to have an endgame scenario against. The illusion doesn't matter at that point if the Annihilate just can't do any damage to you.
I think that's a really good point, though, as well, because Annihilate, it's such a dominant Pokemon out there at the moment. We're seeing trainers try and find ways to work around these ghost types.
Yeah.
And if you've got a nice way to be able to counter it, it plays really, really well. But the other thing I like about the illusion is the mind game that it does offer, because as you said, we're in open team sheets. There's not a lot of information that is kept hidden. And back in the day when we were close to team sheets, sometimes that game one was the information game, and you would spend a lot of mental energy and focus trying to figure things out. If you can now possibly put your opponent on the back foot, make them second guess things, make them use precious time, seconds, to be able to pick their own moves, it can give you an advantage.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, well, 25% of the time, maybe my opponent just clicks into the wrong Pokemon.
Yeah.
And hey, I get a big advantage of that. Sometimes they get it right, but hey, look at the speed stat
and the special attack. Like,
and the special attack.
That's pretty wild.
I specifically remember paired with something like Fake Tears.
Oh yeah, from like Whimsicott, your little friend Whimsicott.
My little, yeah. If you know, you know. But that combination is really difficult to be able to stop, especially when Whimsicott typically carries a covert cloak. Then you've got the ghost type, it's not fake outable. And so immediately, doesn't matter about the illusion, immediately you could pick up a KO on your side and force the game into the direction that you want, not the one that your opponent wants.
And I love seeing those strategies come into the forefront. We see it with hard Trick Room teams as well. You know, you want to get the Trick Room up and make your opponent play your game. And as you perfectly executed here, that is exactly what Zoroark can try and do for the trainers as well.
Yeah.
I love to see that. I think it's definitely a Pokemon that since we've started seeing it break out, I think it jumped out of the pond, across the pond, as it were, at the NA regionals, and now some of the Europeans are starting to pick it up. It could be something to keep an eye on for the Latin America International Championships that are just around the corner a little bit later on. Now, we dived a little bit back into the history books and looked at Gdansk regionals from the last season, but as LAIC is coming up, why don't we take a look at LAIC 2025 to kind of get a refresh on what that meta looked like and how things were going. We know that obviously Marco Silva won with that incredible Charizard team, but what else was making a splash in the top 8?
You got so much going on there, and every time that I see Victor in second.
Oh, my heart breaks a little bit more.
Honestly. And last weekend I got to see Victor backstage, and I was like, this time, I believe, this time, you will finally break the curse. You will finally be able to win your first tournament. Victor is our championship point leader. He is an amazing, amazing player. I think more than anything else, not necessarily the winning, but the getting to the finals time after time after time shows the quality of player that Victor is, more than it does if you just win an event and then maybe day 2 every other event. No, Victor is right up there almost every time.
And when you actually look at the names on this roster as well, there's so many that we've seen time and time again and have so much history and prestige behind them. Trainers like Ashton Cox, who has also won the Latin America International Championships previously, Renzo Navarro has been a finalist in that tournament, and Eric Rios, again, an international champion in his own right, has won the European Championships before as well. Also, I can keep going. We've got Alex Gomez, also,
there's a lot of them.
Yeah, also won the North American International Championships. There's so many incredible trainers on this roster.
I got to give a personal shout out to Oliver as well, because Oliver at Frankfurt was representing Sableye, getting top 8.
Oh, okay, I see. Your favorite Pokemon, I see.
My favorite Pokemon. Was your favorite Pokemon in the top 8, Luke?
Hey, my favorite Pokemon's won Worlds multiple times, okay? I don't think we need to... We need to question Gastrodon's prestige. That's all I'm gonna say.
We can have that conversation a bit later. But Oliver using different Pokemon, and especially this weekend as well, using the same thing that Calvin had used last weekend in Lille, this time round using the Dusclops that we were talking about just a minute ago. That's really exciting. I'm really looking forward. I'm hoping that we get to see Oliver showcase that team in a little bit more detail this time round. But yeah, I mean, and you see there at LAIC how many Electabuzz.
It's popping out. The yellow's so
it's not
vibrant.
peppered in. It's like it's the main course. LAIC last season.
The ingredient. It certainly is, and I think that's one of the interesting comparisons we can have to the meta game of today compared to what it was this time last year. A lot more Electabuzz was in play. You do still have your tried and tested Pokemon, the Dragonite and the Rillaboom, but I think critically, actually, Incineroar not as dominant in this top 8. There's only 2 of them there.
Much more Rillaboom, and that was the same for Gdansk last year. At that point in the metagame, Rillaboom was almost a staple, especially you didn't see as much combination like Indeedee Sneasler, but you did see Indeedee setting up the Trick Room, and Rillaboom is one of those Pokemon you can fake out and change the terrain so you can fake out.
Yeah.
And so that really gives hard Trick Room a little bit of a tough time. And we did see in that time of regulation, you can see hints of it there with Oliver's team. Indeedee Male was also part of the puzzle where a lot of players were trying to, especially towards the end, after LAIC into Stuttgart, you saw a lot more what we would call Psy Spam, where Indeedee Male and Sneasler were just playing right on the offensive.
Yes.
That also seems to have died out. I'm really happy about that because
you didn't
really
like that team?
No, it was really. I played against a bunch of it in Stuttgart, like almost every round in Stuttgart. And it was like it was really tough. Like I won some of them, I lost some of them, but yeah, just seeing that team and you look at it and you're like, okay, we're having one of these.
Again.
We're having one of these matches.
I mean, another Pokemon I really want to talk about is Kingambit. You know, Renzo and Daniel running Kingambit here. When we looked at Gdansk, it was also there on the top 8 usage stats, but I'm not really seeing it out there at the moment. Why has Kingambit dropped off so much?
See, I think there's the combination of the Trick Room teams that we've seen sort of rising up. Brian in Milwaukee, Brian Collins getting top 8 with that. And I think a lot of people have picked up that composition where you've got the psychic terrain, you've got Farigiraf to block the priority moves. All of those sort of things have hurt King Gambit from being able to do what it likes to be able to sucker punch or force someone to switch so it can count-out cleave. But I also think the prevalence of Annihilate has really made King Gambit struggle quite a lot in this format, where a close combat into it really isn't nice for the King Gambit. And typically what it likes to do in this format is to go for Terror Dark after a Swords Dance, and then it can KO pretty much everything.
It does so much damage after a Swords Dance.
So much damage. But the other part of this, and you can see this in the Rain team composition that Victor was using at LAIC last year. That composition is relatively common. You may change 1 or 2 Pokemon out there in this regulation set. But the Archaladons started on grass.
That is true, they did.
They went to bug. Now they're fighting.
They're just rotating through all these terrestrializations, going through a complete metamorphoses.
Oh,
I got it wrong.
An electromorphosis.
I got it wrong earlier. I got it right now. I've redeemed myself.
But the fact that usually King Gambit was used to counter those Rain teams, and it's speaking from experience, it's really, really difficult to knock out King Gambit when your Archaladon gets knocked out by a 2+ Terror Dark's Sucker Punch. And so where they've now changed to fighting to be able to deal with it, King Gambit is less effective against multiple types of teams in the format at the moment. It makes it really tricky to want to lock that in.
No, I hear that. And taking a look at kind of the Lille Phase 2 as well, there's no King Gambit to be seen. But I have to take back my words a little bit. In Europe, yes, I'm asking, where's King Gambit? Let's go search for him out there on the floor. But if we take a look across the pond, Milwaukee in Phase 2, it was there just in 12th place on their usage stats. So there are
on the board.
there's still a lot of King Gambit believers out there. It does still have some utility. But as you mentioned, the shifts in the meta with our Archaladon and the Annihilate that are notably higher in those usage stats versus the King Gambit could indeed explain why it's not around so much.
Hey, look, and if that wasn't enough, Haze Dragonite.
Yes, that is doing so well at the moment. Haze just comes in and resets all of those stats out on the field. And this works so well, not only into King Gambit, but there's a rise of a few Dondozos out there as well. And once Dondozo and Tatsugiri combined, the Commander boost gives it +2 in all those stats. You want to haze that away.
Definitely. Right, Lou, while our trainers out there on the floor are still munching away in their lunch break, should we have a game?
I'm doing quite well with the questions so far. I'm feeling confident. I feel like a winner. Let's have a quiz.
I don't want to put any pressure on you, Lou. But when Marcus and I were doing Ghost type Pokedex entries or Halloween Pokedex entries, we got 5 out of 6.
Yeah, need I remind you, the last time I did Pokedex entries, I nearly killed Sierra Dawn across the side, you know? She was giggling so much. I was terrible at them.
That was so funny.
Yeah.
But now, I'm not going to say Marcus was doing most of the heavy lifting, but Marcus was doing most of the heavy lifting here. So, Lou, I'm going to be relying on you.
I'm ready. I can do the heavy lifting.
You can do the heavy lifting. Okay.
Let's go. Okay. Who's that Pokemon? It becomes uncontrollable if it is enraged. It destroys everything with shredding claws and fire. Is it me? Is it me? I've got the red hair.
We're all thinking at home.
Okay, right. I believe we're getting some multiple choice clues, but before they come up, anything spring into mind?
So my first thought with the first sentence was something like Primeape or Annihilate, that kind of thing, but the claws and fire take that away. I don't think I'm on the right tracks there. Claws and fire, I feel like is part of our clue.
It's the fire is throwing me, and don't forget, viewers at home as well, you can engage with this as well and vote once they pop up in the stream.
Please,
please help. Please help.
Okay.
Okay, claws.
Claws and fire. I'm just trying to think of the
Magmar.
Magmar could be good.
It's got fiery claws.
Does it get enraged? I'm not.
Litten. No, I'm just now picking my favorite Pokemon. It could be Litten.
But it could be.
It's a fire type.
It could be Incineroar.
It could be Incineroar, but Litten would be cuter. Or Torracat. It could be any of them.
Maybe we're getting a few little hints.
Well, I feel like Incineroar's more in control. You know, Litten's a little kitten. It hasn't learned its behavior yet.
Okay.
That's the logic.
Could be.
Let's have it. Okay, it's none of those.
None of those. Okay.
It's not even a fire type.
So, vote in chat. Haxorus, Garchomp, Tyranitar, Salamence. The fire is still...
The fire's thrown me.
I think it could be Salamence because Salamence learns well, in fact, all of them learn a bunch of fire type moves, so it could literally be anyone.
I think we can...
I feel like...
Not T-Tar.
We can rule out
Eliminate
Tyranitar.
T-Tar.
I feel like we can rule out Garchomp. I feel like it's between Haxorus and Salamence, but Salamence feels like the one to me.
I'm going Haxorus.
You're going Haxorus. Chat, what are you thinking? Who is right between Lou and I?
I'm going Haxorus.
Or are either of us wrong?
I believe it outrages more than Salamence. Salamence
No, I
is
can
a
see
bit
that,
calmer.
but I feel like Salamence is just like blah, 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 fire.
I see.
Do you not get that impression from Salamence?
I do now.
You do now. Okay,
But
there we go.
I feel
that can
like
go. That
Haxorus,
maybe that could go in the Jamie Boy dictionary.
That definitely could. I want to know who can phonetically spell that out.
I'm hold my hands up. It's Salamence. If you're right, fair enough.
I'm Haxorus. Team
All right.
Haxorus. None of them are fire-type Pokemon. That really threw me. And the last time I did this quiz, it was also a fire-type Pokemon that caused me some upset. So, yeah, I don't have a good track record here, Ben. I'm sorry if we...
I told you had to do the heavy lifting.
I know, and I couldn't even decide with you. We've gone on separate decisions
we've gone,
as well.
We've gone separate directions. If I get this right, maybe I'm doing
I
the
am
heavy
not
lifting.
Marcus. I am
don't know.
sorry. But let's have a look.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Vindication!
Do you know what? I was looking at it and I was going, chat agreed with Ben, but I'm the correct one. I'm not. But it is indeed Salamence. But Haxorus comes in
I know.
tidy
I feel like you had some strong arguments.
They were
I feel
wrong,
like
but they were strong.
Everybody that you've led in the wrong direction has a reasonable expectation that they probably, they had an argument, but Salamence.
That was the moment.
That is it.
Do you need any more convincing?
Do you need any more?
That Ben Kiriakou, esteemed analyst commentator, knows his stuff.
That is, it was the technical term I used.
It was
the technical term. Okay,
we've got
let's go to the
another
next one. Okay.
This is a lot of fun. I'm loving this. Please just keep the lunch break going.
All right.
Okay.
From the moment it's born, this Pokemon radiates the air of a leader. Its presence will calm even vicious foes.
I'm going to need the multiple choice for this. From the moment it's born, because now I'm thinking of like little
Radiates
baby
the
egg
air
Pokemon.
of a leader. Radiates the air of a leader. So
presence. I'm thinking of like majestic Pokemon like Altaria.
I like the direction. I like the direction.
I can't think past Altaria right now.
I'm trying to pin on this like leader
Gardevoir
kind of Pokemon.
But then when it's born, it's a Ralts, and Ralts is not inspiring anyone.
I'm trying to. My mind's going blank on all of the Pokemon that don't evolve. I'm wondering if it's something that's like hatches from an egg and then
ta-da!
It's a leader.
Could be like a legendary Pokemon, maybe.
Well, it could be.
I'm trying to think who would be a calming legendary Pokemon. Maybe. Could it be? No, it couldn't be Ho-Oh. I feel like Ho-Oh would have a more obvious Pokedex entry.
I feel like every time the question comes up, everything falls out of my brain.
Yeah, it's like, what is the Pokedex?
What is Pokemon? Chat, please help us with this because this is a struggle. Okay.
Oh, it was legendary.
No, this makes sense. No, it's got to be Cobalion. Cobalion is the leader. I'm sure Cobalion is. Oh yeah.
Okay, it's not Calyrex.
I think we can rule out Calyrex.
Like the one thing is not like the others here.
Where's Keldeo?
Oh, poor Oh yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's meant to be Keldeo, Calyrex.
So Terrakion is the more brash, like bullish kind of one of the trio.
Yeah.
Virizion, I do agree Virizion is calming.
Cobalion is the leader of the three, right?
Cobalion is the leader of the trio.
So then it's got to be Cobalion.
I think so.
That logic.
Are we actually agreed?
We are in agreement.
We are in agreement.
We're
okay.
in agreement.
Are you
Cobalion.
in agreement there? Cast your votes. See what you think.
We may not be right, but we're in agreement. That's progress from quiz question one.
You know what? I'll take progress.
Yeah, it's good.
You're either not or we are. I don't know what the next step is.
No. Next time, maybe we'll get it right together. Maybe this time we're together, but we've got it wrong.
Yeah,
maybe
and then next time it'll be right together. Maybe. I
How the world works.
I can't see.
I
can understand the argument for Virizion, but I really can't see. Cobalion the leader.
So you just keep saying I can't see dramatic pause, and I'm like, Ben's glasses on. Like, what's happening? I can't help you, Ben.
Lou!
I'm looking forward to seeing what the chat has thought of this. Have they followed our logic, or have they? Maybe Calyrex was the red herring. You know, it was the odd one out for a reason. But it was Cavalian! Yay! We got this one right.
I just want to let's have a review of the scores. If you just joined us, we're doing a little bit of Pokédex entry. What's that? Who's that Pokemon?
Yeah.
From the Pokédex entry, I am 2-0. Lou.
I'm 1-1.
One is 1-1. We disagreed.
We did.
Now we're agreeing, and we got it right.
So what I've learned is agree with Ben Kiriakou and you won't go far wrong.
Now that is advice.
Oh, I've said that on the internet now, haven't I?
You have.
Oh,
you have said that on the
okay.
internet. I will hold you for that for the rest of your life.
Okay, well, there you go. It's your future birthday gift to you from me for next year.
Brilliant.
But that is actually, I believe, the end of the contest between myself and Ben. Maybe there'll be a few more later on. But I think maybe I need to go and do some studying. I think that's the unsubtle hint that I've taken here. So we're going to go to a very short break. Make sure to go get some refreshments and a snack of your very own as we enjoy our lunch break here. And we'll be back with some more Pokemon action in just a moment.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed me we're awesome and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions. They've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story. We passed the test. Yeah. We become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Finally show the world today. Legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. So here's to you. Here's to you. The ones who came before. And all I know. So here's to you. Here's to you. The ones who came before.
Let's kick off the 2024 Pokemon European International Championships!
Can they secure copy shots. Yes, they can! Yes, they can! They simply can't stop Fusion. No one could stop Fusion throughout this tournament, and that is why Fusion are your AOS Cup champions.
Emmy Weedle is about to clean up this game. Emmy Weedle did a phenomenal job of reading that if Annihilate is out on the lead, I can win this game with Vigoroth, and Emmy Weedle is gonna 3-0 sweep Duma to become your European International Champion.
See the Mirage Gate accelerate this Hisuian Gudra, and with this Jet Energy, it can move into the active spot, and a final boss's orders commanding one of these two Pokemon on the bench to come up will clench the game out for Johan, and he becomes your Europe International Champion. Gabriel can find himself an energy card and one of those counter catcher. He can bring up one of these benched two prize Pokemon. Let's see if it's there. It finds both the counter catcher and the dark energy. The back-to-back international champion, Gabriel Fernandez, wins it all in Europe.
One prize card remaining each. Can Tord find the knockout this turn?
Charizard EX in hand. One more piece of the puzzle.
And that's going to be it. The rare candy from the Pidgeot EX will find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout. Tord Reklev is your European International Champion. 5-time international champion and the greatest player of the modern era.
Assault Vest variant.
Ivy Kutcher coming out again from the Ogerpon, picking up a huge knockout here, leaving the Incineroar. If it does outspeed this Ferrograph, if it's trying to go for the Trick Room, is going to be able to get the knockoff off, and it is going to pick up a huge knockout.
Huge knockout indeed.
But the battle is cancelled. We have our first juniors final in the EU 2024 Championships. Kevin Han.
In with this play, Drag the Pulse, targeting the Chien Pao. It is enough. It picks up the KO, and this Tinglu has a lot of pulling weight. It has to do. It will not. And we see it's been locked in. Benjamin Polster is your champion of the European International Championships.
One hit is all it's going to be taking to take that Pokemon down. And this match, Nils has been in such control the entire time. It was well played, but Nils, he never let out. Always was so close to the title and is going to claim it. Nils Dunclop is going to be your European International Champion.
I'm feeling pretty crazy with this win. I did not expect this coming here. I was happy that I managed to clinch out the win in those crucial moments.
Too happy almost. I won the European Championships and I still can't believe it.
I feel pretty normal. A bit in shock. Kind of getting used to this now, but still just a great feeling.
I feel very happy to have won EUIC because it was my first IC win.
Es un sueño haber logrado esto, la verdad es algo que siempre quería. Sentí mucho ese logro hace mucho querer también enfrentarme ante Kavi-chans.
It's been a little bit of time since, especially last year when I got so close and lost in the final. It felt really good to be able to get a little bit of redemption and keep the title in Europe this year.
Next round to get ready, I'd come check out the venue and check in with some of our players. And I have the honor of being joined by Patrick Donegan here. How is your tournament going in Gdansk?
Lou, it's going great so far. I'm 3-1 at the halfway point.
Awesome.
We'll see if I can squeeze out 3 more wins to make it to phase 2.
I mean, that sounds awesome. 3-1. What 6 are you running? Or maybe your MVP?
My MVP right now is probably Indeedee the Snow Frolicker.
Oh, I love that name on it. That's so cute. I mean, we see you a lot here at the European tournaments, but you're also well versed with the NA tournaments as well. Is there a difference competing at either event?
Yeah, for sure. I would say in North America, we're dealing mostly with the United States and Canada. So yes, there are different building groups and everything, but for the most part, things are kind of similar. You might see a different team here or there. Like when you come to Europe, you're dealing with a lot of different countries. So you've got the Spanish building group, the Italy building group, what Germany is doing, what the Irish are doing.
Yes, got to remember that.
I mean, there are so many different countries that lend themselves to different styles of play. And when you consider all the cultures that are involved in a European event as compared to like North America, you're definitely going to see some differences.
Oh, I love to see that as well, like all the different variety of trainers. What do you think of the metagame right now here that we've got going on?
So far, it's kind of what I've expected. I am seeing a lot more Hisui and Arcanine than I would have thought. But yeah, like the Lele Bounce team originated from Frankfurt.
Yep.
That has since traveled across the ocean to North America and all other areas. So like the metagame is kind of more like, I don't want to say stagnant, but it's more similar around the world than it has been in the past.
I think, yeah, Frankfurt kicking things off with those Pokemon that obviously won. We see them everywhere at the moment, but there's a few little interesting choices scattered in there. You're also attending the Vegas Regional Championships. Are you excited for that one?
Absolutely. We have never had an event in Las Vegas. So when that came out, that was a must grab for any professor and any player.
Yeah.
And I actually did apply to judge, but you're not going to make every single event as a judge. But I am excited to play in Vegas for the first time. And honestly, if I do well here, maybe I run back the same 6.
Well, who knows? And I'm really glad you mentioned being a professor, because not only are you an incredible Pokemon trainer, but you're an incredible professor as part of the professor program as well. Can you talk us through a little bit about, what being a professor means to you?
Sure. So in regards to being a professor, I would say it's really a good way to like give back and to make sure everything is being like run above board, to basically just make sure that everyone is having a fun time, to help grow the game. And honestly, doing that locally, I see it. Judging regionals, I see it. It's especially with how long I've played. It's a really good way to give back to the community that I've enjoyed for so long.
Those such wonderful words. And without the professors, we wouldn't be able to run these events the way we do. Well, I've just heard things are getting moving out there in the tournament floors. So we're going to have to wrap this up a little bit sooner. But thank you so much for taking some time out of your lunch break to talk to me, and for little Articuno joining us as well. Always great to see out here on the floor. So, Pokemon trainers, we're going to be jumping right back into some action very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Game number 1.
This year in Anaheim saw us crown a new world champion, Giovanni Sischi. Gio's team was unusual in that he used the exact same team of Koraidon, Lunala, Chinyu, Fluttermane, Brute Bonnet and Ursaluna throughout the format. The extended practice with the team gave him consistent results, with a top 32 in Milwaukee and NAIC, a top 8 in Portland, and of course, the world champion. So, let's take a deep dive into Gio's team. There were two modes, Sun and Trick Room. Koraidon, Fluttermane and Chi-Yu formed the backbone of Geo's hyper-offensive Sun mode. Chi-Yu's fire attacks were boosted by Koraidon's Sun. Paired with Fluttermane, these two melted their opponents. Pokemon like Incineroar that could withstand the onslaught would get easily picked off by Koraidon. With Protosynthesis on Fluttermane and Choice Scarf on Chi-Yu, the Sun Cord could outspeed and cripple some of the strongest Pokemon in the format, such as Calyrex Shadow Rider and Miraidon. To balance the frail members, Geo also had a bulky Trick Room mode of Lunala, Ursaluna and Brute Bonnet. Lunala could set up Trick Room, and it also had strong offensive presence with a Power Herb Meteor being set. Ursaluna could then take advantage of Trick Room. Its unique ground and normal typing gave it immunity to two of the strongest attacks in the format, Astral Barrage and Electro Drift. Lastly, Brute Bonnet gave the team important redirection and sleep support. Unlike its counterpart Amoonguss, Brute Bonnet heavily threatened the most popular restricted Calyrex Shadow Rider. Under the sun, it also got a defense boost, making it even tankier. This mixed composition gave Geo the flexibility against a wide variety of teams. For day one of Worlds, Geo had a strong performance, losing only to Mao Harada on string. This match was extremely close, with Mao making a fantastic read on the final turn of Game 3 to win the set. However, Geo was not deterred, and he went on undefeated for the remainder of Swiss until he faced Mao again in top 8. This time, Geo was ready. He had learned from his loss the day before, and defeated Mao to advance to the semi-finals. Geo's next opponent was another top Japanese player, Hirofumi Kimura. Although Geo's Pokemon missed several moves, he remained calm and won against the two-time Japanese national champion. And then it was the finals. Geo's team would be facing off against the Koraidon Shadow Rider team, piloted by James Evans. In Game 1, James's Brute Bonnet exerted huge pressure, putting Geo's Chi-Yu to sleep. However, Geo expertly preserved his Fluttermane until the endgame, where it outsped everything and won. In Game 2, Geo started well, but James capitalized on the Koraidon's Life Orb recoil and made defensive switches that forced the Koraidon to take more recoil. Eventually, Geo's Koraidon had one more attack left before it would faint to Life Orb, but James had two Pokemon left on the field, giving James the win. The stakes could not be higher for the final game. But this time, Geo changed up his playstyle. In games 1 and 2, Geo had made safe plays. But for the deciding game, he made an aggressive read on turn 2, going for the Stellar Terror on his Fluttermane, which sniped down the opposing Brute Bonnet in one hit. With the threat of sleep now gone, Geo brought in his Chi-Yu alongside the Fluttermane. Under the sun and with Beads of Ruin active, these two special attackers tore through the remainder of James's team, crowning Geo as the 2025 World Champion.
Trainers, we're back at the Gdansk Regional Championships, and I am overjoyed, Barish, to be joined by you on the desk. Welcome to the video game crew. I know you've spent a little bit of time with the trading card game. I'm glad you finally found your way back to your family.
Back home in VG, absolutely. One thing that wasn't visible to the viewers at home was actually how I was helping my friend Ben join me behind the desk. Two old men, two old veterans of the game. We go all the way back to competing together in 2012, 13. It's crazy times back then.
Yeah, it's like, and look at how far the community has come since then as well. We're here. We may have slightly washed up, me a little bit before you, Barish, but you know, we still try and hold our own against these new kids, but unfortunately for us, they definitely show us what competing nowadays is all about.
I mean, I remember playing at Worlds and playing against a few teenagers, and I felt my back after each loss.
Yeah.
But yeah, back to the action in Gdansk, actually. We have some usage stats for you to check out what the metagame looks like in our day one competition.
Okay, so surprising probably no one out there. Incineroar in the top spot with 52.2% usage. Now, Barish, what is also sticking out to you in comparison to the other regulation set H formats that we've had so far?
I think for this format specifically, I'm seeing a rise in popularity of like Rain Cores. I don't think we have seen Pelipper or Basque too high up recently, so maybe there's an adaptation from Lille going to Gdansk with a very short turnover of only 1 week. But seeing Rain back up there, Volcarona also making a dip, quite high at 16% here. There's no Guts Ursaluna to be seen.
No.
Interestingly enough, like 52% is quite high, but it also means that it's only on every other second team, so to say.
Yeah, exactly. And the interesting thing will be how many of these convert into day two. Pelipper Basque Legion, maybe they're sitting at 11 and 12 on our graphics for day one. What if they're sitting at like 5 and 6 for day two? They've actually managed to convert all the way into day two. And that's something we're going to talk a little bit about, at least at the top level. What do we think behind the desk is doing well here in Gdansk, or has the chance to go all the way? Let's have a look at our caster predictions. Have a little bit of a reminder from this morning.
Yeah, there's so many different angles to take when it comes to these caster predictions. There's the ever so grateful like Gastrodon on loose pick, of course, as a favorite Pokemon. I think Jamie went and said like he picked the 4 Pokemon that he would have the most fun winning with.
Yeah.
And I took a slightly more competitive approach. I've seen Kilowattrel, Amoonguss, and the Guts Ursaluna as one team composition that has been actually causing havoc. I think it went, at least 2 Japanese players took it all the way in Brisbane to compete through the phase 1, making it to phase 2. I don't think I've seen it featured on stream just yet this weekend, but I'm a big believer that Kilowattrel, especially with Incineroar so high in usage, could turn around the metagame. On the other hand...
But what about the Farigiraf sitting there? Because you've got half of a team sitting at the top, but you then there's a Farigiraf there. What's that doing?
Yeah, so I called it Farigiraf and Friends because I think, I mean, there's half a team on top, but there's also
half a team on the bottom as well.
Yes, the idea of a hard Trick Room team with Farigiraf. We have seen on stream what happens if you don't have the Farigiraf and eventually Rillaboom is overwriting the Psychic Terrain, and then both Incineroar and Rillaboom will be able to just constantly fake out, stall out turns, get through your Trick Room quite easily. But if you have that Farigiraf sitting on the field, you can and once you position one of your Trick Room sweepers, there's no fake out potential thanks to the armor tail.
Even just Grassy Glide for Pokemon like Ursaluna in Trick Room, Rillaboom comes in and then Grassy Glide does what, 50+% to an Ursaluna, maybe even on the switch in, and then you're just gonna have your Ursaluna pinned even in Trick Room environment by Grassy Glide. Now, I went a little bit of a different direction.
Sure, talk me through it.
Kind of the same direction. So, if you watch the Lille Regional Championships, my caster predictions did have Dondozo Tatsugiri. Now, I wasn't
so
quite
bold
right.
of you to pick Como and Ribombi.
Yeah, I mean,
anyone in chat has an idea why those are there?
Who would have thought that Como and Ribombi could have been on the winning team from Lille? Well, 2 trainers out there in the tournament. One of them, Marco Silva, our winner. The other one, Dil Yeomans, who they worked together. They collaborated on the team and did really well. And I wouldn't be shocked to see somebody pick up that composition and try and figure it out for this weekend because it had such a strong showing. It had so many different options that were available to it. Now, yes, you could say that Whimsicott does everything that Ribombi does, just with Prankster.
Mm-hmm.
But
one interesting takeaway actually from this is that you have your typical friend groups, building groups coming together, and then occasionally, kind of surprising for me seeing that like Marco was working together with Dil on the team, right? And then they can take it all the way and Marco winning the event. So it's interesting to see what happens when two geniuses put their minds together on a team.
Completely, because that is the way that this format flourishes, our players flourish, our community flourishes, is that people do work together. And I think, especially with team building, Marco said himself at Lille how much he was used to using those tried and tested compositions. Now he's looking to push the boat out a bit more. With direct information, he can push the boat out as far as he wants and still be able to get that qualification to the World Championships. Now, let's turn our attention back to Gdansk here. Regionals. Barish. I do know who you are. We're going to have a look at the standings and see who is coming out on top. We've got 4 rounds already played, 4 rounds left to go in phase 1 here in Gdansk.
Interestingly enough, we see Ali Porteous, which we haven't heard before, sitting on that first seed at the moment with a 4-0 record. Some Spanish and German representation. Oliver Eskelin with a 4-0 record. We've seen him part of the notable matchup so far. Yeah, he's running that Dusclops team.
Yeah, this is cool. We saw Calvin Foster using the same team last week in Lille, and Oliver rocking. We know that Oliver and Calvin do tend to work together pretty often on their teams. This Dusclops, Calvin was able to take us in game 1 of that stream match to a Dusclops endgame with the Pain Split and the Nightshade and doing all of that sort of fun stuff, even using all 4 moves at his disposal. But it's such an interesting composition because it can go different ways. The Dusclops can set up the Trick Room. Then if Oliver thinks, hey, maybe they're expecting the Trick Room, boom, there's the Venusaur. It's coming out, it's in the sun. Terra, Fire, Weather Balls in the sun are putting so much pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, and then on top of that, I want to talk about the French representation. I think Theo Team had an amazing season last year. And then, of course, Louis, coming from the seniors division in his first year. And if you saw the CP leaderboard this morning, I think he's in 2nd or 3rd place.
3rd place.
Yeah. That's incredible, going from seniors all the way to masters.
It is absolutely crazy. Another player that we can call out here is Paul Hinter, who was in top 4 in Gdansk last year. Now, Paul has got a little bit more of a tried and tested team, as opposed to Oliver trying to take a little bit more of a swing at the metagame in Regulation Set H. But Incineroar, Golden Go, Annihilate, Ninetales, Dragonite, Ursaluna, I mean, can you really go wrong with that composition?
Yeah, I mean, I like to play in a way where it's like, if you just have 6 good Pokemon, you can rely on their stats to back up, they can sponge damage, and it just allows you to play Pokemon. Yep. And if then those 6 strong Pokemon are also well placed in the current metagame, what else would you want?
Yeah, I was like, playing Pokemon is the objective, isn't it? I mean, at the end of the day, that is what we're all here to do. And I like the way that you described that, Barish, because sometimes when you're playing, even just those hard Trick Room teams are a good example of them, you're not necessarily playing that back and forth momentum swing game, or maybe you're trying to get yourself into a good position. You're just like, Trick Room, boom. That is your objective when you're playing. I like the dynamic of switching around and having to weave yourself around what your opponent's trying to do.
Yeah, let's actually look at the notable matches of this round after the lunch break. We are ready to rock with the next stream game, and these are the notable matches we have for you.
Oh, yes. Nice. Joan Garcia, Louis Fonvier. That's going to be the match that we're going to be looking at. But a bit further down the list, Nils Dunlop, our 2024 EUIC champion, versus Alexi there. That's going to be a fascinating match. You don't often see Sarina in this metagame.
Yeah, and I mean, I talked plenty about Kilowattrel and the Amoonguss and the Gatsu Zaluna, and seeing both Nils Dunlop and maybe add a little hint, Marcus Hammond actually rocking these teams as part of our notable matchups in this round. We'll see how far they can take it here. Amoonguss specifically was so underrepresented in the metagame right now, but you can't disrespect Amoonguss paired with Incineroar. They, in any given format.
Yeah, and we would know.
Yes.
We've played them all. We would know you cannot disrespect Amoonguss across the board. Simone Zavito as well, someone that sort of pops up every now and then these days and just has an absolute roaring tournament. I'm really looking forward to seeing the results of all of these matches, but we're going to be focusing on the one with our players on the stage getting ready to go.
Yeah, we have Juan Garcia from Spain. I think he had quite a few results throughout the season last year. And then I just mentioned French representation in Louis. He has been like doing so well in the seniors division, has made it all the way to the finals of EYC last year, and now graduating into the Masters category, Masters division.
We saw it with Oliver Erskine, didn't we, where in the same way, Louis is aging up into the seniors, and especially in the local events, seniors typically play with the Masters, and then they graduate into Masters and be like, well, yeah, I'm kind of used to playing all these old guys. Let's actually show them how it's done.
Yeah, and I mean, I know quite a few stories of seniors rocking up to local tournaments and like there being nightmares for Masters to play because so fearless, they have nothing to lose, and they're going to put you on the spot. And if you can't withhold that pressure, then even at local tournaments, you can easily take those losses against these very young trainers. But now, in the Masters category, it's no longer seniors against Masters. We're all Masters here, and they're at the stage competing on the highest level here in Gdansk.
And Joan is definitely a player that we could call a master of the game as well. Lille top 4 last year in regulation set H, and really does show us the consistency that using the same team across a format can bring you. It's sometimes not better to have the best team out there, but to know it better than everybody else. And that's something that Joan was really, really great at showing us last season. But now he's put that team to bed that he was using before the Volcarona Baxcalibur composition with Dondozo, and he's using something different. I'm not going to be surprised if I see yet another result on his standings after this weekend.
Yeah, just within the last 2 seasons, and coming off a top 8 finish in Frankfurt, but also having the top 4 finish in Lille. Like, he has quite a few accolades to his name already. I've had the pleasure of playing him last year myself, and it was quite some battle. It was the Kyogre against Terrapagos. Completely different metagame for now, but I could see firsthand why he is where he is and how he completes.
You do get that feeling. Now, let's have a look at Louis' team. Volcarona Dragonite, Golden Goat Grimmsnarl, Archaludon, Ursaluna. Barish, take us through it.
I mean, it's interesting. There's Archaludon on the team, but no Rain Mode and also no Electroshot, so it seems to be a defensive variant. And on first stance, we see the Stamina ability, but I don't see any... I mean, you have the Scale Shot that technically allows you to boost up your defensive stats. It's typically not the preferred way, but it's still an option to boost the defensive, and then it's Terra Fighting Body Press.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful, especially we were talking about that earlier, how much Terra Fighting Body Press does to Pokemon like King Gambit in the metagame, where you really need some of that fighting answers, but next to it, an Ursaluna, you really need damage into Ursaluna. Maybe that Archaludon is the one that's going to be putting pressure on other Blood Moons.
Yeah, we talked about how these monsters are used in a defensive way with the Yawn Lefty set, but here it's Life Orb, and also the Golden Go was also a Specs variant.
That's going to be doing a lot of damage, especially with the Terra Steel. And, okay, let's see what Joan is running this weekend. And to give you a little bit of a heads up, Volcarona also in this match as well. Golden Go Sneasler, Ninetales Rillaboom, and that classic Dondozo that he loves so much.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Yawn Lefties on opposing, or potentially on the Blood Moon Ursalunas, but here it's on the Dondozo. Doesn't need Totsuguri itself. All it does is disrupt the opponent, starts yawning, and whenever you have some free turns, you can go for those fissures, and they will really hurt when they hit.
Yeah, I was like, you're not going to hit sort of Pokemon that are Terra Flying like Sneasler that has been doing and is doing on Joan's team, but actually not many Pokemon terrestrialize into a flying type. So Fisher, pretty consistent.
Yeah, and you also have the unaware abilities, so if any opposing Pokemon would start setting up onto you, you just ignore all those stat boosts and still deal a lot of damage, even with Wave Crash.
There's like Wave Crash, Leftovers, Grassy Terrain. That recall kind of doesn't really matter at all. You can just use it, and sometimes maybe even the Dondozo becomes the powerhouse with coaching on the Sneasler to be able to boost up itself and the other Pokemon on the team. So, looking at these teams, Barish, what are you thinking in terms of the matchup?
So we talked about Choice Specs Golden Go, but there's very few speed interactions or speed control options here. So we saw the Thunder Wave, and there's also Tailwind. So I think I would try to place my Golden Go in the back, set up Tailwind, and then try to sweep.
Let's see if it's going to happen. We're getting into Game 1 here at the Gdansk Regional Championships, and we're kicking things off with a Volcarona, 2 Golden Goes, 1 apiece, and a Rillaboom.
Yeah, interestingly enough, speed control is not the only option how you enable a strong attacker like Golden Go to take some KOs. This specific Volcarona actually runs supportive moves as well. With the Struggle Bug, you can just like mitigate damage from your opponent, and then you don't need speed control if you can just easily take any hits from opposing Pokemon.
But also, if you fancy it, you can also go for a Tailwind option as well. So there is an option here for Louis to go on the offensive. Maybe not this turn, but could be in setting up for future turns.
Yep. I mean, interestingly enough, we have the dynamic speed interactions where setting up Tailwind immediately gives you the speed boost.
Oh, but it's not going to happen this time around. That Volcarona is going to be getting in, on, out of there.
Yeah, getting out there, and here's the option. If you have Terra Steel, and that's exactly what we're seeing here right now, Terra Steel Gholdengo, it's actually the Rillaboom.
Okay.
Not only using Terra, but also being faster.
Yeah, it could be big in this turn. Maybe Ursaluna is going to have to take a Woodhammer on the switch-in. We'll have to see how this unfolds, but it's a Terra apiece. So that's going to be Gholdengo going for its Terastallization. You called it out earlier, both offensive and a defensive Terastallization from the Gholdengo, increasing its damage, but making sure it's not going to get KO'd by a Shadow Ball.
Yeah, the opposing Gholdengo doesn't want to risk anything here and goes for a Protect to scout out what's happening here. We see actually Rillaboom attacking first, but it seems to be avoiding the high horsepower. And there's a super powerful coming Terra Steel, Make It Rain, but resisted thanks to Terra Fire.
Okay, so Rillaboom is going to take a bit of damage here. Gholdengo going to drop its special attack. And I like what Joe's doing here. Just playing a little bit defensive on turn one, seeing what the Specs Gholdengo is locking into.
Yeah, you gave it away now with the Terra Steel so early on. And because you only hit into the Rillaboom, now your special attack is dropped as well. So you're not as powerful anymore, and you're now susceptible to potentially another high horsepower and Shadow Ball combination. So you want to get out of the field.
Yeah, you definitely want to be switching out that Gholdengo in this spot and bringing back in your Volcarona that will be able to soak up some damage from the Gholdengo. A little bit unfortunate for Joan that he didn't manage to connect that high horsepower, but he's a player that can deal with that.
What a great
There it
call.
is! Power Gem on the switch-in. What a call coming out from Joan.
I mean, I was thinking, is he expecting a potential switch? And even if it's switching, what could possibly come in?
Yeah.
Adding that Volcarona with the Power Gem, 1-hit KO. Awesome prediction there.
So
Awesome.
like, Joe knows what it's like to have Volcarona and to be able to switch in to a Gholdengo. I'm sure he's been doing it the entirety of the way through both regulation set H's, and he knows exactly when to pull that trigger.
Yeah, I mean, expecting it to switch, seeing just the team that there's also Dragonite on the team, I think Power Gem was just such a great call. We don't see it too often. Most Gholdengos decide actually to go for a nasty plot set. That 4 went for that, didn't go for the setup, and just straight out offensive with a third attacking move as well.
Okay, so Louis on the back foot here. Again, another switch coming out here, so Jonah's got to carry on capitalizing on that advantage. But here's a Tailwind from the Dragonite. Maybe this is the thing that Louis needs to get himself into a better spot. Make It Rain. Not doing too much damage. Of course, Dragonite with a multi-scale halving the damage that Make It Rain does. And there it is, Woodhammer coming in. Steel-type Gholdengo is going to take it pretty well. But I don't know about that with a critical hit. Maybe it could be in range of a Grassy Glide. What do you think?
Yeah, with the recovery and considering that was a crit, maybe he has a chance to actually live that. He doesn't have the option to protect because he's the choice spec set. Now he has the speed control, but once again, Juan can just protect his own Gholdengo, and Rillaboom is just tanking any possible move that could come here. There's actually, now that I look at it, both trainers are rocking Power Gem.
Yeah, this is a powerful match coming out here. Louis not wanting to let Joan have the advantage overall by going for another Protect. Instead, wanting to take advantage of the Tailwind with his Ursaluna, bait out the Protect on the Gholdengo, bring the Ursaluna in, and then start going on the defensive. But there's a Grassy Glide. Taking less than half damage, that's pretty good. Scale Shot could be enough with 5 hits to take the KO.
Yeah, we see 2 hits already. 4 won't be enough, and I think 5 will be very close if it gets so far.
Oh, maybe not. 5 hits, hanging on with a sliver. This Rillaboom has trained to take those hits so well.
I find it really interesting how the simple combination of Rillaboom and the Gholdengo is causing so much problem for Louis to fight through. Yes, there was this one big turn with the Power Gem KOing the Volcarona, which otherwise is really well positioned into both these Pokemon. But now, on the back foot, really trying to find a way to attack through this. I really liked your point about baiting out the Protect on Gholdengo, and now you can target that slot. It can no longer protect, or at least not without a risk.
I was going to say, because like if you Scale Shot into the Rillaboom, maybe you don't connect.
There's also an option of that, absolutely. You can miss that. We saw Grassy Glide didn't quite take 50% of Urza King. So potentially surviving the second one. Seems like he doesn't want to risk it and just goes for a predict here.
Okay, so protect on the Ursaluna. Now that Dragonite can set up Tailwind even if it goes down pretty nicely. Here's the Grassy Glide into the Ursaluna. So Ursaluna just making sure that it doesn't take too much damage. And there's just a little bit of extra on the scale shot. So Louis making a call that the Golden Go was going to switch out because it protected the last turn. But Joan thinking, hang on, I'm so far ahead at the moment, maybe I can make that call.
Very, very interesting call for sure. I think Grassy Glide would not have taken out the KO on Ursaluna, and then it would have allowed it to take the Earth Power and potentially take 2 knockouts here. Instead, Juan just doesn't decide to switch out. Another Power Gem, and now maybe even that Dragonite is in Grassy Glide range.
One thing I'm thinking about how good this Power Gem is in the current format, because it's doing damage to those Pokemon you want it to, like Dragonite, but you also don't have to commit to Make It Rain or drop your special attack. So this Make It Rain is at full power.
Yeah, and then you have Shadow Ball, of course, but some Pokemon, normal Pokemon, are just immune to Shadow Ball. So just having an extra coverage move that hits Incineroar, Volcarona, Dragonite for super effective is really well placed. Good, I recognize there.
Okay, so the Dondozo's coming in to take a scale shot. Not something that Dondozo loves to do, but you can see there, even the critical hit wasn't enough to take it down too much. And so Dondozo sitting in a really nice spot to sponge some defensive hits, but also allow that Rillaboom to come in later with the grassy terrain and try to knock out that Dragonite that's even lower. But wow, another crit on the switch-in. Ursaluna going absolutely crazy, saying no, not a chance. You're not bringing Dondozo in here. I'm going to have something to say about that.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I tried to make a point about the Grassy Glide, but completely missing that grassy terrain was over.
Yes.
So great recognition, great switch out there to reset that and then have the priority spam in Grassy Glide taking out knockouts here. Golden Go just doesn't want to leave the field.
It does not. I mean, I think Joan is playing this really, really confidently and just asking Louis to make some mistakes along the way or give him a little bit of space. And Louis, at least for the games that we've seen so far, trying to play on the offensive, but not just not quite getting there.
One problem with Choice Specs Terra Steel Golden Go is you lose your ability to protect, and once you Terra, you're actually susceptible to Fake Out as well.
Yeah.
So a very easy play for Juan here would be use the Fake Out, get Golden Go to flinch, and then just have a Make It Rain to clean up the game here.
Certainly could be. I mean, Make It Rain is certainly strong enough to be able to knock out these 2 Pokemon, and it's very, very difficult if you can't protect yourself. That's why Ursaluna's protecting itself now. It will get a little bit of grassy terrain recovery, but there's that Fake Out. You called it out perfectly there, Barish. And it's going to be the follow-up from Golden Go with the Make It Rain. That's going to go into the Ursaluna Protect, but it is going to connect into the Golden Go. Now, there's not even necessarily too much of a choice to make because the grassy terrain is going to be there for a little while. Grassy Glide, probably going to pick up some KOs here.
I mean, yeah, it gives recovery to the Terra Steel Golden Go here. Not quite sure if at that low HP, 25 HP is enough to survive a potential Grassy Glide. And it looks really difficult. I think you have the option to go for a double protect. Hope that you survive the Grassy Glide, and then I don't know if you have seen the speed interactions between the two. I don't know who was flinching first their last turn, but which Golden goes faster.
Yeah, it's like, well, it depends on which target you Grassy Glide into, because yeah, as you say, if you're worried about the Golden Go not going down, maybe that's the way to do it, is go into the Ursaluna, but it can try for a double protect. Didn't manage it, but here's the Grassy Glide into the Golden Go is enough to pick up the KO. And now with the Ursaluna failing its double protect, it's just this last attack from Golden Go on Jones' side that is standing between him and a Game 1 win.
Really well played there, and I think the one big call with the catching the switch in a Volcarona and setting you up for success. You're just up 1 Pokemon, leading 4-3, and then, I mean, do we see any switches?
Not from the Golden Go.
Not from the Golden Go? Rillaboom went out to reset, yeah.
To the Dondozo, yeah.
just staying on the field the whole time and just maneuvering around. Dondozo came in the same fashion like Volcarona, went down immediately.
Yeah.
And it was just the stars of the show were just the Rillaboom and the Golden Go.
Now, you said right as we were getting into game 1 about having the Golden Go in the back. Do you think that's the adjustment for Louis here?
I mean, once I saw the leads, I was thinking like, if you have a fast Rillaboom, if you have a fast Volcarona, and if it gets set up Tailwind before anything else, then you immediately have the speed control as well. But looking at Juan and how he countered that with his Rillaboom and Golden Go that both resist Make It Rains, it just wasn't well positioned. Yes, potentially you could have make a read and go for a power jam into that Terrafire Rillaboom, but is that a read you want to make on a choice specs Pokemon in turn 1?
It's a tough read to make, isn't it? Because if you get it wrong, you're probably going to get a Pokemon knocked out.
Correct. You're mispositioned for a while, you're now locked into a move. If they don't Terra either, they can just stay on the field, don't have to Terra, and you're locked into a non-stab, non-same attack type bonus move. And you will have to switch out and eventually risk a KO again.
Yeah, so, okay. Well, I'm wondering how this game 2 is going to go because Joan is a very experienced player, but Louis is also an amazingly experienced player. I'm sure he's already figured out exactly what he wants to do. Let's get into game 2 here. Ninetales and Volcarona. Here is a classic lead from Louis, changing things up for the Dragonite and Ursaluna.
Here's the problem though. You lose game 1 and you really struggled against the opposing Golden Go. And we're like, how do I counter-lead that? And he came up with the Dragonite and Ursaluna, but guess what? Completely switched up. There's now Volcarona and the Ninetales on the field.
But the advantage of having an Ursaluna, especially a Life Orb one with Terra Normal. Now, I don't know if you know this, Barish, but Ursaluna with Terra Normal and a Life Orb does lots of damage.
I was talking earlier how even ghost types are not safe from this Hyper Voice or potentially Blood Moon here. We have a Protect play, send Aurora away potentially, or any other setup move that helps here. We have actually Icy Wind for some speed control.
And breaking the multi-scale on the Dragonite, that could be huge going into the next turns. Another little critical hit. A lot of these little critical hits haven't mattered at all across the set, but they're nice to see that yellow text. But here's the Tailwind, so Icy Wind drops both Dragonite and Ursaluna's stats by 1, and then Tailwind raises them back up again.
Trying to do the math in my head. Both math professionals here behind the desk. Dragonite reduced speed by 1 and then doubled. Could, depending on the training of the Dragonite, I think still outspeed opposing Ninetales, depending on how much speed
I think it probably should, but the Ursaluna is probably below the speed tier at least of the Ninetales.
Yeah, at least for now. Volcarona went for a defensive play with the Protect. I would have also loved to see potentially a Quiver Dance. But then again, if they go for Blood Moon, then potentially even at +1 special defense, you're not maybe taking that well.
Yeah, like maybe not. And even the Hyper Voice, you're not even loving to take that. So Joan going on the defensive with the Ninetales, making sure that it's not KO'd this turn. And now the Haze comes out. That will allow this Ursaluna to go before the Volcarona and before the Ninetales. It's going to be a Hyper Voice, I believe. Yes, there it is, Hyper Voice. Ninetales protecting itself, but Volcarona is going to take that attack. And to be honest, it's going to take it pretty well.
Yeah, it takes it well there. Let's see what the counter move is. It looks like a Heat Wave that missed the Dragonite, but most importantly, hits the Ursaluna and burns it and reduces the time it has left on the field.
Yeah, because at 24 hit points, after a Life Orb chip, it would have hung on for another attack. Now, if Ursaluna attacks at all, it's going to knock itself out to a Life Orb tick.
Not only that, but also we saw it went from 24 down to 12. It's down to 12 HP.
Yeah,
so
right.
Just a single Protect will allow you to even not take a hit and let Burn tickle it down.
Yeah, so what do you do in this situation here, Barish? Do you go on the offensive, or do you maybe save Ursaluna for just that last attack at the end of the game?
I mean, you have two options. You switch it out and then eventually position it where you can target freely, because you only have one move left, essentially. The Ninetales protected, so you can take that out, but is that a trade you want to really make?
Maybe if it's a Blood Moon into that slot. Golden Go coming in for Louis, so preserving that Dragonite in the back. Dondozo coming in to do its favorite job of sponging damage for Jones' team. Let's see what Louis has locked into, and it is another Hyper Voice.
Yeah, but you can easily sponge damage from that Ursaluna. Yeah. And here it is, Life or Megaphone, Life or Hyper Voice. 50%. I mean, still quite well taken there. But doing 50% to a Dondozo, it's quite impressive.
Especially since we know that from previous teams that Joan likes to run their Dondozos pretty bulky. And so you expect that Dondozo to shrug off hits like a champ.
Yeah, one thing that we haven't highlighted enough was actually the combination of going for Tailwind first, then going for Haze.
Right.
To reset all those speed drops that then allowed the Blood Moon Ursaluna to attack first. You could have potentially went for another Icy Wind. Thinking about it, yes, the Dragonite was faster, but it didn't have any move to hit the Ninetales.
Now that Dragonite's coming back in and paired up with the Golden Go, it does put a bit of pressure onto the Volcarona slot, because usually Make It Rain, Volcarona's there to shrug that damage off. But now you've got the Dragonite to be able to scale shot into it with no risk of Flame Body activation.
Yeah, and this is the position you want to be in. You're in Tailwind, you have your choice specs, Golden Go on the field. There's a defensive Terra here, but
Terra Steel.
It helps you to take those scale shots that you just mentioned quite well.
Is it? Oh, that is close as well. These scale shot damage calculations are such fine margins. You see, like, how good the training of our players are.
There's only 4 hits.
4 hits.
Okay.
Only 4 hits. But I wouldn't be surprised to see, especially now after the Terra, it would be really nice to see Louis going for a Shadow Ball, but no, just to Make It Rain, making sure that the Volcarona goes down. Now, Joan has committed their Terra, but it's been for naught.
Yes, I'm thinking, is there any positives out of that Terra? And the best I came up with is that the Make It Rain this way was only a double target, so to say, into the Dondozo, allowed it to take it a little bit better, but I'm not sure if in the long term that would have mattered. And we see Yawn coming into effect here.
As I feel like Shadow Ball was the thing that Joan was predicting that Louis was going to be going for, and if it was able to hang on from the scale shots as it did, maybe that would have allowed Volcarona to start getting set up.
Yes, I could see that, a potential Quiver Dance, or maybe even going for a Heat Wave and causing some damage on that Golden Go would be great here. Let's see if Louis finds a way to play around that Yawn, because you either have to take the sleep or a very predictable swap.
Okay, so no swap out. The Dragonite just going for Tailwind, making sure that Golden Go and Dragonite are going to be hitting first. Make It Rain after the special attack drop is not going to be able to pick up the KO here. Of course, Dondozo not aware of that special attack drop, and now because Louis had committed to the Terra, or to the Make It Rain, Golden Go on Jones' side of the field knew that it was safe to go for a Shadow Ball, picking up the key one-hit knockout.
And we see the power of Yawn, especially in the mid to end game here. We had Golden Go that was already locked into Make It Rain, and special attack already reduced, and we had the Dragonite on the field. You kind of want to swap out both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, right.
You can only swap out one, so either you lose a lot of momentum, no offensive pressure, or you lose your positioning here. So we have Tailwind, Dragonite asleep, and let's see if this rather supportive Volcarona can turn the game around.
Well, I think that the key here is that because Louis is in Tailwind, they don't have to worry whether or not the Golden Go is going to be faster than the Volcarona. Power Gem is obviously a big threat. If you knock out the Golden Go, you're not going to be worried about Power Gem, but there's still a Dondozo. Dondozo learns Wave Crash. Wave Crash is going to do quite a lot of damage, if not pick up a one-hit knockout on the Volcarona.
Yeah, there's the first sleep turn, and we see a Heat Wave connect, takes out the Golden Go, but
not enough.
Maybe there's a potential burn that could reduce the damage. Otherwise, I think Wave Crash, at least in return, is also getting knocked out. But then you're... Oh, there's a Yawn play. He goes for the defensive route.
I mean, yeah, both of those things work, especially if you did knock out the Volcarona that turn, and then it's Ninetales versus Dragonite, where the Dragonite can't actually do any damage to the Ninetales. That's a really nice endgame for Joan to be in. But actually, if you're not confident completely that the Wave Crash is picking up the KO, Yawn is the perfect play.
I can see that, absolutely, but it's also really difficult for a Ninetales to overcome that Volcarona. It's so defensive, resists the Blizzard or the Ice Events. It has Encore for some shenanigans, but it's going to come down to Dondozo potentially protecting, and then it would still have to attack the Volcarona, and all of this is currently doing is giving Dragonite more time to wake up.
Well, that's the thing. If Dragonite wakes up and resets another Tailwind, maybe that's Louis' way into the game. But as we see, double protect coming out here. Attacks into Jones' side of the field. None of them are going to land, of course. And now we get to see whether or not what happens in this game really does matter, or this end game matters.
Okay, here are the lines that I see for the end game potentially. Volcarona is now falling asleep. Dondozo, just protected, is slowly recovering HP. But the logical play is go for a scale shot into the Dondozo, take it out, and then Volcarona wins the end game.
Yes.
On the other side, for Juan, he potentially has to go for a double protect here. Protect his Dondozo from any skill shots. There's the double protect attempt. It fails, however, and will skill shot connect though?
Yes, it will, and this Dondozo is going to take at least 4 hits. Now, all of our scale shots have been pretty tight so far, but no requirement for 5 scale shots to be hitting. 3 is enough to knock that Dondozo out, and just as you say, Barish, Volcarona versus Ninetales, I know who I'm going to be favoring.
Yeah, I would have loved to see some offensive pressure instead of the Yawn, because now, even if the Ninetales is taking out the Dragonite eventually, it's going to be really hard. There's the Blizzard, Dragonite is down, but it's really hard to overcome the Volcarona here.
And you've not even got a chance to necessarily encore the Volcarona. You'd love to be able to encore it into a move like Tailwind, but it didn't go for that last time round. In those situations, maybe there's a way for this Ninetales to come back, but as it stands, Louis is going to take us to a Game 3.
And this is exactly what we're here for. It's a thrilling Game 3 set. Both players show all the capabilities, all the options their team has, and like even through this end game, it was really hard to maneuver. I said that a potential double protect would have turned it around completely, given Dondozo another chance to attack in the Volcarona, but this way, the Ninetales just didn't have enough gas left in the tank to take care of the Volcarona.
And maybe that Wave Crash was the right play at the point in time to be able to deal with that. Even if the Volcarona was on low, maybe the Ninetales would have been able to muscle through. But that's not the game that happened. And now, Barish, we're going to be looking forward to our Game 3 here. So again,
let's talk quickly about the adaptations of Game 2 and how Juan could possibly, like we saw Dragonite and an Ursaluna, and the Ursaluna from turn 1 on had so much offensive pressure. The Life Orb, Terra Normal, Hyper Voice did so much damage. A potential Blood Moon could take out the Volcarona as well. So how do you counter this offensive lead?
I think like the only way that I'm seeing is a combination of like fake outs and maybe even just putting Golden Go in a nice spot to be able to put some pressure down offensively. The nice thing about Terra Normal on Ursaluna is it takes away most of the super effective hits on it, and so it doesn't have to worry. It's so bulky that it can shrug off all of those attacks and then fire back with those big Hyper Voices and Blood Moons. And Blood Moon is actually something that I'd really love to see Louis commit to, make the call in this Game 3, because this is what it's all about. Volcarona on both sides of the field now in Game 3, Golden Go versus Ninetales.
Yeah, and we have potential options to Terra here to potentially take the Power Gem here. But then your Terra Steel, as we revealed in the last game, and a potential Heat Wave is then causing a lot of damage. So it's difficult to play around the pressure, but I think what you want to do is set up Tailwind as soon as possible and then try to overcome the pressure of Icy Winds and attacks from Juan.
Maybe there's an opportunity to go a little bit on the defense, on the offensive here for Louis. I feel like Joan is just... The story of this game for Dondozo has been switch it in to take a lot of damage. Maybe this time it's going to get off a little bit nicer, especially with the Tailwind going up from the Volcarona. There's the Make It Rain, and not doing too much damage to Volcarona nor Dondozo, and it's the replying Heat Wave, putting a lot of pressure back on Louis.
I think it was an amazing read from Juan. Despite the threat of a Power Gem, he didn't Terra, just went for all-out offensive, swapped in the Dondozo, actually allows it to easily take Make It Rains as well. Now has the option to potentially set up, and also we haven't talked about the covered cloak on the Quiver Dance, which in this specific scenario is really important because Strugglebuck won't be able to mitigate any damage.
Yeah, it's a really good call, actually. The Quiver Dance is effectively stick on the field, but there's the adaptation for Louis, the Archaladon in the back, and now switching it into maybe a Heat Wave resets Louis' board position, but also starts setting up that stamina. So now Golden Go goes down for Louis, but actually doing near on 50% damage to both of those two friends on Jones' side.
I'm getting a bit tired. There's another yawn coming here. And Dondozo just shows that once you've taken a knockout, we're back in the middle game here. One Pokemon down, one Pokemon yawned. This is exactly where you want to be as Juan in the driving seat here.
Now, the difference is that Ursaluna actually is pretty happy to be on the field. So maybe the Archaludon can switch out if Louis wants to go for that and save it for a little bit later. The Ursaluna and the Archaludon are in Tailwind condition, so will be going first. And I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, Hyper Voice will be able to enough to knock out the Volcarona from here, but a Blood Moon would definitely knock out the Dondozo.
Yeah, now you're in this predicament where it was like, are you going for the safe protect to potentially cause the Archaludon to fall asleep, or are you predicting a swap and go all out offensive here? But it's really difficult to take those Hyper Voices. Volcarona could go for a Terra Steel, but even then, Life or Hyper Voice from Terra Normal is just, it's a big threat in this game. No switches, actually.
No switches at all. So I think Louis wants to push the position more in this spot and really try to take advantage of the fact that Ursaluna is putting on so much pressure this turn. There's the Terra Normal. Big splash into Dondozo. I think Dondozo's usually the one that's making waves here, but it's going to be the follow-up with the Ursaluna. Oh! Dondozo hanging on!
Hanging on will now have the option to go for another yawn play here. And then it's going to be really difficult to position. But we saw in the last game, it actually instead predicts a switch and goes for Wave Crash. It might even take itself out while giving him
I only did a few HP damage. Is that recoil enough?
It was.
Okay.
It was.
Double KO. We'll forget the bit in the middle, Louis. That was a double KO there. Congratulations. Well done.
Yes. I mean, I really like how both these trainers are pushing the opponent to the limits here, predicting switches, forcing switches, yawn plays, staying in all out offensive. I like the mutual respect they have for each other. However, it's all out offensive here.
Yeah, now Golden Go and Ninetales are on the board, and while Aurora Veil would really be useful in this situation, Joan doesn't have access to it. Instead, only has access to Icy Wind for speed control, which isn't going to play too much of a factor here, but also the Encore, and also not going to make as much of a factor here, where I think Ursaluna's happy with most of its offensive moves.
I do wonder, because you have so much Tailwind support on this team, how fast your Blood Moon Ursaluna is actually going to be.
Right.
Because you have all the range from super slow trigger mode to outspeeding all the meta threats in Tailwind. So we're going to see how a Terra actually here might cause a lot of problems.
Okay, but... Oh, okay, it's on the Ninetales. I think I caught the lock-in of Blood Moon this turn for the Ursaluna on into Jones. Golden Go. Yeah, so let's see how that shakes out. Joan making the most of the Terra Ice on the Ursaluna. There it is.
Exactly what you called. Amazing predict, because you went for the Blood Moon predicting a potential Terra. Instead, one left his Ninetales susceptible, but it's now with the Terra Blizzard causing a lot of damage. No freezes so far. The Citrus Berry for some recovery, but I also think that Tailwind is expiring very soon.
And now with a Volcarona in play, if that Tailwind just expired, which I think my timing's right there, that the Tailwind is,
yes.
I think like
Excuse
now.
my French, but I think the last line actually said Tailwind expired. And we also see that Volcarona goes for a new Tailwind. So unless we have some shenanigans like we saw last week, where Tailwind was used in Tailwind, this should be the end of Tailwind. Volcarona tries to set up a second one, but now Terra, Ice, Blizzard, and...
It might be enough to knock out this Ursaluna. That's what I'm looking for. And it is! Ursaluna is going down. A freeze on the Volcarona, but let's not put all of our eggs in that basket, because we saw a previous round in Swiss. A Pokemon was frozen, then it immediately thawed itself out. That's exactly what Volcarona is doing. It's going for the Tailwind here. Is it the follow-up of the Power Gem?
I think there's no reason not to go for it, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And you see Louis shaking his head. He's not happy about this positioning. I don't think anyone needed that crit. Volcarona goes down, and I think it's down to a sleeping Archaludon.
Yeah, sleeping Archaludon there in the back, just sort of waiting for its opportunity to wake up from its nap and then be able to try to make a comeback in this game. Now, you've got two special attackers on the field. how much of a chance does Louis have? He doesn't think he has much, and it is Joan Garcia that is winning our Swiss round 5 here at the Gdansk Regional Championships.
Calm, cool, and composed. I don't think he didn't tear a single sweat drop throughout this match. Was cool, composed, kept his composure, and just went through this whole thriller of a set. Took it 5-0.
Yeah, it's like making the calls at the end. I think particularly thinking about that Terra Ice Blizzard in the end game, it's not a use case that many people use on their Ninetales. It's like, well, you want it to be able to set up Aurora Veil, you want it to be able to go for an Icy Wind, so you Terra Ghost. You make it unfake-outable, and therefore it can use all of those supportive options that it really likes to do. We don't normally think about the damage of Terra Ice Blizzard.
Absolutely. It is not typically the threat in the metagame you have, but on this Pokemon and in this scenario specifically, actually, let's rewind these games and see. There's the head shake, the switch in, caught by the Power Gem, took out the Volcarona, just got a huge lead in game 1.
Yeah, it's like, and then was able to just ride that all the way through. Now, this Earth Power getting the KO on the Dondozo this turn, maybe it accelerated the game state, but it looked like Joan was in a good spot all the way through. And then we're getting into this end game where the Golden Go just couldn't hang on from the Grassy Glide.
Yeah, good, well played out from Juan in that game 1 after that early lead. Diving right into game 2, there were some defensive Terras with the Terra Steel Volcarona, but it just wasn't enough. And I think it all came down to not wave crashing the Volcarona early enough, and it that just had an opening in the late game against that Ninetales.
Now, in game 3, yes, Louis did get the double KO there, but it wasn't enough. The fact that Louis committed to staying with the Archaludon in and going to sleep meant that, yes, okay, the Dondozo was able to knock itself out to recoil, but also it covered the switch into the Volcarona, so stopped Louis, knowing that there was a Volcarona in the back, from being able to switch it in and get into a good position for the end game.
There was one key turn in the end of game 3 where I was thinking, instead of setting up another Tailwind, he could have go for the Heat Wave play. If connects, takes out the Ninetales, causing a lot of damage to Gholdengo, and then Gholdengo would have to 1v1 the opposing Archaludon.
That could have been a thing.
Potentially there was an opening there, especially there was no nasty plot. Eventually Archaludon wakes up, and it can sponge a few hits with that Assault Vest, and then Snarl is probably your best bet at that point because Gholdengo didn't Terra, but with the Heat Wave and Snarl, maybe there was an opening, but with that Tailwind, it was gone.
Yeah, it's like, I really like that idea and following that through. Maybe even the Heat Wave puts the Golden Go in Life Orb chip recoil range. Correct. And so, yeah, there's lots of different ways that these games go, and I think it's the marks of our trainers that are able to, you know, capitalize on those situations and find a way through. And Joan has done that time after time after time. He's such a consistent player. Louis is having an absolutely cracking start to his Masters career, but at some point you've got to go up against that trainer that isn't worried about it at all.
Yeah, the other turn I'm still thinking about was the Blood Moon that you called into the Golden Go. There were a few possible lines there. You could have had the Hyper Voice just taking out Ninetales, but Ninetales had the option to Terra as well.
Yeah.
And then you went for the Blood Moon, potentially expecting a Terra on the Golden Go.
Yeah, it was Terra Dragon as well, so it wouldn't have resisted it.
Correct, and that was the last Tailwind turn as well.
Yeah.
So now Ninetales is actually faster, and it's really difficult for Ninetales to then... it's really difficult for the Blood Moon Ursaluna outside of Tailwind to cause the damage.
It's the worst place as well. If you're playing a best-of-3 set, you do not want to find out that your Volcarona is actually faster than your opponent's Power Gem Golden Go.
Correct.
On the last turn, last couple of turns of the game where your Volcarona gets knocked out. I think that's one of the big positional changes that could have been made in that match. Maybe there was the option for an Icy Wind and Golden Go to go on the offensive with a Make It Rain to knock out the Ursaluna, but because of that Terra Ice Blizzard, it was no need for that to be able to happen. And we talked about the Heat Wave. Maybe that could have been the game-winning play there in that end game. Well, what a set, Barish.
What a set. I mean, here's the thing. looking into these somewhat standardish looking teams, right? The Power Gem was the game changer here.
Yeah.
It caused so much problem on both sides, on both opposing teams. And you could see how one single change from Nasty Plot to Power Gem suddenly changes the complete matchup. But what about we hear actually from Juan himself, how he felt about this matchup?
Thank you, Barish and Ben. Of course, I am joined by Johan Garcia, our winner of round 5. How are you feeling after such a great game?
I'm feeling good. Like before this tournament, well, this week the practice went well. Yesterday it went bad, and I thought I was going to do very bad today. So, and now after this set 5-0, one game for day 2, I'm feeling much better.
Yeah, you're doing very well so far. It's a team that you're very used to, I would say. You used it in the previous regulation. You had Baxcalibur over Ninetales, I believe, before. And tell us about the change of Ninetales instead of that Baxcalibur.
Yeah, the other team, we made it for Lille of last year, October of last year. 1 year from now. It's still good, but we felt in practice that it was not the best team against new balance compositions. Like the other team, when I played balance, in that moment, it was the best team. Now it needed some adaptations.
Yeah, makes sense. And going into the game, you made some really, really nice plays. I think the main standout for me is that Power Gem into that Volcarona switch in. So how were you able to call that Volcarona was actually going to be switching in there?
Well, I don't think it was a hard call. I think I was covering. Like Goldengo was locked in Make It Rain against like it was dropped in one stage, and it was obvious. Like Goldengo does nothing there. Goldengo has to go. Boothammer entire fire. So Rage Powder redirects Rillaboom. It was like covering the play. The Power Gem to the Goldengo. If Goldengo stays in the field, it's fine. Next turn I have Boothammer again.
Yeah, and it was a very, very nice play. We usually see Nasty Plot on Golden Go, so why did you choose to drop Nasty Plot for that Power Gem? Was it mainly for Volcaronas, or are there other things that it can do as well?
It's good against fire types, flying types. It's good, it's good against Incineroar also. We felt that Nasty Plot was not needed. We have Volcarona already as a setup. Playing double setup in a same role was not the best.
Yeah, and it seems to be a really, really nice adaptation going into this regulation. And like we said, we've been seeing you use a similar team for most of the regulation, even back in the phase 1. How are you feeling about your chances of going in the rest of this tournament and the rest of Regulation H?
I go first to last week. Last week I used another team. I played in stream, one stream, but it didn't feel strong. So I decided to play again Dondozo, a similar in Dondozo, I know to play it and adapt the team to the meta. And about this tournament, I don't know, my goal before coming here was to get points, because I have a top 8 points from last week, have Latin America International just to travel a world. But now that I'm 5-0, I have to try to win.
Yeah, and you're, like we said, you're one game away from achieving that. Very, very well. Congratulations. Is there any shout-outs you want to give before we let you go for your round 6?
I want to shout out to Carlos Caño, that is the builder of the other team, that also made this team. He was 4-0 before his down, and I think he can win also. So I want to shout out to the other friends that are running this team, and my other people that didn't work with me for this tournament because they are not in Europe, but they are always available to help me test and to run games.
Yeah, excellent. And once again, congratulations. Good luck in your winning in that you are now at 5-0. And we're going to be able to feature another game that is going to be 5-0 and that winning in very, very shortly.
Hey, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
it really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and you know, I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to.
So this will
try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what decides the clean sweep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up game 1 in convincing fashion and was now 1 win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a parental bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its parental bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just gonna punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
I'm Michael Kelch, and I just won the Stockholm Regional Championships, and I think it was a phenomenal one. I played against really good players. I had a ton of fun. My friends had really good runs. So overall, just a fantastic experience over the weekend again. And just having incredible stream matches was the peak, the highlight of everything.
He's Michael Kelch. He's Stockholm Regional Champion. He's doing it again, and he has done it.
Undisputed regional champion of Stockholm, Michael Kelch.
One of the key moments over the whole tournament was just the final set. It was incredibly close. In game 2 of my final set, I survived on 1 HP, and in game 3, I didn't know if my Smeargle would survive a Grassy Glide from Rillaboom.
Into the Smeargle. It's not enough. 7 HP.
So the finals had a really key moments that flipped the game and that were really deciding and super close in the end. There were a lot of matchups that I just wasn't familiar with. In my final set, I played a Lunala team that didn't exist before. In my semifinals, I played against a Koraidon team that didn't exist before. So there were a ton of very weird matchups that I could just not prepare for it, but instead I had to just get a little creative, and with spontaneous decisions I had to make my own way to the finals, and I was able to do it because I knew what the team can do, and if you know what your team can do, you can pretty much beat every matchup.
He does pick up the KO, and Kalevitsvaida has led Michael into his second consecutive Stockholm Regional Final.
This tournament showed me where I was lacking some stuff and where I was getting better as well. I'm doing coaching to help newer players, but also veterans to also get better in the game. So my life completely shifted from being the student who sits at home, now trying to help others at the game. And because of VGC, I also made a ton of new friends that I'm really, really happy I got. It is very important to not get crushed by losses or by unlucky games, because mentality is actually a thing a lot of players really struggle into, and that is my advice I will give to newer players.
E-Tran is going to be the final Pokemon left for Robbie. As the Gastron, the Arcanine, they're still that fourth in the back. It's going to be the Sylveon, the ticket. Like, that was going to be a huge amount of pressure there. But the battle is just canceled. And Tomoya Ogawa is your seniors division world champion.
チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。出れる大会には極力出ました。一番優勝できるポテンシャルのあるポケモンを探しました。同じポケモンをずーっと使い続けてました。一番好きなポケモンはトリトドンです。理由は可愛いからです。当たり前ですけど努力が一番大事ですね。ポケモンをする上で一番楽しいことは考えることですね。次は来年も Day2 行きたいですね。
Trainers, if you weren't prepared for just one act, Josh, we've got another one here behind the desk. My name is Ben Kiriakou, joined here for round 6 of the Gdansk Regional Championships by the wonderful Lou Josh Cromie.
I mean, we often say the revolving door of Pokemon, right? But it's the revolving door of Pokemon commentators with the surname Josh today for Ben Kiriakou. And I have to say, what a tournament we are having so far.
It's been great. I mean, there's been such fabulous matches that we've already had. We're seeing those tried and tested things. We're seeing the changes that we've had in the metagame. Now, this time round, as an experience from last week, it's not been quite as crazy that we had in Lille, but we've definitely been seeing some of the more niche picks coming out.
I think that's a great comparison, though, because you were obviously behind the desk at that event. I was at home watching the tournament, and it does feel different, and that's what I love so much, that every event has its own story, its own kind of feel, and depending on maybe what's at stake for these trainers, you know, this is one of our, I think it is the last European event before LAIC.
Yes.
This is really the last testing ground for our trainers to be able to pick up a team, maybe test a few different mechanics or different Pokemon, and see if they're ready to take on the international stage if they are going.
Yeah, so if you're in the NA region or the LATAM region, we've got Buenos Aires, as well as Las Vegas to come up the week before LAIC. So there'll be something for us to just keep an eye on over there. I'm sure they're keeping an eye on what's been happening the last couple of weeks to be preparing for those events, and then we finally get to see who is going to be our first international champion of the season.
I can't wait to see that. You know, there's only 3 internationals a year, so they really are such a coveted event. And to be able to become the champion of one of them, let alone 2 back-to-back in the form of Marco Silva.
Maybe back-to-back-to-back.
Maybe it could be back-to-back-to-back and then to back-to-back-to-back. Who knows? I mean, if anyone can do it, it's Marco Silva.
So, Lou.
Oh, have I just heard this right?
You have heard this right. Now, while we're getting our Swiss round 6 pairings up, we're going to have a little bit of a continuation on here. of the Pokédex entries, and it'll be an opportunity for you at home in chat to be able to go along with us. So Lou, take us through the first one. Who's that Pokemon?
This Pokemon slept for aeons while in the form of a statue. It was asleep for so long, people forgot that it ever existed. My heart breaks for this little Pokemon, but we are not going to forget. I think it's a big Pokemon. I feel like it could be one of the Reggie Pokemon. That's what I'm thinking. But
I think so.
But if it's in the form of a statue, is it an ice statue, a rock statue, a steel statue?
Or a normal statue?
Could be the big
Regigigas.
Could be the Regigigas.
Could be Regigigas. That's how I'm reading this, because you see the Regigigas statue both in the Pokemon animated series.
Yes.
As well as, like, that's how you find it in the games before it sort of reanimates. That's why it's got a slow start.
Yes, and I bet you the 4 options are going to be the 4 Pokemon we have discussed.
Now,
but I think Regigigas is, I like your logic, I like your wisdom.
But then, equally, is Regirock just a statue?
It's just a rock.
It's a rock.
Yeah.
But what are statues made of, Lou? I'm going to throw doubt into your mind.
Yeah, but then you also, have ice sculptures and ice statues.
Yeah,
so
that's true. What do you think at home, chat? What are you going towards? We're going to get our multiple choice very soon.
Oh, thank goodness.
And then you'll be able to vote. Here we go. So Regigigas.
Okay, Regigigas is there.
Zamazenta,
Okay.
Rhydon, or Kyurem.
So I don't think it's Zamazenta, because Zamazenta was kind of just the shield.
Yeah.
Right?
I think so.
Kyurem, I don't remember being a statue, but Rhydon is, Rhydon's the statue in all the Pokemon gyms.
Yes, that's true. On top of the pedestal. So.
But then how could you forget about it if it's there?
Is that a Pokemon that is a statue, or is that a statue of a Pokemon?
And
I think that's the distinction there. But I love the call out there. Rhydon, you do see it as
a
in the
statue.
form of a statue, pretty commonly.
But you wouldn't forget that it existed because it's in every Pokemon gym, and as trainers out there, they know their gym challenges, so they would be well versed with a Rhydon.
How many gyms have you got trainers at home in chat? Have you got enough gyms to have seen your fair share
Enough
of
badges.
Rhydons? So what do we think? I think
Regigigas.
I'm logging Regigigas.
Hey, if I learned anything from playing this game earlier with Ben Kiriakou, it's I agree with him and we get the right answer.
I tell you what, if you tell me a Pokédex entry, my chances of getting it are pretty low. If you give me some options...
Yeah, but this one you called before the options came up.
I mean, that is pretty lucky.
Credit where credit is due.
Pretty lucky, to be honest.
Yeah, but I like the logic behind it.
Marcus and I did that last week as well. We got the 1, 2, 3 Trevenant.
Oh, I like
entries.
that.
That was pretty...
You also had a Gengar, if I recall correctly.
We did.
Yeah, and he had the Gengar t-shirt, so I think it was a little nod there. But there's no Regigigas around us here because, it was so long ago people have forgotten about it. But Regigigas...
What? No! Really?
So it's Zamazenta, guys. Zamazenta used to be a statue.
I was so sure.
I don't remember it being a statue.
I don't remember it either. Maybe we weren't paying enough attention.
I've got to go back and play Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield, I think, to be able to dive deeper into that lore.
That's my excuse. I did play Pokemon.
And do you know what? Ben Kiriakou misled chat. Look at that. 86% of people followed the train.
No, honestly, chat, I really appreciate you following along with my logic. I still think we have the moral high ground here.
I'm with you on that.
I feel like we've been duped.
I think we've been tricked. Do you know what? I think they were saying Ben and Lou, by, association, are just too good at this game. And so therefore we've got to throw a little... Yeah, we've got to give them a little more of a challenge. And that definitely was a challenge. And
fair
not
play.
what I'm going to forget.
Fair play. I mean, now every time I see Zamazenta, I'm going to think, but you shouldn't be moving. I forgot you existed.
Yes, and I feel like now Zacian on the other... Was Zacian also a statue? But was it the one that people remembered?
Maybe.
Maybe that's the difference between them.
Zamazenta. Okay, all right, we got one more.
We got Redemption. Come on, guys.
Can we bring this back?
Okay, you read this one out. Let's go.
All right. This is the longer one. Okay. It lets its arms hang and then, quick as a flash, swings upwards to land his specialty punch and send the opponent flying high into the sky. Quick as a flash.
And then quick as swings upward to land the speciality punch.
See, I've got, I'm immediately going towards, Hitmonchan as the punching Pokemon.
I
don't think it's that.
I'm thinking Machoke or Machop. Maybe not Machop,
Maybe.
Machamp. That's it. I went the wrong way.
I've got somewhere in the dark recesses of my mind. There's something about Primeape like spinning its arms around.
Ooh, what about Lucario?
Oh no, I feel like Lucario's more like cool and like if Lucario makes a movement, it's intentional.
Oh, I see. It's a bit more calm.
Yeah, and like
Primeape's a little angry.
he's like
Yeah.
again.
He's very angry. He's so angry.
We're gonna add that to the dictionary.
He becomes an Annihilate. He's that angry. Okay, quick as a flash. So that's the other thing. So it's a nimble Pokemon. It's fast.
That's
This isn't a
definitely
slow.
something.
It's got to be a fighting type, right? Like I want to establish that it's a fighting type. Surely.
I feel like it is. I'm also thinking about Sky Uppercut as a move that got introduced, and what like maybe learnt that move, or like flinging someone into the sky.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't think it was a signature.
I don't think it's Hariyama or anything because it holds its hands up.
Yeah,
or an
no,
iron
I don't
hands,
think.
its hands are up.
Again, still like.
I'm trying to embody this Pokemon.
Like, okay.
Okay, let's have a look. Oh.
Right, none of us were right.
Okay, it's not iron hands. Hands are up. The others are down.
I wouldn't be shocked if it's Infernape. Because, right, Breloom has got tiny arms. So I don't think it's Breloom. Yeah, I know you relate. Then Iron Hands. Iron Hands is like, you know, it's doing. If you watch any TCG streams, you'll know what this is.
But does it even have arms? I think it just has hands.
I'm not sure. I think the hands are kind of floating.
Yeah.
Then it's either Komodo or Infernape, I feel like. So cast your votes in chat now. Who do you think that it is? We think between Komodo and Infernape.
I'm going
We've
Komodo.
led you wrong before.
I'm going Komodo.
Do you know what? I'll go Infernape. You go Komodo, I'll go Infernape.
I'm purely going off the description and the fact that Komodo's arms are hanging down. Infernape's got shoulders up.
Yeah, but
arms
I
are
feel
maybe
like,
down, but I don't know. I feel like
then
Komodo.
If your arms are up, then you can drop them down. But if your arms are down, you can't drop them.
But if they're down, you can swing up better. Physics, right?
Physics. You heard it here first.
Physics. That's totally how this game works. I think it's Komodo because there's the beautiful skies in Alola as well.
Komodo, you got it. You got it. Well done. And
the 11% of you who are on my side, I hear you. I hear you.
No, that ties us for score.
It does.
We're both 2 and 2.
I know. I don't think we actually have time for a tiebreaker. That might have to be a to be continued. I'm happy to say that we, you know,
we're team Lou.
We're team
at the end of the day.
Ben and Lou.
Team Ben and Lou. 2 for 2.
Kyriakaloo.
We'll workshop that one. We'll find it.
Well,
find it.
I thoroughly enjoyed doing that, and you know, you guys at home can let us know if you enjoyed it too. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know whether you were right, whether you have a better record than Ben and I, because both of us got one wrong. So maybe you are the trainer out there undefeated in the Pokedex quiz.
I did actually think it was Komodo, though.
Why didn't you say it?
Just a little bit of charity. Just a little bit of charity.
Well, you've had a look at 4 Pokemon in these kind of quiz games. Let's take a look at 4 notable matches that are coming up as the Pokemon action is going to continue here at the Gdansk Regional Championships.
Ooh,
oh my goodness. I mean, I am so excited.
Okay.
All of these matches are amazing. But Ben, take it away.
Well, Nils versus Gem, and that is going to be a crazy, crazy match. We've got Mandibuzz. I haven't seen that for a hot minute. We've got Chestnut going on. This is going to be a cool match. Down below, Federico versus Joan. Joan was the player that won on stream and went 5-0. Federico also 5-0 with the wrong weather setter going on here. Lucas versus Oliver. So Oliver having a great tournament, showing us why Dusclops is a Pokemon that you can still bring to this format. And Lucas versus Tier Team down there at the bottom. And again, these crazy matchups. I love seeing Lucas with this presumably expanding force Espathra.
Honestly, I really like a lot of these compositions coming through. It's good to see the Dusclops front and center, as well as the Espathra. And we were talking a lot earlier about how Electabuzz was all the rage this time last year during this particular regulation, but it's dropped off in popularity. And it's good to see Lucas bringing it back, showing that there is still consistency with that Pokemon choice.
Not only that, the King Gambit that we're also saying was struggling in the format. Blaziken will come back to because that's a little bit more of an off-the-wall pick. But hey, you know, its typing is great. It's got access to speed boost. I'm sure Lucas has found a really exciting way of using it. Maybe some pledge stuff going on there.
Oh, that would be nice between those first partner Pokemon that are able to utilize the pledges in such a harmonious way. But if we dive a little bit into Gem versus Nils, I mean, these teams look incredible. Nils running that Kilowattrel, a Pokemon that I know Barish has on his caster predictions. We'll have to keep an eye on that in case he edges forward in the race, as well as Amoonguss, the Pokemon that I think has been forgotten a lot at the moment. You know, when I talk about grass types, we do often think about Amoonguss, but Rillaboom right now is completely dominating. So it's good to see Amoonguss still having a good run out there. And on Gem's side, you've also got that Chestnut for a grass type.
Yeah, Chestnut is pretty amazing as a grass type Pokemon. I know if Jamie was on the desk right now, he'd be very, very happy. But I feel like Gem is a player that can use those off-the-wall sort of Pokemon and use them a little bit differently. Now, Chestnut, as a grass-type Pokemon, has access to one of the most powerful body presses that we have in the format, and we know how good body press is, especially when you raise its defensive stats. Maybe even, in the case of Chestnut, when you add recovery to the mix as well.
I think it then makes it so difficult to get through Chestnut if you have some recovery options, as well as having to deal with those devastating attacks. You know, there are a lot of Blood Moon Saluna out there. We have a couple of normal types out in the meta, and so being able to have that attack, being able to power through with a body slam can be so devastating. And also into the dark types, Incineroar's everywhere.
Yeah, and you just can't power control that very well. Okay, here are our two trainers getting ready on stage. Nils on the left now, Gem on the right. Now, I've actually played Gem in locals.
Oh, do tell. Let's give us an insight onto this trainer.
And yeah, it didn't go well for me.
Oh, Ben.
I know. This was Gem likes to play.
Are you okay?
No.
Okay.
Gem likes to play some really cool teams at locals. This one was a little bit tough to be able to deal with because it was Eternatus stall. Back in Regulation Set G, one restricted Pokemon, Eternatus going for like Toxic and Flamethrower.
Making it very difficult.
I did not get the critical hits that I needed.
Oh.
But Gem is so consistent in the local scene in the UK and is really, really good at finding those off-meta picks that they can disrupt a local metagame with. So I'm really excited to be able to feature Gem here and to be able to show what they can do on the regional and or international stage.
Also, hold the phone. Gem has some Gastrodon on the desk. I see they've brought both variants, but the first one out there is the blue and green. So, Gem, I like your Pokemon choices. I can 100% agree with that. So, Gem has to get through Nils Dunlop. However, now, Nils is a trainer who has won international championships. He is so established, so well-versed with competitive play, and is able to stay so composed up there on the stage.
Well, there it is, the EUIC champion from 2024. Top 4 at World Championships in 2018. In 17, the world's top 8 position. And one of those regional championships was the Malmo Regional Championship in 2017, where...
Oh.
Yeah, I lost. So I've lost to both of these trainers here. This is a nice reminder of why we are behind the desk here, Lou.
Oh.
And yeah, look, no achievements that we can put on Gem's side. But like I say, yet. Like I say, an absolute staple of the local UK community, really well regarded, uses some fun stuff. We'll get to that in a minute before we take a little bit of a deeper dive into Nils' team.
I mean, Nils running that core with Porygon 2 and Ursaluna, two Pokemon that he's very well versed with, having utilized them to get that European Championship victory, as well as these familiar faces in Incineroar and the Golden Go. Interestingly enough, Incineroar is running that U-turn over Parting Shot to be able to get the chipper damage while still enabling the pivot.
You've got to do that if you're carrying the Assault Vest. You can't go for Parting Shot. That's one of the trade-offs. But U-turn is so good in a format full of multi-scale Dragonite. Parting Shot may be able to lower the attack of Dragonite, but it can't break the multi-scale. And so using those little bits of damage to break Focus Sashes and break multi-scales is a really important bit of tech that this Incineroar is going to be able to take advantage of. Looking down a little bit further, you've got Covert Cloak as well on the Amoonguss.
That's interesting.
That's the set that's really been popping off overall at this point in the metagame, because a lot of those Incineroar, Rillaboom combinations that are just switching in, maybe one of them is carrying the safety goggles, it's really hard for Amoonguss to get going if it's constantly the target of Fake Out, but with a Covert Cloak, you don't have to worry about that.
It does give Amoonguss a little bit more flexibility out there on the field. It's going to be able to get up to its disruptive ways a lot more freely. If we take a look at Gem's team, though, as you said, Gem likes to bring some interesting Pokemon choices to the local scene. It looks like to the regional scene as well. Mandibuzz, a Pokemon I have not seen in a while, being able to take to the skies with some good supportive utility with that Tailwind.
Back in 2017, it did a similar thing where it would set up Tailwind, but it usually did that with a little bit of terrain support. It used to carry the Misty Seed or the Psychic Seed to boost up its defenses, but Gem clearly thinking that that's actually not the right play, instead going for Rocky Helmet and punishing things like Fake Out and multi-hit attacks into that slot. Also the Dragonite that we haven't seen too much in the format these days, but there above it is the Chestnut Seed Bomb, Body Press, Iron Defense. This is not going to be setting up any Leech Seed, not going to get any recovery, and you're not going to be able to stop it doing any of those things because it's carrying a Covert Cloak, so a really bulky Pokemon, but also it can make itself more bulky and more powerful at the same time.
And Terra's aside, it has a really good run into Nils' team. The Incineroar, the Porygon 2, the Ursaluna, none of these Pokemon want to take a Body Press, particularly if it's boosted up by an Iron Defense.
I think this is one of the keys in this matchup, is that actually Gem has a lot of turn one offense that they can go for and can put real pressure onto Nils' team that kind of wants the Trick Room to be in play to thrive. And not to mention, we haven't actually talked about that in DD set, Choice Specs with the trick that can trick away the Eviolite from Porygon 2.
It's not the only trick it can get up to as well with that Terra Ground. I wonder if that's going to come into fruition here. But jumping straight into this game, it is the Kilowatt Troll with the Golden Go versus Mandibuzz and Dragapult.
Immediately Mandibuzz on the back foot. While maybe it wants to get up a Tailwind, it's not going to be able to do that consistently against two Pokemon that can really target it down. And I think while the Dragapult is in a pretty good spot, actually it can do quite a lot of damage to Golden Go or Kilowatt Troll. Because of the Focus Sash on the Kilowatt Troll, it cannot target that down and pick up the KO on turn one. So even though Nils has never seen this matchup before ever in his life,
I'm sure
he's been able to get a good turn one position where Gem has probably played this matchup multiple times before.
And Nils can pull on that wisdom. You see the seconds coming down to really calculate what the best option's going to be. Dragapult, fastest thing on the field, gets out of here with that Phantom Force and will return in the next turn. Tailwind, however, goes up on Kilowatt Troll's side, so the speed is on Nils' side as Golden Go utilizes this to go for a nasty plot. Set up left and right on Nils' side of the field, but Mandibuzz still ready to move, and hey, it's a match Tailwind.
Tailwind apiece, and I think you've got to do that for both players in this position, but the Phantom Force, that's the crazy thing that's happening here, because it's going to, next turn, go into whatever target that Gem has opted for. Now, on paper, Golden Go, pretty good target for going for a Ghost-type move. That's why Golden Go is switching out into a normal type in the Ursaluna, but what if it's into the Kilowatt Troll?
This could be interesting to see where the Phantom Force will land. It is still going to be the fastest thing, but it does find its mark down onto the Ursaluna, so we'll be dealing no damage as it is a normal type. Electroweb, however, will be able to connect. That's going to do a little bit of damage to both of Gem's Pokemon, but critically lowering that speed on the Mandibuzz's side. The foul play will be able to come through. Kilowatt Troll going to be able to take this, as well as Ursaluna getting the set up for free with that burn.
Now the Dragapult is in a pretty sticky spot on Gem's side, because you know that the Ursaluna on Nil's side is not going to be threatened by taking any damage from that. Yes, it's going to take a good amount of damage from Mandibuzz's foul play, but actually Ursaluna can probably take that and start dishing out some damage. So there's a call here as to what Nils wants to go for. And a Dark-type Pokemon and a Ghost-type normal-type Pokemon are pretty good into a Ghost-type move.
I like this as well. Kilowatt Troll had kind of done its job setting up the Tailwind, and as you can see, the Electroweb not going to be able to get the speed reductions on that Dragapult and only really chipping away at that Mandibuzz. So a good adaptation on Nil's side, but Gem has also gone for the adaptation and brings that Incineroar into place. The Intimidate going to pay off against both the physical attackers on Nil's side, as Dragapult once again goes for that Phantom Force.
It's just like, the nice thing about Phantom Force is once you know where the normal type is, you can target the other slot.
Exactly, but it's still going to be going down into a dark type, so not going to be doing too much damage, but at least some damage is better than none.
It's like, especially since the Dragonite or Dragapult, I'm locked into Dragonite.
It's a dragon.
Dragapult cannot be intimidated because of its clear body ability. Now Nils gets to go for the fake out onto the Incineroar. The Phantom Force, as you said, Lou, not doing too much damage.
but does a little bit. But speaking of big damage, the Headlong Rush will be able to get the connect onto the Dragapult and get the knockout. So you don't have to worry about any more Phantom Forces for the rest of this game one.
But Mandibuzz has reset its speed drop, so likely that the Mandibuzz is faster than the Ursaluna. This is one of the things that this team composition in particular does really, really well. Typically, the Ursaluna, like in many Ursaluna Blood Moon builds, has been trained to be that little bit faster, so it can operate in a Tailwind environment. But it's definitely not going to want to operate, especially after the Headlong Rush drops, in front of this Choice Specs Indeedee.
Now, I want to see what this Indeedee is going to get up to. With the choice specs, something like the Expanding Force, particularly the Psychic Terrain, is going to be able to deal some good damage to the Ursaluna, but obviously it's going to do nothing to the Dark-type Incineroar. So what do you do if you're Indeedee?
This is the cool thing, but I wonder if this is the turn where you go for the Terra Ground, Terra Blast into the Incineroar. Now, if Ursaluna stays on the field and goes on the offensive, that's going to be really bad for Gem. But I feel like even though there's a Kilowattrel that's potentially in the back, this is the time to go for it. Maybe even because Indeedee is a normal type, maybe even you don't necessarily commit the Terra, just go for the normal Terra Blast.
Oh, true.
That's still a viable option here if you want to put as much damage as possible down onto Nils' board.
And you've got to contend with the fact the Incineroar is running that Assault Vest as well, so the special attacks aren't going to be doing as much damage.
Yeah.
But, like you said, the Terra Ground could have a lot of utility, and that's what we're going to see. We're going to see the little globe, as it were, land onto Indeedee's head as it embodies the ground type, and this is going to turn that Terra Blast into a ground type move. Running those choice specs, it will be locked into the Terra Blast, so it's the ground type attack, and it's going to find its mark down onto this opposing Incineroar. Now, with the Assault Vest, it does give it some defensive capabilities. Just enough. 2 HP is all it needs to hang on and go for the knockoff, but Indeedee able to hang on thanks to that terrestrialization. It also now frees up its move choice by losing its choice specs. Oh, and Flevens finds a Golden Go. Ben, what fantastic targeting.
This is crazy. Gem making the key predictions there. Not even necessarily a prediction. You Flare Blitz into an Ursaluna that's taken defense drops. You're pretty happy if that goes down. But if you get the Golden Go, second place is still pretty good.
I love how the Incineroar has to take a rest after that as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it put out some big damage and critically took away a piece on Nils' board.
Okay, Kilowattrel coming in for Nils, so Nils has definitely got the advantage when it comes to the speed control. Now with Mandibuzz coming into the fore, I feel like Indeedee getting its choice specs knocked off at this point actually probably benefits Gem more than it does Nils, where Indeedee can now switch its moves away in front of a flying type target.
It's just whether this Tailwind is going to set up this Incineroar for success. It's able to get the edge on that Indeedee and be able to get the knockout. If the speeds hadn't been that way, then maybe the Indeedee could have been able to get the final KO onto that Incineroar. But as you mentioned, Kilowattrel had the speed advantage and then set up the Incineroar for success.
All of these Incineroar just knocking themselves out. It's like, this is not the way that Incineroar usually functions in VGC, but you can see the effect of it here. Now, foul play, not enough to pick up the KO on the Kilowattrel. Maybe Gem going for the idea that Kilowattrel doesn't set up the Tailwind in that spot. And unfortunately, if your opponent sets up a Tailwind with the Ursaluna in the back and you don't match it, it can get pretty dicey pretty quickly.
Particularly with a critical hit, it's going to be the single target Electrowebs that was already dealing a little bit more damage, but the critical hit sends it over the edge and the Facade is able to clean up. Takes a little bit of damage from Rocky Helmet, but hey, you can afford to do that. You have won game one for your trainer.
And pretty cleanly overall, that initial Tailwind and nasty plot play from Nils. You could look at that on the surface of this matchup where Gem has a lot of the upfront power, a lot of the upfront damage, and think maybe that's playing a little bit slow. But with the Electroweb on that Kilowattrel as well, where even if Gem matched the Tailwind, then you can still maintain the speed control, you can see how that starts to steamroll. Now, Gem did a great job at being able to pick up some key knockouts, but found themselves a little bit out of position in that end game. And I think that's what I want to see a little bit more of from Gem. Maybe not lead with those choice Pokemon that force you down a direction.
Yes.
Maybe leading with the Mandibuzz and Incineroar or Archaladon and trying to start getting some boosts on the field. And maybe not the Incineroar actually with the Kilowattrel with the competitive boost.
Oh, that's true.
You know where I'm coming from.
I do,
maybe
yeah.
Maybe Mandibuzz, Archaladon, and start trying to set those pieces up so that they can force you into an end game where you've got your choice band Dragapult, where you've got your choice specs in DD, and you can choose the right move to KO the rest of your opponent's Pokemon.
I fully agree, and I would really question the utility of the Dragapult in that particular game. You know, going for the Phantom Force, it was really null and void.
Would you go for Outrage?
This is what I'm thinking. I would go for the Outrage because the Dragon typing is really nice generally into a lot of the opposing team, and if you need to give it that extra bit of a hit, you can even go for the Dragon Terrestrialization. That might not necessarily be needed. It could be utilizing it fruitlessly, but with the choice band stacked up together, I feel like it could just be an unleash of huge damage.
Exactly. It's like the question is whether that's in the early game or in the late game.
Yeah,
I think that's the question that Gem has to answer about how they want to approach this game too. But Lou, it looks like we're pretty close to getting into it.
Ooh, yeah, getting ready to jump into game 2 between these two trainers that are currently 5-0. At the end of the set, they'll take their first defeat of the day. So, Amoonguss, Golden Go out on the field for Nils, and on the opposing side, Ndidi and Archaladon.
Both of these trainers switching things up, and I think this is one of the situations where you see why Amoonguss can be quite pressured in this particular stage of the format. Now, this Archaladon is carrying Sturdy rather than Stalwart, so it will be able to be redirected by the Amoonguss, but equally, you don't want to be an Amoonguss and staring down a choice spec Psychic Terrain Expanding Force when you can't change the terrain.
Well, Amoonguss decides to get out of there. I think it took your advice, Ben, and does not want to take that Expanding Force. Instead, Incineroar, a Pokemon that will take no damage from Expanding Force, is joining the fray, and the Intimidate is going to be able to go down. I think that part is null and void, and obviously you can't fake out in the next turn, but at least you don't take any damage, particularly as Golden Go has gone for the Protect. So Ndidi really unable to get the ball rolling here with that Expanding Force, but the Archaladon is still yet to move, and it does have some utility options here. Let's see what it's going to be able to go for. It's that Electro Shot, and it is running that Power Herb, so it doesn't even need the rain. It can unleash this straight away.
This is an adaptation to Archaladon that I really, really like, because like you don't need to condition Archaladon with one special attack boost is enough. That's absolutely fine. Now, Gem has made the call that Incineroar was going to be coming in and has targeted that down. Now, the downside of using Electro Shot here is that you can't use Electro Shot on the Golden Go. The upside is that you can use Draco Meteor on Incineroar, and you know that maybe that is the setup for the Ndidi here. It's going to be able to take a Make It Rain, certainly after the Golden Go has not got a nasty plot boost up. And so you can play this game, I think, if you're Gem, target down everything that's not named Golden Go until you've got a choice band Dragapult in the back that can finish it off in the end game.
Or even something like the Incineroar potentially to apply pressure to the Golden Go. I mean, we saw that in game 1, how well-versed it was with dealing with that pesky Ghost and Steel type. Second sticking down, though, Nils got to lock in some attacks, and it looks like it's targeted down that Archaladon, but Ndidi getting out of here straight away.
Yeah, not wanting to stick around whatsoever, and maybe wanting to change its moves. The teary-eyed Incineroar coming in, it's brought a tear to your eye, Lou.
It certainly has, and I hope the Incineroar isn't going to cry, and it's going to do some good things on the field as the Draco Meteor lands into the opposing Incineroar. That is going to be able to get the knockout. So as the Incineroar on Gem's side joins us in the battle, the one on Nil's side will roll right back into the Pokeball.
A nasty plot coming out on the Golden Go, but the Incineroar has come to save the day somewhat. With its Assault Vest, it's going to be able to shrug off those attacks really well. What it cannot do is attack through the redirection that Amoonguss affords, nor can it attack before the Kilowattrel is able to start setting up a Tailwind. Now, again, a choice that you have to make when you run Archaladon, to body press or not to body press. And in this case, not to body press, so that Archaladon at -1 stages of its special attack, after the Electro Shot boosted it up 1 stage and the Draco Meteor dropped it 2, will not be doing that much damage overall. That's a slot that Nils doesn't really have to worry about in this slot, as he brings the Kilowattrel in and starts pressuring speed control.
You're right, the Draco Meteor does get the knockout, but it is at that cost of lowering the special attack a little bit further. I wonder if Gem wants to find a way to get that Archaladon off the field to reset that a little bit later on. But the Kilowattrel is not going to be going for any speed control here, just scouting out a little bit what the opponent wants to do. It's a double protect on Nils' side, both of them being able to lock in that defensive play.
Yeah, it's like you can go all in on trying to knock out the Kilowattrel. Doesn't matter if your special attack is dropped.
Yeah.
Going for a Flash Cannon is just enough to break the Focus Sash. And then you're whittling your way down with your Gem to this end game where you've got Incineroar and or the Dragapult at the end of the game that can deal with this Golden Go.
I think as well you have to keep an eye on that Golden Go because yes, it gets that nasty plot up, and Incineroar isn't going to worry too much. But if you enable it to get too much damage out there on the board, it's still going to stack up against Incineroar.
And if you Terra Dragon away from the Flare Blitz damage or the knockoff damage,
yes,
then you can get Draco Meteored.
And then that's going to be a little bit destructive for sure. And speaking of Terrestrialization, Ben, it's out there on the field, and it is that Golden Go. It is going to be dropping its Ghost and Steel typing and turning into a Rampaging Dragon on the field.
Okay, so Terra Dragon has Gem made the call in this spot. Electro Web into Archaludon, into Incineroar. That's going to mean that the Golden Go can finally go before the Archaludon is able to act. Here's the Shadow Ball, the follow-up. These Archaludon are not trained to be particularly bulky, and it's easily enough to pick up the KO.
I love that Electro Web really setting up the Golden Go for success to get the edge and get the knockout. And now Incineroar, it's able to go for the Flare Blitz, but as you said, it's going into the Dragon. That is minimal damage compared to what it was capable of doing in the game one.
And now we get to see what that last Pokemon is on Gem's side. Did they bring the tools that they need to come back into this game? Mandibuzz coming out here, so no Dragapult in the back. It's going to be tough to take down this Golden Go now.
I would have loved to have seen the Dragapult come through, but Mandibuzz does have a little bit of utility. You can go for, Brave Bird and get some decent damage out there, and you have recovery options with Roost, but I think it's difficult to deal with the Killer Wattrel here.
The Killer Wattrel is definitely the Pokemon that you need to knock out, because there is an Indeedee with Choice Specs Expanding Force in the back. Now the Golden Go is committed to Terra. We could definitely see that end game where the Indeedee comes in right at the close of the game and just expanding forces for a double KO.
That is true.
And so you've got to be really careful, I think, if you're Nils here about what do you do with a Killer Wattrel. You've got the Electro Web speed control going, but you've got to make sure that you maintain your speed control for this Golden Go.
Last second lock in there for Nils. Golden Go going for the defensive option and just protecting in the face of both of these dark types on Gem's side of the field as Killer Wattrel goes again for this Electro Web. Not only is it doing good amount of chip damage to both these opposing Pokemon, but critically trying to keep the speed in check.
Okay, so Mandibuzz going for the Tailwind, matching that up. So that's going to be going down pretty soon. U-turn on the Killer Wattrel. That's going to be making sure that this Killer Wattrel's Focus Sash has been broken. Now, all eyes turn to this Indeedee if they are within the... It's Gemma's timed this right, actually. Is Tailwind going down this turn? No, okay. Also, the terrain has gone down. Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate timing, especially since there's a Killer Wattrel on the field and the Incineroar is in the back. That's not looking particularly positive for Gem overall. It would have been nice to see the Incineroar maybe just hanging in there, maybe a knockoff into the Killer Wattrel. You're putting damage into its direction. You maybe knock off the Covert Cloak as well as on the Amoonguss and then put it into Flare Blitz range. So there's definitely options that Gem could have gone for there. But now we get to see the Terrestrialization.
I mean, you can still go for the Expanding Force on that Indeedee and just target down into the Killer Wattrel, for example. It has its Focus Sash broken. You might be able to get some damage on the board, but critically goes for the defensive play here, goes for the Terra Ground, and will utilize Terra Ground, Terra Blast. It is Choice Spec, so it's locked into this. The only target it could do here was the Golden Go as Killer Wattrel is up in the sky, but it's not enough! Golden Go hangs on!
Tailwind goes up from Killer Wattrel, so it wasn't in play at all. Yeah, that's right. The Killer Wattrel had carried on going for the Electro Webs. Now the Make It Rain is going to get a double KO here. Golden Go, the constellation for Gem, is going to go down to its life form. But 1 HP and a Dream and a Make It Rain and a double KO for Nils here. Now Incineroar, the only Pokemon that will allow Gem to have a chance to win this game. And unfortunately, with that Amoonguss in the back, we were talking about it earlier, do not sleep on Amoonguss.
Do not sleep on Amoonguss and do not activate the competitive on Killer Wattrel. And unfortunately, Gem has no choice. They are forced to bring the Incineroar into the fray. The Intimidate will work detrimentally against this Incineroar now, and Killer Wattrel is primed to get some big damage off on the board. You could go for something like the Air Slash here and just put Incineroar possibly even in KO range for Amoonguss. You know, it'd be nice to see Amoonguss get a KO from time to time, but instead just going to go for the Rage Powder.
Yeah, Rage Powder doing what it does so well. The Air Slash going down into the Incineroar. Fishing for maybe a flinch there. Amoonguss can hang on from the Flare Blitz. Is the recoil going to be enough?
Yeah, Incineroar goes down, and Nils Dunlop is going to take this Swiss round 6 set 2-0.
Congratulations, Nils, for winning that game. And now at the end of Swiss round 6, guaranteeing his spot in phase 2 of the Gdansk Regional Championships. And what a way to do it as well. Coming up against a matchup that he's definitely never seen before. Maybe seen some of the individual pieces. He's got a lot of experience from the years and years of competing in the video game championships, but he was able to find that condition. And Gem made it really tough.
Yeah.
I mean, not all of the, if you were looking at that game from the outside, it maybe looked like Nils was on the front foot the whole way through, but there was definitely ways that Gem had and was challenging Nils with that were able to maybe get Gem to a win, maybe take us to a game 3, and then you never know what's going to happen in a game 3.
Well, I feel like in game 2, Gem actually had a lot of momentum at the beginning as well, and applied a lot of pressure with the Pokemon that were out there on the field. I think just unfortunately wasn't able to get the damage down, and particularly the Golden Go. That Terra Dragon Golden Go was really the thorn in Gem's side there. It just made it so difficult for them to get through, and then when it hung on 2 HP, and then was able to deal so much damage back, that spelled a little bit of disaster for Gem.
Yeah, it's like just not quite getting there did make life a little bit more difficult. But I also think there's a positioning conversation to be had about that. It felt like a lot of that game, although Gem had really good tools, they were never quite in the right spot at the right time. And against a player like Nils, you just cannot be out of position because Nils is so experienced and so consistent. You can see how getting the Tailwind up in that end game in game 1 was so critical, where indeed he couldn't protect itself, and Incineroar just did what Incineroar likes to do.
But you have to acknowledge that Gem has piloted this team to 5-1 as the current score. That's 5 victories with this really unique team. I'm sure it's caught a lot of opponents off guard, and I really like the utility of that Terra Ground Indeedee. I feel like if it wasn't going into an Assault Vest Incineroar, and we are seeing a lot of Citrus Berry ones out there, for example, sometimes even Covert Cloak Incineroar out there, then the damage output of that Terra Ground, Terra Blast would do so much more damage.
Yeah, it would. It's like, and even in that set, it did nearly everything it needed to. Think about what that set looks like if Golden Go, instead of going down to 1 HP, goes down to 0 HP and doesn't get off that critical Make It Rain.
Yes.
So we've got to acknowledge there, I think, in some ways, just the training of Nils' Pokemon. The Incineroar hanging on 2, the Golden Go hanging on 1. These may be slim chances, but you have to give yourself, when you're coming into these events, every opportunity that you can.
And I want to acknowledge as well that Gem did have those plushies on the desk in the form of the adorable, gorgeous, amazing Gastrodon. Maybe next time it could go on the team, Gem. That would be my advice. But honestly, great to be able to see what they are capable of and a name to watch out for.
Definitely. And, while we've got a little bit of time, let's talk about some of those picks that Gem went for. Mandibuzz is something... I've been thinking about Mandibuzz. I keep coming back to it in Regulation Set H, because if you look back at 2017, the last time that it was really, really popular, paired up with Tapu Fini, a lot of the supportive options that it's doing on Gem's team were things that it did before. It does them very well. Getting the Tailwind set up, it's got Roost in this case to heal off a lot of damage. Foul Play and Brave Bird for dishing out some damage, and Foul Play is one of those cool ones where it doesn't matter how much offensive investment you have, it's all based on your opponent.
Yeah, and you can take a look at its stats as well. The defense and special defense and the HP very reasonably high there to give it a lot of bulk out there on the field, particularly if you want to go for those roosts as well. It makes it even easier to hang around. And you talked about it in 2017. I believe it was World's runner-up that year as well, with Sam Pendelis was running a Mandibuzz. So it's great to be able to see that in that format, it had so much traction and possibly could be trying to make a reoccurring here.
Especially its ability Overcoat, as shout outs to Weak Armor, shout outs to them big old pecs. But Overcoat is the ability that really does, I think, set Mandibuzz apart in many respects, because it's immune to powder moves, and that's not just Spore from Amoonguss or Rage Powder, but also Sleep Powder as well. So it's a really consistent Pokemon from that respect as well. Just like Komodo, it's like it can set up in front of those sort of Pokemon and not actually have to worry about those powder-based moves. Nor the damage from sand as well. Tyranitar has been pretty prevalent in the format
It has been around for sure.
It's definitely not nothing. And I think it's one of those tailwind setters that a lot of the time at the moment in Regulation Set H, we're seeing those fast ones like Kilowattrel. But actually, sometimes you want a tailwind setter that's going to hang about.
And as we said as well, you know, it was a World's runner-up in 2017, and in 2023, one of the World's runners-up was a Dragapult, not a Dragonite, a Dragapult. And so we can take a look at its stats and why it has also been a Pokemon with previous success. I mean, look at that speed stat. And you could see that in the game. It went first with that Phantom Force, was able to apply a lot of pressure straight away, particularly running that Choice Band that a lot of trainers do opt for to be able to utilize its very strong attack stat as well.
We talked earlier about Michelle Kelsch, who was running a Choice Band Dragonite for the early stage of Regulation Set H Part 1, where Terra Dragon, Choice Band, either Outrage or Dragon Darts really put a lot of pressure on
Dragon Darts.
Lots of teams. And the cool thing about Dragon Darts is the way that it targets. We call it like smart targeting almost, where if one Pokemon protects, then both darts go into the other slot.
Those Dreepies are smart.
They are smart. I think that's like, it's definitely the advantage of using a Prevolution to attack with. Maybe Dragapult is onto something there. Maybe the Dreepies could maybe carry an Eviolite as well, give them a little bit of staying power. Maybe they hit 3 times instead.
Ooh, that would be
Wouldn't that be cool?
That would definitely be very cool to see.
But Phantom Force is also a great option, right? It's not just the damage that it does with the same type of attack bonus, and Dragapult is already crazy strong, but it's also breaking through Protect. So just like Urshifu, you're forcing win conditions, you're taking away a potential route to victory for your opponent. Now, unfortunately, in that game, the Phantom Force went into a normal type Pokemon and a dark type Pokemon.
Yes.
So did a little bit of minimal damage, but if you haven't seen it before, it would have done a lot of damage into anything else on that team.
And you have to play the mind game of the targeting, and it's also kind of on the flip side with Outrage. You don't have as much control over which Pokemon you're going to target, so it can be a little bit of a risk with the Dragapult, but sometimes can be incredibly rewarding. And, you know, Dragapult, Mandibuzz, they weren't the only unique choices that we were able to see, and although we didn't see the Chestnut in play, it would be good, I think, to talk a little bit about why it's on this team, why it is still meta-relevant.
Yes, like body press, especially when you're running an Archaludon that is more special attack focused, getting the electro shots off and then using Flash Cannon Draco Meteor to do lots of damage. It's nice to have that defensive backbone. We talked about it already. The Iron Defense is kind of like Sword Stance, but it makes you more bulky as well, which if you put that on the table and said, hey, by the way, Sword Stance also makes you take half damage, you definitely bite someone's arm off for that. And so the body, completely. Also bulletproof, giving it immunity to certain attacks. Now, the brain database at the moment is lagging behind. Is like, I think like Shadow Ball is one of the attacks that it can't take any damage from. I'm looking at you, looking back at me very blank. We'll check. Look up bulletproof because it's a really cool ability, and I think again, it's one of those Pokemon that shuts down certain routes of play, either by Iron Defensing or Leech Seeding, to increase its ability to stay on the field or to take those big attacks, but then it dishes out loads and loads of damage in return after a body press.
But I think as well, this lapse in our knowledge, in a way, highlights a lot of the utility that these Pokemon can have, because one thing we said about Lil is that, yes, we have these Pokemon out there that are very tried and tested, but there were a few, you know, newer choices coming through, some Pokemon we haven't really seen before. And if you're not prepared for them, if you don't kind of have the utility to be aware of every single ability, every single move, sometimes you'll look at the team sheet and the team sheet is not going to help you. It's not like it has a little definition of how it's going to interact. And that's why Game 1 can still be such an important learning opportunity.
Definitely. And it especially feels bad if you're you know, playing those turns, you go for a move into Chestnut, so suddenly bulletproof ability activates, you're like, damn it. Right, okay, game 2, I'm not going to do that again. I'm going to remember this and learn. I think it's a key part of the decision-making that you make across the day. It's not one match our players play. We play through multiple rounds of Swiss in phase 1. If you do well enough, you play multiple rounds of Swiss in phase 2 before potentially getting to a top cut. And again, we got to highlight this. While it wasn't Gem that made it through to getting a win and guaranteeing their spot in our Phase 2 Swiss, 5-1, pretty good chances in 8 rounds.
Still pretty good. And that kind of that information game really gives me a throwback to the very first international championships that were held in the 2017 season. It was EUIC. I believe the game Pokemon Sun, Pokemon Moon hadn't been out for too long. So a lot of us were still getting to grips with the Pokemon. And I know you did very well at that tournament, but for some of us, we would often come up against a Pokemon and I'd be like, what does that even do? It was a Araquanid. I'd never seen it before. And I had to figure out what that Pokemon did in a closed team sheet meta. So
that's tough.
It definitely is tough. And do you know what else is tough? Facing down a Kilowatt Troll.
Yeah.
That is something that, you know, gave Gem a lot of difficulty in that particular match, and Nils piloted it to perfection. We were able to see Kilowatt Troll and Lil. There were 2 of them, I believe, make it into the top 8, and you can see why. That competitive ability is so good into Incineroar that likes to lead on at least 50% of the field out there.
I was going to say, yeah, it's been really, really prevalent on a lot of teams. So you know that there's a 50% chance if you're going against somebody else that your Kilowatt Troll has the opportunity for the competitive to activate. But I think it's more than that for Kilowatt Troll. A lot of the time, it's its speed tier that really sets it apart. Now, a lot of the time, Terra Ghost, so that it is unfake-outable. Reading from the Jamie Boy dictionary now. And that gives it the opportunity to set up Tailwind for you, to let you go fast and offensive. And especially when you've got a Pokemon like Ursaluna that can be trained for Trick Room, but also can be trained for Tailwind as well. You can see there its speed, not the best, but is it enough when you double it?
This is probably my favorite thing about Ursaluna, because when it first got unleashed, everybody was just putting it on Trick Room teams, and that really was where it found its comfort zone. And looking at its speed stat, you can understand why.
And its attack stat.
Yeah,
and its HP stat. And its defense stat.
It's a good Pokemon,
It's a good Pokemon.
But it did find its comfort zone, I think, in Trick Room teams a little bit. But as you've said, a lot of people then ran the calculations and were like, okay, if I maybe invest my training into a little bit of speed, within a Tailwind scenario, can it get the edge over some of those more typical Pokemon I'm out there to face? And then you can hit really hard with something like that Headlong Rush, and that's exactly what they discovered.
And it's crazy, these things that warp the metagame, right? Because you usually bring out an Incineroar to play up against an Ursaluna, whether in Trick Room or not. The Intimidate is great, but it's kind of pushing Incineroars to be that little bit quicker, because if Ursaluna's quicker and they're in the head-to-head, well, okay, Headlong Rush, that seems like a good idea. We'll knock out the Incineroar, and then maybe we Trick Room, maybe we don't. But we're probably feeling pretty good about our position if we manage to use Ursaluna in that way. And so then you've got to ask the questions like, well, how fast does Ursaluna go? Because I need to get my Incineroar into a good spot, maybe try to knock off a Flame Orb as well, stop the Guts from activating. There's lots of different factors here. But I love the way that those team compositions shape a metagame.
I fully agree, and I also like the way we talk sometimes about the power creep of Pokemon. Speed creep as well. It can be just as important. And, you know, we saw it earlier as well between an Incineroar and an Executor. When Trick Room is up, obviously the Trick Room setup with the Incineroar, you would think surely it's going to be slow and bulky and ready to utilize. But then the Executor went first, and Incineroar maybe had to cool its speedy heels a little bit.
Well, we're going to have to cool our speedy heels.
That is true.
Here, Lou, we're going to be going to a short break, but we'll be back for round 7 of the Gdansk Regional Championships.
And Davide Miraglia is going to be your second finalist here at the Dortmund Regional
Davide Miraglia is going to be your Dortmund Regional Champion.
Hi, I'm Davide Miraglia and I'm the champion of the Dortmund Regional Championship 2025. The event was really great. I had a lot of fun with my friends and I am really happy that the team worked, because it was we built with my friends, so it was you know, we worked together on this. I think that the most important Pokemon in the team that we had in the end was Clefable, because he completely changed and you know, improved the matchup against Kingambit. That is one of the most popular Pokemon in this format, especially the one that sets up with the Sworstance. And having a Fairy type and Unaware, able to ignore him and to hit him, it's really important. Also, is a massive help for Gholdengo, that is one of the strongest Pokemon ever. So with a little bit of help, it becomes even stronger. So today was really, really relaxed, and brainless. I just wanted to enjoy and to see how far I could have get within the team. And apparently I won, so that was my feeling today. In the final, I realized that besides some particular positions, my opponent didn't have much for Annihilate. Between safety goggles and the fact that to touch him properly, he should have either Shadow Ball with Gholdengo, so position Gholdengo well, but I also had the Terra Water to defend myself. Annihilate was really good also against Sneasler, and with Porygon, because with the main stabs he cannot hit me very hard, so I figured it out in that way. And next to Annihilate there was also Gholdengo that you cannot ignore him, so with that position I thought that I could have won, and I won. Pokemon means a lot to me, and since when I was a child. I love Pokemon, and thanks to Pokemon I made a lot of friends also, and the motivation comes from my self-confidence and the friends around me and people that love me.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, to play TCG live all the time, and I spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying to make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos. Aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out from out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Round 7 will be coming up very shortly, but we didn't actually get to speak with Juan Salerno, who we were able to feature in a previous round, who is currently 6-0. So, Juan, congratulations. How are you feeling in this tournament so far?
Me siento muy bien, especialmente porque todavía no dropeé un game en todo lo que lleva de competencia, pero esta historia ya la conocemos, entonces todavía el torneo es largo y no me tengo que confiar.
I'm feeling very good, especially since I haven't dropped a game in this tournament yet. But you know how this goes. I cannot get too confident, and this is not over until it's over.
Yeah, and of course, you're not from the European region, but you've all come all this way over to Gdansk to join us. So what made you choose to come over all this way to the Polish Regional?
Creo que el atractivo para venir a jugar este regional era también que el regional de Lille estaba en la semana pasada. Entonces creo que fue como una buena excusa para decir, ok, vengo de una región que la gente considera inferior. Es una buena oportunidad de poder venir a jugar con los mejores y también tener unas buenas vacaciones acá en Europa.
I think the main attractive for me to come all the way from Argentina was that Lille Regional was last weekend. And so this was a good excuse to play 2 tournaments in a row. And especially coming from a region that is considered like weaker, that was a good opportunity for me to play with the best and prove that I'm capable.
And of course, we mentioned you're 6-0 currently. What made you choose the 6 Pokemon that you decided to bring to this tournament?
Creo que para este torneo decidí volver a lo que me gusta jugar, que es un equipo muy balanceado. Y simplemente Europa es una región conocida por jugar balance. Entonces dije, ok, voy a jugar voy a jugar lo que yo mejor sé jugar contra los mejores. Eso es lo que mejor me va a servir para practicar para Like.
I think I just chose to came back to what I'm feeling comfortable with, which is a more balanced style team. And Europe is known for playing this kind of teams as well. And so playing balanced against the best balanced players is just the best way for me to practice for LAIC.
And you've made it into phase 2, and of course round 7 is going up very, very shortly, so we want to let you get back to your competing. Just before we let you go, are there any shout-outs that you want to give to anyone watching at home?
Me dijo, ¿a quién quiere agradecer? No, en realidad quiero agradecer a mi familia también que me acompañó. Estoy viajando con mi papá, a mi hermano y creo que a todos mis amigos que son los que siempre me apoyaron y especialmente me mandaron muchos mensajes de apoyo después de que Lille no salió como yo pensaba.
I want to thank basically my family, my dad, my brother, all my friends, especially after Lille didn't go my way.
Yeah, and congratulations for making it into phase 2 of this tournament, and we wish you the best of luck going forward. We're going to be jumping to a quick break, and then we'll be going back forward with round 7 very, very shortly.
Two-step, and they are getting a knockout. They either way in. Great Queen does low. It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite. The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions!
Trying to see how much energy maybe that Corsola has
He
in
has
the
the
back.
back-to-back. This is huge for Beelzeboy. I don't know if it's going to be enough. He goes on the ice beam!
Wow.
He goes for the ice beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzeboy, he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World Commander. It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion.
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt.
It's lightning energy!
If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. Is going to do everything he can here in this second game. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Die is being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him.
There it is!
Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion!
Huge congratulations!
Question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Figuan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn. No other attacker on Figuan's board. Disruption. That was it. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Figuan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragon Pulse EX and able to use its powerful move against it here and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily. Oh, he's ready to just give up the game, it's over! It's history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
He's played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We got to twist our Pokemon.
Miraidon right into that walking wake. It's down. It's going to be Luke Whittier. Give a big hand to your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier!
Rillaboom, Woodhammer, Nils, pick up the KO. Now the Calyrex Ice Rider has this opportunity to move, and that is the Glacial Lance. Double, double KO. Give it up, everyone, for your 2025 Pokemon World Champion, coming on!
Sputtermane is going to go right in that Koraidon that protected on that last turn. This is a huge source of damage.
I don't think it's going to take it.
And the Chio goes for the Heat Wave to try to finish it off. A double KO. And Chio is one Pokemon away from becoming the world champion. And it's going to be the Chiyu looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow. And just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion.
It's absolutely surreal. It's gonna take a while to settle in, of course.
Me siento muy emocionado y alegre.
The feeling is yet to sink in. I'm still a bit in shock. Feels so surreal to me. It's my first year of seniors, and I won the World Championships undefeated. I feel very excited.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely unreal.
The same way our trainers try and level up their game every single tournament, I've been eating my rare candies and I have leveled up as well to be behind the desk with Jamie Boyd once again. Jamie, what a tournament we're having here.
Yeah, we've been able to feature some great games so far. What a cool team that Jem brought out in that last round, right? Like, I'm a big fan of Chestnut. I've used Chestnut last season. I like it a lot. It's a shame it didn't come to the match, though.
We did think of you, Ben and I were talking a lot about Chestnut and obviously the body press capability that it has, but we did say that you would champion it the most.
Yeah, I am a big fan, and I really like it, I think. Golden Go puts me off a little bit too much in this regulation, though, I think. But because my main way of running Chestnut is body press, iron defense, and leech seed. And
for that
you cannot touch Golden Go in the slightest with that moveset.
That's true. Good as Gold also blocking those status attacks that, you know, Leech Seed would have the capability of doing. So Golden Go really getting in, you know, the difficulty of a lot of our trainers out there. But it's been great to be able to see trainers like Jem do so well in the competition, still a name to watch throughout the rest of the weekend.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's a really, really cool team. To be able to get 5-0, it's no shame in falling to an international champion and three-time regional champion in Nels Dunlop, who has, of course, made it into that Phase 2 with that 6-0 record. Very, very nicely done.
Of course, Nils being able to advance into Phase 2, fantastic observation there as well. And with two Pokemon, although we didn't get to see them in the match, the Ursaluna and the Porygon 2, two from his team when he won that international championships.
Yeah, as good callback. Yeah, it was Porygon 2 with a Terra Flying previously, because then you could Earthquake next to yourself very, very comfortably. But now you can Earthquake next to your Killer Wattrel, so that's good enough, it would seem.
That definitely works. And we talked a little bit, Ben and I, about this kind of open team sheet metagame and how back in the day, in 2017, when we last saw Mandibuzz, it was a closed team sheet metagame. And although a lot of our in-person tournaments are best of 3 open team sheets, we do have another type of tournament that has a slightly different format.
Yeah, if you missed the closed team sheet and the best of 1 aspect, we do have the Grand Challenge that is going to be taking place next weekend, and sign-ups have opened already. So if you have not done so, please make sure you have registered, because you can still get championship points even in the comfort of your own home.
Let's make sure we do that on our next break, Jamie. We'll get ourselves signed up, and you guys at home use this opportunity now to go and make sure that you're locked in for that tournament running across the 7th to the 9th. And as you said, it's over 3 days. You get 15 games on those 3 days. And if you don't manage to play all your 15 games on the first day, that's okay. They roll over to the next one.
Yeah, I usually save mine for the weekend. I tend to, because...
Take Friday off?
Yeah, I take Friday off because I'm usually working. So
that's fair.
So I usually... Yeah, you can do it 15 per day, but you can do all 45 on the Sunday.
Some people do.
Some people do. Some people are braver than I am when it comes to... more endurance of being able to make it through all 45 games. I like to spread them out across the 2 days, but of course, all 3 days, but all 2 days, even the final day, every aspect is viable there.
And of course, you don't necessarily have to play all 45, but what you do have to play is best of one closed team sheets. Now, let's look at the best of one concept first of all. You know, we've seen a lot of times in our tournaments, maybe game 1 doesn't go your way, but you learn a lot of information. And you can then apply that to games 2 and potentially game 3 to be able to win out the set. But in this challenge, you don't have that luxury. It is really one game, you win or you lose, and you move on to the next opponent.
Yeah, that's why maybe more unconventional movesets are a lot more effective in the closed team sheet meta, because if you've got the open team sheet, you know what's coming, so you'll be able to play around it. But then if you've got this surprise moveset, or even just this surprise item, it could be even, that would be able to swing the momentum in your favor enough. And of course, there's no coming back because it's the best of one and you've already won the game.
That's where the closed team sheets, I think, really rises to the top within this tournament style. Because as you said, it could be a different item choice. You know, is it Covert Cloak or not? Where's the focus sash on the team? But also critically, terrestrialization. You have no idea what Pokemon type your opponent's Pokemon could potentially turn into, and that could be so detrimental to your success.
Yeah, I think my main memory of being caught off guard was a Life Orb Terra Ground Terra Blast from his Hisuian Electrode that KO'd my Golden Go.
Hisuian Electrode, that's already
right?
wild.
Yep.
Let's throw that combination
that came out of nowhere. I thought, yeah, I'm safe. The worst I can do is Electro Web, and then my Golden Go disappeared, and oh no.
I think one of my favorite things about it, though, is you do see Pokemon in the Grand Challenge that fit a closed team sheet best of one format a lot better than our in-person tournaments. So a lot of those Pokemon that maybe don't get the luxury to be able to be on these more consistent teams do get that spotlight. And sometimes they're someone's favorite Pokemon, and you're able to then utilize it to potentially great success, get some championship points, get some glory out there in the Grand Challenge.
Yeah, you absolutely can. I already know what team I'm going to be running in the Grand Challenge next weekend. So
I want to know.
Yeah, I'm not obviously not going to say it right now in front of everyone watching.
Well, I can catch you off guard then.
Not quite, but it's Dondozo. Dondozo's been my most successful Grand Challenge run previously, so given my last two haven't been the most successful, I'm going back to what I know.
Well, knowing you, it won't just be a classic Dondozo. There's going to be something interesting there. But you know what beats Dondozo? Gastrodon. So make sure you watch out for that. Make sure you've got a game plan.
I'm going to put Terra Blast Grass on my Dondozo.
Ooh, okay, that will definitely catch some Gastrodons by surprise.
Because I'm going to face Lou 45 times, so I'll catch her off guard every single time.
I mean, sometimes you can run up against the same opponent another time, right?
In later days,
yeah,
potentially. On the same day, you shouldn't be able to run into the same person, but
maybe a little bit later.
Maybe in the later days, yeah.
Yeah, of course. And our juniors and seniors can also participate in that as well. So it's always great to be able to see them showcase their skills at home as well. But we can take a look at the Grand Challenge winners, actually. So maybe, you know, we've talked a little bit about the metagame and the different choices, but we can have a little look at maybe how successful it's been for our trainers and their Pokemon.
Yeah, we've had two so far, and so obviously the one next weekend is going to be the third. So we have had two winners overall of the Grand Challenge, as you can see here. This is a team that I think we recognize at this point. Now, and when I saw this post come out, this was the first time I saw these six specifically together. And then suddenly, I think it was the next weekend was the Frankfurt Regional Championship. And then here we are, the team that solved the meta.
So as I was saying, you can sometimes see some rogue choices in the Grand Challenge, but you can also see some of the good stuffs, the good old reliable and dependable Pokemon. And these six certainly have been that for our trainers. And I think even though it is six Pokemon we're very well versed with, because it is that closed team sheet, you can potentially run some different types of items or movesets on there that would be unconventional, that would be surprising and catch opponents off guard. And that's possibly what we could see from this team here.
Well, at the time, everyone was, well, it's Diaclaw on the Sneasler. It's going to be close combat, Diaclaw, Fake Out, and, you know, Protect or Coaching. And then this, I think, was the first time that we properly saw the Grassy Seed Acrobatics with the Terra Flying Swords Dance come into play. And that, at the time, that was catching people off guard. We saw how strong it was because it was able to win a regional championship and have great success at future ones. It came second in Lille with the Swords Dance Acrobatics set. But at this time, that was unheard of. So that was really going to be catching a lot of people off guard. And I think that contributed to the success that we see here. And I actually faced him in the Frankfurt Regional Championship using this team. And I was really, I could see why he won the Grand Challenge. He was covering for my Terras or not Terras. I think he close combated my Ceruledge at one point, but I didn't Terra. I got it right.
Oh, fantastic.
I still lost the game, though.
I love how when I was commentating with Ben earlier, every story and anecdote he told ended in disaster for Ben. But with you, Jamie, there's able to be some victory. And so you guys, with your Grand Challenge runs, might be able to get some success as well. And you can always reach out to it with that hashtag PlayPokemon to let us know how you were doing. But as you said, there's only one Grand Challenge winner we've seen. Now we got to look at the second one. This team, some familiar faces, but, you know, some new ones there too.
Yeah, and this is a Chilean player that was able to get first place here. And I think that the Pokemon that we see at the bottom, they're expected. Gallade is usually reserved only for hard Trick Room on the Spam teams, as we affectionately call it.
Yes.
But here, like, and obviously we don't get to see what item choices they went for. Glade's really strong. With sharpness as its ability, suddenly the Psycho Cuts and the Sacred Swords are doing a lot of damage, and it's got reasonable speed. So if there's the Tailwind on the Dragonite or the Icy Wind, speed control from the Ninetales as well, Glade's fast enough to make use of that.
That's true, and the message as well says, after much intensity, finally a reward. And there are 45 games, and if this trainer, you know, went through all of them, then that is going to be a long slog of a weekend. That's going to be a lot of intense battles, a lot of focus, a lot of resilience, but the reward, that #1 coveted spot, definitely well earned.
Yeah, I remember, like, right at the beginning of the first round of Regulation H, Garchomp, Ninetales, Kingambit, and Dragonite. That was something that Paul Chewy used to come second at the first region that we had in Regulation H. And it was it Incineroar and something else I'm blanking on. Amoonguss. Incineroar and Amoonguss. Very reliable pairing. But replaced there with the Gallade and the Annihilate, which seemed to work out really, really well here for them.
But Amoonguss has kind of dropped off in the metagame. You know, this was something Barish was talking about, and I think it's why it's on his cast of predictions. You know, he's not sleeping on Amoonguss quite yet. He's still in favor of it. And we have seen it out there, but Rillaboom is just so much more dominant at the moment in terms of those grass types.
Yeah, it seems like going for the double fake-out core of cycling Rillaboom and Incineroar, maybe Rillaboom and Sneasler as well. That seems to be the preferred choice. Like we saw Toadscruel tie Amoonguss for usage in the top 8 of the Lille Regional that we had last weekend. So yeah, it does seem Amoonguss has dropped off just a little bit.
That was definitely not my bingo card for last week, and there's a few things that I'm surprised to see at the tournament this weekend. But to catch you players up, let's have a little look at the standings and how this tournament at the Gdansk Regional Championships is shaping up. Federico Camporisi at 6-0. This is the trainer who won this tournament last year, already looks on fine form to try and retain that title.
Yeah, he's using the team that Marco Silva was using to win the Latin American International. And I mentioned that before. And one thing I didn't mention is this is the team he beat in the finals of the Gdansk Regional Champion last year, because Marco was still using the team back then as well.
You know, I hadn't made that connection either.
I've only just made that connection, yeah.
In a way, if you know how to beat it, then you clearly know how it plays, and he's demonstrating he does indeed know how to utilize it very well with that undefeated record so far. Great to be able to see the Charizard come front and center too, particularly with solar power, choice specs. In the sun, it just makes it so unstoppable, and you really need to find a way to work around Charizard, or it is just going to work right through your team.
Yeah, we saw in that match, it was able to one-shot the Cantonian Ninetales. Like I said, if I just said Ninetales, most people would assume Alolan, and they'll be like, well, yeah, of course it does. No, the Fire Ninetales, it was able to one-shot in the sun. It's a very, very strong Pokemon.
It's definitely formidable, and particularly with the spread move with Heat Wave as well, it makes it so difficult to avoid those attacks. You kind of have to hope that Charizard's going to be off its game and miss one of those Heat Wave connections, but that's completely outside of your control.
Yeah, a very, very strong player from Federico there. No surprise to see him doing really well. Another Italian player that seems to be doing very, very well. We've got Simone Sanvito, a previous regional champion as well. And yeah, look at that. Very, very consistent team coming out from him.
Not just a previous regional champion, but a previous international champion, having won the European International Championships as well previously. Doing incredibly well, 6-0. A lot of the Pokemon, again, that we're used to seeing. We've seen the Alolan Ninetales, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but that Basky Legion is there critically outside of Rain on that team.
Yeah, that usually indicates it's the Choice Scarf adaptability one. We did see Chuppercross win with a Focus Sash Basky Legion, but on this style of team, it does tend towards the Choice Scarf with the adaptability instead.
Yeah, I really like to see that. And the Volcarona as well there for a little bit of redirection support, but also critically can go for something like the Heat Wave or the Quiver Dance to be able to set up to perfection.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice showing. I was a big fan of Choice Scarf Basket Legion back before it was cool. I was using it back all the way back in, I think it was Regulation D. I was using it, or whenever the first regulation it was available in. So yeah, I'm a big fan of it, and I'm still really happy to see it find success outside of Rain, because that's the obvious choice. Swift Swim in the Rain is very good, but Choice Scarf adaptability, I do really like that set.
Well, I know as well our co-caster Barish ran Basky Legion at the 2023 World Championships, and I believe it was a team inspired by yourself. Created as well.
Remember that,
yeah, there was a teamwork going on all the way back then.
Yeah, if I wasn't so washed up, maybe I would have qualified and been able to bring Basky Legion to that tournament, but unfortunately not able to. But one thing we will be able to bring you is the notable matches that we have available for this round 7, and we'll be able to see who we're going to feature. We're going to be having Gabriel Janzo versus Paul Hinter.
Oh, really excited to see this particular matchup. We've got a Golden Go apiece. We've got some Incineroar action, as well as, of course, some interesting choices with that Dragonite, and I love Dragonite. I'm so excited to see it, but it's not the only notable match out there. Nils Dunlop versus Federico Camporese, that will be an incredible match. If you're maybe a spectator in the tournament and you're hearing me now, maybe go and see that one from the side as well. That would be fantastic. But honestly, some great matches here.
Yeah, we got two international champions facing down at each other with Nils and Federico, who of course we've been able to feature earlier on in the stream. We've got Simone Sanvita, who we've already mentioned, going up against that Blaziken. And the Blaziken was able to win a grassroots tournament piloted by Lucas himself back, I think it was like a month ago or so. And the Blaziken, it's a really, really cool set. It's able to coaching just like a Sneasler can and get a speed boost on top of that, so it can actually outspeed some of the Sneasers that it's going to face. So yeah, really, really cool pick in that Blaziken. And Lucas has found a lot of success in grassroots. No surprise to see him finding success here in Gdansk as well.
I mean, the Blaziken's not the only interesting Pokemon choice in there. We've seen Primarina, who we've seen do reasonably well in the past as well, but the Baxcalibur as well. Why is the Baxcalibur on that team?
It's probably to make use of potential coachings coming out from the Blaziken.
Also synergy.
Yeah, because one of the nice things is scale shots can increase your speed, but so does speed boost. So you can actually completely match a scale shot speed boost and still coaching yourself every single turn before you would attack. So it's actually some really nice synergy. And that's probably the main reason why you would have the Blaziken on your team paired with that Baxcalibur.
I love that though, and it shows why some of these more unique Pokemon choices have such a great place on the team of 6 that they're in. They're there for that one utility opportunity for a particular pairing that would be maybe formidable in a lead or in a particular opening. But here is our match that we're going to be able to feature. Both our trainers just getting ready on the stage.
Yeah, we can see our trainers nice and calm, getting ready for that game. I believe that Paul was able to make it into the top cut of the last Gdansk Regional that we did have last season. So again, no surprise to see the trainers showing their consistency. We were able to have Mihao have a really good performance so far, and I believe he was 4-1 going into the previous round. So he was able to make top 8. Paul was able to do very well as well in the last Gdansk Regional. We have Federico, who obviously won, is still 6-0. So it seems like we're almost repeating history here.
That's very true, and I really like how we've got a kind of regional one season over to the next with the same regulation. We can make so many interesting direct comparisons and legacies for these trainers and history as well. Obviously, Federico on a tear to be able to reclaim the title, but there are plenty of amazing Pokemon trainers out there trying to take that title away from him.
Yeah, and we've got some Pokemon coming out here that we would expect at this point. The team's concept seem very similar. Looks like Gabrielle is going to be going for the team that Emanuele really popularized. That's got the team of 6, like we were saying, the Terra Flying Swords Dance Sneasler that wasn't very popular at all, and then suddenly it won a regional and it's everywhere now.
I'm really looking forward to seeing this Pokemon team in action, actually. I've spoken about it quite a lot, but I haven't seen it in that core composition yet myself. So I'm looking forward to seeing why it is indeed so dominant. And if you are tuning in at home right now, it would be a great showcase for what's going on in the meta ahead of the rest of the tournaments in this regulation. Yeah,
this is, I think, an example of trainers opting for what they know will work. We've seen a little bit of like ingenuity coming forward, like we saw the Mandibuzz in the previous round paired with the Chestnut, and those are the anti-meta picks. Some trainers do like to go, some trainers, I'm referring to myself and some others, like to try and counter what is popular. Yes. Some other trainers go for the approach of, this is popular for a reason, I'm also going to be using it.
But sometimes that can be the call, and we've seen it time and time again at events. If we take a look at Gabrielle's stats, however, there are some great accolades on here, mostly from the 2025 season. A lot of top cut finishes, top 8 in Birmingham, Stuttgart Regional, top 32, as well as the Seville Special Championships, a top 64 finish. But most notably, so far in this season, a top 32 finish in Frankfurt.
Yeah, so already nice and consistent for this season. And as mentioned, Paul did make it to the top 4 in the previous Gdansk Regional, so looking to at least repeat that and maybe go even further in this season instead.
I like that creep up though. I think it was top 32 or 64, then top 4, and then who knows, maybe if that consistency can continue, maybe we even might see a champion.
Yeah, well, potentially. I was going to say, like, this is a team of 6 that we know.
Yes.
The only real twist that I would say I can see is on the Ninetales with that Terra Ground Terra Blast. If you don't have that as an option, Golden Go completely walls Ninetales. Whereas if you have the Terra Blast, you two-shot. It's not the strongest attack, but it is proper damage into the Golden Go. So it's not just, well, here's the Golden Go against the Ninetales. I can set up nasty plots forever. You can't even encore me because of my good as gold. Whereas Terra Blast just forces Golden Go to really consider, oh, is actually going to take a load of damage from this Ground Terra Blast potentially.
I like the idea that maybe the Golden Go's already been softened up a little bit. It's already taken a little bit of damage, and then the Alolan Ninetales can come in with that Terra Blast to be able to maybe get the final KO. And like you say, have an answer to it in some way, just to be able to give itself a good fighting chance in that matchup.
Yeah, and we're going to see Paul's team very, very similar. We've been seeing Dragonite put onto the team of 6 that won the Frankfurt Regional very, very commonly. It's usually over the Ninetales, though, that there's been the most common place to put the Dragonite. But it seems like we're going to have the Rillaboom replaced instead with this Dragonite. And we've actually also got the Sneasler replaced with the Annihilate as well.
I mean, the Ninetales here is definitely feeling frosty with a whole plethora of Ice-type attacks here, and it's going to be wanting to try and either control things like speed with the Icy Wind, try and control defenses with Aurora Veil. It has a lot of utility here. And again, Pokemon like the Ursaluna and the Annihilate, these are your big, heavy hitters.
Yeah, and so we saw, I think, exactly the same moveset on the Ninetales for her Swanji in the round 2, and Icicle Spear is that option, of course, to be able to go for that into your own Annihilate, proc a load of Rage Fist boosts. Obviously not with a loaded dice, so it could be between 2 and 5 rather than 4 and 5. But still, even if you only get 2, that Rage Fist is really, really a lot stronger than it would have been otherwise. So, and it's one of the nice things as well, like extra synergy. Icicle Spear can actually potentially, if you get enough hits, KO a Dragonite through its multiscale, because only the first hit would hit the multiscale, then everything else would be as normal.
That's very true, actually. And the Dragonite is an interesting choice with that haze, because on the opposing side, as you mentioned, Jamie, Sneasler has things like Sword Dance. We've also got things like the Nasty Plot and the Golden Go. Just being able to have the utility to reset some of those boosts does put Dragonite into a good position here.
Yeah, it does indeed. You just need to be careful of the Ninetales, because obviously that's going to wall it completely because it's only got the Scale Shot, and we're seeing a Ninetales coming out straight away, but it is from Paul's side paired up with that Annihilate, and here comes the Ursaluna. Like we said, there's Ninetales all around.
Yeah, it's the Ninetales show right now on either side, but with different teammates.
Yeah, for sure. They're both going to be the Focus Sash variant, but only Paul's has speed control available. You can have damage reduction with the Aurora Veil coming out from Gabriel's side of the field, but because he's opted for that Ground Terror Blast, hasn't found space for any speed control coming out from the Ninetales. So this could very easily be just an Icy Wind coming out from Paul's Ninetales. Of course, you could always go for the Aurora Veil and then just Icy Wind next turn, because you don't have to worry about that coming out from the Ninetales on Gabriel's side of the field. I don't see much stopping just Aurora Veils potentially all around, because then the Ursaluna would shrug off any Drain Punches. The Annihilate's obviously not bulked up, and it will be immune to any Rage Fist if there was an Icicle Spear instead.
Well, there's one Aurora Veil at the very least. This is the one coming up on Gabriel's side, so it looks like that Alolan Ninetales is moving a little bit faster here. And look at that, Jamie, and Aurora Veil apiece. So this is going to slow down the pace of play and boost the special defense and defense on both sides of the field. Annihilate also utilizes this opportunity to go for some setup, and is going to go for that bulk up, boosting up its defense and its attack even further. So against physical attackers, it's going to have a great time, but Blood Moon can come through. That's going to go down into the Alolan Ninetales. Going to break that Focus Sash critically, but thanks to the Aurora Veil, it stays in play.
Yeah, that's nicely done there from both trainers, I think, there. You could have easily gone for a Yawn with the Ursaluna, but then if the Annihilate went on the offensive, then you didn't really achieve anything with the Yawn, because you'd have just switched out next turn. So getting a bulk up with the Annihilate is very, very nice here, because you haven't been Yawns. That means you can now go for a Blizzard and a Drain Punch into the Ursaluna pretty safely if you do want to. And another option would be to go for the Icy Wind to put the Ninetales on Gabriel's side of the field slower than the Annihilate, but only with one bulk up in the snow and with Aurora Veil, your Drain Punch won't be doing much damage, and you haven't activated your Rage Fist yet, so maybe you go for the Icicle Spear into yourself just to get that activated, and then bring the Ninetales potentially down to its Focus Sash.
The Ursaluna has a choice as well. It doesn't have any spread moves, having dropped that Hyper Voice in favor of Yawn. So if it wants to try and find a target, it's got to make sure it's going to land its mark. The Protect on the Annihilate, though, is going to keep it nice and safe. As you mentioned earlier, you can go Aurora Veil into the Icy Wind, and that's exactly what Paul has utilized on this Ninetales. Just going to be able to do a significant amount thanks to that critical hit into the Ursaluna, but the critical thing here is lowering the speed, trying to gain a speed advantage for Paul's side of the field into that next particular turn, as the Ninetales on the opposing side try to deal a little bit more damage with the Blizzard, but of course it's only going to connect on the opposing Ninetales. It's going to take minimal damage.
Yeah, and that Yawn going into the Annihilate means that Paul got the better end of that turn for sure. The Ninetales is slower on Gabriel's side of the field, so you don't need to go for another Icy Wind this turn. And Ursaluna, thanks to that critical hit through the Aurora Veil, took a lot of damage from basically a supportive move. So that's maybe putting the Ursaluna now into range of a Blizzard and a Drain Punch. And you can go for that pretty safely, because you're going to be faster than the opposing Ninetales now for sure. So I think that was a very, very nicely done turn there for Paul. Obviously, you can still go for that Rage Fist with the Icicle Spear into yourself as well. The Ninetales has its Focus Sash broken because of that Icy Wind. And if you get enough hits from the Icicle Spear, that could be enough to KO. But then if you go for the Rage Fist into Ninetales this turn, that opens up that Yawn potential from that Ursaluna once again. So maybe you do want to be targeting that with the Blizzard and Drain Punch. I think the most likely two things that can happen here is the Blizzard and the Drain Punch into the Ursaluna, or the Icicle Spear and the Rage Fist into the Ninetales.
Well, we're cutting it right down to the wire there. The seconds ticking away as Terrestrialization is indeed going to take to the stage. Looks like it's going to be targeting down into that Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to be becoming an electric type, maybe just giving it a little bit more flexibility in the face of the ice type moves that Ninetales is capable of dealing out, because if you're Gabrielle, you want this Ursaluna to get the damage out on the field. But
there we go.
It looks like Paul is really setting up this Annihilate for so much success. Even the critical hit does such little damage. Multiple attacks coming through.
We got a 5.
We got 5. That alone of Ninetales is not here to play. It's here to get a win. And the Rage Fist now boosted up 5 times, up +1 attack as well, thanks to the bulk up. It's just going to completely eliminate this Ninetales.
Yeah, no Aurora Veil's going to save that Ninetales while that Rage Fist is that boosted. The saving grace is you get that Yawn into the Annihilate this turn, but that wasn't damage. This Annihilate, it's got its Rage Fist activated, more than activated at this point. Better than a Mouse Hold could do, because Mouse Hold only hits guaranteed 4 times when it's the first 2 on the field. So getting that 5th hit means that Rage Fist, a lot of trainers calc for, well, I will survive this 4 times hit boosted Rage Fist, and then suddenly the 5 just pushes it over the edge. So that might have been enough to allow it to KO that Ninetales. 2 or 3 hits surely wouldn't have been enough to be able to KO the Ninetales, thanks to the Aurora Veil and the Snow Boost. And now that the Ursaluna committed that Terror, it's open to that Rage Fist. It's no longer a normal type.
The other thing I have to question with this Annihilate is, yes, it might go to sleep in the next turn to preserve all of its boosts if you keep it on the field, but Aurora Veil and a defense booster up thanks to the bulk up, and in the back here you can see 2 physical attackers on Gabrielle's side. It's going to be very difficult to get through this Annihilate.
And you've committed the Terror already on the Ursaluna, so if we did see the sneak peek of the Sneasler, but it is the Rillaboom joining the field, the Sneasler can't go for the Terror flying acrobatics anymore, so it's not going to be able to do as much damage to this Annihilate. Now you've got a choice, because the Rillaboom's joined the field, and that slot can't protect. You've got a guaranteed Rage Fist, probably KO even through Aurora Veil because of all those Icicle Spear hits into the Annihilate. But then do you sacrifice your Annihilate on this turn to going to sleep? Because then you obviously won't be able to attack in the next turn. You'll take a lot of damage from the Blood Moons and maybe the Acrobatics in the future. So yeah, an interesting choice to go into the Rillaboom rather than the Sneasler this turn, because now you've got a guaranteed hit into that slot if you do want. Of course, Rage Fist is always going to stay, so you can switch out the Annihilate and sacrifice just the bulk up so that you don't go to sleep, and you can always just Rage Fist in the future.
I think as well, the Fake Out's got to be tempting going down into that opposing Alolan Ninetales, but I'm wondering if maybe the Grassy Glide could get it. I'm not sure if it would quite be in range, but with the grassy terrain in play, it would give it that extra boost.
Definitely not now.
Definitely not now. Incineroar's coming in to intimidate and completely remove that idea from the state of play. But I think critically by Paul here, you know, you're switching out your Annihilate, you're removing all of those boosts, and that Intimidate is indeed paying off. The Rillaboom is not able to get the knockout as the Ninetales can retaliate with the Blizzard and will really slow that Rillaboom down in its tracks.
Yeah, that's not good for Gabrielle here. At least you get the Blood Moon into this Incineroar, but you can see with the Aurora Veil, that didn't even do half damage to that Incineroar. So maybe even the Earth Power won't be enough to KO this Incineroar because you've got the Grassy Terrain recovery on top of that. And you can even just go now for an Icy Wind and a Flare Blitz into the Rillaboom, and that should be enough to be able to pick up the KO because you've already done some damage to the Rillaboom. It usually is able to survive just a Flare Blitz, but if you've taken a Blizzard and also an Icy Wind, you're definitely not surviving that attack.
I think as well, I'm so used to seeing Blood Moon be such a devastating attack, doing monstrous damage, but thanks to the Aurora Veil, we've seen Incineroar and Ninetales take up Blood Moon apiece reasonably well.
Yeah, you usually run Ursaluna a bit more defensively rather than offensively if you are going with that Yawn Leftovers set, because obviously you want to be sticking around on the field as much as you can to spread those Yawns, but nothing is yawned at the moment. You can very, very safely just go for that Icy Wind and Flare Blitz, and there's not really much stopping. Yes, an Incineroar could be waiting in the back for Gabrielle, but we already got the sneak peek that that's not the case.
Well, Ursaluna going defensively here, going for the Protect, wanting to hang around and maybe not take a potential Fake Out coming through. Rillaboom unable to move in this turn. It is still going to be frozen from the wrath of that opposing Ninetales that goes for another Blizzard. Of course, not going to tech into the Ursaluna, but will still be able to find its mark down onto that Rillaboom, taking it down into the Yellow Zone. It is running that Assault Vest, so it is able to take these attacks really well, but while it's frozen, it's unable to move and do any damage in return.
Yeah, it seems like Paul was playing the odds there, gambling on the fact that the Rillaboom is already frozen, and it might stay frozen. It's much more likely that it remains frozen than it thaws, and you're getting the extra chip damage into that Rillaboom with the Blizzard, while also trying to make this Ursaluna even weaker with that Parting Shot, but of course the Protect stopping that. And you see, like, running the bulky Ursaluna, it's quite healthy once again, because it's got those leftovers, it's got the grassy terrain helping it as well. But now that the Aurora Veil's disappeared on both sides, the Incineroar is probably back into range of Earth Power, so it's going to come down to the speed training of the Ursaluna and the Incineroar. Usually, an Incineroar would be outspeeding an Ursaluna based on just how much speed investment trainers opt to go for usually, but it would just depend. Did you opt to run an incredibly bulky Incineroar, and then suddenly the Ursaluna is able to outspeed? Because I reckon without the Aurora Veil, that Earth Power could KO.
That'll be interesting to see how much damage Earth Power can connect through onto that Incineroar. But also, let's look at this Ursaluna. It's running the leftovers and it's in grassy terrain. That HP bar is ticking up, 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 and up. And that's going to make it so difficult for Paul to be able to deal with.
Yeah, it will, for sure. And the Rillaboom's still frozen. It would be able to pick up the knockout on this. Yeah, it's going to go for it. It looked like the Grassy Glide because the Rillaboom moved first, but yeah, it stayed frozen once again.
Well, no Aurora Veil, though. The Icy Wind will connect, and Ursaluna is going to be able to hang on through that. It's just whether or not the speed is going to put the Incineroar into a position to try and do a follow-up. It is going to go for that knockoff, so it doesn't get the knock out, but it is going to remove those leftovers. The recovery is a little bit more limited on Ursaluna, and it's not going for an offensive move either. It's going once again for the Yawn. Yes, that means that you might be forcing a switch, but Paul has the utility to go for those switches.
Yeah, clearly expecting the parting shot once again, because then you'd have caught either the Annihilate on the switch forcing it to switch back out, or whatever the unrevealed Pokemon is for Paul here, because he hasn't had to reveal it. The Ninetales on Paul's side of the field has been putting in a lot of work. Obviously, the freeze is very fortunate, but it's been doing significant damage as well, because the Rillaboom's been basically just taking blizzards and down to a third of its HP and doing some really good damage to that Ursaluna as well. But like I said, Ninetales, it was doing a great job. It can do its job the best when it's in the snow, so it's switching back out into this Annihilate so it can reset in that in the future.
Rillaboom does thaw out, though, as soon as that Alola Ninetales leaves the field as well, ironically, and it will get some damage down onto the Annihilate. Incineroar this turn is able to go for that parting shot. It chooses its target in the form of the Rillaboom, lowering its attack a little bit further, and I'm sure we will see the Kitty Cat rejoin a little bit later on to intimidate furthermore in this match.
Yeah, this is a nice way that you could potentially get that snow back immediately by hard switching and then pivoting with that parting shot, and that is exactly what we're seeing, the Ninetales rejoining the field here for Paul.
Well, let's see what the Ursaluna has decided to go for. Again, it's just going to be the Yawn. Now, the interesting thing here is if you are this Ninetales, you potentially could be in a position where you could try and go for the Aurora Veil in that turn and then fall asleep afterwards, or you could even try and go for another Blizzard and get damage on the board. What do you think Ninetales is going to do?
Yeah, the Rillaboom took a parting shot, so I'm not sure that the Ninetales is going to be in range, because we saw how much the Grassy Glide did at -1 while there was Aurora Veil, and now there currently isn't. I think probably the safer play rather than the Aurora Veil would be to switch the Ninetales back into the Rillaboom, into the Incineroar, so you can intimidate the Rillaboom, and then Rage Fist would be able to KO this Ursaluna, because the Aurora Veil's gone from both sides. And Annihilate, it took a Grassy Glide. Rage Fist is at full power now, so it will easily be able to knock out even the Rillaboom or the Ursaluna or whatever would switch in, because I reckon that even if there was an Incineroar waiting in the back, you would activate the Defiant, and then that's going to do a lot of damage as well. So, and we've already seen the sneak peek. Nothing can take this Rage Fist now. It might just be 3 knockouts for this Annihilate.
Well, you called it right with the Alola Ninetales. It's not going to go for any attacks. Instead, it's going to be the switch and revealing the fourth and final Pokemon on Paul's side to be that Golden Go. Rillaboom, I think, says, I've had enough of these attack drops. I'm going to leave the field as well, and we're going to bring the Sneasler in. So both our trainers revealing that fourth Pokemon in the back. But I feel like all eyes now really come down to this Annihilate and who it's going to be targeting. Because as you said, the Rage Fist is going to be formidable. Ursaluna, knowing that, quite wisely goes for the Protect here. It's Terrestrialized, so it does have to watch out for these Ghost-type attacks coming this way, and looks like it was the target, so unfortunately for the Annihilate, not able to find his mark in this turn.
Well, this does give a slight chance back to Gabriel here, because Annihilate, it's still weak to the acrobatics. But I think you probably need a critical hit to be able to break through it, because it hasn't bulked up yet, but you haven't got the Terra Flying available on your Sneasler. And of course, there could always be that Incineroar switching in to intimidate the Sneasler so that you've got that guaranteed survival for the Annihilate and then able to fire off the Rage Fist. You've just seen that the Ursaluna did Protect, and really the Ursaluna is the only Pokemon that can deal with this Golden Go properly now. Like the Rillaboom, it can go for high horsepower, but you're probably going to outspeed it and one-shot it. KO it from the HP it's at, more like, from the Golden Go. So, and obviously the Sneasler can't hit it until it's got some Swords Dances up, but if you go for the Swords Dance, you haven't attacked the Annihilate, and then suddenly the Annihilate's able to get its super boosted Rage Fist off.
Decisions. And you can see Gabrielle really trying to think, what am I going to enable my Sneasler to do? Because this could be such a critical turning point in the match, depending on what Pokemon are going to stay in play. It is going to be a Terrestrialization this time on Paul's side of the field, and it is that Annihilate turning into a Terra Fire here. So it is going to leave itself a little bit more vulnerable to take a fighting type attack like a close combat, because it no longer has that ghost typing, but it does still give it some good flexibility on the field.
Oh, what a call!
It was a ghost
combat.
It KO'd! Oh, it does get the KO! Oh my goodness, Sneasler calling that perfectly. Gabrielle being so brave, so bold to target down into a ghost type. A fantastic play.
Yeah, that is exactly what Gabrielle needed to be able to get back into this game, because now the Ursaluna will not be KO'd to a Rage Fist that was almost certainly going to, and it was a nasty block set up instead, so the Ursaluna wasn't even targeted by a Shadow Ball, and now it's free to be hit by this Earth Power from the Ursaluna, and that is able to pick up the KO, and suddenly Paul's lost 2 Pokemon that could have just been taking the game for him.
Talk about a swing of momentum. That is exactly how to get yourself back into the game. Ursaluna and Sneasler just being able to get a knockout apiece, forcing Paul to bring these two last remaining Pokemon in. Yes, you're bringing in the Incineroar, you can throw the Intimidate down against the Sneasler, but your Ninetales is coming in. As soon as the snow is gone, you're not going to be able to reset it.
Yeah, I think here you can just protect Sneasler and switch to Rillaboom, and then you'll be able to just attack the Ninetales next turn guaranteed. So, yeah, this is suddenly a fantastic position from Gabriel. For the last few turns, I was like, well, Paul's just got the momentum. You've got the Annihilate set up with all the Rage Fist stacks. And then just, wow, what such a great call to go for that close combat into that Annihilate, to be able to catch it and be able to pick up the KO. That must have been really close, because Annihilate was still quite healthy, but being able to get that damage calculation perfectly. And yeah, like there comes the fake out from the Sneasler, but it should be able to shrug off at least anything that the Ninetales would want to go for this turn.
It does go for Blizzard, and of course we know what Ninetales is capable of because we've seen it before, but it wasn't able to push through with the freeze as the Blood Moon does connect, is able to get the knockout. Now that Ninetales that has been so disruptive and so well played on Paul's side of the field has now been felled, and it's just the Incineroar to go through the 3 remaining Pokemon on Gabriel's side.
Yeah, that's just it. You just attack now into the Incineroar with your 3 Pokemon. Yeah, that Paul realizes it and forfeits the game, and suddenly, out of like nowhere, just that one turn, swung it completely, and Gabriel takes this first game.
I mean, to me, that game was a tale of two halves. I think in the first half, Paul did a fantastic job with that Ninetales. We actually got to see it go for all 4 moves through the course of that game 1, whether it was the Icicle Spear setting up the Rage Fist on the Annihilate, whether it was the Blizzard getting damage, and critically that freeze that really, I think, put a spanner in the works for Gabriel's strategy there onto that Rillaboom.
Yeah, I think that maybe Paul played the odds a bit too much, because there was a potential of just, well, I'll Rage Fist into the Rillaboom, and it's guaranteed and it's KO'd. And there was also the options going, well, I can Icy Wind and Flare Blitz the Rillaboom, and it's KO'd. But then prioritize the Ursaluna instead, just playing the odds a bit, because there were 2 turns of not thawing. So then you got those extra free turns into the Ursaluna, but you didn't deal with it quickly enough. And then the Ursaluna, like I said, that was the way through the Golden Go. And it was, because it was allowed to get that Earth Power after such a fantastic read on that close combat.
That's a very valid point. Ursaluna was still standing towards the end there, of course, and the fact that it had these leftovers and the grassy terrain, and as you said, it is that little bit bulkier as well in those particular sets, it just made it so difficult for Paul to get through. The Annihilate was really, really the key, and I feel like when you had Annihilate so beautifully set up and you switch it out, you then switch out the Ninetales later on, I think those opportunities just cost Paul a little bit of a footing in this game, particularly as you mentioned, the damage going down into the Protect of the Ursaluna just meant that it was still in play.
Yeah, I think that's something that happens often is you try and play maybe too safe because you feel like you've got so much momentum, and then that did end up coming back to bite Paul. But obviously we're into this game too. It's a completely new game, but we're seeing Ninetales on both sides of the field here. Ursaluna on Gabriel's side of the field, and Incineroar for Paul.
Yes, nice to see the Alolan Ninetales on the field again. Could potentially see the Aurora Veils go up once again to give some defensive capabilities, but I wonder what this Incineroar is going to do.
I mean, you've got fake out pressure at least, and I'd be surprised if there wasn't at least some kind of fake out on either Pokemon here, whether you're stopping the Aurora Veil coming out from the opposing Ninetales and also breaking the Focus Sash in the process, or if you stop the potential Earth Powers or Blood Moons coming out from the Ursaluna. Obviously, it can go for a Yawn as well, but Incineroar's probably going to be wanting to switch out anyway, and Ninetales, if it does get Yawns, that will probably switch as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some kind of fake out, but no, Incineroar's just going on the offensive here instead.
No fake out today. Instead, it's going to be the Aurora Veil coming through from that Ninetales. And no, look at that, Jamie. Aurora Veil on the other side as well. Both these trainers saw how well it worked for them in Game 1, so Game 2 is going to follow the same script. Incineroar gets out of there with the parting shot, critically going down into that Ursaluna, lowering its special attack, going to make those Blood Moons do even less damage in the Aurora Veil. And critically, I think it preserves the Incineroar to intimidate a little bit later on when maybe one of the physical attackers is out there on the field. The adaptation is going to be the Golden Go.
Oh, wow, that's a brave switch in. I know Aurora Veil's up. Oh, no, it wasn't the Earth Power. It is the Blood Moon instead into that Ninetales that doesn't really do much damage at all. Like you said, Blood Moon's such a strong attack. That's not very strong. But yeah, very, very brave to switch in that Golden Go, because if that would have been an Earth Power, which, you know, is super effective into the Incineroar, that would have done a lot of damage to the Golden Go. It wouldn't have knocked it out because the Aurora Veil would have saved it, but we already saw in that first game it was able to knock it out without the Aurora Veil set up. So it would have done, what, at least 2/3 of that Golden Go, but able to get in a little bit safely here.
The question is now the positioning, because I feel like on Paul's side, if you can go for something like the Icy Wind and lower the speed, enable a Make It Rain to come through, that could do devastating damage into the Ninetales. But it's getting out of there, and I think this is a wise play here from Gabriel, preserving that Ninetales, but critically, your Rillaboom coming in the face of a Pokemon that can go for a Blizzard can be a little bit difficult to deal with.
Yeah, but it's not going to be taking that Blizzard because Ninetales is switching out for both trainers here. Rillaboom obviously switching in for Gabriel, and the best switch in that we have in the game, Incineroar, coming in for Paul, getting that Intimidate onto a physical attacker, which will come into play here. And whether that Golden Go is going to be safe to set up in our spot, it probably will be, given that it is going for its terrestrialization here.
Yep.
Oh, no, it's the Ursaluna instead.
Oh, yeah, going straight down onto the Ursaluna, so that's going to become a Terra Electric once again here out on the field.
Yeah, so that's going to be able to resist the Golden Go's Make It Rain very, very nicely. But the Golden Go didn't set up here. It's just going to be protecting instead.
Yep, I like this. Maybe scouting out a bit what Gabriel wants to utilize, as Ursaluna does indeed go for the Earth Power. This time it was going for that Golden Go, but the Protect is going to stop it from dealing any damage. I feel sorry for the Rillaboom. It's come in and kind of had the same old story poured at it with the Intimidate.
Yeah, and it's a good thing that Paul didn't go for that Terra, because he does have the Terra Water available on this Golden Go, and then suddenly you'd have become weak to that Rillaboom's Wood Hammers and Grassy Glides. Now you've got the step up with the Fake Out, because obviously Rillaboom should be outspeeding the opposing Incineroar, and you can go for the Fake Out into that if you would like, and there is going to be a Terrestrialization now coming out from Paul's side of the field in that Incineroar instead, so going to go for that Terra Ghost and become unfake-outable.
Oh, that does give it a little bit of a way to avoid that fake out and, you know, as you say, be unfake-outable. And in return, it can go for a fake out of its very own, kind of saying, I can do this still, slowing down the opposing Ursaluna and critically enabling the Nasty Plot boost to come up on the Golden Go, because there really isn't too much on Rillaboom's side it can do. You can see how little damage the high horsepower is doing, thanks to the Intimidate Incineroar dealt down earlier.
Yeah, and the Aurora Veil as well coming into play, so that's just not much damage into that Golden Go, even though it was super effective. I think you need a high horsepower and an earth power to be able to KO this Golden Go now, because you've still got the Aurora Veil available. You could also go for a parting shot with the Incineroar to keep your Golden Go even safer. You could go for a Protect and parting shot, and then the Golden Go is definitely set up and ready to go. And the Ursaluna, it could be going for taking a +2 Shadow Ball, but with the Aurora Veil, again, I'm saying Aurora Veil so much because it's coming into play every single turn. The Ursaluna, it just about survives a +2 Shadow Ball usually, but with an Aurora Veil helping out, it's going to survive it very comfortably. And I wouldn't be surprised if there is a double target into the Ursaluna, it would be able to survive even.
I mean, the Aurora Veil is forcing a lot of the setup here, whether it's the Nasty Plot, whether it was on the Annihilate in game one, because you need to find a way to penetrate through it and get that damage and critically the knockouts on the board. Gabriel making an adaptation, going to be bringing the Rillaboom into the back to try and get onto the field without having to take an Intimidate. As Golden Go goes for another Nasty Plot. Are you seeing this, Jamie?
Yeah, I think this. Yeah, I was going to say it needs to be a parting shot. Otherwise, you're going to take a lot of damage from that Earth Power. But with the Aurora Veil and now the -1 on this Ursaluna, I reckon that the Golden Go can be taking it quite comfortably, and the Terra's been used already on the Ursaluna, so you can't go for that ground Terra Blast on the Ninetales. That means you're stuck going for Blizzard into the Golden Go, which won't be doing much damage at all.
Yeah, Blizzard's only going to be doing a little bit of chip into that opposing Golden Go, and it's in a prime position. Ursaluna does go for the Earth Power, but
no damage.
Honestly, I am shook by how impactful this Aurora Veil has been on both sides of the field, but critically, this poor Ursaluna that we know can be such a powerhouse of damage is just not getting the damage out there.
Yeah, now it's a +4 Shadow Ball able to knock out an Ursaluna in one shot. That's a calculation I've never seen, so I would be very curious to see if that is going to be the case. But even if it wasn't, you've got the potential of Blizzard helping out. You've got potential of Icy Winds helping out to get the Ninetales slower than the Golden Go in the future. So, yeah, I think that was a very, very nicely done Nasty Plot there. It's usually very brave to go for a second setup move, but I think it's worked out very, very nicely for Paul here.
Well, Gabriel actually thinking that Ursaluna is going to be more critical later on in the game. It wants to be able to go for that Earth Power later on, so brings in the Rillaboom. It is running that Assault Vest, so it might be in a better position to take a special attack, but Golden Go not unleashing it quite yet. Instead, going for the Protect here as Ninetales tries to follow up with the Blizzard. Not going to be doing any chip to the Golden Go, and the grassy terrain is going to help it with a bit of recovery. And of course, we know the opposing Ninetales isn't going to be bothered by a little bit of Blizzard coming its way. This is interesting, though. The Icy Wind going to be lowering the speed.
Yeah, and that means that the Ninetales is now slower than the Golden Go, almost certainly. And then you're able to fire off this +4 Make It Rain, and that probably is a KO into both Pokemon. It's obviously a KO into the Ninetales, probably KOing like 5 Ninetales at that point. But then you also have the Ninetales on Paul's side of the field, helping out with a little bit of extra chip damage into this Rillaboom, probably from an Icy Winds, because the snow just disappeared, so the Blizzard wouldn't be guaranteed to hit. But the little bit of Icy Wind chip, we saw it did notable damage to the Rillaboom. That little extra bit on top of that, that's surely got to put it in range of that +4 Make It Rain.
And critically, Aurora Veil is down on both sides of the field, and because the snow is not currently in effect, you cannot set that back up again. So these Pokemon are going to be incredibly exposed to the Make It Rain. This could be the turn, Jamie. We see it unleashed.
Yeah, this might just be a double knockout coming out from on Gabriel's side of the field. Icy Wind and Make It Rain. I can't see any downsides to that. The only defensive switch in is that Ursaluna, but without the Aurora Veil available, that's still going to take a huge amount of damage on the switch in, because we've seen if a Pokemon is strong enough, resistances don't matter.
And there's so much HP remaining on Gabriel's side. I think 3 Pokemon at full, and then it's just the... I think it was the Rillaboom is only taking a little bit of chip here, so it's a lot to get through, but Paul has set up perfectly the way to be able to do it. Ninetales goes for the Icy Wind, obviously trying to break the Focus Sash on the opposing Ninetales, as well as just trying to control the speed potentially coming through here. Ninetales protecting, we're going to have to deal with it a little bit later on, but the Golden Go in a prime position to try and deal with this Ursaluna. It's going to make it rain.
Yeah, this is still going to do, like, what, 70% to this Ursaluna? It's going to do so much damage. Like, yeah, it almost picked up the knockout. And that's probably in range of another Icy Wind. Maybe not with the recovery from the leftovers and the Cross Train, but that's just in range of another Make It Rain. What's stopping Paul just going for Icy Wind and Make It Rain for the rest of this game?
And the other thing I love is having the 2 Nasty Plot boosts. Yes, you take, a drop to your special attack after Make It Rain, but you still got boosts to boot. You've got them in your back pocket ready to keep going.
Yeah, and then that's obviously still going to be strong enough to pick up the knockout on both of these Pokemon. And just the Icy Wind will break the sash on the Ninetales. You obviously want to go for Icy Wind because the Blizzard won't be 100% accurate, but yeah, and Icy Winds and Make It Rain. There's no switch-in now. The only defensive switch-in was that Electric Terra Ursaluna, and that was not a defensive switch-in given the amount of damage it took. So, like, we've seen the sneak peek. There is the Sneasler in the back once again,
yes,
and that has the potential to outspeed the Golden Go, but Terra's been used again. You can't go for Terra Flying Acrobatics anymore, and just a regular old Acrobatics. Obviously, it can't go for close combat, because it's a ghost type, and the Terra has been used, so it definitely won't Terra this time. He can't call that defensive Terra once again that he did so expertly in Game 1. The Golden Go's just really set up for success here.
Well, Gabriel wanting to bring the grassy terrain back into the field, wanting to maybe support that Ursaluna if it wants to go for a Protect or something to gain as much HP recovery as possible, and that's exactly what it's gone for here. It's got those leftovers as well, so it's going to get 2 rounds of recovery and possibly put it in a position to try and deal with Golden Go. Once, if it goes for another Make It Rain, then it's back down to neutral. It could put Ursaluna into a good position. Of course, the Ninetales is going to go first with that Icy Wind, lowering the speed and chipping away at the Rillaboom significantly. Golden Go is indeed going for that Make It Rain. It is going to connect down onto that Rillaboom and critically put Golden Go back into neutral.
Yeah, no, I think it's back to +2 now, because we've got 2 Nasty Plots, and that's 2 Make It Rains. So that was a +3 Make It Rain that puts it still boosted.
This is why you're the maths teacher.
That's why this Golden Go is so primed for success, because it was able to set up twice. You don't usually see a second Nasty Plot. Most players are usually content for, well, I'll set up once, now I'm pretty strong, and I need to start attacking, because if I set up again, that's been 2 turns that I've left my set up Pokemon exposed. And it was fine. We saw the Earth Power did, what, 30% to the Golden Go?
Yeah.
When in the previous game, it was able to pick up the 1-hit knockout. And then just all those multipliers of damage reduction of the Aurora Veil that was helping the Golden Go, the Parting Shot that was dropping the special attack. Then suddenly this Golden Go was allowed those extra turns and now can once again just sweep. It's a +2 now. With an Icy Wind, again, that extra chip will surely be able to KO the Ursaluna based on the fact it did, what, 80% to it with the previous Make It Rain? And that was a +4, so +2, that's still going to be doing enough damage, especially with the Icy Wind helping out. The only saving grace, I think, is that the Ninetales on Gabriel's side of the field hasn't been Icy Wind now, so could win the speed tie and potentially maybe get a Blizzard Freeze, but not on this turn. It's just protecting.
No, wanting to keep that Focus Sash nice and intact as the Alola Ninetales on Paul's side sets up that Aurora Veil once again, putting those multipliers, like you said, Jamie, into effect to help out this Golden Go. But Golden Go doesn't really need the help right now. It can go for this +2 Make It Rain. It's finally going to be able to get its connection onto that Ursaluna and put it right back into its Pokeball with a critical hit for a few extra style points, but I don't think necessary.
Based on the previous damage of the +4 Make It Rain, I don't think that particularly mattered. A Life Orb Golden Go is incredibly strong when even just 1 Nasty Plot boost is got. It's back down to +1. That's still boosted, though, so it's still probably going to be able to knock out this Sneasler that is waiting in the back, because you've got that Life Orb helping out as well. And very, very smartly done with that Aurora Veil, because now I don't think that even a Blizzard and an Acrobatics is going to be able to KO this Golden Go, especially because we still have that Incineroar waiting in the back that could intimidate that Sneasler even further and really keep this Golden Go safe.
And you've got the grassy terrain in effect. You could always maybe even go for a protect, get a little bit more recovery on that Golden Go to put it into a more favorable position. But at the same time, as you've said, it's at +1. It's in a great spot. Close combat's going to come down into the Ninetales, but Aurora Veil also putting it into a great position to stay in the game, while Sneasler leaves herself more vulnerable by dropping its defenses. The Ninetales on Gabriel's side desperately trying to cause some disruption, but no. Blizzards left, right, and center. No freezes in sight, as Golden Go has the utility to make it rain amongst the snow and get a double knockout. Not only does it get the KO, but he evens out the score.
Yeah, and that was just a complete sweep for that Golden Go. And it was allowed to set up twice and then just make it rain, and KO'd every single Pokemon on Gabriel's side of the field. Very, very nicely done. It's always incredibly brave to go for that second setup, but it paid off so well for Paul.
Definitely high risk, high reward, and we get a game 3, Jamie, at such an important moment in the tournament. This is Swiss round 7. Our trainers are really trying to battle it out to prove themselves in contention for that phase 2.
Yeah, so whether there's going to be any adaptations coming forward for either of these trainers, I think that the Incineroar on Gabriel's side of the field might be useful, given that that Golden Go was able to get that sweep. It's obviously the best switch-in available. Yes, you have the Terra Electric available on the Ursaluna, but then we saw that wasn't really a switch-in, and an Incineroar would still be, though.
I feel like, you know, in game 1, Paul did a fantastic job of setting up the Annihilate. I know that the game didn't quite go to plan, but then in game 2, being able to set up that Golden Go and capitalize on it, apply so much offensive pressure, was so beautifully piloted. I wonder in game 3, do you go for the Golden Go setup, or do you go back to Annihilate?
Well, normally when a Pokemon is that effective of sweeping through, the opponent has to adjust to really respect it. So by over-respecting the Golden Go, maybe you open up the opportunity for Annihilate. Like we said, if Incineroar comes to the match to counter the Golden Go, and then the Annihilate is the Pokemon that's focused on, well then suddenly Annihilate gets his Defiant boost and could also run away with the game.
Oh, I love these mind games coming into a game 3, and thankfully we don't have to wait too long. It is going to be the 2 superstars.
And there it is.
Oh, it's going to be the Annihilate and that Ninetales bringing the snow onto the field, but Gabriel has dropped the Ninetales, bringing his own Incineroar. The Intimidate is going to be so detrimental against this Annihilate that can get that cheeky Defiant boost.
Yeah, very, very nicely caught there by Paul. The Ursaluna is probably forced into its defensive Terra straight away, because you can easily just go for a Blizzard and a +1 Drain Punch, and that should be able to pick up the knockout on the Ursaluna if it doesn't go for that defensive Terra. And that will force it straight away, and you can adapt very nicely from Paul's side as well. Whether you go for the Aurora Veil to be able to get that damage reduction going straight away, or if you want to go on the offensive immediately with the Blizzards, I think either option is entirely viable. I don't think you need to particularly Icicle Spear yourself unless you are absolutely hard calling a Terra Electric immediately and Rage Fisting the normal type Ursaluna. That can be saved for the future, because you can get that damage reduction with the Aurora Veil. You can get that extra chip damage with the Blizzard as well, or you can just switch out instead and do none of those options.
I quite like the switch out, though. You don't want to take a rogue fake out and then break your focus sash for later and leave yourself vulnerable to something from that Blood Moon without the Aurora Veil in play. And you can see that was what was going down here. The fake out into now the Ghost type, not doing too much.
Oh, it's a 1-hit KO!
Annihilate is not here to mess around with a critical hit. Does get that 1-hit KO. Oh my goodness, Jamie. Annihilate has a point to prove.
Wow, that is such an impactful critical hit, because there was no defensive Terra coming out from that Ursaluna. And now we got the sneak peek again. There was no Ninetales. It was Incineroar over Ninetales for Gabriel's side of the field. You've got the Rillaboom and the Sneasler. That doesn't particularly deal with the Annihilate that well. Like, yes, you've got the Acrobatics available, but then the Golden Go will be able to just threaten it with that massive Make It Rain. So very, very nicely done there for the Annihilate, making use of the Drain Punch, not going for the Bulk Up. So many trainers opt to go for a Bulk Up turn 1 because they feel like, well, they have to get set up with the Annihilate, otherwise they're not doing the damage. 1-hit KOs are enough damage for sure.
And I think as well, you know, knowing that you had that Defiant boost just gave you possibly a little bit more flexibility in picking that Drain Punch. You were, even without the critical hit, you were going to do a huge amount of damage to that Ursaluna and leave it a little bit more vulnerable for later in the match.
Yeah, so we just have to see if that's going to be the Terra Flying Acrobatics immediately into the Annihilate. I don't think there's too much stopping just the defensive Terra here now, because the Ursaluna was the main thing that would threaten a Terra Fire on the Annihilate, and yeah, you'll be able to very safely go for that now. Obviously, we've seen that there was I was going to say that we've seen Gabriel willing to close combat, but no defensive Terra this time. And no defensive Terra on the Incineroar as well that takes so much damage from this Drain Punch.
That was nearly another 1-hit knockout, but Incineroar just able to hang on and will be able to use a Citrus Berry to keep it in the game. But an incredible play by Paul, followed up with the Make It Rain. Again, no KOs, but really dwindling away at the HP bars on Gabriel's side. Honestly, Paul is in the driving seat right now.
He absolutely is. Yes, there is the the Flare Blitz that is going to do a huge amount of damage to Golden Go and pick up that KO, but that's going to KO itself in the process because you took so much damage from that Drain Punch and the Make It Rain. So now we're going to be down to just the Rillaboom and the Sneasler as the last Pokemon. And I reckon that the Sneasler might even be in range of just a regular old Blizzard from the Ninetales. So yeah, it's got to be. It's taken so much damage. So what a swing of momentum for Paul here.
I love how Golden Go was so pivotal in that match purely by just existing in that turn. You know, yes, take all of my HP Incineroar and recoil, then you will get yourself KO'd. And Gabriel already down to last 2 remaining Pokemon. And considering games 1 and 2 were a lot more slow-paced, a lot more methodical, this one is an all-out offensive match.
Yeah, I think it made sense not to go for that Terra on the Annihilate because we've seen there, the Acrobatics is now online. When you switched in the Sneasler before, you didn't have that Grassy Seed activated, and obviously Acrobatics would be much weaker. So staying as the regular old Annihilate makes perfect sense and really, really paid off for Paul here. If you do now go for that Terraflying Acrobatics into the Annihilate, well, then you're just going to take a Blizzard and be KO'd and then the Rillaboom will stay weak to the Blizzard. Whereas if you want to defensively Terra for the Rillaboom to survive as well, you're not going to be able to pick up the knockout with the Flying Acrobatics.
You do leave yourself so incredibly vulnerable, and of course the Alolan Ninetales, as you said, could go for that Blizzard. You have to watch out for the fake out from the Rillaboom, but you are running potentially that Ghost Terror on that Ninetales. There's no Terrestrialization been used on Paul's side, so it could utilize you the opportunity to avoid the fake out and go for the Blizzard.
Yeah, you absolutely can, and we don't even need to go. We're saying all these options that Ninetales can do,
it's not
except for
Jamie.
Switch. But you know, against a Sneasler and Rillaboom as the final 2 Pokemon, Incineroar getting that Intimidate on the switch in is always going to be a good play.
Yeah, I feel like Ninetales has put in enough work in games 1 and 2. It can deserve to do a couple of switches and rests in this game 3. Terrestrialization is going to come through, however. First of all, here on Gabriel's side, it is going to be that Terra flying Sneasler, and as you said, it's going to be really trying to get as much damage as possible with the Acrobatics. It's going to be speedy. It's going to be able to hit harder thanks to consuming its item.
Yeah, and we're going to see a Terrestrialization now on the Annihilate, because now that the Acrobatics is active on the Sneasler, you do want to be taking neutral damage from whatever attack the Sneasler will want to go for. And of course, it's going to work very nicely into the Rillaboom because of those grass type attacks. And just look at that's no damage into the Incineroar with that Grassy Glide.
Honestly, my heart breaks for this Rillaboom. It keeps trying and trying in this match, but Incineroar is there to fell it at every single corner. Acrobatics critically not actually going into that opposing Annihilate, instead just trying to go down into the Incineroar, and if it had been that Alolan Ninetales before, would have been able to break the Focus Sash and try and get the damage down. A Bulk Up has been utilized on that Annihilate now. It's even scarier than before.
Yeah, and it's going to be able to shrug off the attacks very, very comfortably from either Pokemon here. And you got the Fake Out active. You can very easily go for that, and the Rillaboom can't protect. Obviously, it's Assault Vest, so you can get some free damage into that if you do so want to. Like Fake Out, obviously the Sneasler had to protect there, but Fake Out just covers for that nicely. You can just easily go for a Drain Punch or a second Bulk Up if you do want, but no, it is on the offensive. You can see that 2 shots the Rillaboom from here.
Yeah, that does a huge amount into that opposing Rillaboom. Rillaboom can retaliate with that high horsepower though, but of course we know Aurora Veil is in play. That's going to give Annihilate a little bit of respite with the defenses, and Rillaboom kindly set up the grassy terrain for it as well, so it's going to be able to recuperate some HP.
Yeah, and like we just saw, it's a 2-shot with a Drain Punch. You can easily just go for that once again. I think you just have to target the Annihilate and hope for a critical hit to come through those Bulk Ups. Otherwise, it's going to be able to outspeed and just Drain Punch KO this Rillaboom, and then obviously the Incineroar can just go on the offensive as well and get that Flare Blitz into the Sneasler.
Well, Sneasler is going to take to the sky and finally finds its mark down on that Annihilate, but the Terrestrialization really paying off. And Annihilate actually has to say thank you to Sneasler for allowing me to eat my Citrus Berry and regain more HP. And if that wasn't enough, I can go for the Rage Fist to show how dominant I am in this match and KO you in return.
Yeah, and this will just be a Flare Blitz to be able to pick up the KO on the Rillaboom. We'll get a high horsepower on the way out, just for good measure, but I'm not seeing anything that this Rillaboom can now do, especially because there was even the Ninetales in the back. And why not get one of the misses out the way? Because it didn't matter. The Rillaboom was not going to be able to win, because here comes the Flare Blitz. Get that miss out the way. But yeah, Flare Blitz KOs that Rillaboom, and Paul is going to advance into Phase 2 with that 6-1 record.
What a match. And I have to say, that poor Rillaboom, I really, really feel for it. Time and time again, Incineroar was just there to cause disruption. Then you had the Fire Annihilate, but missing that high horsepower at the end was just kind of the tail for that Rillaboom. But an incredible best-of-3 thriller. Both of our trainers played incredibly well and were constantly aware of the positions on the field, the turns of the snow, the turns of the Icy Wind, the turns of Aurora Veil, and it just gave us such an incredible match. But Paul was able to be victorious.
Yeah, it was a really, really nice play in that game one to be able to take the game back. Like, we're in this game 1 we're seeing now. The Annihilate was so set up. It had full Rage Fist stacks, but there we go. The close combat into that Terrifier, perfectly done to be able to swing that game back for Gabriel, because then that allowed this Ursaluon to survive the turn and get that Earth Power into the Golden Gun. And that was incredibly crucial, as we can see here. It's able to one-shot it because the Aurora Veil had already gone. So it seemed like Paul was in the driving seat, and then suddenly an amazing call to be able to come back for Gabriel.
Yes, the Golden Goat going down in that game 1, I think then had a point to prove coming into game 2, and it went for those 2 nasty plots. Make It Rain was the name of the game of game 2, was able to get so much damage down, KO after KO, and force that game 3.
Yeah, and so the Golden Go just sweeping through in that game 2 meant that the adaptation had to come through in that game 3, and we did see, like we see that the Make It Rain just sweeping through in that game 2 meant that Incineroar was an entirely reasonable adaptation, but then suddenly this Drain Punch, the one-hit KO with that critical hit, and there was no terror from that Ursaluon. If there had been a terror, that could have been the Earth Power into the Golden Go that switched in. It could have been a Yawn into the Annihilate to put a stop to it, forcing it to switch out and sacrifice its Defiant Boost, but because that was not the option, Annihilate was able to sweep through here.
I mean, start as you mean to go on, right? That Drain Punch, one-hit KO really did show that Paul was like, that's it, I'm coming into phase 2, and you cannot stop me or my Annihilate. And I really like the redemption Annihilate had after game 1, you know, being in such a great position, coming into game 3 and being like, this is what I came to do, this is what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, it was very, very effective there. We can see how dangerous it is to just give a +1 with that Defiant Boost for the Incineroar, but it just made sense. Like, the Golden Go was the main threat in that game too, so yeah, like, I think the Incineroar was just a good adaptation, but the adaptation on the adaptation was even better.
And I think it's great to be able to see these teams being played at a tournament just before the next international championships. But it's not the only kind of testing ground for our trainers. There's also the local championships or local events, you can call them championships if you want, that you can go to and be able to kind of test your skills out. So if you're wondering about locals, have a little look at this.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Now, I'd already mentioned previously in the stream that this cast here was about a decade in the making.
Yeah.
We first met each other at one of our locals, all the way back in 2016. We went to our first tournament, and then this friendship blossomed into a fantastic thing. And like, look at us now behind this desk.
Honestly, it's such a beautiful journey, and these stories are just one of many that can be made at these local events where a lot of Pokemon journeys start for a lot of our incredible trainers and community members. So please do scan the QR code, find a local near you, and you can then get involved in this incredible world of Pokemon. And one of the things I love so much about these local events is, yes, you can go and test your skills, but you can also go and learn so much. I mean, this very first event that Jamie referenced, I turned up with no same type attack bonus moves on my Kangaskhan. I didn't know about abilities and natures and things like this.
Nice Adam and Xerneas.
Oh, it was a great Xerneas, I have to say. And I just went in and my eyes were open to this incredible competitive world. And due to the power of friendship, I was able to do much better at my next local event. And as you say, look where we are now. The journey has really carried us and so many of our other trainers into great opportunities for life.
Yeah, like we think that locals are a great thing to go to, but it's not an understatement to say it's probably one of the best decisions we ever made to go to that specific local. So yeah, highly recommend it. If you're on the edge about going to it, absolutely take part. It could be one of the best decisions you ever make.
Yeah, I also met Ben Kiriakou for the first time at that event as well. So there's a lot of history to be made at the local events as well as our regional championships. And we did have an incredible best of 3 match just now. If you missed it, let's hear from the winner of this match so you can be fully caught up.
Thank you so much, Lou. My name is Brash Aktish, and I'm joined by the winner of round 7, Paul Hinter. How are you feeling? Gdansk seems to be your city.
I guess so. I feel good. I feel very good, and happy to make it to another phase 2. Yeah.
Another phase 2 at 6-1. Absolutely, congratulations so far. I've seen you have taken a very popular team and have given it your own spin here and there. Like, how was the tournament so far for you?
So far it's been good. Like, I felt very in control. This is something that it's a team that I brought to some locals. It's a team that I've practiced with a lot, and I feel very comfortable with it. On that end, I have to give a shout out to my friends Billy, Jontra, and Keanu. They've really been a great help. As well as the practice into some of the more popular teams. And it was originally Billy who presented this idea of the team. And I'm very glad that I can pilot it to pretty good success so far.
Absolutely. I mean, I saw the matchup and my first thought was like, this might be rather a defensive play style. And that's exactly what happened in game 1 as well, where both trainers went for the Aurora Whale.
Yeah.
How confident were you to take some of those attacks and then also set up your Pokemon to success?
I think something that I had to learn when playing with this team compared to some of the more offensive teams I played in the past is to really trust the defensive tools that the team provides as well as the bulk. Aside from Gdansk, all of the other 5 Pokemon have pretty strong offensive but also defensive options, and even Gdansk, if you consider a defensive Terra, that's a defensive option in itself. Of course, it's not the most comfortable idea sometimes to eat a Blood Moon from Ursaluna on turn 1. But as you said, under Veil and when you set up some bulk ups, when you have good defensive synergy, you allow yourself to take some of the trade some of this damage early to position yourself for a better position in the end game. Yeah.
One tech specifically about your team that I want to talk about was the Icicle Spear.
Yeah.
You don't have the loaded dice, but you managed to get 5 hits. And I think that was a very crucial turn where both the Aurora Whale and the Ice type made Ninetales very hard to knock out, but you managed with the 5 hits into the Rage Fist.
Yeah.
Was that did you know how many hits you would need?
For sure not. I think the idea behind that play, I was not expecting 5 hits. Usually when I click Icicle Spear, it's because I feel like I have nothing stronger to click with Ninetales, or I know that I can get a KO with 2 hits on the Annihilate. The idea actually with that play was to set up the stacks for later. I was expecting a Yawn coming into the Annihilate and that I would have to switch out on the next turn. But by hitting myself 2-3 times early, I would be able to secure a stronger position in the endgame. What ended up happening with those 5 hits, it was it put immense pressure on the Ursaluna, which had just Terra Electric that turn. And I think that kind of changed the flow of the game really in my favor. Yeah.
I mean, throughout the set, we saw a lot of adaptations with different leads.
Yeah.
How did you feel going into game 3, seeing your Annihilate activating Defiant?
I was very happy. I think more so than the Annihilate having Defiant, I was very glad to see Incineroar instead of Ninetales. Of course, that didn't mean that Ninetales wouldn't be somewhere in the back, but I felt somehow that, especially if I was putting my the load of the game onto Ninetales and putting a lot of burden on it, typically Incineroar is something I'd rather see than Ninetales, which can provide a lot of defensive support, as you said. I also know my opponent, judging by his play in game 1 and game 2, I could tell that he's very strong. I was expecting some kind of change up, but I was once again very happy to see that Incineroar had come in place of the Ninetales. Yeah.
Well, congratulations, currently sitting at a record of 6-1. You qualified for the phase 2 of our tournament. Still 2 more rounds to go today. So you already gave some shout outs. Do you have anyone else you want to mention?
Yeah, once again, Billy, John Tran Kanu, who helped me during my prep. Also, Roberto and Keta, who I traveled with here today. They're around and they've been supporting all of us the whole weekend. They're always a good time to hang out with. And then I guess at home, Jack, Simon, Ashley, they're not so much Pokemon people, but they enjoy the passion that I have for the game, and they've really been supportive of me the past 2-3 weeks as I've been preparing for this event.
It's really nice to hear. I'm sure they're watching right now and supporting you. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Good luck for your next 2 rounds.
Thank you.
And stay tuned for more action.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league, because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. Or Wolfie, it's a lot of help. And just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help. And, you know, find a friend that can play. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know GO's big on community, so that definitely would be the #1.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
Welcome to the 2025 Pokemon World Championships!
This is what Pokemon dreams are made of.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, straight from the sofa behind the desk. My name is Beresh Akhtash, and I'm joined by Ben Kyriakou. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I mean, it's been a good day so far. There's been so much action that we've had here in Gdansk, and that last match was a real nail-biter.
I mean, I feel like the longer format is going on, you will eventually have a Pokemon, bulky, leftovers, supported by Rillaboom. Like, I saw that Blood Medusa Luna going from like down in the yellows all the way back to full HP, and like the recovery is just insane.
And this is one of those things where it's like when you're playing those really long games where you're drawn out, like how many times you see both Ninetales going for Aurora Veil on turn 1, and then you're thinking, okay, right, this is one of the games we're playing. It doesn't look like there's a lot going on. But that damage, all the recovery equally with Ursaluna, all adds up over the match. And we've been in that situation many times before. We've been playing those games, and you're stressed the whole way through, because if you make those little mistakes, if you lose a Pokemon, if your opponent makes a read on you and you lose resource, they can change from being a slow-paced match to a very fast-paced match very quickly.
Yeah, but for all the viewers who might have just tuned in, we're currently in Poland, in Gdansk at the regionals. We just finished round 7, heading into the last round of phase 1. All trainers with 6 wins after our first 8 rounds will advance to the phase 2. And for this specific round, we have a community choice. We have players who have to win. They're in there winning in for phase 2. And these are the matchups. Talk me through the matchups.
Okay, right. First match that you get to choose. If you're in Twitch, you can vote on all of these matches right now. Unfortunately, if you're watching on YouTube, head over to Twitch, then you'll be able to vote. So Hugo versus Justin here at the top. Gennaro versus Jacob. Costa Didymas, our very own, versus Lenny. Roberto versus the NA caster team's Lenjul.
Yeah, a few things to point out here. Both Gennaro and Costa are rocking that hard Trick Room core. Interestingly enough, I see a Scrafty.
That's a Scrafty.
Yeah, not an Incineroar and Scrafty. That might also just cause a lot of damage in Trick Room. And then other than that, ooh, that is a Comfy on a Rain team.
With a Weezing, looks like Galarian Weezing and Toadscruel. You've got Len there. I saw Len in, I think it was round 1, maybe round 2, at his player tables getting ready for his match. And I said to him, like, Len, have you changed anything up? And he's like, nah. I'm still going for the Tyranitar stuff.
Yes, for all the Tyranitar fans out there, Len has been playing this game for like years and years at this point.
Years.
And I think he told me recently, or not recently, but I think this is also known to some of our like returning viewers. This Tyranitar is this original Tyranitar that he played back in, I think, 2009, 2010.
Okay, so if you want to see a Tyranitar playing that's as old as all of us behind the desk, that is the match to vote for. Versus Roberto there, that's playing the same composition of Dondozo Rain-based team that Jay Baesta was able to get to top 4 in Lille last weekend as well. Then, if we go back up to the top, Hugo and Justin, this is a matchup that we've seen similar variants of across today, but we've had a little bit of a different flavor, and I know that some people will be very happy to see a mousehold there on Hugo's team.
Shoutouts to Charlie, who's probably watching from home right now. Big Mousehold fan himself. I don't think we have seen this specific composition, the Gholdengo, Blood Moon Rosaluna, Dragonite paired with the Mousehold, which I think a Japanese player, Zine, has been popularized. I'm not sure if he built the team originally, but he has had great success. Just recently finished, I think, top 4 in Frankfurt as well with the team.
Yeah, and that's the really cool thing about the sort of team dynamics when you look at things across different regions, is that we're all learning from each other. We're all bringing different flavors of our own versions of these sort of teams. So I don't think you can pick a wrong. There is no wrong match to pick here. I think these are all absolutely fantastic, and of course, because at least 4 of these players, in fact, exactly 4 of these players are going to be making it into our phase 2, we might also be able to feature anyone that you pick again. So if you haven't already, get into Twitch chat, get voting for which match you want to see. The vote will not last very much longer.
I mean, interestingly enough, for us, we have no insight on how the vote is looking right now. If you're over on Twitch, you probably see the current standings and you will know which match will be featured very soon. For us, it stays a surprise until it's featured to everyone over for us and on YouTube who might not be voting themselves on Twitch. So let's have a look as soon as the results are here, which match will feature. If maybe, I heard like, it says Costa, but I think he's Blaine's.
Yes, if you haven't seen already on X, Costa has been cosplaying today. He's done his first cosplay ever, in fact. He's come as the gym leader Blaine, and he is looking fiery. So, with that being said...
Results are in?
Results are in.
Let's have a look at the results.
Here we go. Hugo versus Justin. Okay, this is going to be a great match. I think this is... I'm really happy with this choice overall because we get to see some really good Pokemon. I'm sure this is going to be a very even matchup overall.
Remind me, I'm like 99% sure, but isn't Justin our Italian friend who's taking pictures at event usually?
I think it might be, actually. I'm not sure of Justin's last name. I know who you mean.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I saw him tweeting that he was like, oh, I changed my team for the 3rd time. I'm not so confident in what I'm running right now. And someone else commented, oh, you said that before, and then we saw you in phase 2. So is another phase 2 coming in? Well, he's in the win and in.
It could be. It could be. They all have an opportunity to make their mark on the Gdansk Regional Championships by making it into phase 2. Now, we are going to be showing the first round of phase 2 after phase 1 concludes at the end of this Swiss round. And then tomorrow, we'll be doing a little bit more of the phase 2 Swiss before we get into our asymmetric top cut and find out finally who the winner of the Gdansk Regional Championship will be. But there's a lot more Pokemon to play before we get all the way there.
I mean, I don't know when the last time for you was that you played a win and in, but like, can you talk to viewers at home what the feeling is? You are currently at 5-2, 1 win away. You're lucky enough or privileged to be put on stream. The whole world is watching you. How does it feel to play that game?
Well, I did that in Dortmund in 2023.
Okay.
Quite well, for me, it's infamous match against Nemanja Sandek. And, well, it didn't go my way. I was pretty happy, to be honest. Like that stage of my career to be on the stream is like, I've got nothing to lose anymore. Well, I've had my career. I was like, hey, yeah, we get to go on stream. This is going to be cool. For those players that have got, like, they're on their journey to the World Championships, it is tough. It is tough. Being under those lights, you know that you cannot lose the match. Otherwise, your tournament journey is over. And that's where you've really got to lock in. The one bit of advice that I've always given to trainers back home, and I'm sure you felt the same over your career as well, Barish, is you just got to take it one game at a time.
I have the problem that I keep getting ahead of myself, and I was like, oh, my record is currently 4-1. I still need 2 wins, and so on and so on. And you should really focus, and I think that's very good advice. One game at a time, lock out, zoom into the one game, focus, and then go from there. And I think that can help you to keep your composure, maybe not get ahead of yourself too much, as I mentioned before, but it is just so easy sometimes.
And it's so hard as well to make a read. When you're in those pressure scenarios. But those are the moments that if you've been making reads all day, it's like, hey, it's got you here. It's been working so far overall. Maybe this is the time that you actually do need to make those reads, because your opponent is probably thinking like, hey, this is a really difficult spot. If I don't make it through, I'm out of the tournament as well. Like, you got to remember, you're both in that scenario.
I was just going to say, like, nerfs are going to play a huge role in this as well, because you know that everyone is watching. You will overthink your place, and like, especially for players who, I mean, you never know, but like,
no, it's guilty as charged. Honestly, you've hit the nail on the head there, Barish.
You see some players like taking literally 45 seconds until the very last moment to lock in their move. Maybe swap out again and change a couple of times. But like, if you can actually keep your composure, that's going to go a very long time. Imagine though, 5-2, these players are here for a reason. So you can assume that on average they both have what it takes to stay calm, collected.
And to win. You know, I think especially not that we've had the chance to really deep dive into this matchup already, but just looking at the 6 Pokemon on either side of the board, it does feel to me like it's going to be a game of Pokemon.
Oh, it definitely looks like a game of Pokemon. Like, I would happily sit in either of those 2 seats and play this matchup. I think there's a lot momentum going, a lot of like options, possibilities, different leads. It doesn't feel like linear. Like the same way the last round was like, it was a drawn out game, but both had the options to actually play Pokemon, reposition themselves, find the right opening to eventually go in for the offensive moves, support that with some fake out Pokemon. It might look like a bit static and a bit stale, but like, it actually allows you to like take a step back, look at the game from a bigger perspective, and like decide when you want to make that one striking move.
Yeah, and like, for those people at home that are maybe newer to the game, newer to the community, it's easy when we're talking to say, oh, it looks like we're going to play Pokemon. For those people at home, what does that mean, playing Pokemon to you?
Sorry, say it again?
Like, what is the term just, it looks like a game of Pokemon mean to you?
Oh, a game of playing Pokemon for me is like, that the game doesn't come down to a single turn. It's like mutual respect on both sides. We both have options. It's a bit more defensive play style. We respect that we do have options, and eventually we're looking for that striking move. But playing Pokemon means is like, the game is going on for a little bit longer. I know that some people are playing into that hyper offensive play style. And I'm like, hey, listen, I want to set up my trick room, and in 3 turns, want to take out 4 knockouts and win the game. And that
sounds pretty good to me.
And that's absolutely fair, right?
Yeah.
It feels like that plan can crumble like a house of cards very easily if 1 turn goes wrong. So playing Pokemon means having enough turns to actually have a comeback option coming back into the game, even if the first turn doesn't go your way. I mean, sometimes you can't just come back from a critical hit. Fair play. But that's what we have a best of 3 for.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Until it happens in game 3. But we're not going to talk about that anymore. No, I love the description, Barish. It's that is, I feel like, where my love of the game really came from. Back way back in the day.
It's not that far back. When the IC started, I remember in the very first season of the ICs, I actually supported Ben in his endeavors to become a really good Pokemon player by just constantly losing to him in those Phase 2 competitions. I remember UIC, I lost, OCIC, I lost, and I was like, Ben, you can have it, you go for it.
No, I appreciated that as well. No, you still got top 8 in OCIC, so hey, you know what, you did something right. But let's talk a little bit more about this matchup, and more specifically, the fact that Basque Legion has been seeing a lot of different play in this tournament. I feel like it's really one of these really cool Pokemon. Justin has it on its team, and we talked about it earlier. We pointed out the little mold breaker thing about Gastro. Was it? Maybe it wasn't today. Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, Swift Swim and Adaptability are the 2 abilities of choice for Basque Legion. Either we see the Swift Swim in those rain compositions, but we've seen quite a lot, especially today, Basque Legions with the Choice Scarf and Adaptability.
Yes, I think that's a very interesting choice because you already have that speed advantage with the Choice Scarf. You can then go for damage increasing. You kind of have damage boost and also speed boost, which is quite fundamental here. You have the flip turn to position yourself out. Interestingly enough, James Evans was doing really well recently with Adaptability on a Focus Sash set. So he was running Rain, but he didn't have Swift Swim. So he still had the boost, but Basque Legion without any speed boost, I think, is in the mid-range of speed, so you need to really position yourself potentially with a Tailwind as well. But back to this game, I don't think we have actually revealed the sets of these trainers yet. We can assume, based on the composition, that there might be a Choice Scarf on that Basque Legion, and I hope we can reveal that to the viewers at home soon as well. One challenge I have for all the viewers at home. Whenever I watch a game, I leads come out, and I think oh, there's such an easy, obvious play for these players. And I was like, I could easily sit there and do the same thing, right? But challenge for you, try to call the leads for both players. Sitting at home, looking at the team preview, imagine you would be sitting in both players' perspective. Which leads are you expecting? Because the big difference is once the leads are out, it's easy to say, okay, I would do this, this, and this. But would you even get the leads correct that gets you into the position of making those moves?
That's a good question. Well, our trainers are sitting down there. Nice little selfie going on. The Ursaluna Blood Moon plushie game is very, very strong there with Hugo on the right and Justin on the left. And so that's a really good challenge for all of our trainers at home. Barish, I'm going to give you that same challenge when we get into our match. But Hugo versus Justin. Now, Justin is a player that has been a great value in the community, taking loads of photos across. You can see Justin's work both in the profile pictures on X of all of the players out there getting some great playing shots, but you can also see him at tournaments going up and down the aisle, just making sure he's got a quick picture of everyone to have them be able to show themselves off. And it's a really thing I think a lot of the community, in fact, most of the community is very, very grateful for.
Yeah, and we talked about his service to the community, but he's a very respectable player as well, finding himself in the win and in here once again, hoping to make it into Phase 2 with a very unique team. On the other side, however, we also have Hugo, who, more familiar team with the Mousehold DUG combination there. So really interested to see how far they can take it, how they also deal with the pressure of being on stream in the win and in position.
This is it. I mean, for both of these trainers, although Justin's been on stream maybe once or twice more than Hugo overall, they're still relative newcomers to the stream stage. There you can see some achievements of both of our players. A couple of top 16s last season for Justin. very, very respectable. A top 64 in Seville for Hugo, making it to phase 2 of that tournament.
Yeah, especially for Justin, who hasn't been competing for as long, I believe, like having 2 top 16 finishes in the few events that he actually played.
Great.
Like, I think maybe I have 1 top 16 finish in the last 2 years, so like, respect.
Yeah, fair play.
Yeah, fair play, respect to Justin there, absolutely. And I think he's trying to take it all the way this time as well, getting some sweet championship points. Obviously, one thing we haven't really talked about too much yet is that on top of invites, you can also get championship points to get the Ace Train Award at the end of the season.
Definitely. Let's come back to that now as we've got Justin's team, Incineroar, Volcarona. There it is, the Choice Scarf. Absolutely right on the Basque Legion. Ninetales, Ursaluna, and Rillaboom.
Yeah, let's look if there's any. He's actually opting for the Yawn Terra Electric leftovers with the Rillaboom, so we will see some recovery here on the Ursaluna as well. Can you talk me through the Ninetales set?
Yeah, this is really, really cheeky as far as Ninetales goes, because Encore Disable is a combination that you see to win endgames, usually with some sort of trapping mechanic, but it equally works if you take a couple of early knockouts and then you can Encore Disable a Pokemon into a move, then they end up going into only being able to use Struggle, and Struggle does a quarter of your health damage to you every single time you use it, so it's very, very dangerous.
Yeah, and on the other side, on Hugo's team, a team that we have seen featured plenty of time on stream, not this weekend, but in general over the last few weeks. Mousehold with the Friend Guard ability just is a defensive backbone supporting all your Pokemon here. Rillaboom, a more offensive set with the Miracle Seed, because the Assault Vest is over on the Ursaluna. But just, yeah, Grassy Glide with Miracle Seed and Grassy Terrain is also respectable damage.
You've got to really work out your Assault Vest versus Miracle Seed calcs as well, because a lot of the time those hits that you think, haha, yeah, that's fine, Rillaboom's never going to be able to KO me here, well, suddenly when you're with the Miracle Seed, then it does pick up the KO. So, Barish, we didn't get a time to choose the matchups, but it is Mousehold and Annihilate, Rillaboom and Volcarona, so if you got that right at home, congratulations.
I think it was not an easy call. Like, I think the Mousehold was like a safe bet to be in the lead. Oh, actually, we didn't talk about the Grassy Seed on the Volcarona, which also changes quite a few calcs here when it comes to a beat up and Rage Fist combination, for example.
Yes, like the Volcarona is going to be pretty happy to be able to set up some Quiver Dances, but if the beat up goes down into that Annihilate this turn, then maybe the Rage Fist is enough to overcome it. Annihilate going for its Terra Fire, though, making sure that it's not taking too much damage in the early game from a Rillaboom, from the Heatwave from the Volcarona.
Yeah, there's the fake out that actually flinches the Mousehold, doesn't allow for any support moves, no beat up or anything, and there's a bulk up. So we see both players going for the setup route here. Quiver Dance, bulk up. Everyone's like, hey, all right, before anyone attacks, let's make sure we increase our damage output first.
Yeah, definitely. And especially since the Terra Fire also means that the Volcarona is not going to be able to do super effective damage to the Annihilate if it goes for Terra Fairy, Terra Blast.
That's one thing, and then obviously the Heatwave itself is also resisted. So I think the Annihilate currently is really well positioned against both these Pokemon. The first question that would come to my mind is a boosted attack from Volcarona enough to take out that very bulky Mousehold here? Otherwise, it's just a free turn to go. You already have bulk up, go for beat up and Rage Fist, but that's not what we're seeing.
No, not this turn. Mousehold gonna protect itself and not get knocked out this turn, because even if the Heat Wave wasn't enough, a Grassy Glide in combination with the Heat Wave certainly would be. There's a Heat Wave going down into the not protecting Annihilate, but Terra Fire plus the Friend Guard really not taking any significant damage. And there's a second bulk up. 2 turns in, we've already got 3 boosts on the field.
Yeah, I mean, 3, including the Grassy Seed, that's another booster as well.
Yeah, true.
It looks like Hugo is like all out on his Annihilate. He says, I will win the game with this Pokemon, and he's happy to set it up. Keep in mind, beat up increases the damage output of Rage Fist, but also every single time that Justin attacks into Annihilate, that's also another boost.
Mousehold retreating there, not wanting to get knocked out. That does remove the Friend Guard from play, but Dragonite is going to eat up this Grassy Glide. It's going to also eat up any sort of Heat Wave coming out from the Volcarona. There it is, targeting down, but one of these Pokemon avoids the attack and is not the one that I think Justin wanted. The Annihilate takes the hit, the Rage Fist boosts up in power, and it's not enough to pick up the KO. No, I just realized, Barish, that the Terra Fire on the Annihilate stops any worry about Flame Body.
Correct. You can't burn neither by Heat Wave nor by the Flame Body ability. Interesting set here because you have also the Dragon Knight who could potentially haste, but you wouldn't want to haste away your own boost either.
Yeah.
On the other side, Volcarona with a Terra Fairy could also take out the Dragon Knight here. That's also a threat. But most crucially, we saw how the defensive boost through that Grassy Seed allowed it to survive an extra move here.
Yeah, that's really key, allowing this Volcarona to get another attack off. I do wonder how well Rillaboom is actually positioned in this game at the moment. I feel like it's got to the point where it's more effective as a fake-out Pokemon than one dealing damage.
Yeah, and because that Annihilate is Terra Fire, for future turns it is susceptible to a fake-out.
Okay, so Ninetales coming in with its Snow Warning. The Snow not really going to affect too much on the field at the moment, but of course, this Ninetales is that Encore Disable set, so there is some threat that Justin can place down on Hugo without any speed control at the moment, and especially not if Volcarona's Terra Fairy Terra Blast is enough to knock out this Dragonite in one hit from nearly full HP. Without the multi-scale, it's not got a chance of hanging on in there.
Boom! The super effective +1 boost to Terra Blast is just too much to take there. In response, however, you have now had to sacrifice your Terra. You took the Rage Fist, Terra is gone, and you traded essentially a boosted Volcarona against the Dragonite. It's going to be really difficult, though, to overcome this Annihilate.
Especially since the Rage Fist is so powerful, but that's where Disable comes in on this Ninetales. If you can disable the Rage Fist, great. But if Annihilate then wants to go for a Protect to stop the Disable, brilliant. Encore it into that slot, and now that the Dragonite's gone down, there's no speed control on Hugo's side of the field.
Really interesting choice to bring in the Rillaboom instead of the Follow Me support here, because after a double Protect, you can just Follow Me any Disable or Encore shenanigans.
Sure.
So now there is an option of like being the faster Rillaboom using Fake Out and then potentially Encoring into Rage Fist. And then you have your normal type Blood Moon Luna potentially in the back.
Oh, that's a great shout. Yeah, that could be a route to victory, but to do that, then you have to lock an Annihilate into Rage Fist, and that's going to probably take knockouts on the rest of your team. So hard decisions. This is a game of Pokemon.
Absolutely. This is exactly what we're looking for. High-pressure situations. Wants to preserve the Focus Sash and goes for a Protect to avoid any damage here. And we'll see if there's a Drain Punch. Okay, so you switch the move now. You can now potentially disable the Drain Punch, and then that's also a way to get around not being hit by that move.
That high horsepower does lots and lots of damage to the Annihilate, bringing it down to its Citrus Berry. This is one of those times where you think Encore might actually be a good idea for the Ninetales to lock the Annihilate into. But of course, with those two bulk ups, it's actually probably going to do quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, after those two bulk ups, I think a combination of Drain Punch and maybe any move from that Rillaboom could be enough to take out that Ninetales. But it seems like he's confident to just potentially Protect and switch back into Mousehold, and then he doesn't have to worry about any shenanigans.
Not at all. Mousehold coming in here, but it's the Disable on the Drain Punch. So cutting off the recovery source of this Annihilate, meaning that it cannot go for that attack, but Hugo seeing through it, switching up his attacks every single turn to make sure that Disable doesn't stop him doing at least something on his turn.
Yeah, those damage multipliers are just crazy. 2 bulk up boosts. I think I saw 3 attacks going into Annihilate as well. So that just stacks up, and then Rage Fist can just take a Rillaboom from full HP all the way down. Ursaluna now on the field. Rage Fist is the only possible attack by Annihilate, but you still have to somehow find a way to KO both the Mousehold and the Rillaboom while keeping your Ninetales as a potential threat on the field.
Yes, this is where you really do, or really are happy that both the Ursaluna and the Ninetales have the ability to protect themselves, because the Ninetales is so important. If the Ursaluna can knock out the Mousehold this turn, then it opens the door for both Annihilate to not be able to switch anymore, but also for the Ninetales to then start getting that Encore pressure into the Annihilate and getting the Disable pressure working too.
And that's exactly what I meant with the pressure. We saw that Justin had to take every last second possible here. Just got the Protect in last second to preserve that Focus Sash.
Yeah.
And I think he went for, it doesn't matter what he went for because there's a double Protect on the other side.
Yeah, double Protect, which is Encore lockable, Earth Power into the Ursaluna, so Justin not taking any risks that a Follow Me may not come out, maybe thinking Hugo might be comfortable with a Friend Guard, that even a Terra Fire Annihilate might be able to hang on. But either way, because of the double protect, nothing actually went down in that turn. Important to remember as well, Hugo has a Rillaboom in the back still.
There's still a Rillaboom in the back, absolutely. Looking through potential lines here, thinking that the Maushold could easily Follow Me. And a Rage Fist going straight into the Ninetales probably brings it down to Sash. Another option would also be just going for... You can't be Encored again because you're already Encored into Drain Punch.
Yes.
So that Protect was pretty safe. And then a double up with Beat Up could have been an option, but there's the safe Follow Me.
Yeah, I think this is pretty wise in this situation if you're Hugo, but there's a disable. There's a line we didn't talk about at all. Follow Me being disabled means that the Ursaluna will next turn be able to attack wherever it likes. Ninetales does indeed go down to its focus sash. It's able to just hang on in there this turn, and a Yawn going into the Maushold, maybe targeting the Annihilate, but ended up targeting down the Maushold.
Again, I'm looking through the turns, and I think Encore is running out very soon.
I think this turn.
And I think, on first glance, a Protect and switch to Rillaboom seems pretty safe. So if Justin finds an opening to double up into that slot and take out the Rillaboom, that would be a good option. But then again, you have Follow Me support the next turn, so it's really difficult to maneuver through all of
It's
it.
right. And then, do you call that if you're Hugo, and then just attack with the Annihilate and try to knock out that one last HP on the Ninetales, remove your Encore disable problems altogether?
Yeah, that would have been one option, but we see the safe switch over to Rillaboom, giving you the option of setting up grassy terrain for further recovery and having Fake Out as an option in your next turn. We see Blizzard out of snow.
No Protect either on the Annihilate. That's going to be going on the offensive this turn. Here's the Rage Fist to knock out the Ninetales. The disable is going to be over at the end of this turn. Now, all eyes turn to the Blood Moon. Can Justin's Blood Moon, is it trained strong enough to KO this Rillaboom? Yes, absolutely it is. Miracle Seed rather than Assault Vest. It's not quite as bulky. And now the Annihilate does have its Drain Punch back at its disposal, with the Maushold as well redirecting attacks. Worth noting that this Ursaluna does not have access to Hyper Voice, can only attack one target at once.
Very good analysis there. With the Hyper Voice, you could have circumvented the Follow Me play, but now it looks like a Follow Me Drain Punch, followed up by another Drain Punch, will just be enough to take out that Ursaluna. And Justin possibly already thinking about, how do I stop this Annihilate next turn? We talked about it from the beginning. Hugo was like, oh, I love where my Annihilate is right now. Terra Fire, bulk up. Like, I'm happy to set this up, all my axe into the Annihilate basket. And it was enough. Not only enough, it was quite convincing victory here in game one.
I think so, but I think a lot of that victory came from that call to just knock out the Ninetales at the end of the disable. Only one move can be encored into, and only one move at a time can be disabled. And Hugo saw their way through that in that game one.
Yeah, this is only game one though. Hugo must be feeling great, but don't get ahead of yourself too much.
Okay.
You still have to win one more game.
So, the challenge that Barish posed to you at home is to choose the leads for game two. Barish, I'm going to pose you the same question.
I mean, I don't see any reason not to go for the Maushold Annihilate lead again. It just seemed very solid, gave you a lot of options. Friend Guard is great. Potentially Beat Up is great. So for Hugo, I will lock in with these two.
Okay, Maushold Annihilate.
Yeah, for Justin, I'm looking for options to play around the Maushold, and you really don't want to lead your Incineroar into Defiant Annihilate. Volcarona looked great for like 1.5 turns, but then it had to Terra.
Sure.
The question is, can you force an early Terra of the Annihilate and then late game sweep with your Choice Scarf Basculegion? So, but that, it could be as a lead and then swap out with flip turn for sure.
So you're thinking Volcarona Basculegion?
That is an option for sure. Yeah, let's lock that in.
Lock it in. Okay, trainers at home, did we call it right? Did you call it right? Here is the Maushold and Annihilate, Volcarona and Rillaboom. 3 out of 4, Barish.
not too bad, I suppose, but like, I want to see if that Basket Legion is sitting in the back and potentially in the right moment. But keep in mind, Grassy Seed Rillaboom is actually big. The Miracle Seed Rillaboom, there's the Basket Legion confirmation.
Okay. Basket Legion, the next end game.
Yeah, but one problem I have with Ninetales is that with the disable Encore strategy, it's not really good in the lead. You don't have Aurora Whale, you don't have like Icy Wind or any like support, and like disable is really good when your Pokemon is limited, when your opponent is limited at how much they can switch. So a potential fake out here to prevent beat up or any other shenanigans. But one thing I want to talk in game one is the potential Terra Ghost on the Mousehold. Nope, that's not what we're seeing.
No, I think it's too important for this Annihilate to go for Terra Fairy against a Volcarona that can Terra Fairy, Terra Blast into that slot. I feel like Annihilate is just too powerful. Now, you could have gone for a fake out into that slot instead, going into the Mousehold, but you don't want that Rage Fist to get boosted up anymore, because before a boost, you can see it there, really does not do a lot of damage to the Rillaboom. Now Volcarona gets its opportunity to set itself up.
Yeah, the line that I was seeing, the ghost that I was seeing was a Terra Ghost into a beat up. You immediately boosted up your Annihilate, and then and then a Rage Fist could potentially take out that Rillaboom and also cause a lot of damage into the Volcarona.
Or potentially even just knock out the Volcarona while it's going for a Quiver Dance. Yeah, I really love the call out there. This is what makes this matchup so fascinating, because there's so many different ways that you can approach it. It's all down to the call you make at the moment. Which of these trainers will make it into our phase 2? Hugo is only one game away. Justin needs to win the next 2.
And Mousehold, this is exactly what I love about Mousehold. It is great supportive tool, but also just sticking it on the field, using Protect, you still draw in all the moves. There's a Grassy Glide, potentially another Terra Blast following up. And while you protect and stay on the field, you have the Friend Guard and just support your Annihilate setting up further.
Especially since now there's the dual target, so the Dragonite switch-in was something that Hugo saw that actually Justin was able to deal with in the last game. So now, well, just protect, get another Bulk Up going, keep my Mousehold as higher HP as physically possible, so that maybe I can take the Terra Blast later on. But no, Mousehold just wanting to get on out of there.
And I just feel like Hugo is just one step ahead every single time. You called the Dragonite switch in last turn, but we see it right now. But from what I saw, I think Justin went for Heat Wave this turn. Not only barely any damage to either of these Pokemon, but also activating Rage Fist further.
And it's going to be another Bulk Up. And I think Hugo seems to have learned from the previous game that Grassy Seed Volcarona really makes a difference, trying to get up just that one extra Bulk Up just to make sure that offensively they're sitting in a good position, but also defensively, maybe Hugo has caught on to the fact that actually a really good adaptation for Justin is to bring that Basket Legion that we know is in there, has yet to be revealed in the game. And so the extra defensive Bulk Up could come in clutch here.
Yeah, that would help for sure. I am interested, like this Ninetales is always like a threat to be switched in, because if you use any uncomfortable move, as in like Protect, for example, or another Bulk Up right now, you're then susceptible for that Encore threat here.
Okay, Terra Blast coming into the Dragonite and easily enough to pick up the KO. No worries whatsoever. So this Volcarona will be able to hang on just a little bit longer. Now the Ninetales coming in and getting its Focus Sash broken. And this is a really big deal.
I feel like, personally, Justin is really struggling to prevent this Annihilate from just raging through the whole team. And with the right support, Mousehold still on the field after one Protect, back to full HP, then can take any move thanks to that Focus Sash as well. And it's really difficult to position yourself. What I would have loved to see is calling the switch out earlier, bringing in your Ninetales, so now you have Ninetales on the field while Dragonite is there. But now, with Mousehold and Rillaboom potentially, it's
all, but no Follow Me.
Okay.
All right, so Beat Up coming into this Annihilate now. It was using Drain Punch last time. If Ninetales is going for an Encore, if Justin has called this, then it will be able to lock it in to a Drain Punch, but no, just Drain Punch being disabled now. Hugo seeing through it, switching up his moves. That's probably the strongest Rage Fist we've seen in this game so far.
I mean, yeah, we've seen, I think, 2 moves and the beat up with 3 hits there as well. So that was quite some damage. Probably didn't need all those hits to take out that Ninetales. Interestingly enough, no follow me. Disable first instead of encoring first is also an interesting choice, because if you encore first, then you can disable the same move. If you disable and they switch moves, you can encore them.
Now, the question is was the disable locked in because Justin was predicting the follow me?
Oh, that's an option, of course. Then you can disable the follow me and then potentially encore the next turn.
Exactly. But Hugo just making reads, and this is what we were talking about coming into this match. It's about how you are able to adapt and make those reads when it matters the most.
Yeah, well, Corona has to protect here and allow a potential repositioning. I could see a flip turn potentially into the mouse hold to then allow Rillaboom to come in, fake up pressure, and you still have the end game option here. So let's see if flip turn is coming out.
Okay.
And if that would even take out the mouse hold. But even at this HP, with the adaptability...
Easy KO there into the mouse hold. And I think this is really clever, actually. Like, Justin has to use an attack on this turn. I feel like Hugo wants to get that Rillaboom in from the back.
Yep. And I see a line. I see an opening here. Because I thought that Basculegion would help if your opponent has both the mouse hold and the Rillaboom to always protect your Annihilate. But if now with a fast fake out Heatwave combination, you take out the opposing Miracle Seed Rillaboom, then, I mean, you still have 2 bulk up boosts to overcome.
Yeah, that's the trouble here in this scenario. There's so many bulk ups going on that Annihilate, and the Rillaboom with its high horsepower is going to be doing a little bit, but you've got to call every single turn right. For either player, you've got to get the Rage Fists into the right slot that doesn't protect, and maybe you can argue that going into the Rillaboom would be great here as Volcarona protects itself, but that's not guaranteed at all.
Yeah, that's one option for sure. On top of that, Grassy Terrain will also eventually expire, and then Grassy Glide will no longer have priority move. We see a double up into that Volcarona, so great protect here, and a high horsepower always has a chance to crit as well.
Yes, and let's say not this time, but actually that's pretty respectable damage overall. I think now Justin is in a spot where you can whittle it down to Annihilate versus the Basculegion in the back, and that may be the end game that takes Justin to a game 3.
Yeah, that's definitely a possible line. We'll see if a potential, I think Drain Punch is currently disabled, so you can only go for Rage Fist.
Yeah, I think he's probably happy about that, Hugo, as the Heat Wave at +1 does indeed knock out this Miracle Seed Rillaboom. There's the only recovery that Annihilate has got at its disposal on its own. Used up the Citrus Berry, Rage Fist going into the Rillaboom. Easy KO, critical hit, not a worry whatsoever. That Rillaboom was always going back to Justin on this turn. Now we get to see the end game we've been waiting for. Is it possible for Justin's Choice Scarf Basculegion to break through this Annihilate?
I mean, we talked about adaptability before going into this game. Boosting up your same attack type bonus and moves even further with that ability. Also having Wave Crash as a super powerful high base power move might be exactly what you need, but if that's not enough, then I don't think Heat Wave and Terra Blast might do it either. So it's really going to come down. Is the Wave Crash enough? On the same side, eventually Drain Punch is allowed again, but Basculegion as a ghost type is immune to that as well. So you're really limited in your recovery options.
There is also the fact that Volcarona can attack as well this turn. And so Terra Fairy, Terra Blast at +1 is still going to do damage. Now, you may think Hugo is just giving us a little bit too much tension here on our way to this end game, but that extra grassy terrain recovery this turn could be something that allows Hugo's Annihilate to just hang on. So Hugo taking every opportunity they physically can. After this double up, there is still one more attack this Annihilate will need to take.
Yep, it's going to be challenging.
It's tough.
Yeah, but respect to Justin for finding this option. He actually goes for the double protect. I don't think Hugo was confident that he would be able to take those hits. So we're just going to see the wave crash. Not quite enough.
Can take it.
With the follow-up of the Terra Fairy, Terra Blast, Justin found a way to just take out all Annihilate's friends. Leave it alone, susceptible to double up, and takes the knockout. Wow, what an insane set.
That was absolutely crazy. And here, this is what it's all about. Gdansk Regional Championships, round 8, the last round of phase 1. Our players at 5-2, battling it out for their chance to play in phase 2. Swiss, 1 game apiece, and 1 game separates these players from their tournament lives.
Not only 1 game apiece, I want to say the playstyle of Justin was like 1 turn apiece. He was like, this might not look great, but I will take it 1 turn at a time. We'll look into possible openings. I think Hugo at some point made a defensive play where he went, follow me, protect.
Yes.
And I thought there was an opening where if you attack there and take an extra knockout, then you might be in a better positioning. And that's exactly what Justin needed. He played for his outs, looked for every single turn, stayed calm, and that allowed him in the end game with that double up to take the knockout.
I think the adaptation as well for the Basque Legion, you called it out at the start of that game 2, before game 2 started, was really, really critical, because with the timing, if it was the Ursaluna in the end game, it would have been slower than the Annihilate, and probably after all those bulk ups would have been knocked, or at least potentially would have been knocked out in that end game as well, where the Choice Scarf allows you, with the lack of speed control across both teams in general, to be able to have that fast offensive powerhouse in an end game.
And I have to assume, based on the playstyle of both players here, that a simple beat-up Rage Fist combination against the Grassy Seed boosted Volcarona just won't be enough. Otherwise, it's such an obvious play. So it's really interesting how that one option of the Grassy Seed boost just changes how this matchup is being played.
Right, exactly. And starting off game 3, exactly how we've started off games 1 and 2. And I think this is a great example of how to play a best of 3, knowing the team that you're playing against and knowing exactly what you want to do against it. Maybe you've done it before, but those small differences make a big impact over the course of a match.
Yeah, and you can't even like double protect to prevent like a fake out breaking the sash play, because you then are susceptible to a free boost of Quiver Dance here. We see the protect this time.
Oh, this is big.
And there might be just a usual bulk up here, because he doesn't fear an attack turn 1. So he says, I don't have to commit my Terra yet. I can just start setting up and I will see what is happening on the other side.
Bulk up coming in from the Annihilate. If we see a Quiver Dance as well, we're not seeing the Terra Blast coming out from the Volcarona there. In fact, basically the same, but the thing that separates this turn 2 from the other turn 2s that we've had is that Mousehold still has its Focus Sash intact.
I think we talked about this earlier, and like just a Grassy Glide and like a Terra Blast combination might be taking out the Mousehold. And if there's any switch coming in, I think it also takes out the Dragonite. So I'm not quite convinced that this is the right positioning, but there's the swap out, and we see potentially a Terrafire here.
Dragonite?
Dragonite.
Dragonite! It's coming in game 1 and in game 2 as well. So I feel like it's only fitting that it comes here in game 3. Now Volcarona going for its Terra Fairy, going to be able to launch out a Terra Blast, but because the Annihilate didn't go for its Terra Fire on turn 1, maybe there's a little bit of a fake out going on where the Terra Fairy, Terra Blast could go into the now Terra Fire Annihilate, boost up the Rage Fist. Now Dragonite gets in for free.
Yeah, I was wondering in the team selection if you could maybe pick any other Pokemon, because all this poor Dragonite has done is switch in, take moves, and like, I don't think I've seen Dragonite use any single move. It switched in, gets knocked out every single time. And that's exactly what's happening here as well. Buys another turn, and Hugo just, I guess, goes all out, all in for that Pokemon, for the Annihilate again. A Rage Fist with 1 bulk up boost? I don't think that's
enough. It's definitely not enough, especially with that Grassy Seed going into the Volcarona. So, yeah, a little bit of a difference, but I feel like Justin may have figured out how to approach this best of 3 situation and use that Volcarona effectively.
Yeah, I'm looking for potential plays here. It's really difficult. Suddenly really like Justin's positioning and Justin's setup here. He has the speed advantage. He has Basque Legion in the back. Volcarona is now really strong against that Rillaboom once again. But yeah, also because the Volcarona turret, it's now takes more damage from potential Grassy Glides or Woodhammers.
Yeah, it's like, but I think this is the value of the Grassy Seed on the Volcarona, because you can stand in front of those attacks much, much more confidently. There is the fake out into the Volcarona. It's not going to be doing any more attacking this turn. Drain Punch makes sure that this Annihilate is just keeping healthy, even though it's at full HP. That's still okay. That's a pretty big Woodhammer.
Yeah, you can never disrespect Rillaboom like this in grassy terrain with Woodhammer, even without the Assault Vest. You don't need any boosting item. Woodhammer is just a very powerful move. You see how having high base power just changes the outcome here. And now we see one of those switches that I was talking about earlier.
Okay.
If there is a defensive play here, it could be punished by the switch in of that Ninetales.
Switching in Ninetales proactively to use that Encore Disable combination. I'm sure it's been doing Justin a lot of favors across the rest of this game. Now, whether or not Hugo sees it coming, because there is the proactive switch back into the Mousehold.
Yeah, Mousehold well positioned once again. Rillaboom also switches out. Both Rillaboom leave the field. Don't want to have anything to do with the current board state here. I think one thing that Annihilate is missing at the moment are any hits to activate the Rage Fist boost.
Yes.
And I think that's what makes the difference in this set.
But there is potentially one. No, the Heat Wave missing the Annihilate. So not boosting up the Rage Fist, but actually breaking the Focus Sash on the Mousehold.
That's actually, I mean, it's the best outcome for Justin. And I think Hugo needs to find a way how he activates Rage Fist to get more damage out of this. Because as it looks right now, yes, Drain Punch, roughly 50% to Rillaboom, roughly 50% to Ninetales, still very respectable, but Drain Punch won't do any damage into Volcarona, and as long as a Rage Fist isn't boosted, you basically have no damage output into the Volcarona.
Here's the Terror Blast coming out from Volcarona, a single target attack that does not give the Annihilate any room to increase the damage of its Rage Fist, and Justin is demonstrating just how powerful not only the special attack boost is, but the speed boost is on the Volcarona as Annihilate gets locked in to a Drain Punch for the rest of the game.
Well, at least for a few more turns for sure. What I really like that because the Sash was already broke on the Mousehold, he was able to take it out with the Terror Blast and immediately go for the Encore play, and he doesn't have to start with Disable potentially to follow me. So if you protect throughout a turn here,
yeah,
and then still difficult though because that grassy glide,
yeah. One turn earlier, the grassy terrain would have not been on the field. Then you can double protect and you can do that play where you knock out the Annihilate, go for Disable, and that would probably lead to a win.
I think there's a very big turn coming out here. Grassy Glide, yes, comes out, but this is an opening for the Volcarona to take out that Rillaboom, and then we're once again in a Basculegion endgame.
Okay, with less bulk ups this time. Here's the Heat Wave coming out. Does hit the Annihilate, does boost up the power of Rage Fist, but more importantly, as you say, the Rillaboom has now been knocked out on Hugo's side. So can Hugo dig deep and find what he needs for this Annihilate to take the game, with a Basculegion in the back and being locked into Drain Punch until the Encore wears off? It's looking like an uphill battle.
Oh, I think I see the frustration in Hugo's face. I think he sees the writing on the wall here. Without the boosts, the Annihilate just won't be able to take those hits. And I have to say credits to Justin. He has adapted the game plan in 2 and 3 here. The battle is cancelled and Justin makes it phase 2.
Congratulations, Justin. After that game 1, I'm sure you're very happy to have both made it into phase 2, but also to find a way through that Annihilate. But I love seeing this is what the Pokemon community is all about. Your enemies on the battlefield, but as soon as you're not in the battle anymore, we can all call each other friends.
And I think Justin made sure that I won't forget his last name any further, and I will recognize him more.
Yes.
Stood out with this amazing performance, seeing through this thriller of a set, goes to game 3, adapts early on, and I think in game 1 it was a story of Annihilate, and I think that the issue was he gave it too many hits to activate the Rage Fist, and then it was really difficult. And also the adaptation from the Blood Moon Luna to the Basculegion in the 2nd and 3rd game.
And this is nothing new, right? We know that just don't attack Annihilate until you're ready to do the damage that you need to. But with a Pokemon like Volcarona that you're relying on to hit the partners, and it's got Heat Wave, which is a spread attack damage that you kind of need to use in a lot of scenarios, it's very difficult to get into those spots. But Justin played games 2 and 3 so well, and especially just always being able to make that Dragonite just look like an accessory to the team, where normally it's kind of front and center, the main Pokemon on most people's team that they're really focusing in on.
I mean, Justin found a way to put so much pressure on Hugo, where, yes, Hugo had the Annihilate setup ready, but if any of those pieces, if you lose your Maushold too early, if Rillaboom is gone too early, then, like, he was able to break through with the Basculegion. And like, exceptionally well recognized that I might have to change my picks, I might have to change my late game plan. And he was, like, keeping Basculegion in the back very long throughout, like, game 3 specifically, to then bring it in the right moment. Rillaboom was off the field. Rage Fist wasn't activated. Well, my respect, well played.
The last respect.
The last respect.
Very much so. Yeah, but the Basculegion was absolutely the key to that end game matchup. And yeah, recognizing that in game 2, I was pretty impressed after a couple of bulk ups how much damage that Basculegion was doing. I know that the bulk ups and the Terrafire counteract each other in terms of the damage that Wave Crash is doing, but I was still really impressed.
I mean, Wave Crash with that adaptability boosts, I mean, it is quite strong. And that is also why players go for that Choice Scarf adaptability Wave Crash, because even into, like, super effective boosted, but also into neutral targets, it's just very destructive and does a lot of damage. And the follow-up was just enough to clean up game 2 and bring him to game 3. Wow, still shook from, like, how he maneuvered and stayed, especially after losing that game 1.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, whoa. I mean, there's still 2 games for me to take here.
You said it right at the start of game 1, how good a position the Annihilate looked with its Terrafire. And I think that's been right all the way through the game. I think the thing that became clear as we went through games 2 and 3 was how good the Volcarona looked when there was no Rage Fist boosts.
Yeah, I'm still wondering if potentially going for that, like, Terra Ghost Rage Fist combination.
Yeah, so
that gets,
like, if this Maushold was going for the Terastallization into Ghost, and the Fake Out goes into that slot, then actually this Annihilate gets to attack back pretty comfortably with the Rage Fist, but equally because of that Grassy Seed boost onto the Volcarona, it's quite difficult for the Annihilate to break through without the support of Maushold just going straight for the beat up into the Annihilate in the early game.
I see that, but I was thinking, well, you get a lot of damage onto the Volcarona, and then the turn after, you have the Follow Me.
Yes.
He has to double up into the Maushold. You already have the boosts, and you can just start striking attacks.
And even if both targets go straight into the Maushold here, and then the Annihilate is able to attack and then effectively knocks out the Volcarona, that's still a great game plan for Hugo to be going for. But it's really tough, right? Because if the Maushold goes for the Terra here, then the Annihilate does not.
Correct. So you will take more damage by the Heat Wave or possible potential, like, Terra Fairy, Terra Blast in the future. But if the trade-off works and you trade off your Terra Ghost into 2 boosted Rage Fists into that Volcarona, take it out, I think the game takes a completely different turn.
Well, this is the thing, and I wonder if the game plan that Justin was taking still actually works, because if you commit the Terra onto the Maushold and don't onto the Annihilate, then the Annihilate is still a Ghost type, and it can just fall foul of a Last Respects in the endgame.
I can see that, but then once the Volcarona is down, Rillaboom is in such a great spot.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's true.
So
that's true.
I mean, listen, it's easy to stand here, look back, and it's like, you could have done X, Y, and Z, and it would have worked out based on what Justin was doing, but, like, it's really difficult to sit there.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to know from you at home, like, how successful did you call the leads? How successful did you call the turns? It's really not that easy.
It's not, and you can go down several different game plans, especially without knowing what Pokemon in the back. Figuring out what the trainers are going to do is pretty difficult, but seeing, like, how would you approach the matchup is something that we can all think about to improve our own gameplay when we're coming to events, even regionals or locals or whatever, it's still, I think, quite a nice thought exercise. Now, you said about bringing the Basque Legion in early. Maybe that was something that Justin could have done, but I'm sure he's very glad to have brought it in late for those end games against Annihilate. And why don't we hear a little bit more from Justin himself?
Thank you, casters. What an incredible community choice match we got for our last round of Swiss of Phase 1. And I am joined by Justin, the winner of that last set. How are you feeling?
Well, obviously I'm feeling very good, also because it was not an easy matchup, I think, for me. But yeah, somehow I managed to win.
Well, you gave us quite a show. Every single game had us on the edge of our seats. Let's talk about your team first of all. What was your inspiration for these 6 Pokemon?
Well, actually, the choice of my team is quite a troublesome one because I didn't have a team until yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And yesterday morning, I switched 3 teams. And so I was like completely screwed. And then there were like a few people helping me, at least trying to help me without much success. But in the end, Simone Sanvito gave me this Volcarona team, and I was like, well, I'm quite confident with the setup and double fake out strategy. So I think, I thought that would be like the best fit for my playstyle, and I'm glad that it's paying off.
I mean, it might have been last minute, but it sounds like their advice really paid off. You played phenomenally well with the team. I want to talk a little bit about your Ninetales, because the casters were asking as well. It was running a really unusual set. Can you talk us through that Ninetales for us?
Since I didn't build the team, I'm not really sure what the Ninetales does.
But it helped you in the match, right?
It definitely did. Now I understand why it's this way. But yes, the Encore Disable combo is very, very, very strong. And I think that in this kind of team, Ninetales helps a lot in clearing like some endgames, which, it kind of did here. It's very, very strong because it's also one of the fastest Pokemon in the format. So being able to do these little mind games of Encore Disable is very helpful sometimes.
And we saw you going for those Encore Disable strategies, particularly into the Annihilate. And that's a Pokemon on your opposing team that I really want to talk about. It gave you a lot of difficulty because it kept setting up and then obviously getting the Rage Fist boost. Were you worried about Annihilate?
Yeah, I was very worried actually because it's like, it was his main strategy to use the Annihilate to sweep my whole team basically, and he can easily do that actually because he's faster than my Volcarona. I needed to set up at least 1 Quiver Dance before, and if he uses the Terrestrialization Fire, then my Volcarona doesn't even touch it that well. Especially with the Friend Guard boost and everything. So my game plan was just to focus the other slot and try to ignore the Annihilate, which was kind of tricky because obviously the other slot could always protect to get more turns for more setups. And so that's where the game was played. I had to focus the other slot and he had to buy as much time as possible, I think.
I think the Fire Terrestrialization was definitely difficult with that Annihilate, but it must have felt good to reveal Basque Legion in Game 2, right?
Yes, actually, I was talking with Simone about this matchup before, and he told me that Basque Legion is not that good because it's constantly checked by his Rillaboom. But after Game 1, in my mind, I was thinking that his Rillaboom is kept on check by my Volcarona, and that if I don't give him enough Rage Fist boosts, then he will not be able to take out my Volcarona that easily with the Annihilate, obviously, if I use my Terrestrialization. So I kind of came up with this game plan of getting rid of Rillaboom as soon as possible to have the Basque Legion and the Ninetales to deal with the Annihilate.
I think it's amazing hearing how well-versed you are with this team when you've only just picked it up, and that shows a lot of skill and talent. One thing Jamie and I were talking about backstage was you brought the same lead in all 3 games. Were you just confident in that lead the whole way through?
Yeah, again, like Simone told me to do this lead, and I just did it. So, I mean, I also think it was like one of the best ones. I was constantly thinking about during team preview about any other possible leads.
Any options?
Yeah, exactly. But in the end, that was the only one that could like kind of reliably prevent the beat up. The self beat up. Because if he terrestrializes the Maushold, then I mean it becomes tricky. But how do I say? I think it's become weaker in the late game. Yeah, like the end game, then. Yeah.
Make it a little bit difficult.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So I think that the fake out was always the best choice.
Yeah, it was great to be able to see it all in action. And I think as a community, we know you so well kind of behind the camera, as it were. And I know I speak on behalf of the community to say a big thank you for everything that you do at our events. And it was great to see you victorious on the stage. Are there any shout outs or any thank yous you would like to give before we leave this interview?
Well, for sure, for my family and all my friends that always support me. Then also those players that at least tried to help me to find a team last minute. And a shout out also to my Volcarona, Piennolo, that's his name. And because it's shiny hunted from black and white
oh, wow.
all the way. And its nickname is the Shining Star. So it has a lot of lore behind it. So I'm quite happy to use it on stream yeah. and to win with it. So
and particularly with terrestrialization, it really is a shining star.
Yeah, exactly.
Up there. I love that. Well, thank you so much for this interview. We'll let you go get ready for phase 2, and I look forward to seeing what you're going to be able to do next. For you viewers at home, of course, the Pokemon action is going to continue. We're going to take a moment to get ready for phase 2 of the action, so don't go anywhere.
I am Lorenzo. I am a VGC player from Milan. I compete since 2016. This time I managed to win a regional in Stuttgart, Germany.
Grassy glide, not enough for the knockout onto the Rillaboom. Here comes a choice band flare blitz. It's enough for the knockout. We have our winner here in the grand finals of Stuttgart. Well played to Nils, but your champion of the Stuttgart Regional Championships is Lorenzo Silvestrini.
I faced a lot of different teams. I think that I was not fully prepared for all the teams that I faced. I managed to do 8-1 in day 1. That is a good score if you want to advance to day 2 with a boost, let's say. It was really difficult because Nils was my only loss of the day 2. I lost 2-0 in the Swiss, and I didn't manage a way to beat him. So I tried to figure out another way. I found some little spot in which I can handle the most difficult Pokemons of his team and try to take them out as soon as I can, and then try to reposition myself and play in a confident way. I love to play Pokemon. I play Pokemon from when I was a child. I love that much. And when I discovered the VGC, the competitive scenario, I found a lot of friends, and they were all cheering me up during this regional. And yeah, the motivation is just because I travel with my friends, and yeah, it's just amazing.
My favorite Pokemon is Xerneas. I just really enjoyed clicking Geomancy back in 2019. I really like its design, and being a setup Pokemon with so much power and pressure, I just really enjoyed using it. My favorite generation of Pokemon, I think it's both Gen 4 and 5. I started playing Gen 4. I love the Sinnoh region, I love the Pokemon of Sinnoh, and Unova also have great games with Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2. I learned VGC pretty much by watching better players than me on YouTube. Back in the day, we didn't have official tournaments in Brazil, so my role models were pretty much players playing Worlds There are a lot of people that I look up to in the competitive scene of Pokemon. I think mostly it has to be Wolf and Edu. They are two of the best players, and I really like their approach of the game. And also, there's a lot of videos of them playing on the internet. So when I was younger, I was able to watch a lot of their play style and their team building. And yeah, they're just so good. My favorite city was definitely Yokohama. I had a great time in Japan. Food is great there, people are nice, and the country is just really beautiful. I think the favorite thing I did in Japan was going to Nara when I saw all the deers. It was really, really cool. They are so cute. And yeah, of course, playing Worlds there was also amazing.
Soy Zainus y soy de Perú. Mi primer compañero sería Pikachu, porque vi una parte del anime y vi que es un buen amigo. Fue de hecho por una amiga, compañera, que me enseñó el juego, lo jugué y me gustó mucho. Mi primera competencia fue en el 2022, en la Copa Mensual de enero. Solía admirar a Mashio, un jugador de Japón que juega el rol de atacante. Mi rol es ofensivo, atacante. Aprendí a hacer nuevos amigos y a confiar mucho en mis compañeros. Algo que podría mejorar sería mi posicionamiento en las peleas y seguir siendo el mejor. Fue más que todo los picks, ver los picks que llevaron el día de ayer. Vimos que jugaban mucho Sarina y a la vez Config con el Zoroark, entonces decidimos bañar esos picks. Creo que en este match fue la mayor parte Anemo, porque aparte de que menciona mucho sobre los picks en el momento del draft, y porque también en este momento no estuvimos del todo muy bien. Sí, hay un Pokémon que me molestaba mucho y era la Leafeon, solo eso, porque sentí que podía borrarme en cualquier momento y tenía que cuidarme de eso. Mi plan para counterar la Leafeon era bien piquearlo en la fase de picks o jugando a la Blissey.
Blissey and Leafeon are snatched up by Peru immediately.
Estuve de hecho en dos finales. Una el año pasado, que fue contra el mismo equipo de ahora Z Division, que antes se hacían llamar Cavichans, y llegamos a ganar la EOF Cup. Y la segunda fue en EWIC, fue una final contra Luminosity, el cual ellos ganaron. Mi momento decisivo fue la última partida, porque sentí mucha confianza cuando le quitamos el Mewtwo al jugador a su atacante de ellos.
We are Peru. They eye their way in. Rayquaza's low. It's a turn. It's a turn. The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions. Give me a little something for Peru.
Fue muy emocionante ver todo el público gritar Perú, y fue demasiada emoción y muy inspirador. Es algo inexplicable lo que se siente, pero a la vez me siento muy alegre. Que nunca se rindan, que sigan sobresaliendo a pesar de los errores. Y todo esfuerzo tiene un buen final.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to Phase 2 and Round 9 of the Gdansk Pokemon Regional Championships. My name is Jamie Boyt, and I'm joined for the first time by Barish Akchos behind the desk. Barish, how have you felt so far in this Phase 1?
I mean, it's been such a long day. We have seen so many exciting battles throughout the day, from the very first round we started this morning to the win and in on stream we just had. But the action's not over. Phase 1 might be over, and all players with 6 wins or more are actually advancing to the next round. But we have one more round to go for you. It's going to be a very special round.
Yeah, we've already had a sneak peek of what Pokemon is going to be appearing on that stream, but we'll save that for just a little bit later. But I can tell you, it's something we haven't been able to focus on the stream, I don't think at all this season so far. So I'm very, very excited to see it.
Yeah, and I think it's time to look at some of the results from Phase 1 and see who actually advanced to the second phase of our tournament. So let's have a look at the list of players who advanced with at least 6 wins, potentially 7 or even 8-0 record after the first 8 rounds.
Yeah, of course, 8-0 is exactly where you want to be able to just be 1 win away from securing that guaranteed top cut here at the Gdansk Regional Championship. We've had Juan Salerno, who we were able to feature on stream earlier, that has come all the way from Argentina and is currently still undefeated. So a fantastic showing from him.
Yeah, a few main names that you might recognize. Federico also on stream. We talked about French representation in Teo Team. Louis Market from Germany. Niels Dunlop also featured on stream. Quite a few names. I see a few more Germans pop up. Arian, Danilo, and Jonas. And of course, we talked about him earlier. Simone Sanvito also in Phase 2.
Yeah, previous champions in either regional championships or even international championships, able to make their consistency shown once again and make it into this Phase 2. And Michał as well was one of our notable players to keep an eye on and has also made it into that Phase 2.
Yeah, I think there's a total of 60 players actually. These are some of the notable names, but 60 players advanced to the Phase 2. We'll play one more round today, and then I think 2 more rounds tomorrow for a total of 11 Swiss rounds before we cut to the asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, and you need at least no fewer than 2 losses to try and get your place into that asymmetrical top cut. I believe that the numbers will work out that we should have a top 16 round that will end up getting into that top 8. So you need all that important X and 2 record to be able to make it.
Yeah. Let's look into the usage stats of day 1 and then potentially conversion rate into Phase 2 to see how some Pokemon overall have performed and then how they performed specifically on the top table.
Yeah, I don't think we see anything particularly too surprising going into this Phase 1. Obviously, this is what everyone was using combined. And seeing Incineroar still in the top spot, that's been very consistent across the tournaments that we've been able to feature. Basically, the top row, those are Pokemon you would expect to see at any tournament in this regulation.
But then in the second row, we have quite a few big names as well that we just featured on stream for the win and in. We have the Volcarona that managed to sweep through the game. The Basculegion sitting at 15% is quite an increase from recent tournaments as well. Pelipper, I'm not sure if we saw it on stream, but it's always a good option to have your range set up, especially with the Archaludon.
Yeah, and I think it's quite amusing that Basculegion and Pelipper both have exactly the same usage when we're seeing Basculegion used without a Pelipper. We've featured that twice on stream at least now, where we've got the Choice Scarf adaptability instead, because a lot of trainers, if they're gone for Pelipper, maybe Archaludon is the only real user of the rain that they need on their team. But the fact that they still tied somehow in the percentage usage, even though they're classically paired and sometimes not, I think that's quite amusing.
Yeah, that means for every Basculegion without a Pelipper, you have a Pelipper without a Basculegion, I suppose, mathematically speaking, with us both math teachers behind the desk here, looking at those numbers. I would be really interested to see how we have how these converted then into Phase 2, and if maybe some of these lower picks have actually been very successful, proportionally speaking, and maybe take a bigger part in the second day or second phase use.
Yeah, well, if I recall correctly, back in Lille, I say back in Lille, it was only last week back in Lille, Pelipper was in the top 12 in the Phase 1 and then dropped off into the Phase 2. So whether that's still going to be the case, we'll have to wait and see. I wouldn't be surprised if we see almost all of these Pokemon still in that top 12 slot for the Phase 2.
Yeah, I mean, especially the top row with almost being a team by itself, not almost being a team by itself, and being represented quite a bit over the phase of our tournament and the stream. We can probably see some of those, not some of those, most of the top row still being in the top row, and maybe some mix-ups in the second row.
I think the team that Emanuele was able to win the Frankfurt Regional Championship with was the top 5 and then Ninetales. And then some trainers are swapping the Ninetales for the Dragonite. So it's not a surprise to see that was the team that people said, this is like one of the best teams in the formats. You either need to just be ready for it or you need to use it yourself. And that has converted into this Phase 1 usage stats that we can see basically the team and the choice of Dragonite or Ninetales as the most common options on that team. It's no surprise to see them in the top 7 there.
Yeah, I mean, some community members have referred to the current state of like a big 6 meta game where the most used Pokemon actually really harmonize together in a team composition as well. We don't have that too often, but in this specific meta game works out. So let's have a look at the usage stats of Phase 2. So this is only for the 60 players who are still in competition.
Yeah, so the percentages will be slightly more skewed here, but yeah, we've seen Pelipper drop off once again. What's joined it? I believe it's the
Ursaluna.
Yeah, the Ursaluna is the Pokemon that's replaced the Pelipper. And there's just been a little bit of movement. So this seems like Annihilape and Volcarona have fallen off just a little bit, but the top row, that's basically exactly the same.
Yeah, interestingly enough, because you can only use one of the two Ursalunas, that means that combined, they have 60% usage, right?
That's Incineroar, yeah.
Yeah, that beating Incineroar. So more trainers have Ursaluna than they have Incineroar. But I mean, either of those, whether you go for the special variant, which we have seen quite well with the Golden Go and the Dragonite version, or if you go for a Trick Room based, or maybe even it has Trick Room, but the Sun-based Charizard core that was also running the Guts Ursaluna.
Yeah, and I think we've seen the Killer Wattrel version of that Porygon 2 Ursaluna team picking up quite a bit. We were able to feature Nils Dunlap, who was able to have a lot of success with that on the stream, going 6-0 at the time. So yeah, it's not a surprise to see it pick up because both Ursalunas are very strong in their own right, but operate completely differently. Like, for example, when have you ever seen a Yawn on the Guts Ursaluna?
You haven't really.
You have, right?
I think we saw a substitute set this time on stream, but there was no Yawn. It's not the like long drawn out game. It doesn't run lefties either. It needs the Flame Orb. It is already on the timer, so you want to make sure that every single turn counts, and you don't want to waste any of your Tailwind or Trick Room, typically speed control that Ursaluna needs. You don't want to waste any of those with protecting away.
Yeah, and both of their main offensive moves, the Blood Moon for the Blood Moon Ursaluna, who would have thought, and the Facade on the Guts Ursaluna, they're the same base power, but the fact that the Guts boost on top of the Facade, that makes it stronger overall than that regular old Blood Moon. So yeah, they do function in very different ways, and even just on the physical side and the special side, that's enough of a difference in itself.
Yeah, you need that one extra turn to set up the burn. Sometimes it works perfectly with like switching it in the right moment, immediately activates the Flame Orb, it is then ready to go, but at least you can't lead it as easily as the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Basculegion, amazing performance just seen on stream, and I'm curious to see if we see more of those Choice Scarf variants with the adaptability boost as well.
Yeah.
Very strong in the end game specifically.
Well, given that the Pelipper is no longer on this top 12 usage stats, that's got to imply that the Basculegion is most likely going to be the Choice Scarf adaptability set, because that is the most common set that we see if you don't have a Pelipper. Choppercross was able to win with a Focus Sash one back in Pittsburgh, and that was very consistent option on his team, and I don't think we've really seen people pick up on that. I think that was a really smart choice on his team specifically, but maybe that's the reason why. Maybe it was his team specifically, Focus Sash was really good, and then on these other compositions that we're seeing over here in the European region, the Choice Scarf just fits better.
20%, well, quick math, 20% of 60, that is 12 players rocking both Archaludon, the Basculegion, and also the Guts Ursaluna. Quite a few in the field, potentially taking all the way to the top cut, and then even further. So we'll stay tuned to find out how these Pokemon transition throughout the tournament.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing just the meta adaptations when people say, oh, the meta is solved, and then we have a new team that's solved the meta once again. So, and then we're still seeing these very consistent options coming out from these trainers, especially in this Phase 2.
Yeah, so now we're in Phase 2, last round of the day, and we want to show you all the top tables and how they turn out and what matchups you can expect to see in those last rounds here.
Yeah, we'll be able to see. But of course, all of these trainers have been able to make it through with at least an X&2 record, but we are going to be featuring the two trainers that are currently still undefeated. We've got Lucas there with a Blaziken of all Pokemon. Very, very excited to see that. that. Juan Solano, of course, we were able to see earlier on in the stream, but his consistency showing through again. We just have to feature him again in this phase 2.
Yeah, looking at those teams, I see 6 Blood Moon Ursaluna. I see 7 Rillaboom. So these Pokemon, you have to be prepared to face these, especially combined leftovers, grassy terrain. We talked about that. For our round 9, we'll feature Lucas and Juan, both sitting at an 8-0 record, considering we have 11 Swiss runs in total.
Yeah.
What happens to the winner of this game?
It would seem that they guarantee their place into the top cut, already on this day 1, going straight into that day 2. That's the position you want to be in. 9-0, guaranteeing the top cut, and could be doing it with a Blaziken on Lucas's side of the field, who was able to win a grassroots tournament about a month or 2 ago with, I believe, these exact 6 Pokemon. I remember that he definitely had that Blaziken because it was such a unique pick, and still showing that consistency, converting from the grassroots into this actual regional championship as well.
Well, I mean, he's definitely relying on his starter Pokemon there. Also having the Primarina and the Rillaboom, like 3 starting Pokemon. Don't see them too often. Typically, when you see multiple starter Pokemon,
you think the pledges, right?
You think of the pledges.
Not the pledges.
Not the pledges, we can tell you that. So let's see how he chooses to actually make use of his first partner Pokemon throughout the set here. There's also a Dragonite.
Baxcalibur.
Baxcalibur, that's the one.
My favorite Pokemon, like to use at the very start when Scarlet and Violet was released. I really, really liked it. I've fallen off a little bit because I think that the Scale Shot loaded dice set is probably the best one. I refuse to run Scale Shots. As we've seen multiple times on the stream already, just the accuracy issues, that puts me off at least. But I can see why the consistency shows through when it does actually connect.
Yeah, I mean, you always have the risk with those high powerful moves that they can miss, especially at like 90% accuracy. But when they hit with loaded dice 5 times and have the stat boost as well, if you then also like get a helping hand in, a potential like boost through any means, like that will pile up for a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely will. And Baxcalibur, I think, is just one of the strongest physical attackers that we have in the game available. Like, Guts Ursaluna will overtake it in terms of damage, even though Baxcalibur's actual attack stat will be slightly higher. But, and I think it's quite interesting that we just never see Glaive Rush as well, because that's such a strong move and will always hit. But then obviously comes with that big downside of, well, the next hit that hits the Baxcalibur, that's going to be doing double damage. So that's usually putting people off.
Yeah, I mean, for all the viewers who have like watching us from the very early morning, maybe they remember, and for everyone who just tuned in, we teased that there's going to be breaking news on our stream. You might be thinking, November just started. We have 1 month left of Regulation H. What's happening next, Jamie?
Well, we'll move on to another regulation. Regulation H will be coming to an end in Stuttgart, and of course, we still have a little bit of time before Champions will be released, so we have to move to another regulation instead.
I mean, I'm really curious to find out what that regulation is going to be. Do you have any idea? Do you have any...
Well,
thoughts?
I think we will see a very interesting regulation coming back. What will it be? Ooh, gee, I'm so excited. It's going to be Regulation F returning for this last regulation before we move to Champions. So we're basically having access to everything once again, except for the restricted Pokemon.
Yep, and I mean, for a final hurrah of Scarlet and Violet, let's look at some of those highlights we have seen at regionals before. I don't think I've ever seen an Articuno win a regional.
Yeah, that was definitely a first. And look, you can see how effective it was for that tournament. It shrugged off a super effective Ivy Cudgel and a critical hit Wicked Blow, and then responding back with such huge damage. It was a really, really good call for that tournament. And just one of the options of showing what you can do in this Regulation F.
I'm most excited about the Rune Pokemon returning because just recently we had an event and all the shiny versions of those Rune Pokemon.
Shiny Chi-Yu is my favorite shiny ever now, so I'm very glad that I had the potential to use it once again.
Shiny Chi-Yu, Shiny Qianpao. I mean, we have all of them shiny available to be played, especially for a final hurrah of Scarlet and Violet of the Terra specialization in our current format. I think allowing every single Pokemon, despite the restricteds, is like really nice to use all those tools.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it a lot. Of course, there's going to be the return of the old favorites. Like we can see there, the Fluttermane was such a common Pokemon back in the previous Regulation F. Obviously, the Ogerpons as well. We can see the Ogerpons and, of course, the critically acclaimed Urshifu that is able to break through all those protects.
Not only that, but also hits with a critical hit, Surging Strikes 3 times into the Pokemon, easily picking up the knockout here. We see how Neil Stunner was winning EUYC with both the Fluttermane and the Urshifu, followed with the Mungus and Incineroar, 2 Pokemon we featured this weekend as well. Congratulations again to Niels for taking that victory. And let's have a look at the most, I guess, common Pokemon to return to this metagame.
Yeah, like Fluttermane, it was the most used Pokemon. And I'm not even just saying Regulation F, like across all the regulations, from its introduction in Regulation B all the way through, even to Regulation I, across those regulations is the most common Pokemon that we end up seeing, and for good reason. It is incredibly consistent, really fast, can go offensive with a choice specs, or it can go with a supportive role with those Icy Winds as well.
Yeah, and then the DLCs revealed some new Pokemon later on as well. We have the Raging Bolt, we have the Ogerpon in like 4 different versions. I saw you rocking the Grass-type Ogerpon. Teal Mask version as well.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Here. We have the Rune Pokemon represented, Articuno and Iron Crown, also a fan favorite with that expanding force.
Yeah, we started seeing Iron Crown ping up just at the tail end of Regulation F, and I don't think it quite got the momentum it needed because people were realizing, oh, indeed, Iron Crown, that is actually a really solid combination, but it was right near the end of the regulation, and then no one had the opportunity to use it because we obviously moved on to Regulation G, but now we've got the return. I wouldn't be surprised if people are actually exploring that Iron Crown just a little bit further than we saw last time.
I think the first event in Europe is going to be Birmingham, featuring this new format. So stay tuned for that broadcast and seeing the action and unfold before we then eventually go to EUIC and see how that all plays out. What's your favorite Pokemon? Which Pokemon are you most looking forward to?
Okay, so the answer to the first question, where you just said favorite Pokemon, Superior, obviously. Okay. But the favorite Pokemon, going back, Heatran. That's my favorite in Regulation F, but we're still with Regulation H just for now. Of course, the announcement for Regulation F, incredibly exciting. We've been waiting for that for ages, but something else we've been waiting for is this 8-0 match between Lucas and Juan.
Yeah, we kind of like mentioned, sneak peeked some information about his team, but like let's have a look into which 6 Pokemon specifically and which sets they're rocking here at the event. Lucas, 8-0, undefeated so far. Juan, traveling to Europe all the way, also 8-0, has won a regional last season, had like incredible results for quite a while now. It's quite a young player, actually. Yeah. I remember him playing in the Seniors division as well.
Yeah, and his first year in the Masters division made top 4 at the Latin American International Championships. So we've been seeing quite a few players age up from the senior division and then immediate success. And even though that was a little while ago, back in 2019, even these many years later, Juan is still showing that consistency. As we can see, there is that top 4 placement in the 2020 Latin American International Championship. But then beyond that, in the Masters division, a few years later, was able to take a couple of special championships as well.
Yeah, and not only are we featuring one more game, but this is the 8-0 against 8-0. It's literally a win and in for Top Cut. Yes, they will still have to compete 2 more rounds tomorrow, but whoever wins this can go to bed tonight thinking, ha, I'm already in Top Cut.
Yep. Absolutely, and if they win one more game beyond that, they're basically going to guarantee themselves that bye into the straight-up top 8, and that's exactly what you want to be looking for here.
Yeah, undefeated throughout the day. Let's have a look what this team is actually about. It's a special Blaziken with coaching.
Yeah, we've seen Sneasler really in the role of this composition before as the coaching Pokemon. We've seen Sneasler Kingambit led so much in the round 1 of Regulation H that we had, but this is a slightly different take on it. You've got the Fake Out available on the Rillaboom, so you don't necessarily need it on the Sneasler. One of the nice things here is you've got the coaching on the Blaziken, and you've got the Scale Shot on the Baxcalibur. Like you can go for
Dragon Dance.
You can basically go for coaching and Scale Shot, and then you can run your Blaziken faster than your Baxcalibur so that you can go coaching, Scale Shot. Both get a speed boost. You can still coaching and then attack with your Baxcalibur on the same turn, which is not an option when you have Sneasler as your coaching Pokemon, because when you go for that Scale Shot, whether it's Dragonite or Baxcalibur or whichever Pokemon's going for it, suddenly they outspeed the Sneasler, and then suddenly you're stuck at +1 if you want to coaching yourself again. So that's one of the nice things coming out here from this Blaziken.
I think Baxcalibur specifically can take like maximum advantage of the loaded dice. Not only the Scale Shot, but also hitting Icicle Spear 4 to 5 times can be super effective here. I like how you mentioned the secret speed interactions we have here. The speed boost, the Scale Shot, and there's also a hidden Electroweb on that Electabuzz.
Yeah, Electabuzz has fallen off quite a bit. It was really common back in the round 1 of Regulation H, and that was mainly because of the Diaclaw. It's immune to sleep and also paralysis, so it can only get the poison, which is one of the nicest answers to Sneasler. But with the Diaclaws actually kind of dropping off from Sneaslers, like we can see here, one's running the Acrobatic set with the Swords Dance, no Diaclaw in sight. So that meant that the main reason, or one of the main reasons you'd be using Electabuzz, you don't actually need it for this one.
Last time Juan Saleno was featured on stream, he was actually piloting this team perfectly against a hard Trick Room variation. And that lead of Dragonite and Gholdengo just was so powerful with the Incy and Rillaboom in the back. So I'm really curious to see how he takes on this rather unusual matchup here. Lucas, in their own right, being at 8-0 here, like surely they're doing something right.
Yeah.
You're gonna respect that. Interestingly enough, this meta game, as we call it, right? I want to see how he's able to adapt. It has all these strong Pokemon for a reason, has so much flexibility. I want to see how he actually maneuvers around all the threats we have on this team.
Yeah, and a lot of the Pokemon that we're seeing on Lucas' side of the field, they're Pokemon you practiced against. It's going to be probably quite rare that you've practiced against a Blaziken. Like, it would be the Sneasler with the coaching, that, as we've already mentioned. That's the most common coaching Pokemon that we have in this regulation. But Blaziken is something that is really, really nice, getting that speed boost, threatening some really good damage with its Heat Waves and Aura Spears, going for the special variant, because obviously if you go for the physical one, you need Flare Blitz, and then that will break your Focus Sash. So it makes sense that the Blaziken is going to be that special variant. And it's also going to hit that Ursaluna even harder with an Aura Sphere, because it's hitting on the weaker special side.
On the same side, you mentioned Vital Spirit, not only being good against potential Diaclaw shenanigans, but also we saw Yawn on the Blood Moon Ursaluna being a big threat, and that would be an option as well here.
Yeah, definitely could be. And so it's going into this game. All right, now we're seeing the Blaziken Baxcalibur straight away coming out from Lucas, going with that classic Sneasler and Rillaboom coming out from one side.
Yeah, it's a very offensive lead on both ends. We have the fake out pressure. Both can actually set up. There could be a potential coaching coming straight out, a potential sword stance here with the unburdened boost as well. Very threatening. Thanks to the Sash, Acrobatics is not going to take the knockout straight away, but with a follow-up, maybe a Grassy Glide or a fake out, that could help.
Yeah, I think the Baxcalibur just needs to be a little bit wary of the fact that it's weak to the close combat at the moment. The Terra Ghost can keep it safe from that very nicely. That means you'd have to commit the Acrobatics to be able to hit the Baxcalibur, and that wouldn't be doing as much damage as the close combat could have done.
Yeah, keep in mind, tearing away from a Dragon type into Ghost and also using potentially Scale Shot, lowering your defense, would then allow even more damage coming into Baxcalibur. We see a defensive switch into that Incineroar, very well positioned. Intimidate is really crucial in this matchup.
Yeah, it might allow this Sneasler to be able to survive even a coaching Icicle Spear or Scale Shot from the Baxcalibur, because of course the Sneasler does still have its Grassy Seed activated, and like mentioned, Baxcalibur is forced into that Terra Ghost, otherwise it could have taken a super effective close combat, which would have been able to pick up the knockout, but that is no longer the case. It would be immune to that attack if that was the move of choice. But here's a setup instead. It's going to be the Swords Dance coming out from the Sneasler, getting that +2 to its attack stat. But here's another boost. It's going to be that Blaziken going for that coaching, outspeeding the Baxcalibur so it can neutralize that Intimidate and be able to fire off a really powerful Icicle Spear here. But it wasn't into the Sneasler, so that got a Swords Dance for completely free, hitting into the Incineroar that switched in instead. It's going to be at least 4 hits here coming out into that Incineroar. Yeah, just those 4 hits. That was some good chip damage, but I think that Juan probably got the better end of that.
Yeah, you swap out one possible fake out user against another fake out user, get Intimidate out, but thanks to the Terra Ghost, you can fake out that Pokemon and it's free to attack again. Close combat will be immune to it. Thanks to that defensive boost with the coaching, you also take any +2 Acrobatics quite decent. It's still going to hurt, especially if they decide to Terra. But now, I guess Scale Shot is your easier choice if you want to get consistent damage on the board. Yeah, really curious to see how that turn is playing out. Another swap out.
Yeah, you've got Incineroar with fake out pressure, but if you switch into something like the Rillaboom once again, and you catch a double protect that could be coming out, then you'll be able to get that fake out pressure immediately back on the field. That's a terrestrialization, so it must be the Sneasler going for that Flying Terror to increase the damage output from the Acrobatics. I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually enough to pick up the KO on the Baxcalibur. Of course, it does have the coaching boost as well, so you don't need to contend with that. You've got the protect coming out from the Blaziken. Is it going to be a double protect from this Baxcalibur as well? Yes, it is. So really nice rotation coming out from Juan. That's fake out pressure back on the field immediately, and not another Swords Dance. That would have been the best punish to this double protect. Instead, going for the offense with that Acrobatics that did land into the Baxcalibur.
Yeah, very middle ground play, making sure you have fake out pressure in the following turn again. And I think now that the Blaziken protected, you can go for the fake out Acrobatics into that slot, take the knockout. Yes, you would then, however, trade your Baxcalibur for that slot. On the other hand, is a +2 Acrobatics and a Grassy Glide potentially be enough? We'll have to see how the damage boosts will actually help both these Pokemon to take knockouts, but also to take hits here. Keep in mind, thanks to those speed boosts, a coaching will probably come out here before
Sneasler naturally fast, like, because you double your speed with Unburden, right? And you've got +2 with your speed boost currently. So Sneasler probably should be still outspeeding here. But there's Grassy Glide, of course, with the priority, is definitely going to be outspeeding. Yes, the Sneasler is moving first. Here comes the Terra Flying Acrobatics. And who cares about that coaching boost with the Grassy Glide chip as well? That is enough to be able to KO this Baxcalibur. So the Terra was used for no reason there on Lux's sides there. No benefit, and yeah, even worse, that's a coaching that went into that Baxcalibur that is not going to hit into anything. Yes, you get another speed boost to the Blaziken, and maybe +3 Blazikens enough to outspeed an Unburden Sneasler, but you've lost your main sweeper already.
Lost your main sweeper, lost your Terra Pokemon there as well. Quite a big downgrade for his options into this team here. I'm wondering, you must have been confident to survive there, take a knockout, potentially with Scale Shot, boost your defensive even further, then eventually switch in the Electabuzz. But now, losing your Excalibur, I'm not sure if Heat Wave is going to do like enough damage long term.
No, it's noticeable chip damage. It would two-shot the Rillaboom, but that's pretty big. That is a burn coming out on the Sneasler. Of course, that's a small chance to be able to get that, and that means this close combat no longer KOs this Electabuzz. It would have done without the burn based on that damage. It did well over half, but this is a follow-up into that Electabuzz. That is a high horsepower, being able to cover for the potential of that burn, able to knock out that Electabuzz.
We have featured Juan's team quite a few times on stream, and so far it has always been the defensive approach to the team, right? But now, specifically in this matchup, identifying that, hey, Sneasler is really well positioned. I can get a but I can get a potential setup early on with my 2 fake-out users as well. I can support that where I need it. Burn, very unlucky here, but identifying that the offensive route is the right way to go in this specific matchup is really well identified.
Yeah, the Rillaboom, it took basically exactly half from the previous Heat Wave, and it got that little bit of grassy terrain recovery. Is that enough to put it out of range of the Heat Wave again?
Yeah, and then you could threaten a lot of damage into that Primarina. A potential coaching would help the Primarina to take any further hits. But Primarina in a really difficult slot here, so Grassy Glide would deal a lot of damage. I think a combination of Grassy Glide and Acrobatics, even Burn, would deal demonstrating damage into that Primarina.
I mean, the Swords Dance would cancel out the burn and it'd be effectively a neutral hit, so I would strongly suspect that would be enough to be able to pick up the knockout, but it's not going to be the Rillaboom going on the offensive. Instead, probably rotating in that Incineroar once again, get that fake-out pressure back on the field. There could be a Hyper Voice coming out from the Primarina, which would be able to pick up the knockout on this Incineroar, because it is the Life Orb variant of the Primarina, and of course, Sneasler is going to be going for that Protect, keep itself safe, get that fake-out pressure on the field once again, and catching the Protect of the Primarina as well. So now, that is completely open to a fake-out and Acrobatics on the next turn. Here is the Heat Wave coming out from the Blaziken. Of course, Sneasler did protect itself, and Incineroar, that's going to be shrugging it off very comfortably.
I haven't seen someone master the revolving door of Pokemon just like this. The very first 2 turns, don't even use fake out, switch out, and then the right momentum, like threaten chaos and bring in a new fake out user once again, over and over again. Really well positioning. Like, it's a master class for you guys at home, seeing how, even with this burned but boosted Sneasler, bringing in Incineroar and Rillaboom in the right slots just allows you to just constantly cause damage with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Primarina gets close to being KO'd even with that burn. Because, of course, the Swords Dance cancelling that out. Because Primarina doesn't have the greatest of defenses. And with a Life Orb as the held item, you probably don't run that much into your defensive investment.
I do wonder if you instead switch your target, take out the Blaziken here, and then you have an easier time late game with the Rillaboom into that Primarina. That's a potential slot there as well. But of course, both of these Pokemon could protect. We've seen Primarina protect in the last turn, so that's not happening. Here's a fake out. Is it Acrobatics following up to take the knockout?
If you're faking out the Blaziken, it's most likely going to be. And yeah, it looks like that is. And of course, that is a super effective hit. So that is going to be able to pick up the knockout. And with the Rillaboom waiting in the back, even if a Hyper Voice comes out and gets a double knockout, which looks to be the case, I don't think Juan minds that too much, because you've got the Rillaboom, you go for a Woodhammer, and you take this game 1.
Most crucially, Lucas will get a little bit more insight in what else Juan was actually picking into this game, because they will have to reveal the last 2 Pokemon, the Rillaboom and 1 more target. So then maybe Lucas can adapt not only his playstyle and picks into the second game, but also knowing what else there was to cover.
Yeah, at least you do get that little bit of information, because I think the game was effectively over kind of when the Baxcalibur got KO'd. So getting that extra information that is the Golden Go that was waiting back is crucial for Lucas planning forward for this game too.
And it's no coincidence that Rillaboom was switched out just in time so that when it comes back, the Grassy Surge would activate once again. And now, I mean, you're likely outspeeding the Primarina as well, so Warhammer will just take care of the Primarina. Gholdengo also on the field. Any double target is causing, well, basically make sure that the Primarina is going down. But one crucial thing to keep in mind here, we might even see it protect because some players think, hey, I might be losing this game, but let me just use this extra time to think, because in between games and then eventually team preview is starting, you don't have that much time. So getting an extra 45 seconds, 2 minutes overall throughout the game can make the difference into adapting the right way.
And that's what we're seeing. Lucas did go for that protect. The game is over. It's just going to be that Wood Hammer and the Make It Rain, and the game will be sealed. It's going to be a nasty plot just to ensure, just in case the Primarina is somehow faster than both. But yeah, we're going to get that extra thinking time for Lucas here.
Yep, and that's going to be really important. Okay, so how do you stop Sneasler game 2?
I think if there would have been the Icicle Spear or the Scale Shot immediately into that Sneasler, you'd have been a neutral hitting into the +1 defense from the Grassy Seed. That would have done some really good damage and probably put it in range of Heat Wave from the Blaziken. We did see that +3 on the Blaziken was enough to outspeed the Unburdened Sneasler. So that could be quite crucial. Just getting that damage and put it into Heat Wave could be useful.
I mean, it's really hard to outspeed the Grassy Seed Unburdened Sneasler. However, if you get one potential Scale Shot off, you also have the option of the
Ice Shard.
Ice Shard, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
You have the priority move there as well, and that can make the difference. Just cause the last few HP you need to take out that Sneasler.
Yeah, I think that probably 5 hits and an Ice Shard should be able to KO Grassy Seed Unburdened Sneasler if you coaching to get rid of Intimidate.
Yep.
So, yeah, prioritizing the Rillaboom, because of course the Incineroar switched in immediately and soaked up the Icicle Spear really, really comfortably. That would have probably KO'd, no, not probably, it would have KO'd the Rillaboom for sure with a +1. So it makes sense to try and prioritize getting a knockout, but the Sneasler was the threat. The Rillaboom threatens the Primarina waiting in the back, but Sneasler was the main sweeper. So getting rid of that quicker, I think, is crucial for Lucas.
One other possible adaptation here as a counterplay to Incineroar switching in freely is leading or playing with that King Gambit, right? I think it's running the Black Gases and Sword Stand set, so it can also boost up here. Defiant Boost will also stack up. Even with the coaching, we talked about Sneasler coaching into King Gambit. Yep. I mean, here coaching the King Gambit, Sword Stancing, and then Sucker Punch and Kowtow Cleave, they're gonna literally drill holes into the opposing team.
Yeah, and the King Gambit, it doesn't have the offensive Terra in the Terra Dark, and the Fire type, that would be more useful into the Sneasler because then you wouldn't still be weak to close combat. There's a little bit of a switch up here from both of these trainers. We're going to see the Sneasler and the Blaziken respectively, but it's going to be the Incineroar instead of the Rillaboom straight away for one, but Electabuzz is joining the field straight away for Lucas.
And what this tells me is that Lucas was like, I didn't like that Sneasler was so fast and even 2 speed boosts weren't enough. So let me make sure that with some Electroveb play as well, that eventually in the end game, I will have an option to, after 1 or 2 speed boosts, eventually outspeed that as well. So it looks quite a passive lead, I have to say. Neither Electabuzz nor Blaziken are really out there doing a lot of damage. And also coaching won't really help the Electabuzz, so this is rather a defensive play. We'll see. I can see Fake Out going into Electabuzz here.
Yeah, definitely can. You want to be breaking the sash on the Blaziken, and that was what Juan was prioritizing, because if you break that with the Fake Out, Acrobatics could follow up for the KO, and obviously will, if it's going for that Sword Stance, getting that boost once again. So putting on a lot of offensive pressure, but it's going to be the Taunt into the Sneasler, so you don't have the option of switch into Rillaboom and protect anymore.
Ooh, I'm wondering, is a combination, now your sash is still intact, great adaptation there, and with a Electroveb and Heat Wave, I'm not quite sure if that is enough to take the knockout, but at least you guarantee a lot of damage. On the other side, Incineroar then is just untouched, can switch out, pivot out, cause some damage with knock off, get rid of the Evilite as well. So there's quite a few options for that Incineroar if you just double target into that Sneasler.
Yeah, we saw, I think the Heat Wave did just under half to the Sneasler in the previous game, which is probably why we're seeing the offensive Terra in the Terrafire Blaziken coming out immediately for Lucas, because that will for sure two-shot the Sneasler that cannot protect because it has been taunted, and the Electabuzz is going to keep that Blaziken safe from the attacks coming out from the Sneasler. Of course, Unburden hasn't happened yet, so this Blaziken is able to move first into the Sneasler because of the speed boost that it's got, and yeah, with the Terrafire, that is enough to two-shot this Sneasler. It definitely will now it's got a close combat drop, but that was enough to one-hit KO this Electabuzz, and now the Incineroar will either be able to break the focus sash of the Blaziken or reduce the damage output with that parting shot. And that might allow the Sneasler to survive, because we saw it do just over half, and that is the parting shot coming out. Sneasler might be able to survive another heat wave now.
Especially if Rillaboom switches in and buys an extra turn with Fake Out, that extra recovery might then make the difference here. And that's exactly what I mentioned with, if you focus on the Sneasler right now, Incineroar easily took the heat wave and was then able to pivot out. A +2 close combat, taking out that vital Spirit, Electabuzz, vital for redirection here. No longer on the field, however. So, second speed boost happening as well. Rillaboom doesn't really want to face a Terrafire heat wave either.
Not particularly, but the fake out pressure, I think, is the crucial thing here, because, of course, that Blaziken still does have its focus sash intact, so will need to be double targeted to be able to be KO'd. But like we mentioned, the grassy terrain coming on the field here, giving that little bit of recovery to the Sneasler. After the passing shot, gotta be out of range of that heat wave now based on the previous amount of damage. But it's Rillabooms all around. Lucas is going to be bringing in his Rillaboom here, and I don't think we've seen the speed interaction of these Rillabooms, so whether you go for a fake out this turn, that's going to be kind of awkward.
Yeah, especially because the Sneasler can't protect here, it's still taunted. So any extra damage could be really important if you then try to get the knockout on the following turn. However, you can also go all in and just fake out the opposing Rillaboom. That's a risky play, but if you are faster and if you get that fake out off, the heat wave is going to hurt a lot.
It will, and it may not pick out the KO on the Sneasler, but it probably puts it in range of a Grassy Glide, because it will probably just about survive. But with fake out chip into the Sneasler as well, that might put it in range of that heat wave. So I think it just might come down to the training of these Rillabooms here.
Oh, there's a Terra, so this is likely the Terra flying on the Sneasler. So, oh, it's actually the Rillaboom Terraing. Okay, it doesn't want to take the heat wave easily here, and it still comes down to the speed interaction, because if that Terrafire comes off and goes for a fake out first into... That's not what's happening though.
Oh no, Lucas went for the fake out into the Rillaboom. So yeah, it left itself open to this acrobatics, not even with a Terra flying, able to pick up the one-hit KO on that Rillaboom. So now we're relying completely on this Blaziken to get the damage done. It is still Terrafire boosted, but it took that parting shot, and Sneasler got some recovery, but it is still enough to pick up the KO on that Sneasler.
Yeah, that parting shot earlier though is going to stick on the field now, because with having lost 2 of his Pokemon, he won't be able to switch out the Blaziken. It is the fastest Pokemon remaining in the entire set. And there's King Gambit, so if Incineroar hits the field...
it does. Yeah,
that's the adaptation I was talking about earlier. King Gambit comes in, gets a Defiant boost, and then is also threatening the Rillaboom now with Sucker Punches. There's coaching placed here. And it's really difficult to break through these 2 Pokemon, actually.
Yeah, it does seem like it will be. And again, the Blaziken still has its Focus Sash, so it must be double targeted. And it has to be a high horsepower and something from the Incineroar to be able to pick up the KO. I'm not sure it even will. If it's like a fake out on a high horsepower, it'd be really close. Blaziken isn't the bulkiest of Pokemon, but then the high horsepower, it's coming off not the same type attack bonus. So it'd be quite close if it's able to KO. And you're threatening with the Aura Spheres as well into the Incineroar.
Yeah, that's one option. It looks like they're looking into potential double protect here. Buy 1 extra turn. Make sure that you don't get faked out here. And that's what we see. A fake out here and a fake out on the King Gambit. Just playing it cool at the moment. But then the next turn, my question to you is, do you expect a Sucker Punch Aura Sphere potentially taking out the King Gambit?
It could potentially. We're seeing just a Flare Blitz that was into the King Gambit instead. So the Blaziken could have got away with an attack on this turn, especially because the King Gambit was double targeted. But I think there wasn't really any particular punish to that double protect here, was there?
No, there wasn't really. The other question is, how long is Grassy Terrain sticking on the field? Because you can circumvent that Sucker Punch threat just by going for Grassy Glide yourself, right? So then Sucker Punch won't do any damage. We see, considering the Sucker Punch Aura Sphere, but potentially into the Incineroar instead. So it looks like Rillaboom is not really considered a threat here.
Yeah, and that was notable damage to the Incineroar, but we still got that parting shot from earlier. So the Aura Sphere is not able to pick up the KO on that Incineroar, which will now fire off a knockoff into that Blaziken, easily breaking the Focus Sash. And that allows this follow-up of the high horsepower to knock out that Blaziken. So now the King Gambit, it's gone for its attack this turn. So it's got to be able to 1v3 the rest of Juan's team. I'm not sure it's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, eventually the Grassy Terrain will run out, but this was the turn that Lucas needed to take a knockout and prevent a double up into Blaziken. Unfortunately, did not work out here, and we'll have to see if he has enough left, but it's actually quite a speedy
Yeah, outsped the Rillaboom. That's information that I don't think we learned. And just cherry on top there, getting that burn onto the King Gambit, which won't particularly matter here because we will have the Rillaboom able to pick up the knockout with the high horsepower. The Incineroar goes down for its troubles thanks to that recoil. But here comes the high horsepower into that King Gambit, able to take the knockout. And Juan Salerno coming all the way over from Argentina, able to advance into the top cuts.
I know they've just fallen short last week in Lille with a 5-3 record. Must be feeling so good to come to the second regional here in Gdansk, finding themselves at 9-0, undefeated, already qualified for the top cut round here in Gdansk, getting sweet points, especially in the Travel Award race, coming all the way from South America. Really important for those races, making sure that he secures his spot, then gets an invite, priority registration, making sure his spot at EYC is guaranteed as well, while he still has the option to play LAIC as well.
Yeah, I know. Very, very strong showing, and congratulations to Juan. I think that the team he brought, it wasn't unexpected. It's a very consistent team, and even against this slight anti-meta team in the Blaziken and Baxcalibur, showing why it is so consistent. That Sneasler as a sweeper absolutely can wreak havoc amongst the team.
And also, like, commiserations to Lucas. Yes, this set might have not gone their way, but taking these Pokemon to an 8-0 record, like, you might have lost this round, but you're not out of the tournament. 8-1 is still a very strong record. 2 more chances tomorrow to secure the 9th win and your spot in Top Cut. And we might see Lucas again, and maybe this one extra day will give him time to reflect on his plays and also into this matchup. It's a very common matchup, so seeing how Juan approached it might give you extra information going into the second day tomorrow.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Lucas had to face a very similar matchup going into his previous rounds, because it's the most common team that we see at the moment in this format. It was able to win a regional championship, and it might be able to here as well with Juan still undefeated using it. So just, yeah, showing both the consistency of the team and the consistency of Juan as a player.
I mean, that's how you want to finish day one. 9-0 record. Coming all the way from Argentina, playing 2 regionals back-to-back on 2 weekends. Sweet points on both regionals. But job is not done yet. Or how our Spanish community say, uno más. Or like more than just one more game. But like, he's already in top cut. Keep winning, and you will have that title at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely can. He's already won at least 2, I believe it was, on his achievements that we saw. 2 regional championships over in the Latin American region. So really, really strong showing, and could be getting that accolade all the way over here in Europe as well.
I mean, reaching a golden ticket in a foreign season is always a great accomplishment. But of course, the European players here, they want to make sure that that one extra invite is staying in Europe. So we'll have to see how play shapes up tomorrow, and if Europe, after day 1, nobody was able to take any wins off Juan Salerno. So we'll have to see if maybe tomorrow, seeing this match, seeing how he plays the team as well. A little bit like, yes, we have seen that team composition quite a few times, but every single player brings their own touches to how they approach certain matchups. And players have now time to rest tonight, grab some dinner with friends, socialize, and then tomorrow we'll be right back with even more action.
Yeah, of course, we'll be here. We've got 2 more rounds of the Phase 2. That is why Juan was able to advance already in just this day 1. He's been still in the Phase 2, getting that 9-0 record. So 2 more rounds tomorrow to see who will make it. And of course, as we mentioned, you need that X and 2 records to be able to advance into that asymmetrical top cut.
Yep, and we're looking at roughly around 16-ish, a little bit less than 16 players advancing.
Yep.
So it's going to be 1 asymmetrical top cut round before we then head into top 8. Talking about top 8, if you finish not only high enough to qualify for the top cut, but also with a 10-1 or potentially 11-0 record, you might even get the bye into the top 8, directly qualifying for top 8.
Yeah, if there are not exactly 8 players that have an X and 2 record, or maybe there's a flat, there's an XO and then there's 7 X1s, then you do obviously get that bye into that top cuts. And Juan is going to be that trainer that is most likely to be able to achieve that. And we do have Juan ready on the couch for this interview, so please take it away.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Barish. We're here with your winner, our 9-0 player going into their first round of Phase 2, Juan Salerno. Juan, congratulations, first off. How are you feeling after that match?
No, me siento muy bien. La verdad que no era lo que esperaba cuando empecé el torneo, pero creo que lo que uno siempre quiere es decir, ok, gano todas las rondas, así no tengo que jugar el Day 2 tan presionado, pero nunca suele pasar, así que estoy bastante contento que hoy haya sido ese día especial para mí.
I feel really good. I wasn't expecting to do as well, but you know, when we start a tournament, we always hope to like get this big 9-0 and don't play day 2 with as much pressure. But this time it happened.
This time it happened for you, and I feel like, and I think everyone at home can probably feel the same, you looked so calm during the matches that we've seen you on stream, like nothing was going to stand in your way today. Do you feel the same, or did you feel the pressure?
No, la verdad que nunca me sentí presionado porque por suerte ya tengo mucha experiencia jugando en stream. Entonces siempre pienso, ok, yo tengo mucha experiencia en stream y capaz mi oponente no. Entonces pienso que eso a veces me da alguna ventaja. O sea, creo que la experiencia es muy importante, no ponerte nervioso y saber en cada momento lo que tenés que hacer.
I wasn't very nervous because I'm already very experienced on stream. So I was thinking that perhaps my opponent wasn't as experienced and perhaps he was more nervous than me. So I always knew what to do.
Definitely, and you definitely showed that. Now, talk to us about the matchup a little bit, because your opponent was using a Blaziken. That's not something that we see often. What were you thinking going into that match?
Tuve la suerte de que un amigo mío había jugado con él, es a J. Modri, que le mando saludos. Entonces, como él había jugado ya contra este chico y tuve la oportunidad de ver la partida, como que más o menos intuía cómo él podía llegar a jugarme. Entonces, hablando un poco con él, llegamos como a la conclusión de que lo que hice en la partida era el escenario donde yo tenía más oportunidades de ganar.
I was lucky because a friend of mine, J. Modri, played against him, so we kind of talked a little bit about the matchup, and we realized that the line that I played was the more optimal for me, that gave him more chances to win.
Okay, so all of that experience coming in absolutely clutch there. Congratulations, Juan. Final point before we let you go and celebrate your victories so far today. Have you got any shout-outs for people that have helped you back home?
No, en realidad ya quiero agradecer a Nani Roma, que creo que casi siempre practico algunos matchups con él. Y bueno, obviamente a J. Modri, Jordi y a Gabriel, que son los chicos de España que son como los que me convencieron de usar este arquetipo que le llaman muy serio. Así que bueno, muchas gracias a todo el equipo muy serio.
So I want to thank Nani Roma, which always helped me prep some matchups. And then J. Modri, Jordi,
and
Gabriel.
Perfect. Well, you've been a great example for everyone back home of what this community and what this game has been all about. That's all we've got time for with you for now. So we'll let you get going and celebrate your victories today. But before that, before we wrap up everything this afternoon, we're going to be getting together one last time on the couch to think about what's been going on today. So stay tuned. One last thing before we wrap up the show.
Another day, another moment you can't waste, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
what a day of competition we have had here at the Gdansk Regional Championships. I could not have asked for a more spectacular day one of competition. We've seen such trials and tribulations from these trainers. We've seen some old favorite Pokemon, and we've seen some new interesting choices as well. Barish, I'm going to come to you because this was your first tournament on the video game Cast Gdansk. What's been the standout highlight moment for you?
It was casting Justin's game together with Ben. I think the way he adapted and the Bascalegian positioning in the end game was really nice to see, and just a privilege to cast with Ben, of course.
Yeah, I think for me it's a specific play. I love a hard read. Going for a power gem into a golden go, that seems like a terrible play. Not when it turns into a Volcarona and one-hit KOs it. That was just a fantastic read from Juan Garcia.
My favorite moment was casting with Barish that second match.
Right,
with Justin versus no, and it was a brilliant moment. Don't get me wrong. I'm only joking with you. For me, I'm going to use some recency bias here. Seeing Juan Salerno getting a 9-0, not thinking that he was necessarily going to be able to do it, but having just that one of those events that's really good, and seeing him so calm and collected in that last match against a Blaziken. Like, crazy.
I wasn't expecting a Blaziken, I'm not going to lie. That was not on my bingo card. And considering Ben and Barish said their favorite matches were with each other, well, Jamie, I very much enjoyed our 2 games that we had this weekend.
I agree.
I thought it was phenomenal, but also all of the incredible moments that we were able to see, the unique Pokemon choices and everything as well. But it's not just Pokemon you're going to be seeing tomorrow in day 2 of competition. We have a bunch of trainers who have made it through to phase 2 already, and will also be featured in day 2.
I mean, we just seen Juan Salerno, but also shout out to Simon, fellow community member as well, making it day 2. Federico Cambresi featured on stream. We have some German representation. Louis Markel, of course. Lucas Kiefel there as well. And then I mentioned earlier as well, I think, we don't actually know. We see him here right now. Simone Sanvido.
Yeah, Simone's had a few shout-outs on the stream for being an innovative team builder and helping out fellow teammates as well. So maybe we'll be able to showcase them a little bit tomorrow. Jamie, any names standing out for you?
Well, we did say that we'd like to see the local representation, and seeing Mihao age up into the Masters Division and get top 8 in the previous Gdansk Regional Championship, and then still showing that consistency and making it into that phase 2 as well in this season's Gdansk Regional Championship, he's definitely a player to watch.
I think as well, we've been able to showcase a lot of the names on here, but there's some that we haven't been able to feature. Ben, are there any you are hoping to maybe see tomorrow?
Well, you know what? I was actually... Barish pointed them out, but Louis Markel is a player that I've been following this season specifically, and they've been doing so well in grassroots events and showing their consistency on the regional stage as well. I'm looking forward to maybe getting a glimpse of what they're running and why they've been doing so well these last couple of seasons.
I always like seeing those insights into the trainers and their mindsets, particularly if we're able to catch them on a winner's interview. And catching all the Pokemon action is going to be what you need to do tomorrow. So our start time for our tournament, you're going to want to jot it down in your diaries. Here it is. We're going to be starting at 8:45 CET local time. Ben, are you going to be there?
I'm probably going to be there. I'm
hope
not
you're gonna
sure.
be there.
Like, let me after this, I'm going to check my diary.
We need to make sure that Ben will be here. Jamie, are you going to be here if you put this in your diary?
The possibility is less. Exactly, it's going to be less, but I will still be there. I think the RNG is going to allow me, even though it's unlikely, I'll make it.
And as our German teammate, we know that you like to abide by time, so you're going to be on time, correct?
Time, precisely.
Good, that's what I like to see. Of course, as well, Pokemon Action is not the only thing that Twitch will be bringing you. There's a lot of fantastic memories and other Pokemon connections that can be viewed on the Twitch schedule. Jamie, talk us through it.
Yeah, of course, you're already following us on the Twitch channel, so you will be aware of what's going to be coming, of course. Going into Tuesday, we've got that Pokemon Master Quest. On Wednesday, we're going to be recapping the TCG that we had in the Latin American International Championship last season, then back to Master Quest on that Thursday, and then, of course, we got Movie Nights coming on the Saturday. We've got the Jirachi Wishmaker coming up.
I love that there is the previous LAIC Championships as kind of a throwback and a refresher. It's the same format that we actually will be having in the up and coming Latin America International Championship. So I'm really looking forward to being able to get refreshed and ready and remembering everything ahead of that tournament, particularly if, Marco might be there again with that Charizard. But the broadcasts are what you need to be able to focus on in order to catch all of that Pokemon action. So make sure that you are following all of the channels and that you are getting all of the action at pokemon.com/broadcast. I think you'd be a fool to miss out, don't you think, Ben?
Sorry, I'm just distracted by Jamie pointing up. Oh, follow me. No, I love that. Follow me.
Maybe we should all do it. Follow me.
But then where does the attack go?
Well, it goes to the channels. Okay,
Go to the channels.
you focus all your energy onto the channels, and that way you'll be able to not miss a single moment of the action. You've got YouTube and Twitch. If maybe you're tuning in from somewhere else around the globe and being like, hey, what happened in Gdansk? I only was here and I saw one game, and there's plenty more, I'm sure, to catch up on. You can catch up on all the action there as well. We've also thoroughly enjoyed watching all of the action you've been putting on the social medias with #PlayPokemon. Whether you've been at home celebrating, we've also had some wonderful people in the venue share their experiences. Lots of great cosplay that I've seen out there as well.
Yes.
So ahead of tomorrow, we want to see how you're engaged and who you're rooting for, who you think is going to become our next champion. But I feel like that pretty much sums up day one. Lots of cool Pokemon action, lots of incredible Pokemon trainers. Any final words from my esteemed comrades here? Barish.
I'm gonna miss Ben tomorrow, but I'm really looking forward to casting more with you, Lou.
Boy, who are you going to miss?
Well, obviously you as well.
I know, it's going to be heartbreak. What about you,
There was only
Ben?
one right answer.
There was. Jamie got the meno.
I've still not checked my diary, so I'm not sure if I'm even here tomorrow. But, you know, assuming I am here tomorrow, I'm going to miss Barish too.
No, I see that. I see that.
No one misses me.
I miss you. You know that's true. But we certainly are going to miss you. So make sure that you're here for all the action tomorrow morning. We'll be here, and hopefully you will be too. See you then.